Chapter 1. The World of Dragon Ball, Su Luo in the Realm of Dragon Ball. Within the seventh universe on Earth, at the fringes of the northern capital, lies a pristine forest teeming with untamed vitality. A golden-haired little girl, no more than 9 years of age, drags a massive wild boar behind her, leaving a long trail in her wake. Her petite and delicate figure is adorned with cascading golden locks that flow like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her large, sparkling eyes are as clear as the sky, and her charmingly refined face flushes lightly from exertion. Such a large wild boar. I shall prepare a grand feast for Brother Su Luo tonight. He will surely delight in it. He. The little girl seems to have conjured a joyful thought, her steps growing a bit lighter as she continues her journey. At the edge of the forest, a handsome youth stands before a towering ancient tree, repeatedly executing powerful punches. Each strike reverberates through the tree, causing leaves to cascade down like petals from celestial, made in 981, 982, 983, 1000. After delivering 1,000 blows, Su Luo halts his training, retrieving a towel hanging from a branch to wipe the sweat from his brow. Observing the empty surroundings, he mutters, "I wonder where that little rascal Laziri has scampered off to." Just as the words leave his lips, a cheerful voice rings out from a distance. "Brother Su Luo, I've caught a big wild boar. There will be a delicious feast tonight." Su Luo turns towards the sound and is greeted by the sight of a golden-haired little girl dragging a wild boar several times larger than herself, her short legs moving swiftly as she approaches. The scene is truly remarkable. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Luo watches as Laziri reaches him, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement, catching her breath momentarily. She gazes up at Su Luo with a proud expression that seems to say, "Praise me." Quite impressive," Su Luo replies with a warm smile, affectionately ruffling her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Laziri's eyes curve into crescent moons, her playful smile radiant. "However, did you not say you would train with me? How did you end up hunting wild boars?" Brother Su Luo, you train so hard and need plenty of nourishment. I merely wanted to catch some game to help replenish your strength," she explains. Su Luo is taken aback. When did this little girl become so considerate? She used to be quite the troublemaker. Enough talk. I will hurry back to prepare something delicious for you. Remember to come home early. With that, Laziri admonishes him before pulling the enormous boar along, her little legs dashing back home in a flurry. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo shakes his head with a resigned smile. That little rascal beneath the ancient tree. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while a gentle breeze stirs the hair on Su Luo's forehead. Gazing at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and inhaling the pristine, untainted air, he succumbed to reminiscence. In his previous life, Su Luo was an ordinary office worker, leading a mundane existence from 9 to 6, traversing the city like countless others. On the day he received his paycheck, he had intended to indulge himself with a little treat. However, fate intervened when he encountered an out-of-control truck on a road there was no time to evade, and his life was abruptly extinguished. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into an abandoned infant, fortunate enough to be taken in by a kind-hearted old hunter. 12 years swiftly passed. During this time, the old hunter adopted 2 more homeless orphans, a pair of twins, with a sister named Lazili and a brother named Lapisai, who were 3 years his junior. A year ago, the old hunter succumbed to the relentless passage of time and passed away. Having lived for so many years, Su Luo had come to understand the nature of the world into which he had been thrust. The world of Dragon Ball, where human life is as insignificant as grass, with a powerful act with impunity, and the weak are left in sorrow, their very existence uncertain. Sighing at this thought, Su Luo reflected on the perilous reality of a world teeming with formidable beings, capable of obliterating planets with a mere gesture. He lacked the extraordinary Scion bloodline. He was not a prodigy from the Frost Demon clan, nor was he an angel or a god of destruction. He was merely an ordinary Earthling, relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Ultimately, the stage of the Dragon Ball world was reserved for those endowed with potent bloodlines. As a traveler in this realm, he did possess his own peculiar advantage, yet it was so inconsequential that it was akin to having none at all. With this realization, a bitter smile graced Su Luo's lips. Then, a system loading page materialized in his mind. The foster to God system was in the process of loading. 99. This system had appeared the moment he was reborn. Now, 12 years later, it remained unfinished. What good was it? Damn it, was the trailing decimal point a cruel jest at his expense? The very name of the system seemed unreliable. Foster to God. Indeed, Su Luo's mind was rife with scathing thoughts. This wretched system would have been better off not existing at all. After waiting for so many years, he had long since lost hope in this system's potential. What a farce! Go away. Taking a deep breath, Su Luo sought to calm his racing thoughts. Then, he silently intoned, "Open the character panel host, Su Luo. Age, 12. Dimension, mortal. Talent, none. Bloodline, Earthling. Skills, none. Combat power, 36. Evaluation, none." Chapter 2. The Martial Arts Gift Package. Damn it, system. I have waited 12 years for you. Do you have any idea how arduous my days have been? System. Ding. Host, you must believe that the system may arrive late, but it will never be absent to express my apologies. Please open the Martial Arts Grand Gift Pack, for therein lies a surprise. Su Luo, with a hint of disinterest, inquired, "Let's set the surprise aside for now and discuss your utility, system. Ding. The functions of the system are rather straightforward. There are no sign-ins, no choices, no tasks, no lotteries, and no penalties. The sole purpose of this system is to occasionally bestow rewards upon the host. The guiding principle of this system is to impose no restrictions, interfere not, and never abandon. The host is free to express themselves at will. What a refreshingly unpretentious system, capable of elevating its ineffectiveness to such grandiose heights." Su Luo smirked slightly. He initially intended to voice a few complaints, but now he found himself devoid of the inclination. Open the Martial Arts Grand Gift Pack. Ding. The Martial Arts Grand Gift Pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a portion of the Yanhuang bloodline. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the innate martial talent, Heavenly Heart. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a knowledge pack on Earth's martial arts. Ding. The system space has been activated. It is infinitely vast and can store items. Note: living beings cannot be stored. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 immortal beings, which have been automatically placed into the space. Upon seeing the Yanhuang bloodline, Su Luo's eyes sparkled. He was all too familiar with that name, for it represented the essence of the Huaxia people. With a heart full of anticipation, he opened the information to examine it. The Yanhuang bloodline, a legendary lineage, possesses boundless potential, originating from the primordial world, a mysterious eastern realm. Initial innate talent, limitless potential, super recovery restoration ability enhanced by 100-fold upon the initial awakening of the bloodline. A random innate power will manifest within. The simple introduction made Su Luo's heart tremble with excitement. This was magnificent. Just the initial innate talent alone was sufficient to surpass over 90 of bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe, not to mention the possibility of awakening innate powers. Yet, one question lingered in Su Luo's mind. If the Yanhuang bloodline was indeed so formidable, why did he, in his past life as a Huaxiao person, feel no different from the ordinary? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "System, I was a Huaxiao person in my previous life, thus possessing the Yanhuang bloodline, correct? Why can I sense its formidable power?" Ding. The Yanhuang bloodline of the Huaxia clan in the primordial world is suppressed by the world's rules, rendering its power sealed. However, in this Dragon Ball universe, such constraints do not exist, allowing the bloodline to awaken. I see. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. By the way, system, what do you mean by the primordial world? Ding. Insufficient system privileges to explain. The host must explore independently. Su Luo was momentarily speechless. Was this not akin to dropping one's trousers without providing any benefit? It stirred his curiosity, yet left him to seek the answers alone. Oh well. Su Luo shook his head and continued to peruse the remaining rewards. Martial arts Heavenly Heart. Wisdom is profound, and comprehension is extraordinary, enabling the swift acquisition and mastery of various combat skills. This one appears quite promising, murmured Su Luo. The Earth Martial Arts Knowledge Package encompasses the distilled essence of martial arts from countless practitioners over the millennia. Indeed. Su Luo nodded inwardly. Truly, what one lacks often finds its way to them. He was in dire need of martial arts training knowledge. Initially, he had intended to seek out Master Rashi or the Cat Sage atop Karen Tower for guidance, but now he had spared himself considerable effort. Upon observing the last two items, a slight smile graced Su Luo's lips. With the system space at his disposal, future endeavors would be substantially more convenient. The divine beings, regardless of the severity of injury sustained when consumed, restore one to full health, making them a miraculous remedy. System, how does one utilize the Yanhuang bloodline? System, ding. The host need only silently invoke the fusion. However, the process requires 1 hour. It is advisable for the host to find a secure location. The remainder shall be managed by this system. Su Luo chuckled softly. The current location was indeed suitable, situated at the forest edge where wild beasts rarely roamed, and distant from the nearby township. Apart from La Zili and La Peace, there were essentially no other visitors. Ensuring safety was not a concern. Fuse the Yanhuang bloodline. Ding. Fusion commencing. Fusion progress. 125-38-49. Su Luo felt a warm surge of power coursing through his body, as if his cells were basking in the gentle warmth of a winter sun, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort, as though he had undergone a sublime transformation, involuntarily letting out a soft groan within him. A peculiar force unfurled, leading to a gradual enhancement of his combat prowess an hour passed, and his battle strength stabilized at 210 ding. Fusion complete. Sensing the turbulent energy within, akin to an expansive ocean, Su Luo felt as if he could wield the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Who would have thought that fusing with the bloodline would yield such benefits? My strength has multiplied several-fold now. I could traverse the earth with impunity. However, upon moving his body slightly, a series of crackling sounds erupted, reminiscent of frying beans. As he tightened his fist, an astonishing surge of power erupted forth. Suddenly, Su Luo unleashed a simple punch toward a nearby large tree in an instant. The fierce momentum generated a formidable gust of wind that struck the tree, reducing it to mere dust, scattering it into the ether. How powerful! Alas, I still cannot harness chi, rendering me unable to fully unleash the vast strength within. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. A thought seemed to strike Su Luo, excitement illuminating his visage system. Open the martial arts knowledge package ding. Package open. Martial arts knowledge is being imparted ding. Importation complete. As the system's notification resonated, Su Luo felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by an overwhelming surge of martial arts memories flooding his mind as streams of profound martial knowledge continuously filled the void within him. In that moment, Su Luo resembled a sponge absorbing water, incessantly soaking in the essence of millennia of martial traditions from Earth. After an extended period, Su Luo opened his eyes, and a golden, glass-like brilliance flickered within them like molten lava. A martial knowledge of Earth truly deserves its reputation as one of the most advanced cultivation teachings in the Dragon Ball world. It is astoundingly profound and intricate. Su Luo could not help but exclaim in admiration. If given enough time to digest this knowledge, my strength will undoubtedly soar. At this moment, Su Luo felt akin to a wealthy tycoon possessing numerous gold mines. Once he commenced his endeavors, he would inevitably become a figure of immense wealth and power. Suddenly, a system notification chimed ending. Rewards have been fully delivered. This service has now concluded, and the system shall enter hibernation, wishing the host a joyful life and a continuous rise in strength. Strive to punch the High Priest and kick the Omni King farewell. The system spoke at an astonishing speed, as if eager to vacate the scene. Wait. Hold on, I still have questions. Su Luo hurriedly called out, for he had numerous uncertainties to clarify. If the system went into hibernation, whom could he consult? Yet, despite his repeated calls, the system's chimes ceased to respond. What a flawed system. Must it really hibernate? While others enjoyed systems that served them at all times, even allowing protagonists to grow stronger while reclining comfortably, his system chose to vanish without a trace. Never mind, why bother? After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo realized that perhaps it was not so significant. After all, exploring on his own could be a source of enjoyment. After all, he had already acquired the knowledge, and if he could not grow stronger with such a foundation, what difference would there be between him and a mere loaf of bread? With this thought, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to ponder the martial arts residing in his mind. As time passed, Su Luo became increasingly attuned to his surroundings, his entire being seemingly merging with the environment. A few larks gracefully took flight, perching atop Su Luo's head, occasionally chirping melodiously, entirely oblivious to the living person beneath their claws. The practice of cultivation always seemed to progress swiftly as the sun set behind the mountains. Su Luo, who had been seated in meditation for quite some time, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, unleashing a howling wind that uprooted nearby trees and sent stones and dust flying. When the thick smoke dissipated, Su Luo's figure emerged, a confident smile gracing his face. The insights he had gained not only allowed him to master the application of energy, but also elevated his strength by an impressive 41 points, reaching a remarkable total of 251 points, marking a rapid advancement in his power. Chapter 3. The power of time and space. Su Luo could faintly sense an additional power within himself, though he was at a loss to articulate its nature or purpose. Could it be the first manifestation of power arising from the awakening of my bloodline? What sort of power could it possibly be? He murmured to himself, then suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I forget that I can access information? Open character panel. Host: Su Luo. Age: 12 years. Dimension: mortal. Talent: Martial arts heart, temporal and spatial power. Bloodline, Han Chinese, Yin Huang bloodline. Skill, energy blast. Combat power, 251. Evaluation, beginning to shine temporal and spatial power. Su Luo stammered, his voice betraying his astonishment by the heavens. To think I possess temporal and spatial power. Having read numerous novels in the past, he was well aware of the implications of such abilities. It was synonymous with unparalleled strength. Stay calm. Stay composed. I am no stranger to grand spectacles. After reveling in his newfound revelation for a moment, Su Luo settled into tranquility, reminding himself that he had been well versed in literature, and thus possessed the necessary composure. Let us attempt the power of time and space. It remains uncertain whether it can be harnessed. Su Luo closed his eyes, focusing his mind inward, attempting to draw forth that elusive power. Yet, this force, akin to a bashful maiden, remained indifferent to his entreaties. After numerous attempts at communion, it seemed to respond to his yearning. Su Luo opened his eyes, and within the depths of his obsidian gaze, a golden radiance ignited. In that fleeting moment, the world within 100-meter radius around him came to a standstill, revealing a scene awash in shades of gray and white. Fallen leaves, ants, dust. Even the very air appeared to be suspended in this instant. Before Su Luo could express his astonishment, he sensed a rapid depletion of energy within him. In a mere 0.1 seconds, a substantial portion of his energy was exhausted. Aware that he could no longer sustain this power, he hastily ceased his manipulation of time. The gray world, bereft of the support of energy, instantaneously shattered, returning everything to its original state. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though all existence had come to a standstill. This technique could be aptly named the suspension of time. Su Luo sensed the significant depletion of energy within him and smacked his lips contemplatively. While the ability to freeze time was undeniably powerful, it proved to be excessively taxing on his blue energy reserves. Nonetheless, he remained quite pleased with the effects of this newfound skill. Indeed, having the power to halt time added another card to his arsenal. As for his other techniques, he would take his time to explore them gradually. For now, the paramount focus remained on the cultivation of his qi. At this moment, Su Luo felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. However, he did not allow the power of time and space to cloud his judgment or disrupt his priorities. No matter how formidable the power of time and space may be, without energy as its foundation, it cannot unleash its true potential. He decided to experiment with the energy ball he had just comprehended. With that thought, Su Luo extended his hands, palms facing each other, and directed the immense energy within him to converge at his palms. A powerful current of air immediately surged between his hands, continuously compressing the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light captured his gaze. As a blue energy sphere materialized between his palms, the energy ball was born. Su Luo let out a low exclamation before hurling the energy sphere in his hand towards a nearby hill. At the moment of impact, the searing energy collided with the rocky terrain, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed the entire hill. A massive, semicircular luminescent barrier materialized, followed by a thunderous roar that was deafening. The dazzling display, accompanied by the astonishing sound of the explosion, sent the forest's small creatures into a frenzy, scattering in every direction. Once the brilliance faded, the hill had vanished, leaving behind only a deep pit measuring several dozen meters. The architect of this devastation, Su Luo, stood in awe, pondering whether this was the destructive power of a combat strength of 251. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation from merely observing it on a screen. The impact resonated deeply within him, and the realization that he had caused such destruction stirred a myriad of emotions: excitement, confusion, pride, but most predominantly, exhilaration. He had not anticipated acquiring such power so swiftly, yet it was still insufficient for his ambitions. His aspirations soared beyond mere destruction, aiming to surpass even the god of destruction, the angels, and that colorful little child. At that moment, Su Luo, filled with fervor, remained oblivious to the presence of another. Lazuli, with lips resembling cherries, gasped in astonishment as she gazed at the tall figure before her. Initially, she had approached to call the fervent cultivator Su Luo back for dinner. But upon witnessing the astounding scene, her worldview was profoundly shaken. Was this within the realm of human capability? Surely, even the divine could not achieve such feats. If gods existed, her brother Su Luo would undoubtedly be one. At that instant, Su Luo's image loomed even larger in her heart. As a devoted admirer, her infatuation deepened. Su Luo, brother, Lazuli murmured softly. Though her voice was barely audible, it reached Su Luo's ears, prompting him to turn around and discover that Lazili had appeared behind him. Her eyes sparkling like stars, fixed intently upon him. Alas, his vigilance was lacking. He had not even noticed someone approaching from behind. Fortunately, it was Lazili. Had it been someone more threatening, he would have been in dire straits. Such an oversight could not occur again, Su Luo silently vowed. Lazili, what brings you here? Su Luo, brother. It's already dark. Why haven't you returned for dinner? Do I have to come and fetch you? You really are quite the fool, she chided as she approached, her words tumbling forth. Hearing her, Su Luo glanced up at the dimming sky, overwhelmed by sentiment. Time spent in cultivation had flown by so swiftly, no wonder some said. In a heart devoid of time, a millennium has passed in the world. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Oh, I hadn't realized. Let us return then. Su Luo gently touched the tip of his nose, a hint of embarrassment evident. Humph. As a punishment for not returning home at such a late hour, you must carry me back. My legs have grown weary from walking for so long. Lazili swiftly darted behind Su Luo, leaping onto his back like an octopus, her small, delicate legs wrapping around his waist as she clung tightly to his neck. Su Luo promptly supported her delicate figure with his hand to prevent her from falling. All right, it is my fault. I am willing to accept the consequences, he chuckled. Thus, Su Luo carried Lazili towards home. On the way back, Lazili playfully swung her fair, slender legs, resting her head on Su Luo's shoulder, her rosy lips lightly murmuring, Brother Su Luo, that move earlier was so impressive. When did you learn it? Indeed, it was quite dashing. It's a form of Qigong I just mastered. Not everyone can acquire such skills, unless they possess exceptional qualities like mine, he replied, grinning. So vain, she teased. By the way, Brother Su Luo, do you remember something you once said? Lazili suddenly inquired. Ah, what did I say? Su Luo responded, momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall his words. Noticing his perplexed expression, Lazili pouted her crimson lips in displeasure, giving a soft huff, tightening her grip around his neck, making it difficult for Su Luo to breathe. You promised to always protect me. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, then turned his head, gently brushing against Lazili's delicate face, and with a smile, he said, Of course I remember, my little angel. Feeling the warm, gentle breeze against her cheeks and hearing the words she longed for, Lazili beamed with joy, as if she had just received her most cherished candy. Utterly delighted. Now that's more like it. After saying this, she playfully nuzzled Su Luo's cheek, resembling a playful little kitten. Su Luo felt the affection that Lazili held for him, and it brought him considerable joy. By the way, Brother Su Luo, I prepared a plethora of dishes tonight. There are sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pig trotters, stir-fried pig liver, and green pepper stir-fried meat. Lazili counted meticulously on her fingers. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Su Luo instantly quickened his pace, his body moving like the wind as he weaved through the forest. Hee, Brother Su Luo. Slow down a bit. The melodious laughter of a young girl echoed in the tranquil woods. No time to slow down. Chapter 4, Training Guidance Kasi Town. As night deepened, the sky adorned itself with countless twinkling stars, adding a touch of enchanting color to the darkened veil of night. Within a modest house, Brother Su Luo. This braised pork is delicious. You should have more. Brother Su Luo, take your time with the big steamed bun. There's plenty more in the steamer. Brother Su Luo, come and try this large pig's trotter. At the dining table, Lazili sat beside Su Luo, tirelessly serving him dishes. Su Luo grasped a large steamed bun in one hand and a hefty pig's trotter in the other, savoring each bite with unrestrained delight. At the far end of the dining table sat a boy with black hair, wrapped in a red scarf, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lazili. La Paisai, his expression inscrutable, observed the two with a hint of hunger that seemed to dissipate unexpectedly. He hastily shoveled the food from his bowl into his mouth. Chewing briefly before swallowing, then gently placed the bowl on the table. I'm full, La Paisai stated matter-of-factly as he rose and made his way to his room. Wait, wasn't La Paisai just complaining about being hungry? How can he be full after just a few bites? Lazili pondered aloud, though she dismissed her curiosity. After all, children can exhibit peculiar behavior from time to time. After satisfying his appetite, Su Luo collapsed onto the sofa, motionless, while watching the girl bustling about in the kitchen. A sense of warmth enveloped him, evoking the feeling of home, a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. Since the passing of the old hunter, the three had relied on one another, subsisting through hunting. Fortunately, the forest teemed with resources, providing ample sustenance to keep them well fed. Although the wooded area lay 6 or 7 kilometers from their small town, Such distances posed little challenge for Su Luo and his companions. In addition to hunting for food, they devoted their leisure time to cultivation. Under Su Luo's subtle influence, the siblings began to appreciate the importance of strength, dedicating themselves earnestly to their training, albeit not as fervently as Su Luo himself. Among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, many are enamored with the genius beauty Bulma. However, Su Luo found himself captivated by the striking yet gentle demeanor of Android 18. He vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first encountering the anime goddess in his past life. 18. Lazuli, regardless of what the future holds, as long as I am here, you shall remain Lazuli. You will never endure the torment of being an artificially modified being. The Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero, clearly, I must find a moment to eradicate them. As Su Luo contemplated these matters, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He recalled that in the original narrative, after the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished by Sun Wukong, only Dr. Gero remained. Driven by vengeance, Dr. Gero developed a weapon to counter Sun Wukong, the androids. The pair of android siblings, number 17 and number 18, are now embodied as Lapis and Lazuli. It must be said that Dr. Gero is a genius in the realm of science, capable of independently creating androids that rival the power of super science. Although he and Su Luo currently harbor no animosity towards each other, the future may hold a different tale. Even if Dr. Gero has yet to conceive of such intentions, Su Luo is resolute in eradicating any potential threat to those dear to him at its inception. Previously, he refrained from intervening due to a lack of strength. However, with his current abilities, he could easily obliterate the Red Ribbon Army. As for whether this will alter the future of Dragon Ball or what direction it may take, such matters are of no concern to him. Having been granted a second chance at life, it would be a folly not to instigate some change. Otherwise, his journey through the Dragon Ball universe would be in vain. If one arrives, let chaos ensue. Meanwhile, far in the western region, Dr. Gero at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was engrossed in his research, unaware that he had been marked for death by Su Luo. A night of silence passed. As dawn broke, the light of day peeled away the veil of night, ushering in a new day. In the early morning, the early risers had already fallen prey to the birds. In the small grove, Su Luo, Razali, and Lapisi stood side by side, maintaining a horse stance. Beads of sweat incessantly trickled down Razali and Lapisi's foreheads, their fair, youthful faces flushed with a rosy hue, a testament to their rigorous exertion. In stark contrast, Su Luo remained unfazed, his heart steady and face devoid of color, as if he were entirely unperturbed. With a slight smile, he encouraged, just 10 more minutes. Perseverance is the key to victory. Upon hearing this, the two siblings' breaths grew increasingly labored. Is this a deliberate ploy, Su Luo? Didn't we agree you would teach us Qigong? Lapisi could no longer contain his frustration, having repeated this sentiment numerous times. Indeed, Su Luo brother, all you do is lead us on, Razali pouted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she fervently echoed his words. Su Luo cast a sidelong glance at the two. A smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely absent. After Lazuli had enthusiastically boasted to Lapisi about the astonishing prowess of Su Luo's energy blast the previous night, the siblings appeared invigorated as if fueled by a burst of adrenaline, insisting on pestering her to teach them the art of Qigong. Su Luo, on the other hand, was quite pleased with this development, for cultivating one's energy bore no disadvantages. Indeed, it was a safeguard against deception. In this Dragon Ball realm, where energy reigns supreme, one would hardly dare to claim the title of a martial artist without proficiency in it. Moreover, Su Luo could not remain by their side at all times to shield them. In the future, he aspired to venture into the cosmos, and he wished for them to possess the ability to protect themselves in his absence. Su Luo chuckled and remarked, to truly master the art of Qi, one must first solidify their foundational skills. It is essential to persist in the practice of these basics. To further motivate the siblings, Su Luo added, just hold on for another 10 minutes, and in the next phase, I shall teach you how to harness Qi. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the brother and sister felt a surge of determination. Gritting their teeth, they resolutely resumed their horse stance without uttering another word. Their unwavering commitment caught Su Luo's attention, and he nodded approvingly, satisfied with their resolve. The essence of martial arts lies in perseverance. Without the sweat of hard work, how can one hope to grow stronger? Before long, the 10 minutes had elapsed. This time, Su Luo refrained from demanding another 10 minutes, recognizing that they had reached their limit. The siblings lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, in rather ungraceful positions, gasping for fresh air. After a brief respite, they rose once more, their eyes shining with fervor as they gazed at Su Luo. Su Luo observed the two with a hint of amusement before imparting knowledge about qi. Qi is a latent, concealed life energy residing within the human body, present in everyone, albeit initially feeble and challenging to harness. However, formidable martial artists cultivate and refine their qi through rigorous training, rendering it increasingly potent, ultimately releasing it from their bodies in distinctive manners. This practice is known as qigong. At this moment, Laziri and Lapis resembled earnest students, attentively absorbing the information. When consolidating qi, one must relax the entire body and focus the mind, much like this. As Su Luo spoke, he simultaneously demonstrated, with his palms facing each other. A shimmering azure light appeared between them, followed by a soft, buzzing sound of airflow. Wow, that's beautiful, Lazili leaned in, her small head tilted in curiosity, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Su Luo dismissed the air currents and said, "All right, now you both give it a try." The two nodded in agreement, then mimicked Su Luo's movements, attempting to control their breath. Observing their earnest expressions as they held their breath, Su Luo could hardly suppress a chuckle. It's not about exerting force. Rather, you must calm your minds, concentrate, and gradually guide the latent energy within you to your hands. The two exchanged sheepish smiles before attempting once more, adhering to Su Luo's guidance. Cultivation is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. Recognizing that they would not master it immediately, Su Luo offered one last piece of advice before retreating to a corner to commence his own practice. Chapter 5. The changes after a year. As the days turned into weeks and the seasons changed, another year slipped by. The 13-year-old Su Luo had grown significantly taller. Due to years of martial training, he stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, his face defined with striking features, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. However, it was not solely his physical growth that was remarkable. His prowess had also undergone tremendous advancement, reaching an astonishing battle power of 1367. Despite dedicating much of his time to comprehending the essence of martial arts. Yet, the most significant achievement over the past year was not merely the enhancement of his combat ability, but the progress he had made in his skills. Opening his personal panel, host, Su Luo age, 13 dimension, mortal talent, heart of martial arts, power of time and space bloodline, Huaxia, Yanhuang bloodline, skills, time stop, teleportation, energy perception, sky dance technique, energy orb, Kamehameha, turtle schools qigong, universal shock palm, qigong cannon, solar fist, battle power, 1367 evaluation. You have matured into a formidable martial artist. On Earth, I would deem you the strongest. Su Luo sat upon a stone, surveying the fruits of his labor from the past year, and he felt quite content with the results. After a year of diligent practice, he had not only mastered various techniques related to qi, but had also further honed his powers over time and space. The duration of his time-stopping ability had extended from a mere 0.1 seconds to an impressive 0.3 seconds. The greater the area of time stagnation, the more formidable the opponent, and consequently, the energy expenditure became increasingly intense. It was anticipated that when exerted to its fullest potential, his time-stop skill could freeze targets with combat abilities below 8,000 for 0.3 seconds, after which it would deplete all his internal energy. This would serve as Su Luo's most crucial trump card, one he would not employ lightly until absolutely necessary. The skill of instantaneous movement was a recently developed spatial technique, which employed the power of time and space to forcibly create a spatial wormhole, allowing him to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. However, this skill still possessed numerous flaws. For instance, it could not accommodate others during the teleportation, and the range was limited to 10 kilometers. Exceeding this distance posed risks, potentially leaving him lost within the spatial tunnel. Fortunately, the energy consumption for instantaneous movement was minimal, allowing Su Luo to utilize it multiple times. Indeed, the development of a skill was an entirely different endeavor from merely learning one. Creating a skill from scratch was immensely challenging, while learning from the achievements of predecessors was a far more effortless task. Su Luo let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Lazili soared from the distant horizon, holding 2 plump fish in her hands, her flight accompanied by jubilant cries. Following closely behind was Lapis, similarly grasping a large fish. With a thud, the fish landed on the ground, producing several dull thuds. Hooray! I have triumphed. Lapis, this time you have lost. Obediently prepare the grilled fish. Lazili alighted gracefully, her large eyes blinking in delight, a victorious smile adorning her charming face. Lapisi, with a dismissive sound, begrudgingly dragged his fish aside, then transformed his palm into a blade of chi to scale the fish, eviscerate it, and clean it for cooking. His movements were swift and proficient, eliciting a pang of sympathy for the fish. Seeing this, Su Luo shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Ever since the two siblings mastered the art of aerial movement, they have engaged in frequent rivalry, neither willing to concede, resembling children at play. Oh, but they are indeed just children. Over the past year, Su Luo has observed their progress. In terms of combat power, Lapith is slightly stronger than Lazili. Yet in terms of energy control, Lazili holds a slight edge. It can be said that each has their own strengths. Currently, Lapith's combat power has reached 178, while Lazili is just a touch lower at 173. However, this is still considerably higher than the might of the strongest, Master Rashi. In terms of cultivation talent, Su Luo believes that the gift of these siblings is truly among the best on Earth. They are merely 10 years old and have already achieved such prowess. They far surpass the likes of Krillin and Yamcha, which explains why they have caught the attention of Dr. Gero. There is certainly reason behind it. Brother Su Luo, how's my aerial movement practice? Lazili asked, wrapping her arms around Su Luo's. It's quite average, really, not particularly fast. It's quite fast. Thank you very much. Soon, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air as the three sat around the campfire, each relishing a grilled fish. Delicious. Lapith, your grilling skills have certainly improved. You're at about 1/3 of my culinary prowess, Lazili remarked, tearing off a piece of the golden, juicy fish and savoring it. Stop being so verbose. Just eat in silence, Lapith replied, a mix of embarrassment and irritation evident as he glanced at his sister. Was that a compliment? It felt more like blatant self-aggrandizement. Enough, you two, cease the bickering. I need to inform you that I must step out for a while and want to be back for a few days, Su Luo said, his tone slightly serious, as there were matters that required his attention. Brother Su Luo, where are you going? I want to go too, Lazili exclaimed, a sense of urgency in her voice. Having never been apart from Su Luo, not even for a day, the thought of him leaving for several days was distressing. Absolutely not, Su Luo replied firmly. This journey was to confront the Red Ribbon Army, and the scene might be rather gruesome. He did not wish for the young Lazili to bear any psychological scars. Seeing Su Luo's resolute demeanor, Lazili's expression fell, her mood darkening as she lost her appetite for the grilled fish in her hand. Be good and wait for me at home. I will return swiftly, Su Luo reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Fine, Lazili pouted, well aware of Su Luo's steadfast nature. Once he made a decision, not even a herd of oxen could sway him. Brother Su Luo, is there danger involved? Lapith asked abruptly. What do you think? Su Luo replied with a playful arch of his brow, smiling. TCH, as if I didn't ask. Lapidus curled his lips in disdain. Su Luo's prowess is something he has deeply experienced, particularly as he endured quite a few blows during their sparring sessions. In the western expanse of Earth, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky like a dazzling meteor, leaving behind a long, luminous trail. Soaring high above, Su Luo gazed down at the mountains and forests below, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He had forgotten the precise location of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. The passage of time had dulled his memory of many narratives within the Dragon Ball universe, while he retained recollections of significant events. The inconsequential Red Ribbon Army's exact whereabouts had escaped him. The vastness of the western region rendered the task of locating the Red Ribbon Army akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed he would need to inquire with someone for assistance. Just then, an incongruous sound interrupted the silence. Su Luo touched the tip of his nose. After a day of flight, the provisions in his possession had long been consumed. It had been 10 hours since his last meal, and his stomach had begun to voice its discontent. Well, it would be best to satisfy his hunger first. After all, a moment's delay would not make a significant difference. Su Luo floated in mid-air, gazing into the distance, and soon discovered a quaint little town not far away. With a surge of energy, a white flame enveloped his entire being as he propelled himself towards his destination. The town, though modest in size, possessed all the necessary amenities. Su Luo casually entered a restaurant and ordered a multitude of dishes, indulging in a feast that left the other patrons astounded by his voracious appetite. Just as he was savoring his meal, a group of soldiers, clad in uniforms and brandishing firearms, brazenly kicked open the door and strode in. The door slammed violently against the wall, creating a cacophony that drew the attention of everyone in the establishment. Chapter 6. The restaurant commotion. As the patrons discerned the identities of the newcomers, The previously lively atmosphere in the restaurant abruptly shifted to one of palpable tension. 6 individuals entered, varying in height, with the foremost officer being particularly imposing. His muscular physique complemented by a menacing gaze and scars etched across his face that suggested a history of violence. The patrons, evidently familiar with this group, fell silent. Their breaths caught in their throats as they hurried towards the exit, fearful of crossing paths with the menacing figures. The soldiers displayed no intent to intervene, regarding the fleeing diners with a disdainful air, akin to observing mere insects. Meanwhile, Su Luo appeared oblivious to the commotion, continuing to relish his meal. The restaurant owner, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a pang of despair, realizing that today's business would likely result in a loss. Trembling, he approached the soldiers, attempting to ingratiate himself, and inquired, "What would you gentlemen like to eat today? Bring forth all the finest dishes from your menu. If they do not meet my expectations," the leading officer replied, idly toying with his firearm, his demeanor more akin to that of a rogue than a legitimate soldier. The proprietor, drenched in cold sweat, nodded vigorously. "I shall instruct the chef to prepare them immediately. Please, gentlemen, bear with me for a moment. Sergeant Shandy, look, there's still someone who hasn't left. Shall we have a bit of fun with him?" The shorter soldier with dark skin pointed towards Su Luo in the corner, his intentions clearly malicious. Sergeant Shandy glanced at Su Luo, who was blissfully oblivious to their presence, and felt a surge of irritation, an affront to his domineering nature. A cruel smile crept across his face as he responded, "Very well, let us have some amusement." The still-present restaurant owner caught sight of Su Luo and felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh dear ancestor, I acknowledge that my dishes are delightful. But one must choose the right moment to indulge. Can you not see that everyone else has left?" Despite his concern, he hastened to explain, "Sir, that young man's gaze has always been rather dull. He may not have noticed the commotion. I will remove him at once to spare your eyes from his presence." However, Sergeant Shandy, consumed by anger, would not entertain the owner as please. He swiftly delivered a kick to the proprietor, snarling, "Get lost. Speak again, and I will have you executed." The boss, knocked to the ground, involuntarily uttered a sound of dismay. He quickly covered his mouth, fearing that any further noise would provoke the villain before him. Inwardly, he sighed, wishing the young man good luck. Sergeant Shandy strode forward with several soldiers. Approaching Su Luo's table, he gestured subtly to the men behind him, who understood immediately and promptly overturned Su Luo's dining table. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Don't you see Sergeant Shandy is here? Are you blind?" A menacing soldier with dark skin snarled, immersed in his culinary delights. Su Luo was taken aback to find his table upended. As he gazed at the scattered food, a surge of fury welled up within him. He was enraged. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from him. Su Luo lifted his head, and his dark eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous intent, akin to an ancient beast awakening, poised for slaughter. He coldly regarded the men before him and spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. "Tell me, how do you wish to perish?" At this moment, Su Luo's gaze was as frigid and merciless as the edge of a gleaming blade, seemingly poised to dismember the bodies of those before him, inflicting a pain that penetrated to their very bones, making even the act of breathing an arduous task. The individuals present swallowed hard, instinctively retreating several steps. It was then that Sergeant Shandy regained his composure, and upon realizing his recently humiliating behavior, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Had he truly been intimidated into retreating by this youth? A wave of humiliation surged within him, rendering his eyes bloodshot with rage. Initially intending to mock the young man, Sergeant Shandy's intent shifted. He now desired his death. He aimed his weapon at Su Luo's forehead, his tone laced with malice as he declared, "You wretched boy. How dare you frighten me? Be more clever in your next life." Bang, bang, bang. His fingers pulled the trigger in rapid succession. The bullets shot forth like the scythe of death, aiming to seize Su Luo's life. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Several bullets inexplicably halted in midair. Suspended before Su Luo, Sergeant Shandy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and undeterred, he fired several more shots. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets hovered mere centimeters from Su Luo, unable to advance, as if an invisible barrier obstructed their path. He noted that the boy's expression had grown colder, regarding him as one would a mere insect, an expression he recognized all too well, the gaze of a killer. Panic finally gripped Sergeant Shandy. He understood he had encountered a formidable opponent. Glancing at his dazed subordinates, he shouted in desperation, "You useless fools! What are you standing there for? Shoot him dead!" The soldiers snapped back to reality, responding to their superior's command as they drew their sidearms and aimed at Su Luo. Fiery tongues of crimson erupted from the barrels, akin to a dragon spewing flames. Yet these were merely futile struggles, as countless bullets floated before Su Luo, unmoving. Finally, Su Luo stirred, gently raising his fair hand and curling his index finger. In response to an unseen command, the suspended bullets turned and shot back toward the soldiers. The soldiers were immediately transformed into a mass of wounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, their blood staining the earth. Only Sergeant Shandy remained, standing in sheer terror as he gazed upon the fallen bodies of his men. Overcome with dread, he crumpled to the ground, a warm yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. "Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." Gazing upon the devilish youth before him, he was rendered utterly flustered. Observing the deplorable scene, Su Luo furrowed his brow and refrained from taking further action. It was not out of a sudden act of mercy that Su Luo spared him. Rather, he discerned the emblem upon the youth's chest, a crimson bow tie adorned with 2RS at its center, indicating his affiliation with the Red Ribbon Army. Previously, Su Luo had sought someone to inquire about the location of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. With a guide now at hand, he was spared the effort. Su Luo softly inquired, "Are you a member of the Red Satin Brigade?" Upon hearing this, Sergeant Sandy's eyes instantly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and the fear etched upon his face gradually dissipated. He seized this lifeline with fervor, nodding vigorously like an eager puppy. "Indeed, I am a sergeant of the Red Satin Brigade. Are you afraid? If you are, you should release me at once. Otherwise, the members of the Red Satin Brigade will not spare you." Sergeant Sandy rambled on, growing increasingly animated, oblivious to the way Su Luo's expression turned progressively colder. Sandy was under the delusion that Su Luo's demeanor was a manifestation of fear towards the Red Satin Brigade, for after all, the brigade he belonged to was the most notorious on this planet, renowned and feared by all. Su Luo gazed impassively at the gesture before him. With a mere flick of his finger, a slender beam of energy erupted from his fingertip, hurtling towards the unfortunate figure. In an instant, Sergeant Sandy's shoulder was pierced by the energy wave, crimson blood gushing forth from the wound. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony, his face contorted in anguish as he clutched his shoulder, a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoing in the air. "Ah, my shoulder. Cursed little fiend." Su Luo pressed his foot firmly against the man's chest, his voice icy as he inquired, "Where is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army?" "I am a member of the Red Ribbon Army, and I would rather die than betray my comrades." Once more, a golden light emanated from Su Luo's fingertips, aimed at his forehead. As he spoke in a chilling tone, "In your next life, make sure to be born into a good family." "Wait," I interjected. As Su Luo was about to deliver the fatal blow, Shandy's expression changed drastically, and he hastily exclaimed. Being an idealist, he was genuinely earnest. Su Luo displayed a mocking expression, his raised finger unwavering as he directed several waves of energy towards the lifeless body on the ground. Upon contact, the waves incinerated the corpse entirely, leaving only the blood-soaked earth as evidence of the recent battle. This was the remarkable application of energy. After a year of cultivation, Su Luo had mastered such a feat. Much like the principle employed by Sun Wukong in the original tale, who ignited fire with energy, Su Luo now burned the remnants of the fallen. Sergeant Sandy, witnessing Su Luo's godlike prowess, was enveloped in fear, silently regretting his decision to venture out without consulting the fortune-teller, lamenting his unfortunate encounter with such a harbinger of doom. After obliterating the corpse, Su Luo extracted a stack of money from Sergeant Sandy and tossed it to the proprietor. "This is your payment for the meal. Consider the excess as a cleanup fee." With that, he gripped the back of Sandy's collar and dragged him out the door. The proprietor remained rooted in place, seemingly still in shock. Chapter 7. Headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. Under Sergeant Sandy's guidance, Su Luo soon found himself hovering above a snow-capped mountain. "This esteemed Lord, the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade lies just beyond this mountain. Might you consider releasing me?" Sergeant Sandy spoke weakly, aware that if he did not receive medical attention soon, he would bleed to death. Moreover, he harbored a sinister thought. This mountain served as the front line of the brigade's defenses, laden with traps. The moment that youth stepped into this territory, annihilation awaited him. "Release you?" "Very well," Su Luo replied indifferently. Upon hearing this acquiescence, a flicker of ecstasy crossed Sergeant Sandy's pallid face, while a surge of malice brewed within him. Once he secured his safety, he resolved to ensure that the young man would experience the might of advanced technology. How could he possibly withstand the onslaught of our artillery? Before Sergeant Sandy could fully indulge in fantasies of the youth being obliterated by cannon fire, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Su Luo released his grip on the back of his collar. Sergeant Sandy instantly plummeted in a free fall. As he beheld the rapidly approaching snow-covered ground, he instinctively shouted, "Oh no!" Thud. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground resounded. In an instant, he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Ah! I have never encountered such demands in my entire life. Su Luo feigned a sigh, yet his eyes betrayed no sign of emotion. It must be acknowledged that the armed defenses of the Red Satin Brigade's headquarters were indeed sophisticated. Even the slightest disturbance prompted the defense system to spring into action. With flickers of crimson light emerging from the snow, as if probing for an anomaly, it appears that this snowy mountain is fortified with defenses. Thus, a greeting is in order. Su Luo revealed a cruel smile as he concentrated energy orbs in his hands, launching them downward. Countless energy spheres emitted a brilliant blue glow, akin to dazzling stars radiating with vibrant allure. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lay a devastating force. Tiny mushroom clouds erupted, and the snow-capped mountains crumbled as if they were fragile tofu. Soon, under the bombardment of the energy orbs, once impenetrable defensive lines disintegrated in an instant. Warning, warning. Enemy invasion detected. The frontline defenses have been breached, echoed a mechanical voice within the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. What happened? Can someone explain why the frontline defenses collapsed so swiftly? Who is the enemy, and where are they? At that moment, a short, one-eyed, red-haired middle-aged man sat upon a throne, furiously raging. He was Commander Rate, the leader of the Red Ribbon Army. Beside him stood a tall black man, his aide, Lieutenant Brack. Commander Rate glared at the trembling officers below, seething with anger. This band of incompetents was utterly worthless at a critical juncture. Commander, according to the intelligence from the front lines, the invader appears to be a mere boy. A military officer responsible for intelligence stepped forward, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he cautiously addressed Commander Rate. Indeed, Rate's roar followed suit. What did you say? Only a boy. What use is it to keep you gluttons around? The Red Ribbon Army has always been the aggressor. Never has anyone dared to bring the fight to our doorstep. And now we are being assaulted by a child. This is a disgrace. Immediately, right now, crush the enemy. Whether alive or in pieces, we must retaliate. The dignity of the Red Ribbon Army is not to be trifled with. Do you understand? Yes, Commander. The officers in charge of operations promptly acknowledged. As they departed, another mechanical alarm blared. Warning, warning, enemies are invading the headquarters. At that moment, a figure, akin to a deity or demon, appeared on the massive surveillance screen, captivating the eyes of all present. What? Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining eye of Commander Rate expressed sheer disbelief. After dismantling the defensive strongholds in the snow-capped mountains, Su Luo soared toward the army's headquarters. Behind the mountains lay an expansive forest, with the Red Ribbon Army situated in the center of a plain within it. The headquarters was a vast estate, featuring luxurious black castles that stood like armored warriors. Yet beneath this opulent exterior lurked lethal peril. Su Luo gracefully descended to the ground. At the very moment he touched down, an overwhelming number of soldiers armed with submachine guns surged forth from within the castle, followed closely by the thunderous roar of mechanical engines as dozens of fighter jets circled overhead. Countless bullets rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, while missiles, trailing smoke and fire, sliced through the air, heralding the ominous call of death. Su Luo displayed a beguiling smile, his form resembling a wraith as he vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized atop a fighter jet. With a delicate tap of his toes upon the wing, the aircraft plummeted like a meteorite, crashing onto the roof of a towering edifice. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the jet detonated, causing the building to collapse in an instant. Enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke intermingled with gray dust, a noxious scent wafting from the site of the explosion. Following this, countless jets descended from the heavens, their tails ablaze, creating a spectacle akin to a rain of fire from the sky, both magnificent and brutal. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, I'm on fire. Help me, my lord. There is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading, for the excitement has only just begun. Help, he is a demon. Mother, I wish to go home. The cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the opulent estate, which had transformed into an inferno, as anguished cries emerged from the flames, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. In truth, with Su Luo's power, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire estate with a single strike. However, he refrained from doing so. First, he needed to ascertain that Dr. Gallo was below. Otherwise, annihilating everything without eliminating the critical figure would render his efforts futile. His primary target remained Dr. Gallo, while the destruction of others was merely incidental. As for the potential collateral damage, Su Luo was entirely unconcerned. Those who could join the Red Ribbon Army were no strangers to bloodshed. Within the castle, the remaining commanders beheld the screen displaying the boys' godlike prowess. Each one rendered speechless in awe. How infuriating. Is this truly the world's strongest army? Why do we lack even the slightest capacity for resistance? The images of the Red Ribbon Army's catastrophic defeat continually provoked Commander Rit's nerves. His clenched fist pounding against the armrest of his chair as he vented his inner turmoil through frustrated roars. Commander, that boy's power exceeds our imagination. The soldiers may not hold out much longer. We should abandon headquarters and retreat, suggested Lieutenant Brack calmly. Nonsense. How can I allow years of effort to be destroyed by that boy? Commander Rit bellowed in anger. He was unwilling to concede defeat. But, there is no but. Summon my guard. Commander Rit commanded. Yes. The aide-de-camp of Brack responded with a sense of resignation. Outside the castle gates, the guards, having received their orders, surged inside, weapons in hand, prepared for any eventuality. The Red Satin Brigade was notorious not only for its advanced weaponry but also for the well-trained, formidable soldiers equipped with cutting-edge arms. Observing this, Commander Rit felt a slight sense of reassurance. General Blue, it is your turn to take the stage. Do not let my expectations down. Yes, Commander, leave it to me. If that person dares to approach, I shall ensure his demise, replied a man with golden short hair and a stern countenance, kneeling confidently. As the embodiment of the brigade's martial prowess, he possessed not only remarkable combat skills but also a supernatural ability to immobilize his foes. Although the mysterious youth's displayed strength astonished him, he remained resolute in his own powers. Once ensnared by his ability, the fate of the youth would be at his discretion. A skilled martial artist, he had claimed many lives. Commander Rit was well aware of General Blue's capabilities. In the past, no matter how formidable the adversary, they had all fallen to his hand, clearing numerous obstacles for the brigade. With this thought, his feelings of fear and unease began to dissipate slightly. Oh, there are quite a few of you, it seems. A teasing voice echoed from outside the door. At the sound, everyone turned their gaze, and a slender figure came into view. Chapter 8. The Death of Dr. Gallo. Where is Dr. Gallo? On Su Luo Juanxio's face lingered a trace of a rebellious smile. His voice sharp and icy, reminiscent of a millennium-old glacier, utterly dismissive of those before him. Tell me, who are you to dare oppose my Crimson Ribbon Legion? Commander Reuter glared at the intruding youth, a murderous intent etched upon his visage. It was this very boy who had wrought havoc upon much of his painstaking efforts. He resolved to capture him, to inflict torment, as a warning to those who would dare challenge the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Reuter seethed inwardly. There were quite a few people present, yet only one response was necessary. Su Luo cast a fleeting glance around the grand hall, then muttered to himself, displaying a complete disregard for Commander Ret's presence. He did not respond to Ret's words. Instead, he concentrated an orb of energy in his palm and hurled it towards the crowd. The onlookers barely had time to brace themselves before a brilliant blue sphere surged toward them. A thunderous explosion reverberated within the palace, engulfing the space in thick smoke and unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that threatened to rend the castle asunder. As the smoke began to dissipate, the soldiers within the castle had vanished without a trace, seemingly reduced to ashes alongside the dispersing fog. Even the boastful General Blue had succumbed to this devastating attack, likely departing this world without ever closing his eyes, for there remained not even a trace of his ashes. A series of coughs broke the silence as Commander Ret struggled to rise from the rubble, his body charred and battered, with not a single unscathed part left. Although he had been some distance from the epicenter of the explosion, the shockwave had left him in a state of utter disarray. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lifted his gaze, only to feel his heart sink as he beheld the castle, riddled with devastation and eerily empty. His subordinates had vanished, and a foreboding sense gripped him. Could it be that they had all perished? What of General Blue? Surely, a warrior of his caliber would have survived. As long as General Blue was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. With a desperate longing, Ret scanned his surroundings in search of the general. Yet despair washed over him as he realized that the highly anticipated figure was also nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared before him, and as he looked up, he was confronted by the very demon-like youth from earlier. Su Luo raised his palm towards Commander Rit, conjuring a sphere of energy. In Commander Rit's eyes, The resplendent blue orb grew larger and more radiant, casting a fear akin to death over his heart, for he had witnessed the power of this blue sphere moments ago. I shall ask once more, where is Dr. Gallo? Su Luo's cold voice echoed in his ears, akin to the ominous trumpet of the Grim Reaper, demanding his life. Do not kill me, do not kill me. I will lead you to Dr. Gallo. He is presently in the laboratory. Moreover, I possess an abundance of wealth. I implore you, spare my life. I will give you everything. Commander Rit felt as though he was face to face with death itself, the terror of mortality shattering the defenses of his heart, rendering his speech incoherent. No one can remain composed in the presence of death. If anyone could, it was certainly not him. The Red Ribbon Army had ascended to its current stature largely due to Dr. Gallo's contributions. Yet now, the demon-like youth before him evidently bore a grudge against the esteemed doctor. Caught between the choice of life and profit, Commander Rit could only make one decision, thus. He chose himself. Lead the way, Su Luo uttered. Yes, yes, please follow me. Commander Rit stumbled slightly, wavering as he guided the way ahead. Su Luo strolled leisurely behind him with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, undeterred by the possibility of Commander Rit's deceit. All schemes appeared trivial in the face of overwhelming strength. Winding through the corridors, under Commander Rit's guidance, they arrived at an expansive laboratory, which also housed Dr. Gallo's research facility. This place was equipped with an array of advanced experimental apparatus, and at its center lay 6 experimental tables, each occupied by a person. Upon closer inspection, Su Luo discovered that the figures on experiment tables 1 to 3 were entirely composed of mechanical components, albeit incomplete. In contrast, on experiment tables 4 to 6 lay lifeless human forms, their bare torsos revealing signs of modification, adorned with an array of patches. Su Luo's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the scene before him. The mere thought that if he had not intervened, Lazili might have endured such inhumane treatment and been transformed into an artificial being, ignited a frenzied bloodlust within him. Who are these people? He pointed to the figures on the experimental table and inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, it was Dr. Gallo who commanded his subordinates to capture them from the nearby town for the purpose of researching artificial beings. I vehemently opposed such inhumane experiments from the very beginning. Carefully studying Su Luo's countenance, Commander Ritter wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, donning a facade of detachment as he attempted to distance himself from the situation. Oh, Su Luo coldly uttered a single word, harboring not an ounce of belief in Commander Rit's words. Such a nonsensical rationale was an affront to his intelligence. Did they truly think him a fool, easily deceived? He prided himself on not being a virtuous man. Yet he could not turn a blind eye to the events unfolding before him. Su Luo delicately sensed everything around him with his chi perception. Chi is a force inherent to every individual, though in ordinary people, it is often feeble and nearly imperceptible. Under Su Luo's heightened awareness, dozens of faint chi signatures manifested around him, akin to flickering candles in a tempest, on the brink of extinguishment. It was likely that the soldiers, still clinging to life, were engaging in their final, desperate struggles. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. Suddenly, an unusual aura emerged within Su Luo's perceptive range. This presence moved swiftly, rapidly distancing itself from the small island. It was undoubtedly the essence of Dr. Gallo. Su Luo concluded with certainty. Such speed suggested he had taken flight in a warplane. When calamity strikes, everyone seeks their own escape. It seemed Dr. Gallo had long been prepared for his retreat. However, can you truly escape? A manic expression spread across Su Luo's face. Noticing the increasingly unsettling look on Su Luo's countenance, Commander Ritter cautiously stepped back a few paces. Then, in a concealed location, he pressed a hidden switch. Instantly, the floor beneath him opened like a door, and he stumbled into the void, yet his eyes held no fear, only the thrill of having narrowly evaded disaster. Ha ha ha, you little brat, just wait until I. Commander Ritter attempted to utter a menacing remark, but before he could finish his words, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through his forehead and snuffing out his last breath of life. Su Luo stood at the precipice of the cave, observing the descending Cyclops commander. He coldly uttered, "Fool." Without a backward glance, he soared into the sky. Above the sea, a grand chase was unfolding. Su Luo gazed at the aircraft soaring ahead, his eyes brimming with mockery. Much like a cat playing with its prey before the final pounce. Inside the cockpit, Dr. Gallo, utilizing a small monitor at the rear, observed the swiftly approaching youth. His expression darkening considerably. Su Luo's actions at the Legion headquarters were observed in their entirety through the miniature surveillance devices strategically placed within the castle. Upon realizing that the young boy had come for him, he immediately opted for escape. That insufferable brat. When did I ever provoke him? Did those test subjects have any kin to speak of? Speculated the now silver-haired Dr. Gallo, who quickly dismissed his own conjecture. Having conducted thorough investigations into those he had captured, none possessed any familial ties or backgrounds. You have pushed me to this, Dr. Gallo thought, as he beheld the approaching youth. A glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. He then pressed a red button on the control panel. In an instant, the belly of the aircraft resonated with the sound of hatches opening, revealing rows of missiles. The dark warheads glistened like the sharp fangs of some abyssal beast. Perish, Doctor, Gallo snarled, aiming at Su Luo as he pressed the launch key. These missiles were his latest invention. Capable of obliterating an entire mountain, what could the boy possibly use to defend himself? With a swift whoosh, dozens of missiles sliced through the air, heading straight for Su Luo. Observing the ever-enlarging dark specks before him, Su Luo merely smirked. The aura surrounding him swelled dramatically, rendering the missiles insignificant as he accelerated further. Witnessing the boy's audacity, Dr. Gallo burst into laughter. What a naive little fool, thinking he can withstand my firepower with mere flesh. To die by my newly developed weapon would be an honor for you. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous detonations echoed in the skies. Thick plumes of black smoke splattering the azure canvas above. Ah, splendid, splendid. Such a beautiful fireworks display. Dr. Gallo nodded in satisfaction as he admired his creation. Indeed, delightful. Now, allow me to present another spectacle. A chilling voice whispered in Dr. Gallo's ear. Who? Startled by the sudden utterance, Dr. Gallo frantically scanned his surroundings, finding no traces of anyone. Upon turning his head, he discovered Su Luo had somehow positioned himself atop the aircraft. Through the glass, their eyes met. A moment of stunned silence ensued. Greetings, Dr. Gallo. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, kindly die. Impossible. Why are you unscathed after my missile struck you? Dr. Gallo uttered in disbelief, gazing at the unblemished Su Luo. Is this your last testament? Su Luo replied, a smile gracing his lips. Wait, can you tell me why you wish to kill me? If it's for monetary gain, I would gladly offer you triple, no, tenfold, the price for my life. What do you say? As he looked at the beaming Su Luo, Dr. Gallo felt an unsettling chill in his core, struggling to maintain his composure as he spoke in a conciliatory tone. Sharing this with you poses no risk. The desire to eliminate you is entirely my own. As for the reason, Su Luo retracted his smile and spoke coldly. The last words heard by Dr. Gallo before his demise were, because I am willing. With a thunderous boom, a more resplendent firework erupted in the azure sky. Fireworks are fleeting, their beauty ephemeral. Chapter 9. The Harvest of Victories and the Return. After accomplishing his assassination target, Su Luo hastened back to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, completely depleting the treasures within the castle. He would not let such spoils slip through his fingers. Gazing at the vast wealth piled high in his space, he could not help but exclaim, what a wealthy individual. Could this be considered a shrewd means of generating wealth? The ill-gotten gains amassed by the Red Ribbon Army over the years could only be described in one phrase: wealth that rivals nations. Only the Universal Capsule Corporation, the family of Bulma, could possibly compare. Suspended in midair, Su Luo struck a flower petal pose, positioning it at his waist. Came, ha. A deep voice resonated from his lips, and a radiant energy sphere materialized within the flower petal. In an instant, the blue orb transformed into a colossal energy shockwave, akin to a thunderous dragon descending upon the earth, bearing the force to annihilate all in its path, crashing into the army headquarters. The entire estate was engulfed in a blinding light, rendering the bright sky dim in comparison. The resounding roar echoed like the wrath of a thunder god, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. Once the brilliance faded and tranquility returned, a massive crater replaced the former estate. Oh, dear citizens, what a joyous day this is. Su Luo hummed a tune as he flew northward, surveying the remnants of the estate now turned to dust. From the castle, he had not only acquired immense wealth but also a strategic map of the army, detailing the locations of various divisions. He harbored some trepidation towards the scientific anomalies of this Dragon Ball world. Anything theoretically conceivable could be brought to fruition by a scientist. In a few decades, Bulma would even manage to create a time machine, a device of unparalleled ingenuity, to prevent the Red Ribbon Army from rising again and causing unnecessary troubles for himself. He deemed it essential to eradicate them completely, leaving no survivors. Days later, The king of the United Earth Kingdom announced a shocking revelation to the world. The notorious Red Ribbon Army had been utterly obliterated. Eyewitnesses claimed that only a single individual had struck, but their identity remained unknown. In the areas once oppressed by the Red Ribbon Army, joyous cries of relief erupted. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude towards this nameless hero. Whis City, the most prosperous city on Earth, was alive with the sounds of hovering vehicles racing along the highways, punctuated by honks and shouts. Within the Universal Capsule Corporation, at Dr. Brief's residence, a voice exclaimed, "Dad, I'm back." A voice as melodious as a lark's echoed outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a young girl entered, casually tossing her backpack onto the sofa. She appeared to be around 10 years of age, possessing a striking beauty, with her light purple hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Her blue-violet eyes occasionally twinkled with a hint of mischief, and she donned a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, perfectly embodying her lively and cheerful spirit. "Oh, Bulma. You're back so soon. Did I not tell you not to skip classes so often? Your actions put me in quite a predicament," remarked Dr. Brief. Seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a newspaper without raising his gaze. "Ugh, school is utterly tedious and dull," Bulma retorted, leaping onto the soft sofa, clutching a cushion, and rolling about with delight. Dr. Brief sighed in resignation. Such occurrences were a daily affair, and he had grown immune to them. Alas, his daughter inherited her intellect from him. With that thought, he said nothing further and resumed reading his newspaper. The paper contained news of the demise of the Red Ribbon Army. Most unexpectedly, a photograph occupied half of the left side of the page. In the image, a figure stood atop a high wall, surveying the ruins below. Unfortunately, the photograph was somewhat blurred, allowing only a vague glimpse of the figure's profile, which appeared youthful, offering no further useful information. Assuming it to be that unnamed hero, Dr. Brief gazed at the photograph for a moment before sighing softly. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. "Dad, what are you looking at?" Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Dr. Brief, who had been absorbed in the newspaper for quite some time. Upon glimpsing the content, her lovely face was filled with astonishment. "Goodness, someone actually managed to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army. It's truly incredible." Bulma's blue-violet eyes fixated on the youthful figure in the photograph, her mind racing with thoughts. In the town of Whis City, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Two dark figures intertwined in combat, each clash generating a powerful gust of wind accompanied by the resounding thuds of their punches. After a prolonged bout, the two figures halted, each panting heavily, eyes warily assessing the other, apprehensive of an imminent attack. "Rafa, concede defeat. You cannot possibly best me," declared Lazuli, her brow glistening with sweat as she brushed aside the damp strands of golden hair from her forehead, her tone unwavering. "Lazuli, are you jesting? Look at you. You're nearly too exhausted to stand. You should surrender now to avoid further embarrassment," came the retort. Lapis was equally drenched in perspiration, the red scarf around his neck having transformed into a damp cloth. He raised his voice to retort, just as Lazuli was about to say something. She noticed a familiar figure suddenly appear in the courtyard, and her face lit up with joy. She then turned to Lapis and said, "Let us call it a draw for now. We shall settle this next time. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content." Lapis also spotted Su Luo, realizing that the confrontation could not continue. Lazuli leaped forward like a fledgling returning to its nest, throwing herself into Su Luo's embrace. Su Luo steadily caught her. Lazuli clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. He embraced the girl in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Whoa, brother Su Luo, you finally remembered to come back." These past few days had felt like an eternity for Lazuli, who had been tormented by the absence of Su Luo. The sight of him returning unleashed a torrent of tears, flowing like a breached dam, as she could no longer contain the fervent emotions within her heart. "All right, how old are you to still be crying? Be good, don't weep. I have returned, haven't I?" With a gentle smile, Su Luo comforted her, reaching out to softly wipe away the tears on her cheek. I don't care. I will cry." As she spoke, Lazuli couldn't help but rub her face against Su Luo's clothing. Hey, you mischievous girl. My clothes are getting all dirty." Su Luo looked at Lazuli, bemused, as she smeared various substances onto his attire. Observing the large wet patch on Su Luo's white shirt, Lazuli couldn't help but burst into laughter. She tilted her head back, shot a glance at Su Luo, and teased, "Serves you right. Who told you to take so long to return? This is your punishment. Now tell me, have you got a mistress outside, being away for so long?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Su Luo's expression darkened instantly. He raised his hand and playfully tapped Li's little head. At your young age. Who taught you to say such things? That's how it's portrayed on television. Li covered her head, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Su Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to watch fewer of these television dramas in the future, as they provided no nourishment for the mind. Oh. Lazily pouted in response. Observing the look of grievance on Li's face, Su Luo chuckled softly and proceeded to recount the events of the past few days. Upon hearing that Su Luo had vanquished the malevolent Crimson Ribbon Legion and amassed considerable wealth, Li's eyes sparkled with golden light, casting aside all other emotions. She extended her delicate hand, her sparkling eyes blinking earnestly, conveying her intentions without words. Whis also quietly shifted closer, eager to listen. Two avaricious souls. Chapter 10. The planned days later, on a vast plain, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Su Luo and his companions engaged in a fierce exchange mid-air. Their movements swift as the wind and powerful as thunder, though it was evident that Su Luo held the upper hand against the sibling duo, Lazily and Whis. Suddenly, the two of them flanked Su Luo, forming a pincer attack. With palms facing each other, a blue energy wave materialized between their hands. A resounding cry erupted, followed by two blue beams of light surging through the air, cutting through it with the force of a tempest, resembling the roar of an enraged dragon. Aimed squarely at Su Luo. Seeing the impending energy wave, Su Luo let out a soft chuckle and, with an ethereal swiftness, soared upward. The two energy blasts collided fiercely, resulting in an unprecedented explosion that sent scorching waves of heat rippling outward, overturning the surrounding clouds. With his back to the sky, Su Luo spread his arms wide, palms facing his face. Solar fist. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, rendering Lazily and Whis below unable to open their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo lunged at the nearest Whis, delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. Whis immediately doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach and expelling a bitter bile. Following that, Su Luo executed a precise chop, sending Whis crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, a large crater formed beneath him, and Whis lay sprawled in its center. Su Luo's strikes were measured, ensuring that Whis would not suffer severe harm, though pain was inevitable. In a swift motion, Su Luo appeared behind Lazuli. Observing the girl still struggling to regain her vision after the sun fist technique. Where to strike? Regardless of the target, Su Luo hesitated to inflict pain. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a rather prominent area. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand and, with a resounding clap, landed a playful smack on her pert posterior. There was no alternative. This was the softest target, well suited for a playful assault. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the air. Lazuli was suddenly overwhelmed by a fiery sting, instinctively shielding her rear with her hands. Now regaining her sight, she glared at the culprit before her with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Humph, this is unfair. Su Luo, you are being a rascal. Su Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Below. With a series of coughs, Lapis clumsily crawled out of the pit. He lifted his gaze and, upon witnessing Su Luo's disparate treatment, a frown of discontent marred his features. He seethed inwardly, pondering why he was struck with such force, while Lazili was met with mere indifference. It was infuriating. One day, he vowed, he would make his older brother Su Luo experience his own formidable prowess. An overwhelming desire to grow stronger consumed his thoughts. After a period of rigorous training, it was essential to replenish his body with ample nourishment. Su Luo retrieved delectable food from the void, and the three indulged heartily, their manner of eating leaving much to be desired. However, in contrast to Su Luo, the voracious appetites of Lapis and his companion were notably less refined. Lazili's demeanor while dining was undoubtedly more graceful. By the way, I shall take you to the temple tomorrow, where there exists an excellent training ground, along with instructors for practice. As Su Luo stuffed food into his mouth, he spoke. This was a decision he had pondered over for an entire night. Remaining here no longer served the purpose of cultivation. He was acutely aware of his lack of combat experience. Although Su Luo can engage in combat with Lazili and Lapis, the disparity in their strengths is undeniably vast. Rather than a sparring match, it resembles a mere exercise in futility. This dynamic offers little to aid his development. Furthermore, Su Luo's comprehension of martial arts remains rather superficial, rendering him ill-suited for the role of a mentor. He finds greater satisfaction in the thrill of battle. Throughout the past year, he has only provided Lazili and Lapis with rudimentary guidance on basic exercises, combat techniques, and the fundamental applications of energy without imparting any further knowledge. In contrast, The Earth deity and Bobo would be far more fitting as instructors. Additionally, Su Luo requires an opponent who can withstand his full strength, and Bobo, the servant of the deities, serves as an apt challenger. Bobo is indeed the most enigmatic figure on Earth, his true prowess remaining a mystery within the Dragon Ball universe. In the original narrative, Bobo is portrayed as someone capable of contending with the Super Saiyan forms of Goten and Trunks. What is the sanctuary? Lapus inquired, his mouth full of food, rendering his speech unclear. Lazili blinked, her curiosity mirrored in her sapphire eyes as she turned to Su Luo. The sanctuary is the abode of the Earth deity, situated above the Korin Tower. As for Korin Tower, I have previously mentioned it. It is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth and the hallowed ground all warriors aspire to reach. Our objective this time is to train there, Su Luo explained nonchalantly. Is the deity even more formidable than you? Lapis asked eagerly. Brother Su Luo is the mightiest. How could the deity possibly surpass him? Lazili exclaimed, her eyes brimming with fervor and pride, exuding unwavering confidence in Su Luo, which could even be deemed blind faith. Notably, Lapus refrained from contradicting Lazili, having witnessed Su Luo's power firsthand. Su Luo chuckled at the girl before him. While he found pleasure in her blind infatuation, he nonetheless explained. The deity's prowess may not be formidable, yet his knowledge is profound. Moreover, his servant Bobo possesses remarkable skills and a level of understanding of energy that surpasses my own. If you could receive his guidance, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Furthermore, there exists a wondrous time chamber, wherein a year of cultivation equates to merely a day outside. Wow, such an extraordinary place. A year of training inside only passes as a day outside, exclaimed Lotzi. Oh, in that case, I am eager to experience it, replied Lapisai, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After satisfying their hunger, it was time to rest. Cultivation requires a balance of exertion and relaxation. Relentless training would only lead to adverse effects. The three leaned against a grand tree, closing their eyes to rejuvenate. It was midday, and the sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dappled light beneath the tree to sway and dance, creating an utterly delightful atmosphere. Su Luo even contemplated that living this way for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. However, that time has not yet come. He has experienced the helplessness of being weak and understands all too well that without formidable strength, he cannot safeguard all that is before him. He must hasten to grow stronger, to seize his own destiny, and not allow the vicissitudes of the world to cloud his resolve. The path of the strong is fraught with challenges, yet he remains determined to persevere. Su Luo gazed upward into the sky, his profound eyes reminiscent of a vast sea of stars. The boundless universe was, indeed, his stage. Oh, Su Luo, dear brother. Your strength has grown immensely. Surely no one on Earth surpasses you now. The melodious voice of Li delicately shattered the tranquility. Meanwhile, the quietly seated Lapis discreetly perked up his ears. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo resolved to convey the truth, believing it would be beneficial for them to be informed early and thus mentally prepared. Although I currently possess considerable strength, it is merely impressive when compared to that of Earth. Su Luo spoke softly, and the two others refrained from interjecting, listening intently. Beyond the confines of Earth, the vast cosmos is populated with countless celestial bodies, a myriad of races, and a plethora of formidable beings. Some of these entities possess the terrifying ability to obliterate a planet with but a mere gesture. In comparison to them, my current strength pales significantly. To my knowledge, there exists a cosmic sovereign named Frisia, known for his ruthless and merciless nature, commanding legions of powerful subordinates. He engages in the despicable trade of planetary sales. Upon discovering a planet of value, he dispatches his minions to eradicate all indigenous inhabitants before reselling the planet at an exorbitant price to others. Su Luo recounted a portion of what he knew with remarkable eloquence, deliberately omitting the names of the supreme deities, fearing it might undermine the confidence of Lazili and Lapisai. Nevertheless, the revelations he shared profoundly shocked them. They felt compelled to speak, yet found themselves utterly speechless. As he spoke, Su Luo's gaze wandered, almost unconsciously, toward the heavens. In truth, his words were not solely for the ears of Lazili and Lapisai, they were also directed toward the celestial being above. From the very beginning, Su Luo had sensed an elusive force watching him, as if monitoring his every action. On Earth, only the divine could possess such power. And the identity of this observer was unmistakable. Who else but a deity could it be? In fact, given Su Luo's current strength, He could easily have shielded himself from the deity's prying gaze, yet he refrained from doing so. His reasons were twofold. First, to make the deity aware of Earth's precarious situation, and second, to avoid unnecessary discourse upon reaching the temple, trusting that the deity, being astute, would discern the gravity of the circumstances. As he had anticipated, once the deity heard what it wished to know, the scrutinizing presence dissipated. Chapter 11. Kalinta. The cat sage. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, within the temple, an elderly figure clad in divine attire, gripping a staff, with green skin and an oddly contorted visage, was drenched in cold sweat as he gazed down towards the mortal realm. He was the deity of Earth. Regarding Su Luo's recent words, he held no doubt. As a divine being, he possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood. Furthermore, he had harbored an ominous premonition, sensing that calamity might indeed be imminent. "Is something amiss, my lord?" inquired a peculiar figure shrouded in darkness, the divine servant, Bobo. Observing the deity's distress, he expressed his concern. "Do you recall the youth I spoke of a year ago, Su Luo?" The deity wiped the perspiration from his brow and posed the question. Bobo nodded. "You mentioned that the young man possessed remarkable strength. Indeed, after a year, his power has escalated to a terrifying degree. From a considerable distance, I can sense the boundless energy within him. Even the formidable Bick from years past pales in comparison." Upon hearing this, Bobo's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling shiny coins. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The deity paused, then recounted Su Luo's recent statements. Upon concluding, Bobo was instantly engulfed in panic. "What shall we do, my lord?" "Sigh, ever since the tumult caused by the Demon King Bick centuries ago, renowned warriors have been ruthlessly slaughtered, resulting in the decline of martial arts on Earth. Ultimately, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility, for Bick is but a manifestation of the evil thoughts I once harbored. I bear a heavy burden of guilt towards the previous deity. Do not blame yourself, dear immortal, for this is not your fault," Bobo consoled. The celestial being waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. "The only compensation I can offer now is to cultivate a few outstanding martial artists for Earth. I hope that in times of future peril, they will rise to protect it. However, that Su Luo harbors a heavy heart filled with malice, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness. I cannot discern whether my decision is wise or misguided." With a melancholic sigh, the celestial being reflected on his choices. The image of Su Luo ruthlessly slaughtering the Red Ribbon Army sent a chill through his core, evoking memories of the sinister King Piccolo from centuries past. Su Luo. If such formidable extraterrestrials truly exist, does that not render our Earth exceedingly perilous? Lazili, having regained her composure, expressed her concerns. "Fear not," he replied with a chuckle. "Earth is but a small, inconspicuous planet within the northern galaxy, lacking in any significant value. It is a forgotten world, and for the time being, it shall not attract the covetous gaze of others. Moreover, should extraterrestrial invaders arise in the future, as long as we grow stronger than they shall no longer pose a threat." Su Luo chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Lazili's hair. Lazili, resembling a contented kitten, squinted her eyes in delight. "Brother Su Luo, you are truly remarkable. You understand everything." Just a little," he replied modestly. "Hee, Brother Su Luo, once I grow stronger, I shall protect you, and of course, the foolish Lapith as well." Sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves, casting a radiant glow upon the girl's beaming face, as if she were a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. "All right." The two exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, Lapith, seated nearby, wore a broad smile, his lips curving upward in joy. 2 days later, the trio arrived at the foot of the Karinta Tower. From a distance, the slender structure soared upwards, piercing the clouds and vanishing into the misty heights. "Is this tower really so tall?" Lazili exclaimed in awe, gazing at the towering Karinta that seemed to touch the sky. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Luo was profoundly astonished. He could not help but admire the wisdom of his forebears, who had managed to construct such a miraculous edifice. After 2 days of arduous travel, the group found themselves somewhat fatigued. Lazili and La Baisi, whose powers were modest, struggled with their flight speed and could not maintain their airborne state for prolonged periods, necessitating intervals of rest to recuperate before resuming their journey. Thus, their progress was marked by frequent pauses. After a brief repose, the trio ascended along the ivory tower, 3 beams of light piercing through the layers of mist with remarkable velocity. Atop the Kalinta, within a flattened, oval structure, a corpulent cat sage leaned on a cane, standing before a large water basin. With a gentle tap on the water's surface, the crystalline liquid instantaneously reflected the image of Su Luo and his companions. Observing the spectacle, the sage noted that it would not be long before they arrived, filled with nostalgia for the past. As it had been quite some time since anyone had climbed this tower, perhaps 300 years since the last ascent. When had such remarkable beings emerged on Earth? The cat sage mused in awe. Then, with another gentle tap of the cane, the reflection vanished, restoring the water's surface to its usual tranquil state. Time slipped by. And after a moment, the sage felt a sudden stir of anticipation. They have arrived, he thought, directing his gaze toward the tower's exterior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 3 rushing forms pierced the air. The figures of Su Luo and his companions appeared outside the tower, gracefully gliding in and landing steadily upon the ground of the tower hall. The cat sage leaned on his cane, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized the 3 individuals before him. Among them, Su Luo left the most profound impression. A subtle aura emanating from him instilled a sense of trembling within the sage. Such a terrifying young man. Su Luo glanced curiously around the grand hall within the tower, ultimately directing his gaze towards the cat sage. The venerable feline before him indeed exuded an ethereal aura, though its fur was not purely white. It nonetheless evoked an undeniable impression of being untouched by the mundane world. Hiki, it has been quite some time since I have encountered such formidable young individuals as yourselves. Might I inquire what brings you to Corinta? Surely it is not in pursuit of the holy water? The cat sage remarked, extending a paw to scratch its whiskers. Su Luo chuckled, possessing a certain understanding of the super holy water, which was essentially just ordinary water, devoid of any significant value. His true objective this time was the miraculous healing artifact, the Senzu Bean. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, the Senzu Bean served merely to satiate hunger and did not reflect its true worth. However, as the story progressed, it became a life-saving treasure for the warriors of Dragon Ball. Regrettably, the Senzu Beans were later squandered by Yajirobe, who consumed them all. Additionally, due to their exceedingly low production rate, Senzu Beans became a rarity, with Son Goku and his companions almost desperate to split a single bean in half for use. Apart from Senzu Beans, the Korin Tower also housed the miraculous super holy water. It was said that consuming it could awaken the hidden potential within a person. However, Su Luo had no intention of pursuing this. The super holy water was, by its very nature, a potent toxin, and only by enduring its toxicity could one unlock immense potential and acquire extraordinary strength. In the original narrative, Son Goku had indeed consumed the super holy water, only to later suffer from a viral heart disease, an astonishing predicament for a warrior of such formidable physical prowess. Thus, Su Luo had no desire for this risky super holy water. Furthermore, regarding the unlocking of potential, the Grand Elder of Namek and the Old Kaishin offered a far safer and more reliable means than the super holy water. Cat Sage, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Luo. I have heard that you possess something called Senzu Beans, which can sustain one for 10 days without food. Might I be able to procure some from you? I would be willing to trade these fish in exchange. With a smile, Su Luo produced several universal capsules and opened one. With a resounding pop, the central area of Corinta was instantly filled with tanks brimming with various fish, releasing a strong odor of fish. The cat sage, upon witnessing this spectacle, widened his previously squinted eyes. The enticing aroma of fish made him involuntarily swallow hard. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed by his earlier display, the cat sage pretended to cough twice, attempting to regain his composure. Ahem, I see. I do possess some celestial beans, originally intended to replenish the strength and hunger of those who ascend. However, for centuries, no one has made the climb, leaving the beans unused. Since you desire them, I can certainly offer you some. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. After a while, the cat sage approached Su Luo and the others, carrying 3 large jars. Here, these are for you. Su Luo gazed in astonishment at the 3 large jars, utterly surprised by the abundance of magical beans possessed by the cat sage. There must be no fewer than 10,000 beans within. It seems that the beans so carelessly squandered by a Kairobe in the original narrative were indeed numerous. With a beaming smile, Su Luo handed the capsule in his hand to the cat immortal, who in return bestowed upon him a jar brimming with celestial beans. As Su Luo gazed at the jar filled to the brim, his heart swelled with joy. He had struck a veritable fortune. The cat immortal, observing the versatile capsule filled with fish, also felt elated, marveling at the rarity of someone trading fish for the tasteless celestial beans. For the cat immortal, who seldom indulged in a delectable fish, Su Luo's gesture was akin to a timely boon. It had longed for a change in its monotonous diet of celestial beans. Both human and feline reveled in their mutual satisfaction. Chapter 12. The deity and Bobo after acquiring the celestial beings. Su Luo and his companions did not hasten to depart, but instead engaged in a profound exchange of martial insights with the catamortal. Su Luo did not underestimate others due to his millennium of martial arts heritage, although the strength of the catamortal paled in comparison to his own. Having lived for over 8 centuries, it possessed unique insights into the martial path, a wisdom born from longevity. After an exchange of experiences, Su Luo felt immensely enriched. The confusion in his cultivation dissipated like mist, and clarity flooded his mind. After expressing their gratitude, the trio bid farewell to the catamortal and ascended towards the temple, swiftly vanishing into the azure sky. Are they headed to the temple? The catamortal squinted, washing its face with a paw, gazing at the pristine sky. After a moment of silence, it broke into a smile, leaping gracefully into the ocean of fish. Here I come, my fin friends. As the three soared higher, they soon broke through the layers of dark thunderclouds, emerging into the light. Su Luo, are we nearly there? Asked Lapice, exhilaration evident as a red dot appeared on the horizon. Yes, we are almost there, he replied. The upper realm was vast and ethereal, where a hemispherical temple, resplendent as fire, floated timelessly. In truth, the temple resided in a realm beyond the confines of Earth, enveloped by a shroud of divine power that shielded it from prying eyes. Thus, there were only 2 ways to access the temple. One could either be acknowledged by it or force their way in through sheer strength. Clearly, Su Luo and his companions belonged to the latter. The trio suddenly accelerated, swiftly reaching the platform of the temple. Su Luo cast a glance at the arrangement of the temple, where the golden palace rested on one side, surrounded by flourishing trees and vibrant blossoms. A few butterflies flitted gracefully around the flowers. Meanwhile, the celestial deity and Bobo stood quietly in the center of the temple, seemingly awaiting their arrival. As Su Luo strode into the heart of the temple, Lazili followed closely behind. Welcome to the sanctuary, esteemed guest from afar. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, intoned the aged voice of the celestial deity nearby. Su Luo's gaze calmly swept over the deity, who appeared to be an aged Namekian, with the passage of time etching deep lines upon his cheeks. Standing beside the deity was his servant, Bobo, a remarkable figure who had outlived several generations of deities. Bobo, clad in traditional Arabian attire, regarded them with eyes resembling copper coins. I am aware of your identity, deity. It seems you anticipated our arrival. Su Luo spoke in a tranquil tone. He held no fondness for this individual who had observed him on several occasions. I have once scrutinized you through mental perception for this. I offer my apologies, the deity responded with a hint of remorse. A being of your caliber possesses a power that is entirely beyond my control. Should you be unable to suppress the malevolent thoughts that may arise within you, and should evil intentions take root, your strength would render you unstoppable. Not even I could intervene. You must understand, I am the guardian of Earth, responsible for every blade of grass, every blossom, and every living creature that resides upon it. As the deity spoke, he seemed to recall something, a look of regret crossing his face. Are you suggesting that I am an uncertain variable, a potential threat to Earth? Su Luo's expression turned to one of mockery upon hearing this. The deity shook his head slightly and replied solemnly, No, that was merely a hypothesis. Through my observations, I recognize that you are not inherently malevolent. Oh, should I then feel fortunate? Su Luo replied dismissively. The deity sighed softly and continued, Su Luo, your nature is fundamentally virtuous. Yet the weight of the murderous intent harbored within you is considerable. I fear that one day you may be unable to restrain that urge, losing sight of your true self. At that point, no one would be able to halt you, resulting in calamity not only for Earth, but for the entirety of the universe. You see, the line between good and evil is often but a fleeting thought. I speak from experience. Many years ago, before I ascended to divinity, I allowed dark thoughts to taint my spirit during my training. In pursuit of the divine title, I externalized those malevolent thoughts, resulting in the creation of the demon King Piccolo, who wrought chaos upon the world, leading to immense suffering for Earth's denizens. Thus, I wish for you to avoid a similar fate. Do you comprehend? At that moment, the deity bore no semblance of a god, but rather resembled an elderly man, recounting the burdens of his past. After listening to the divine being's narrative, Su Luo fell into silence for a moment, fully comprehending the implications of the celestial's words. The deity feared that one day he might be driven by murderous intent, transforming into a ruthless tyrant who would wreak havoc upon the world. While there was some merit to his concerns, Su Luo responded, Divine One, I understand your apprehensions. However, our aspirations diverge. You have forsaken the dark inclinations of your heart in pursuit of the divine throne, preserving only the essence of ultimate goodness. I, on the other hand, am guided by my own ambitions and the people I wish to protect. For their sake, I shall adhere to my true nature, pursuing my desires and traversing the path I choose, even if it is fraught with thorns and bloodshed. All I can do is remain steadfast in my convictions, unyielding to the lure of desire, and maintain a heart that is ever clear and resolute. A bitter expression flickered across the aged visage of the divine being. Su Luo's starry eyes gazed intently at the celestial deity as he continued, "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to proceed with the reading. Moreover, with my strength, even if I were to take action now, you would be powerless to prevent it, would you not? Oh, celestial deity, you have grown old. Should a formidable and malevolent foe arise to invade Earth, what will you do when you find yourself lacking the power to resist? Will you attempt to sway them with your benevolence? Or perhaps persuade them with mere words? Without strength as a foundation, discussions of good and evil are but a farce." Su Luo's words pierced the heart, striking at the vulnerable essence of the divine being. "Perhaps you speak the truth." Upon hearing Su Luo's remarks, a fleeting expression of melancholy crossed the deity's countenance, and in a tone of resignation, he replied, "Su Luo, the divine being is the greatest of all gods. How can you utter such words?" Observing the god's evident distress, Bobo expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "I have always spoken in this manner. If the temple does not welcome me, I can take my leave. Whether I can train and grow stronger here is of little consequence. For me, it merely means I must invest additional time in my cultivation." Su Luo shrugged and turned to leave, followed closely by Lotzi and Lapisai. Regardless of Su Luo's decisions, they were unwavering in their support. "Wait, Su Luo, you are being too hasty. I never stated that the temple does not welcome you," the deity called out as they regained composure. "So, does that imply we are allowed to cultivate here?" Su Luo paused and inquired. "I consent to your cultivation in this place," the deity replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and then added, "However, I have a condition." "Is this condition related to the practice within the temple?" Su Luo asked. "Not quite. It is merely a personal request of mine," the deity clarified. "Please, do share," Su Luo prompted. "Should Earth ever face an invasion from external forces and find itself unable to withstand it, I hope you will rise to protect the planet," the deity expressed with a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Luo pondered for a moment before responding, "I cannot guarantee this. I will not remain on Earth indefinitely." A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed the celestial being's face upon hearing Su Luo's words. "However, I can assure you that as long as I am on Earth, nothing will befall it." Upon hearing this, the celestial being's countenance lightened somewhat. "Then it is settled. Bobo, you shall be in charge of their training." "Understood, esteemed celestial being," Bobo replied. "Should you have any requests, feel free to convey them to Bobo," the celestial being added, addressing Su Luo and the others. The three nodded in agreement. "All right. I am feeling somewhat weary," the deity remarked, subsequently turning to stride towards the palace, though his silhouette bore a hint of solitude and melancholy. Bobo stared with her large, coin-like eyes, observing the retreating figure of the deity. "Brother Su Luo, although I did not comprehend what you just said, it felt incredibly impressive. The deity was compelled to leave because of your words," Lazili whispered, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she leaned closer to Su Luo. Su Luo smiled gently, tousling her flowing hair. After bidding farewell to the celestial being, Bobo shifted his gaze towards Su Luo and the others, grinning widely as he remarked, "You three are the first humans in many years to enter the temple through your own strength." To be candid, Bobo felt a sense of joy. "In the days to come, you shall cultivate your skills within the temple. Allow me to arrange your accommodations." "Thank you, Mr. Bobo." Smiling, Su Luo said, "You may call me Bobo." With a gentle chuckle, Bobo guided them into the palace and assigned each a room. Chapter 13. The House of Temporal Spirit Temple Square. "Before we commence our training, could you demonstrate your abilities? I wish to gauge your strength before making further arrangements," Bobo proposed. "I shall go first," Lapith stepped forward, approaching Bobo with an eager demeanor, ready to showcase his prowess. "Please, go ahead, young man," Bobo replied with an expression of serene composure. "Allow me to demonstrate," Lapith declared as he assumed his stance, and with a swift motion, left behind a series of afterimages while launching a powerful punch towards Bobo's dark visage. The attack appeared simple yet concealed an immense reservoir of strength. With a mere flick of his hand, Bobo effortlessly absorbed the blow. Lapith's gaze sharpened as he regarded Bobo. Realizing that the punch he had thrown contained 50% of his strength, yet it was effortlessly countered. It seemed he would need to exert himself fully. Resolute, Lapith unleashed a torrent of vigorous energy, sending successive punches, each more forceful than the last. The sound of fists meeting palms echoed as they engaged in a flurry of exchanges, yet no matter how fiercely Lapith attacked, Bobo's defense stood like an impregnable fortress, unyielding and formidable. Observing Bobo's calm demeanor, Lapith gritted his teeth and concentrated, conjuring a blue energy orb in one hand and hurling it at Bobo. To his astonishment, a shocking scene unfolded. Rather than dodging, Bobo opened his mouth and swallowed the energy orb whole, subsequently letting out a belch as a wisp of white smoke escaped his lips. He consumed my energy orb. Lapith exclaimed in disbelief. Surely, he must be some kind of monster. I have a general understanding of your capabilities, Bobo remarked indifferently. Not bad. Your foundation is quite solid. However, you exhibit a few unnecessary movements. Lapith nodded in acknowledgement. Next, who among you will step forward? I shall. Lotzi jumped forward, her youthful face brimming with determination. Come at me directly. Bobo spoke softly, while Azili remained utterly focused, her attention entirely fixed on Bobo, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. Yet, the question of where to initiate her attack posed a dilemma. Although Bobo merely stood there casually, without any semblance of defense, he exuded an aura of invulnerability that left Lazili perplexed. In the next moment, as if she had discovered a weakness, Lazili darted forward with the swiftness of lightning, aiming her assault at Bobo's body. Just as her fist was about to connect, Bobo shifted, his form seeming to teleport to another position, causing her strike to miss entirely. Undeterred by her failed attempt, Lazili swiftly pivoted to launch another attack, but Bobo evaded her blows with an ethereal grace, slipping away time and again. Your steps are unsteady, and your mind is restless. In this state, you cannot touch me, Bobo remarked while deftly dodging her strikes. To reach me, you must calm your spirit and grasp the essence of lightning speed. Yet, such profound wisdom was evidently beyond Lazili's current understanding. As she panted heavily and persisted in her onslaught, Bobo's expression remained inscrutable upon his dark visage. In a sudden motion, he seized Lazili's wrist and flung her across the air. She soared several meters before finally regaining her balance. Wow, that was impressive, she gasped. All right, this concludes our sparring. I now have a clear understanding of your abilities, and they are quite commendable, Bobo said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although Lazili's movements lacked the necessary speed, her ability to sense his presence earned her a newfound respect in Bobo's eyes. Now it is my turn. Su Luo was acutely aware of Bobo's formidable strength and did not engage in any form of probing. In an instant, his battle prowess surged to 1379. Following the encounter with the Scarlet Ribbon Legion, his abilities had seen a slight enhancement. A tumultuous wave of energy transformed into a white flame, enveloping his form as the atmosphere grew stiflingly dense. Lazili and Lapith, the two young ones, merely stood by, yet they could sense the thinning air, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. The calm expression on Bobo's face shifted momentarily, revealing an evident astonishment at Su Luo's power. With a delicate tap of his toes, Su Luo materialized at Bobo's left side. A swift and powerful punch sliced through the air, creating a fleeting vacuum as his fist surged forward. The speed was astonishing. Leaving no room for reaction, however, Bobo slightly tilted his body and, with an uncanny angle and minimal distance, evaded Su Luo's fierce strike. Anticipating Bobo's movement, Su Luo followed up with a side kick that, due to its velocity, generated a scorching sensation from the friction with the air. Bobo raised his arm, bracing himself to absorb the weighty blow, beads of sweat cascading down his darkened face. One failed strike led to a barrage of subsequent clashes, the sound of fists colliding echoing like a rapid percussion. In the square, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Lapisai and Zalili watched in a daze, their limited strength rendering them unable to discern the intricacies of Su Luo's and Bobo's duel. They could only vaguely perceive two figures intertwining like strands of white light. Each impact ignited sparks and unleashed waves of energy that rippled outward from their point of contact. This fervent, visceral battle was exhilarating, and with each exchange, Su Luo grew more invigorated, his black eyes gleaming with fervor, his attacks intensifying in ferocity. Brother Su Luo is magnificent, Zalili thought, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the surging white aura, a swell of pride blossoming within her as if the warrior on the field were herself. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The confrontation between the two was devoid of any embellishments. Simply a clash of martial prowess. Ultimately, they separated after a fierce encounter, locking eyes and plunging the arena into a momentary silence. Bobo, drenched in sweat and looking rather disheveled, clearly did not hold the upper hand in their recent contest. Su Luo's condition had improved slightly. Yet there was no trace of joy upon his countenance. Rather, he appeared gravely serious. In terms of combat prowess, Bobo was merely around 1,000, significantly inferior. Yet he managed to maintain a standoff for such an extended duration. In Su Luo's eyes, Bobo was rife with vulnerabilities, yet each time Su Luo launched an assault, Bobo evaded with an astonishing grace, countering with remarkable precision. This was an encounter Su Luo had never before experienced. Perhaps this is the true state of tranquility of the heart. Su Luo mused. Indeed, as the deity had stated, Su Luo, you are formidable. Bobo's strength pales in comparison to yours. Admiration shone in Bobo's eyes as he uttered a note of praise. You flatter me. It is you who possesses true prowess. Su Luo shook his head with a wry smile. Ah, this is the culmination of Bobo's years of diligent training, Bobo remarked with a smile, then clasped his hands behind his back and turned towards the palace, stating, Ordinary training is of little use to you now. Please follow me. Very well. Within the palace, the deity sat regally upon his throne, peering through a crystal orb, not spying, but rather observing the duel between the two. Alas, Su Luo's current strength elicits a tremor within me. One can only imagine the terror of the extraterrestrial beings, who are even more powerful than he. Should Earth ever face an invasion from these aliens, it may lack even the capacity to resist. This thought caused the deity's brow to furrow deeply, his aged visage becoming increasingly strained. However, the mere contemplation of Su Luo and his companions gradually eased the wrinkles on his weathered face. Su Luo, a remarkably gifted individual among Earthlings since his ascendance, possesses extraordinary strength at such a tender age. Accompanied by his two companions, who also exhibit commendable talent, they undoubtedly hold the potential to become the backbone of Earth with proper cultivation. Under Bobo's guidance, they arrived at a mysterious chamber filled with the interplay of clock shadows. As Lazuli surveyed the interior, the shadows of the clocks danced upon the walls, floor, and ceiling, igniting her curiosity and prompting her to inquire, Bobo, where are we? This is the House of Temporal Spirits, Bobo elucidated, a repository of events past, present, and future, where all transformations converge. The House of Temporal Spirits? Su Luo murmured, recalling that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong traversed this very place to journey back several centuries to the era of Wu Taidu, where he honed his skills for a time. He was astonished that Bobo had brought them here. Chapter 14, The Scion of the Past. Su Luo, you have embarked on your own martial path. There is little more I can teach you, Bobo stated with piercing clarity. What you presently lack is merely combat experience. It is through battle that you will refine your martial arts, and you are well aware of this yourself. Su Luo nodded. This House of the Spirit of Time holds records of many formidable masters, and Bobo can assist you in finding a suitable opponent. Please, follow me. The two approached a clock face devoid of hands, and Bobo produced two clock hands of varying lengths from his pocket, affixing them to the clock. Instantly, the surface of the clock shimmered with a cerulean glow as the hands began to whirl with astonishing speed. Subsequently, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, and flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings as the clock astonishingly transformed into a miniature black hole. The dark moe radiated a chilling glow, captivating the very soul. Su Luo stood by, gazing curiously at the entrance of the cave. The abyssal opening seemed to stretch into an unfathomable depth, yet it irresistibly beckoned exploration. Bobo, this? Su Luo wished to inquire where this black hole led to. Bobo extended his large, dark hand and gave him a gentle push. In an instant, Su Luo lost his balance and staggered, plummeting towards the black hole. Observing Su Luo's continuous descent, Bobo revealed a faint smile. Su Luo, this is quite an intriguing journey through time. I hope you reap something valuable. Hey Bobo, what have you done? Where have you taken brother Su Luo? Lazuli, standing behind, questioned angrily as she noticed Su Luo's sudden disappearance. La Baisi also glared with fury. He has ventured into the past, rest assured. There will be no issues. Look, Bobo unexpectedly produced a crystal ball from somewhere. The two, intrigued, leaned closer to see that the crystal ball was displaying a scene from another world. This realm was suffused with the acrid scent of smoke, and the surroundings lay in disarray, as if having just endured a colossal battle. The entire sky was shrouded in a ghastly crimson glow, creating an eerie atmosphere. In a desolate ruin, 5 scions, clad in combat attire and sporting tails, were gathered around a flickering campfire. Ugh, this meat is truly unpalatable, grumbled a short, gaunt scion. his eyes gleaming with malice as he spat out the morsel he had bitten into, a look of displeasure etched on his face. Well, who told you to strike so fiercely? This place is in shambles because of you. Finding anything edible is a stroke of luck. A balding middle-aged scion remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. TCH, Captain, you can't lay all the blame on me. Hey, look over there. It seems like something is happening, exclaimed a female scion, pointing towards the sky not far away. At that moment, a black hole emerged in the heavens. Su Luo plummeted from the mouth of the black hole. The speed of his descent was astonishing. And just as his head was about to make an intimate acquaintance with the ground, Su Luo hastily employed his aerial technique to halt his descent. Gazing at the ground, mere inches away, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed. Phew, my handsome visage was nearly lost. He pondered aloud, where am I? As he steadied himself upon the ground and surveyed the surrounding desolation, a contemplative expression graced his features. A mirage? No, everything feels exceedingly tangible. Su Luo clenched his fist. Attentively sensing the blood coursing through his veins, this sensation felt undeniably real, rather than illusory. 5 individuals were rapidly approaching him. Before Su Luo could fully comprehend the situation, he detected 5 formidable presences advancing in his direction. These must be the opponents Mr. Bobo has procured for me. In mere moments, 5 streaks of light traversed the heavens, arriving before Su Luo. To his surprise, his adversaries were scions. How intriguing! Upon observing their tails and the scouters affixed to their faces, Su Luo instantly recognized their identities. They were the renowned warrior race from the Dragon Ball universe, the Scions. Among the 5 Scions, 4 males and 1 female, there was a notable variation in height and build. The most powerful among them was a bald middle-aged scion in the center, boasting a battle power of 1700, while the others were somewhat weaker. Humph, just a pathetic little brat, one of them scoffed. I thought I'd be facing something worthwhile. What a waste of my time. Hey, you worthless little brat, how do you want to die? The short scion pressed a button on his scouter, and upon seeing the data displayed, a sneer of disdain twisted his face. You ugly little gourd, are you looking for death? Hearing the diminutive scion's incessant taunts, Su Luo felt his irritation spike. What did you say? He replied coldly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I had intended to make your death quick and painless, but now I shall relish in torturing you, leaving you in a state where you cannot live nor die. The short scion, seemingly incensed, approached Su Luo with a malicious grin, his clenched fist cracking ominously as he conjured up wicked ideas in his mind. Hey, cow. Remember to leave him alive. I want to have some fun with him. The only female scion, possessing striking features and an alluring figure, licked her lips, her gaze fixating on the extraordinarily handsome Su Luo. Accustomed to the less than appealing looks of her companions and the bizarre visages of extraterrestrials, the sudden appearance of such a striking youth ignited an inexplicable desire for conquest within her. Upon hearing the female scion's words, the short scion named Cow's eyes darkened with malice. This damnable woman, who had previously ignored him, now displayed such an enticing demeanor, all because of this insufferable brat. It's all his fault, Cow seethed internally. His pace shifted from a walk to a sprint, becoming a blur as he lunged towards Su Luo, aiming to strike him across the face with a powerful slap. A cold expression surfaced on Su Luo's face. How dare the short and stout fellow attempt to slap him? Su Luo extended his hand, mimicking the same gesture, albeit with greater swiftness, ferocity, and strength. Just as Cow's palm was a mere 10 centimeters away from him, Su Luo's hand struck Cow's face first. A crisp sound resonated through the air. Cow's contorted visage froze momentarily, and his entire body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the remnants of the crumbling wall behind him. Damn it, that wretched brat, I shall not forgive you. A piercing howl erupted from the debris. Following this, a burst of white light exploded from the pile of stones, reducing the buried rubble to mere dust. Cow emerged from the rubble, one hand pressed against his swollen face. A searing pain radiated from his cheek, and crimson blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, revealing a few missing front teeth, leaving behind empty gaps that accentuated his already unappealing features, rendering them even more grotesque. Ha ha, Cow, how pathetic. To be struck by a mere novice in battle. It is no wonder Rita looks down upon you. The laughter echoed mockingly. The other scions observed the readings on the scouter, which remained unchanged at 5. Instinctively concluding that Cow had carelessly been struck by Su Luo, prompting a chorus of derisive laughter. They crossed their arms, adopting an amused demeanor, showing no intention of intervening. The scion female, named Rita, wore a particularly scornful expression, further inciting Cow's rage. In an instant, his battle power surged slightly to 1,300. Faced with a scion of superior strength, Cao dared not utter a word against them, redirecting his fury solely towards Su Luo. I will ensure your demise. Cao's bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Su Luo, blood mingled with saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth, creating an exceedingly repulsive sight. Is that all you've got? You worthless trash? Su Luo replied coldly, a mocking tone lacing his words. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Luo's derision, Cao charged forward with crimson eyes. Launching a series of lethal strikes aimed at him, Su Luo deftly sidestepped the oncoming assaults, his movements fluid and effortless, observing the scions succumbing to madness. He offered a disdainful smile. They possessed great strength yet wielded it with brutish ignorance. Such an opponent extinguished any spark of interest Su Luo had in the battle. Raising his foot, he sent Cao flying through the air. Subsequently, he summoned a cerulean shockwave, directing it toward the airborne Cao. A thunderous explosion resonated, and in an instant, Cao perished, reduced to mere particles scattering in the ether. The sudden turn of events rendered the onlooking scions momentarily speechless. Alarmed, they realized they faced a master adept at concealing his energy. They resolved to confront him together. The leading middle-aged scion, witnessing the soaring readings on his scanner, swiftly made his assessment. The four encircled Su Luo, each coalescing energy orbs in their hands, launching their assault in perfect synchrony. Handsome boy, should you survive this, I shall cherish you dearly. Rita's voice dripped with seduction, yet her expression betrayed a cruel intent. As a competent scion warrior, she understood that ruthlessness was paramount in the face of an adversary. Regardless of how strikingly handsome he might be, she would show no mercy. An overwhelming barrage of energy blasts swiftly sealed off Su Luo's avenues of escape, leaving him with no retreat. As Su Luo faced the onslaught with unyielding ferocity, a manic smile crept across his face. This was the battle he had longed for. Chapter 15. Victory. Boom. 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 Waves of energy explosions, comparable to nuclear detonations, erupted around Su Luo, sending terrifying shockwaves that stirred the very fabric of the earth. In the aftermath of the explosions, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. Haha. Captain, that little brat must be dead by now. Our combined attack would obliterate even a master with a combat power of 2,000. Let alone a mere child with less than 1,400, cackled the scion captain. What a pity for such a handsome figure. I was looking forward to toying with him. Rita licked her crimson lips, her expression tinged with regret. As she surveyed the smoke-filled ruins, she pressed a button on her detector. Ha ha ha, indeed. There is no longer any sign of life. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto Rita's face. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Gazing at the numbers displayed on her device, she quickly diverted her attention, only to see Su Luo standing behind the scion captain. Captain, be careful. He is right behind you, she shouted urgently. What? The scion captain stood momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. Has no one ever told you not to celebrate too soon? A chilling voice resonated from behind him. The scion captain froze, a wave of icy dread washing over him. Before he could react, a searing pain gripped his heart. Looking down, he saw a pale hand piercing through his chest, crimson blood trickling down in steady drops. So swift, he managed to utter before darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to the void, lifeless and cold. Su Luo cast the lifeless body aside, observing the blood-stained palm with a glint of coldness in his eyes. The recent moment had been perilously close. Fortunately, he had employed a time-stopping technique to evade the onslaught. Had he not, enduring such a barrage of attacks would have likely resulted in severe injury, if not death. Witnessing their most formidable captain dispatched with such ease sent chills down the spines of the remaining trio. Despite their inherent arrogance and folly, they could no longer deny the extraordinary prowess of Su Luo. This wretched fellow is no ordinary adversary. Perhaps we are not his equals after all. Lita, quickly contact another team for assistance. I shall buy you some time, commanded one of the two male scions, their expressions dark with dismay as they charged forward. Lita gritted her teeth, extending her finger to tap on the communicator, seemingly relaying a message. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo flashed a wicked smile and made no attempt to intervene. He then engaged in a fierce battle with two scions. Each of these adversaries possessed a power level surpassing his own, coupled with an abundance of experience in life-and-death confrontations. And their coordinated efforts rendered Su Luo initially at a disadvantage. However, that was merely a fleeting moment. He soon acclimated to the rhythm of combat, and the tide of battle gradually shifted in his favor. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed two rapid punches, striking decisively at the most vulnerable points of the two scions. They were caught off guard, recoiling violently as they spewed blood and were propelled backward. With palms facing each other and fingers interlocked, Su Luo formed an irregular diamond-shaped frame, directing it towards the two scions who were hurtling backward. A radiant burst of golden light emanated from his hands, while arcs of electricity danced between his palms, accompanied by the crackling sound of surging currents, as if preparing to unleash a devastating strike. The two scions, locked in by an ominous energy, watched in horror as the data on their scouters skyrocketed to a staggering 2,900, a dreadful thought haunting their minds. This was it, the Kamehameha, as a deep voice resonated. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from Su Luo, with diamond-shaped waves of energy radiating from his palms, exuding an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all in its path, rushing towards them with insatiable hunger. In the blink of an eye, the light wave swept past, instantly obliterating the two scions, reducing them to mere dust scattered across the vast expanse. When the brilliance faded, a profound chasm lay before him, resembling a divine rift, cleaving the earth in two. Breathing heavily, Su Luo gazed at the gaping gorge. The Kamehameha was a technique far mightier than the Kamehameha itself, its destructive power beyond compare, albeit at a considerable cost of energy. His gaze shifted slightly, catching sight of Rita, who stood nearby, utterly stunned. Su Luo approached her with measured steps, each stride penetrating Rita's fragile heart. She swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a few paces in fear. "Please, don't come any closer. My kin will arrive shortly. You still have time to flee." "Oh, flee?" he replied. "I have no intention of doing so." Su Luo spoke with a frigid demeanor. "Damn it. Do not presume that I fear you. Perish." As Su Luo advanced relentlessly, Rita shouted hoarsely, unleashing a series of azure energy waves from her hands, as if this would provide her with a semblance of security. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "The prince's combat strategy is eternally relevant." After this reflection, he lightly waved his hand a few times, unleashing the energy waves behind him as he continued to advance. The energy waves erupted instantaneously, creating deep craters in the ground. Rita, realizing her attacks were futile, swiftly transformed her fierce expression into one of softness, her tone becoming sweet and slightly seductive. "Hee, little brother, I was merely jesting with you. What do you think of your sister? If you spare me, I can offer you experiences of pure delight." This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The speed of her transformation was quicker than turning the pages of a book. Su Luo gazed at her, somewhat speechless. Rita, observing the unperturbed youth, clenched her teeth and impulsively tore off her battle suit, exposing her form to the cool air. A strikingly fair silhouette caught Su Luo's eye. "What do you think, little brother? Am I captivating? You may command me in any manner you desire. I can assume any pose," she teased. Noticing Su Luo's astonishment, Rita feigned modesty, lowering her head while subtly positioning her right hand behind her back, where an energy sphere began to coalesce. Before she could execute her next move, a golden beam of energy swiftly pierced through her forehead. "My apologies, dear sister, but I am not a little brother. Moreover, you are rather unattractive." Rita's lifeless form gradually collapsed, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Alas, quite fair and ample, what a pity. Su Luo could not resist casting another glance at a certain spot before withdrawing his gaze. He then conjured an energy orb to obliterate Rita's lifeless form, deeming it inappropriate to linger in such daylight. There remained a demanding battle ahead. It was prudent to pause and recuperate his strength. Su Luo immediately seated himself on the ground, regulating his breath. With each inhalation and exhalation, the energy within him gradually accumulated. It must be said that the extraordinary talent for recovery indeed possesses remarkable efficacy. After only a brief interval, his stamina had nearly been fully restored. Su Luo rose to his feet, perceiving 6 formidable auras within his range. A faint smile graced his lips as he felt a surge of battle intent coursing through him, ready to embrace the impending conflict. In the House of Time, Bobo, lazily, and Lapis observed Su Luo's fight through a crystal sphere, their expressions varying in emotion. "Is it the power of time?" Bobo mused with an enigmatic smile, intrigued by Su Luo's battle, lost in his thoughts. Conversely, lazily watched with bated breath, her heart racing as Su Luo was locked on by numerous energy blasts, nearly gasping for air. However, when she witnessed Su Luo emerge unscathed and retaliate against 3 scions, her face lit up with joy. Yet, upon witnessing the final scene, her expression twisted with fury, her small fist clenched tightly, wishing she could leap into the crystal sphere and confront that shameless woman. She then cast a regretful glance at her unremarkable teddy bear, muttering, "Could it be that Brother Su Luo prefers the grander things?" Lapis, however, focused on the intense battle, his blood boiling with excitement. As Su Luo dispatched Rita, the image within the crystal sphere abruptly ceased. Bobo stored the sphere away and inquired, "Having witnessed Su Luo's battle, what are your thoughts?" Without hesitation, Lapis declared, "Brother Su Luo is incredibly strong. Yet, I shall cultivate to surpass him." Lazily contemplated for a moment before replying, "I only wish to stay by Brother Su Luo's side. For that, I will strive diligently in my training." Bobo grinned, pleased with their aspirations. "Excellent thoughts. Follow me. Bobo will train you earnestly." With that, he stepped out of the House of Time, and the two exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 16. The Divine Meditation Technique on the Battlefield. An even more intense clash unfolded. The ground was riddled with countless deep craters, where lifeless bodies lay half-buried in mud and debris. A furious tempest swept through, stirring waves of energy amid a darkened sky, tinged with crimson, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. After vanquishing his final adversary, Su Luo collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, his attire was tattered beyond recognition, his body marred by countless wounds, drenched in blood, rendering it impossible to discern whether it belonged to him or his foes. It was indeed his first experience of such utter disarray. Gazing at the crimson night sky, Su Luo felt the searing pain enveloping him, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he retrieved a miraculous bean from his spatial pouch and began to chew it. Su Luo swallowed the celestial bean in one gulp, and immediately, a rich surge of primordial energy enveloped him, mending his broken form. In the next instant, he was fully revitalized. "How do you feel, Su Luo?" A deep, resonant voice inquired. Unbeknownst to him, Bobo had materialized beside him. Su Luo smiled broadly, expressing contentment. Through this battle, the skills he had acquired were thoroughly refined, and the transitions between his techniques were devoid of any trace of clumsiness or rigidity, resulting in a significant surge in his combat experience. "Bobo, this world, it's a past dimension, isn't it?" "Indeed, Su Luo. Then, will my actions here have any repercussions on the future?" Su Luo inquired with curiosity. "Regarding this matter, it is not so. This realm is but a manifestation within the House of Temporal Spirits. All that you have encountered is merely a recorded moment in time. The original history has already transpired, and you are but an observer, your actions incapable of altering anything. Once you exit, this place will revert to its former state," Bobo elucidated. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. It resembled a game simulator. He was merely a player, not a programmer. "We must return." Bobo produced a clock, gently adjusting the hour hand, and a rift in space materialized before them. He then stepped forward with purpose, crossing into the unknown. Su Luo's eyes flickered briefly before he followed suit and stepped inside. As the two departed, the rift in space gradually sealed, and the realm around them underwent a remarkable transformation, as if time itself had reversed, restoring everything to its original state. After a swift transition of the surroundings, Su Luo and Bobo found themselves back in the House of Mental Time. The absence of Lotzi and Li's figures was palpable, and upon inquiring, they learned that the two were engaged in their own cultivation at the temple square. With this knowledge, Su Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Noticing Su Luo's weary demeanor, Bobo gently advised, "Su Luo, you should take a moment to rest. The relentless battles have kept your mind on edge, which is not conducive to your well-being." Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude to Bobo, and then made his way back to his room alone. After a brief cleansing of his body, he reclined upon his bed. No sooner had he closed his eyes than a wave of weariness washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, after a simple breakfast, Su Luo was eager to enter the time chamber for training. Naturally, Bobo did not hesitate to lead him along the winding corridors of the temple, and before long, they arrived at the time chamber. This extraordinary place is a realm where 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day outside. Within its confines lies a vast, white expanse, characterized by a harsh environment and extreme temperature fluctuations, ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. To endure an entire year in such an expansive and desolate setting poses a profound challenge to the psyche. Those with feeble wills or scattered thoughts easily succumb to hallucinations, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to remain there for an extended period. Bobo had already provided a detailed account of the time chamber to Su Luo, so he refrained from elaborating further. However, One crucial point must be remembered. Your stay must not exceed 2 years, lest you become lost in a different dimension and unable to return, Bobo cautioned. Su Luo nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, here is the book for you. Bobo cautiously retrieved a book from his bosom and presented it to Su Luo. Su Luo took the book and examined it closely. It appeared to possess an air of antiquity. With 5 prominent characters inscribed on the cover, Celestial Meditation Technique. This esoteric practice was an intricate mental meditation art painstakingly crafted by the original celestial being, initially intended as a legacy to be passed down to future generations. However, throughout history, no one had succeeded in mastering it, leading to its prolonged neglect. The celestial being instructed me to deliver this tome to you, he said, believing that with your inherent talent, you might be able to grasp its teachings. Oh, how unexpectedly generous of the celestial being, Su Luo remarked with a smile. Bobo, please convey my gratitude to the celestial being on my behalf. Very well. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation, Bobo replied before taking his leave. With a broad grin, he departed. The celestial meditation technique, is it? Su Luo gazed thoughtfully at the book in his hands. After a moment, he turned the pages and began to read intently. The more he read, the more his heart raced. And before he knew it, he was deeply engrossed. After a considerable time, he closed the book and sighed, marveling at the extraordinary talent of the primordial deities. Ordinary mental meditation can enhance both mental strength and combat prowess. However, the divine meditation not only augments mental capacity and combat abilities, but also elevates one's dimensional existence. In the cosmos, every life form is distinctly categorized by levels, with dimensions representing the rank of existence. Humans belong to the first dimension, while beings like the cat immortal reside in the second dimension. The deities occupy the third dimension, their influence confined to a single planet, thus categorizing them as planetary-level entities. The King of Hell, the Realm King, and the Great Realm King represent the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions, corresponding to the galactic level. Apprentice Realm Kings, destroyers. And angels are classified as 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensions, respectively, representing the cosmic level. The Omni King, however, stands as the supreme being of the 10th dimension. Although a higher dimension does not inherently equate to greater power, it guarantees survival, a notion that stirred Su Luo's heart. After all, no matter how formidable a mortal's combat strength, it ultimately fades into dust after a century. The ephemeral beauty of fleeting moments is not what Su Luo sought. Generally, it is an extraordinary feat for mortals to elevate their dimensions through cultivation, yet the divine meditation technique indeed facilitates this. To practice this technique, one must possess formidable mental strength, a requirement that Su Luo fortuitously met. All things in the world are composed of vital energy, and every living being contains this energy, albeit in minuscule amounts that pale in comparison to the energy of the heavens and the earth. The divine meditation technique serves as a bridge, utilizing immense mental power to guide the ambient vital energy into the body, nurturing cells and refining the physical form. As mental strength is cultivated, the body simultaneously grows stronger. With continuous practice, life experiences ongoing transcendence, elevating dimensions, and unleashing the latent potential within the human form. This is a lengthy process, reminiscent of the cultivation philosophies found in novels from his previous life. Su Luo even began to suspect whether this primordial deity was, like him, a traveler from another realm. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside his doubts and give it a try. Su Luo sat cross-legged, resembling an old monk in meditation, with his eyes firmly shut. He engaged in contemplation according to the cultivation methods described in the texts. Time passed, second by second. It was unclear how long had actually elapsed. The aura surrounding Su Luo was ethereal, shrouded in a mist of enchantment. Flecks of white light danced around him like a dream, before seamlessly merging into his being. Akin to droplets dissolving into the vast ocean, he had entered a state of meditation. Had Bobo been present to witness such a spectacle, he would undoubtedly have been astounded. The meditation technique that had eluded divine beings throughout the ages was mastered by Su Luo on his very first attempt. Time slipped away unnoticed. And when Su Luo finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of misty light flickered within their depths. This divine meditation technique did not seem particularly difficult to master after all. As he sensed the enhancement of his energy, vitality, and mental acuity, Su Luo murmured to himself. It felt as if this divine meditation was tailor-made for him, intuitive and effortlessly grasped. One could only wonder how the divine beings of yore had practiced. Could it be a matter of innate talent? Su Luo pondered the improbability of the situation. After all, Those who ascend to become celestial beings possess undeniable talents. He was uncertain about the abilities of past celestial beings, yet he was well aware that the current divine entity was an extraordinary genius from Namek, with talents that were beyond dispute. Unable to decipher the underlying reasons, Su Luo chose to release his fixation, as he gazed upon the vast, white expanse before him. A smile graced his lips. He then rose to his feet and began to move forward. The moment his foot touched the pristine surface of this white realm, an unparalleled weighty pressure bore down upon him, rendering his movements laborious. Su Luo felt as though every part of his being, every single cell, was enduring an unimaginable weight. He swung his fist. Although it required considerable effort, it remained within the realm of his capabilities. He proceeded to perform some simple movements, running, squatting, doing push-ups, throwing punches, and kicking. And thus, time slipped away, second by second. Chapter 17. The results of training in the temple as time flowed inexorably. The years passed by like threads in a loom. A year had elapsed on Earth, yet for Su Luo and his companions, 3 years had gone by. Such a span of time was sufficient to bring about profound transformations. Su Luo lived a profoundly fulfilling life, either cultivating his skills in the Spirit Time House or engaging in battles within its hallowed halls. On this day, in the temple square, the sun gently cast its warmth upon the white stone pavement, which shimmered like a river, reflecting a dance of glistening waves under the golden light. Su Luo basked in the sunlight, his expression grave. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from his being, enveloping the vicinity in a shroud of white flames. Luoxian Fist. As soon as the words left his lips, the white flames surrounding Su Luo instantaneously transformed into a striking blue-white hue, amplifying his aura by approximately threefold. At last, he had attained the power of threefold enhancement. Su Luo gazed at his palm, enveloped by a swirling blue and white aura, and smiled faintly before dissipating the energy. After 3 years of profound contemplation, he had thoroughly absorbed the martial knowledge within his mind, merging and synthesizing it to create a new skill, the Luoxian Fist. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the King's Fist, both being enhancement skills. However, unlike the King's Fist, which imposed significant strain on the body and was of short duration, the Luoxian Fist was characterized by minimal burden and remarkable endurance. Nevertheless, increasing its multiplicative effect proved challenging. Substantial effort was required to enhance it, and thus far, he had only achieved a threefold augmentation. Upon accessing his personal panel, the details were as follows. Host, Su Luo age, 16 years dimension, level 2, 48 immortal. Note, upon reaching 100 progress, one may advance to the next tier. The dimensional levels are categorized from lowest to highest as mortal, immortal, celestial, king of hell, king of dimensions, great king of dimensions, apprentice king of dimensions, king god, angel, and omni-king corresponding to levels 1 through 10. Talent, part of martial arts, power of time and space bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Wang bloodline. Skills, celestial meditation, time stop, instant transmission. Dimensional slash, flight technique, Luoxian Fist, threefold, ki blast. Previous skills omitted, combat power, evaluation. In the cosmos, you can barely be considered a minor expert. His 3 years of training could only be described as meteoric, as his prowess soared from over 1,000 to 35,000. In terms of combat power, though he stood at 35,000, his overall strength suggested that defeating a Captain Jinyu would pose little difficulty, even if that opponent's combat power reached 120,000. This exemplified Su Luo's confidence. Regarding his skills, the time stop ability had improved, extending the freeze duration from 0.3 seconds to 0.5 seconds, allowing him to easily immobilize those with combat power not exceeding 100,000. He had mastered instant transmission to the extent that he could now transport others alongside him, with the range of movement contingent upon his spatial perception currently. He could only teleport freely across a planet. The flight technique was swifter and more energy efficient than the previous air dance technique. The dimensional slash was an unparalleled attack skill capable of rending space with extraordinary cutting power. However, the advancement in dimensions had been somewhat sluggish. After 3 years, he had only reached a level comparable to that of the Cat Immortal. Were the Cat Immortal present to overhear such a remark, it might very well seize its cane and confront him in a fit of indignation. How could he compare his years of cultivation, spanning centuries, to Su Luo's seemingly dismissive progress? Calculating the time, it was likely that Lazuli and Lapis would soon emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. His training in the temple could be deemed complete. It was time to depart. But before that, a refreshing bath was in order. Su Luo stretched lazily and vanished in an instant. In the bathroom, after cleansing himself, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection with a hint of narcissism, proclaiming, "Indeed, how extraordinarily handsome I am. How could someone possess such charm?" At the age of 16, Su Luo stood at a height of 183 centimeters, his physique robust, with distinct and profound facial features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, enigmatic eyes exuded a wild, untamed allure, exuding a captivating sensuality. Beneath the palm trees of the temple, Su Luo idly played with butterflies. Just then, two overwhelming and formidable auras seemingly descended from another realm, causing the entire temple to tremble slightly under their immense presence. "They have arrived," Su Luo mused, sensing the familiar energies with a subtle smile. "Brother Su Luo," a voice as light and pure as crystal floated from the entrance of the temple. Upon hearing the sound, Su Luo turned to behold a tall young maiden emerging from the temple. At the age of 13, Lazuli had transformed from a mere child into a graceful young woman. Standing at over 1.60 meters, her waist-length golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, while her icy blue starry eyes occasionally revealed a hint of tenderness. Her face, untouched by cosmetics, bore the delicate hue of dawn reflecting upon snow, strikingly beautiful. Her well-developed figure occasionally displayed enchanting curves, and with every smile and frown, she captivated the heart. Su Luo found himself momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that his little girl had truly grown up. Lazuli, noticing Su Luo sitting under the tree in a daze, allowed a charming smile to grace her lips. With a delicate touch of her toes, she appeared before him as if by magic, and without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace, whispering, "Brother Su Luo, it has been such a long time. I have missed you dearly." Su Luo gently pinched the cherubic face of the young girl, taking a closer look with an expression of wonder. The little one had blossomed into a beautiful maiden, and her strength had significantly increased. Due to Lazuli's unrestrained aura, Su Luo sensed a formidable energy emanating from her, which, when assessed by combat standards, would be approximately 6,000. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With the bloodline of an Earthling, achieving such a level at a young age is undeniably indicative of a prodigious talent. He indeed. Lazuli proudly lifted her chin, her charming visage radiating satisfaction. "TSK, you two should refrain from being so lovey-dovey in broad daylight. Su Luo, dear brother, rise quickly. I wish to settle our rivalry." At some point, Lapis had appeared beside them, arms crossed, wearing a proud expression. "Oh, do you believe you stand a chance?" Su Luo regarded him with a hint of amusement. During this period, Lapith had frequently sought him out for sparring sessions. Although he came with enthusiasm and left in disappointment, he remained undeterred. Each time he made progress, he would eagerly rush over to challenge him. "Indeed, times have changed. My strength has significantly increased," Lapith proclaimed with unwavering confidence. After an entire year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his power had surged, and in terms of combat prowess, he surpassed even his sister, Lazuli. "Very well. Let me witness the extent of your progress after a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber." Su Luo cast a glance at Lazuli, prompting her to reluctantly rise from his embrace, after which she shot a fierce glare at Lapisi. Unfazed, Lapisi merely curled his lip in response. In the expansive central square of the temple, the two faced each other for a brief moment. Then, Lapisi sprang into action, his movements as swift as lightning. In an instant, his assault was upon Su Luo, the fierce gust of his punch ruffling Su Luo's hair at the forehead. What was anticipated to be a balanced confrontation, however, took an unexpected turn. "Ouch, one does not strike the face. Brother Su Luo, if you keep hitting my face, I shall become quite vexed." Lapisi exclaimed in a tone of playful surrender. "Oh dear, Brother Su Luo, I relent. I relent. I surrender," he pleaded. Su Luo retracted his fist and cast a glance at the bruised and battered Lapis, a smile gracing his lips as he complimented, It appears you have made significant progress. You can now withstand 36 of my punches." At this, Lazuli could not help but chuckle at the dramatic scene unfolding before her. Lapis shot a resentful glance at Su Luo, then retrieved a magical bean from his pocket, chewing it a few times before swallowing it whole. In a short while, all his injuries had completely healed. The youth truly possessed boundless vitality. At that moment, the celestial god and Bobo approached. "Celestial god, Bobo, your arrival is timely. I was just about to bid you farewell." "Are you departing?" the celestial god inquired, taken aback. Su Luo nodded gently. The deity's gaze lingered on Su Luo, Razuli, and Lapis for a few moments before he let out a sigh. To this day, the trio's power had far surpassed his comprehension. He inquired softly, "Su Luo, Have you truly no desire to become a deity? You know, my ambitions lie elsewhere. He then turned to Razali with anticipation. I would never. Razali shook her head vigorously. Wherever my brother Su Luo goes, I shall follow. The deity's expression dimmed slightly as he cast a final hopeful glance at Lapis. I too have no wish to ascend. The temple is dreadfully dull, the world is vast, and I yearn to explore it, Lapis declared, waving his hands in refusal. The deity offered a bittersweet smile, recalling the arduous struggles he had endured in his quest to compete for the divine title against his old rival. Yet, Su Luo and his companions remained indifferent. How ironic. Deity, you shall one day have a worthy successor, Su Luo remarked with a smile. The future, you say? The deity gazed deeply into Su Luo's eyes, and then smiled in return. Very well, since your hearts do not yearn for this path, I shall not press you. Go forth and pursue your dreams. You have a long journey ahead. Deity, Bobo, I am grateful for your care during my time in the temple. Thank you. Su Luo clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards them. Lotzi and Lapis imitated him with great earnestness, expressing their gratitude. Chapter 18, Bowsy Mountain. The place where dreams begin. Brother Su Luo, Lotzi, I shall not accompany you any longer. I wish to wander the world alone, Lapis declared. Very well, take care, Su Luo replied. Su Luo and Lazili nodded, refraining from any attempts to persuade. Each individual has their own path to follow. Lapis has his journey, and they, too, have their respective ways to traverse. A fledgling must learn to take flight. Parting is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. Here are these magical beans for you. Use them sparingly. Su Luo retrieved a large bag of celestial beans from the void and tossed it to him. Thank you, brother Su Luo, Lapisai exclaimed, receiving it without a glance and tucking it into his bosom. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Lapisai erupted in a blaze of fury, transforming into a streak of light as he soared downward. We too must take our leave. Divine One, Bobo, until we meet again. Su Luo wrapped his arm around Lotzi's slender waist and bid farewell to the two individuals standing behind them before vanishing into thin air. The temple would once again be enveloped in tranquility. Observing the desolate square, the deity sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Bobo flashed a grin. Just before his departure, Su Luo cast a contemplative glance at the scant number of celestial beings remaining in the space. Su Luo felt that the cat immortal should indeed have some stock left. So after some contemplation, he made another trip to visit the cat immortal. After a round of haggling, Su Luo successfully managed to persuade the cat immortal to part with all of his celestial beings. Oh no, it would be more accurate to say it was a transaction. For this, Su Luo paid the hefty price of a ton of fish, which pained him greatly. However, upon witnessing the addition of 20,000 celestial beings in his space, his spirits lifted once more. Brother Su Luo, you are quite the rascal, exclaimed Lazili, unable to contain her laughter at how Su Luo had managed to acquire all the cat immortal's celestial beings with merely a ton of fish. By now, she was no longer the naive little girl she once was, and was well aware of the true value of celestial beings. They were indeed miraculous healing treasures. To be frank, if sold in the city, a single bean would be worth hundreds or even thousands of times more than a ton of fish. Oh dear, Lazili, your choice of words is rather misplaced. This isn't being bad. A transaction is a mutual agreement. If he is willing and I am willing. What would you call it? This is what we refer to as a delightful cooperation. Su Luo promptly corrected himself, eliciting a dramatic eye roll from Lazili. So, where shall we venture now? He pondered. After such an extensive period of training, perhaps we should indulge in a leisurely stroll through the city. Su Luo contemplated before making his suggestion. His provisions had long been depleted, and it was time to stock up on supplies once more. Oh, splendid. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a shopping excursion. Let us go, Lazili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she eagerly tugged at Su Luo's arm. Su Luo chuckled, realizing that during her time in the temple, this young girl must have felt quite stifled. He gently took her delicate, boneless hand, attuned to the surroundings, and selected a suitable city. With a swift motion, he vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. In the remote Bowsy Mountain, a place thousands of kilometers from the city, the landscape was dominated by undulating mountains, dense woodlands, and meandering streams. The rugged mountain paths made access difficult, and the frequent presence of fierce beasts rendered this bountiful haven nearly deserted, resembling a paradise untouched by civilization. Today's breakfast would consist of the fish. Perched atop a massive boulder beside a pond, a boy with a crab-like visage widened his eyes, observing the water for a while. Spotting a moving shadow beneath the surface, he immediately broke into a grin. He then turned his body, flicking his tail into the water, as if to fish. The ferocious fish in the depths seemed to notice the tail dangling in the water and swiftly opened its gaping maw, launching itself towards him with a powerful flick of its tail. The boy, having anticipated this, quickly retracted his tail. The massive fish burst through the surface, creating a tremendous splash. Seizing the opportunity, the boy delivered a powerful kick mid-air. The vicious fish instantly rolled its eyes back in defeat, rendered unconscious. The boy grasped the fish's tail and dragged it out of the water. What a bountiful day it was indeed. With a bright smile showcasing his white teeth, he joyfully towed the large fish back home. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Su Luo and Lazili also arrived here. To their astonishment, Earth harbors such exquisite locales. Lazili, with her enchanting gaze, surveyed the serene and elegant surroundings, captivated by the tranquil beauty that enveloped them, where even the air was infused with a delightful fragrance. Indeed, it is a splendid place for self-cultivation and introspection. Su Luo could not help but marvel at the fact that both Master Rashi and Gohan truly knew how to relish life, be it on Kame House or at Baotou Mountain. Both locales were exceptionally well-suited for retirement. Is the Sun Wukong you mentioned residing here? Lazili inquired with curiosity. Su Luo nodded in affirmation. What kind of person is he? She asked. He is quite an amusing young lad. As they journeyed, the pair chose not to take flight but rather to meander along the mountain path, stopping intermittently to admire the breathtaking scenery of Baotou Mountain. After a considerable time, Su Luo and Lazili arrived before a quaint structure rich in traditional Chinese architectural style. The charming little house was constructed of white and red bricks, crowned with a blue glazed tile roof, and its two grand doors bore the character Fu, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. Before them stood a boy with a tail and a crab-like head, skillfully grilling a large fish over an open fire. This young lad was none other than Sun Wukong, standing at a height of 1 meter. As Su Luo observed the scene outside, he noticed that only the young monkey was present, with no sign of Bulma, indicating that the plot had yet to unfold. The young monkey was fixated on a large fish, its golden skin sizzling enticingly as a delicious aroma wafted through the air. A droplet of saliva betrayed his eagerness, trickling down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, ready to pounce and take a hearty bite. Just then, a voice interrupted his intentions. Ah, greetings. The young monkey froze momentarily and turned his head, only to find two humanoid creatures before him. Instantly, he grasped his Rui Jingu bang, pointing it cautiously at Su Luo and his companion, his expression one of wariness. Who are you creatures? Are you here to snatch my food? I shall not relinquish my meal to you. Su Luo looked at the adorably naive little Wukong with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Having been sheltered and inexperienced, little Wukong had only ever encountered his grandfather, Sun Wukong, and had never laid eyes on another human being. We are not monsters. We are humans as well, Su Luo explained with a gentle smile. Really? You are humans too? Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he displayed an expression of disbelief. He then scratched his head and sheathed his Rui Jingu bang. Curiously, he circled around the two of them several times, exclaiming, How strange. You all don't have tails. Shouldn't all boys have tails? Ah, by the way, you are all girls, aren't you? At this, Lizzie could not help but burst into laughter. Su Luo's expression darkened instantaneously. He was inexplicably mistaken for a girl. Although he understood that Sun Wukong was naive and innocent, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Su Luo took a deep breath and calmly explained to little Wukong the distinctions between man and woman. Little Wukong, somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding, recognizing that this older brother before him was indeed a male, while the seemingly delicate human beside him was the girl. Such complexities. Never mind. My grandfather once told me to treat guests well when they visit. I happen to have grilled fish. Let us enjoy it together. Little Wukong scratched his head, revealing a broad, bright smile as he spoke. Sounds good. Su Luo replied with a faint smile. Chapter 19. Sun Wukong. The three of them gathered around the fire. Little Wukong grilled the fish without any seasoning, not even salt, simply preparing the fish and placing it directly over the flames. Su Luo and Lazili took a few bites but soon ceased to indulge further. Although the fish was delectable and its texture commendable, it lacked a distinctive flavor. In contrast, little Wukong savored the dish with great enthusiasm, his mouth glistening with oil. And within a short span, he had consumed nearly the entirety of the fish. After finishing his meal, little Wukong patted his belly, revealing a contented smile. After a satisfying feast, Brother Su Luo, you seem quite formidable. Would you be willing to engage in a contest with me? Little Wukong exclaimed with eager anticipation. Su Luo was quite inclined to decline, as Little Wukong's combat prowess was merely around 10 points, rendering him rather disinterested in a spar. However, upon witnessing the adorable excitement radiating from Little Wukong's cherubic face, a thought emerged in Su Luo's mind. Such a delightful boy would surely cry if he were struck. Very well. The spacious area in front of the small house was more than adequate as a venue for their contest. Prior to the duel, Little Wukong, with great courtesy, pressed his palms together and performed a martial salute towards Su Luo before assuming his stance. Su Luo stood across from him, beckoning with a finger. Lazuli watched from the side, shaking her head in resignation. Brother Su Luo has once again begun to dominate his opponents. As expected, after a series of resounding slaps, Little Wukong lay on the ground, utterly despondent and motionless. His body bore numerous bruises, appearing as though he had suffered inhumane torment. So, will you continue to fight? Su Luo asked, arms crossed, standing beside Little Wukong with a playful smile. Startled, Little Wukong sprang to his feet, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. No more. No more. Brother Su Luo, you are truly formidable. I am not your match at this moment. Observing Little Wukong's lingering fear, Su Luo smiled with a hint of amusement. Although Little Wukong appeared quite disheveled, his injuries were merely superficial, and given his scion resilience, it would not be long before he was lively once more. After regaining his composure, Little Wukong eagerly approached Su Luo once again. Brother Su Luo, please allow me to train with you. After pondering for a moment, Su Luo deemed it acceptable. After all, idly waiting here was rather tedious. He decided to impart his knowledge for a few days. Come, dear Su Luo. Teach me the art of combat. I yearn to grow stronger. Noticing that Su Luo had yet to respond, the eager Little Wukong pressed on with his plea. Certainly. Su Luo nodded in agreement and replied, let us commence at once. Little Wukong exclaimed with impatience. Su Luo chuckled, remarking that Sun Wukong truly embodied the essence of a martial arts enthusiast, albeit with a rather impatient disposition. However, one must not rejoice too soon. Should you desire my instruction in the martial arts, certain conditions must be met. What do conditions entail? A large question mark flashed through Little Wukong's mind. Suro, it is only when you accomplish a task I assign that I shall impart to you the art of martial prowess. So that is the case then. Please, tell me what it is, and I shall surely fulfill it, Xiao Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. Su Luo picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and inscribed the character upon it. He examined the stone closely, ensuring every detail was clear. Little Wukong took a careful glance at it, and then nodded in acknowledgement. With a slight exertion, Su Luo flung the stone, which soared like a projectile into the distance. Retrieve that stone for me, and remember, if you do not return before dusk, consider your endeavor a failure, and I shall not impart the martial arts to you. Oh, I shall go at once. I am determined to bring back the stone. Upon hearing this, Little Wukong felt a tightening in his heart and immediately dashed towards the stone's direction. Stone, where are you? Little Wukong's innocent voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely. Su Luo, you seem to hold Sun Wukong in high regard. Does he possess some extraordinary qualities? After Little Wukong had run far off, Lazuli inquired curiously. Observing her inquisitive demeanor, Su Luo smiled softly and began to explain. In the cosmos, there exists a warrior race known as the Scions. By nature, the Scions are ferocious and exceedingly warlike, characterized by a monkey-like tail. On nights of the full moon, they transform into colossal apes, their strength multiplying tenfold. Su Luo recounted all that he knew to Lazuli. Thus, it appears that Wukong is a scion who has wandered far from his origins. Upon hearing this hidden history, Lazuli was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly harmless Sun Wukong was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being. Indeed, Su Luo affirmed. Yet, he appears quite gentle and innocent, Lazuli remarked, still somewhat perplexed. That is precisely what makes Wukong unique. In the future, he shall grow immensely powerful. After Su Luo spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across his face. He eagerly awaited the moment when Sun Wukong would grow stronger, for without that, the future would lack much of its joy. Lazuli gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feeling inexplicably that Su Luo had become increasingly enigmatic and alluring. As she gazed upon Su Luo's strikingly handsome visage, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and an enticing thought lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Brother Su Luo. As night quietly descended, a faint golden hue began to shimmer on the distant horizon. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Little Wukong, panting heavily, dragged his weary body homeward, clutching a stone tightly in his hand. What is that? It shines so brightly. He observed a peculiar, glimmering house that had mysteriously appeared beside his own, confusion stirring within him. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from the strange dwelling. It was the scent of food. Instantly, drool pooled in little Wukong's mouth. Having searched for this stone all day, he had gone without food and was ravenously hungry. With the promise of food beckoning him, little Wukong found renewed energy and raced towards the luminous house. Following the delectable scent, he dashed into the kitchen and beheld a table laden with unfamiliar, mouth-watering dishes. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, he leaped forward. As he drew closer to the food, his eyes sparkled with excitement, but suddenly, his body came to an abrupt halt. Little Wukong turned to see Su Luo grasping him by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Ah, brother Su Luo, why are you holding me? Please put me down. I'm so hungry. I need to eat." Little Wukong pleaded pitifully. Su Luo curled his lips in a slight grimace as he led him to the sink, turned on the faucet, and then set him down. "Before we eat, you must wash your hands." Oh, little Wukong gazed at his hands, caked with dirt and quite unkempt. He then presented the stone inscribed with the character for Luo to Su Luo, grinning widely as he said, "Here you go. I found it." Observing the stone in his hand, Su Luo smiled and accepted it. Little Wukong swiftly cleaned his hands, then eagerly rushed to the dining table, grasping a chicken leg in one hand and taking a hearty bite. Delicious, absolutely delightful. Su Luo and Lazili exchanged glances at the sight of him devouring his meal with fervor, chuckling softly before picking up their own chopsticks to join in. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. Chapter 20. The arrival of Bulma the following morning as the sun began to rise. A delicate mist gradually dissipated within the forest. Sun Wukong awoke early, diligently engaging in various physical exercises as per Su Luo's instructions. Meanwhile, Su Luo held a Dragon Ball in his hand, meticulously examining it under the gentle glow of dawn. Lazili, intrigued, leaned in closer, peering at the orb in his grasp. This was an orange crystal sphere, adorned with 4 red stars. Crafted using the principle of refraction, the Dragon Ball revealed the red stars from any angle. Wow! Is this truly the legendary Dragon Ball? It's quite beautiful, Lazili remarked in awe, admiring the 4-star Dragon Ball. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it is also quite useful, Su Luo replied with a smile. As for its usefulness, I cannot say. However, I do know that brother Su Luo is quite the master of persuasion, Lazili retorted, recalling the moment when Su Luo had skillfully convinced little Wukong. The absurdity of claiming that Son Gohan had appeared to Su Luo in a dream, urging him to retrieve the Dragon Ball, was amusing. What was more astonishing was that Wukong had believed it wholeheartedly, joyfully handing over the Dragon Ball to Su Luo. That was a clever tactic. Su Luo corrected. I acquired the Dragon Ball from little Wukong through sheer skill. Not everyone could achieve that. More like persuasion. Lazili pouted, firmly standing by her opinion. Su Luo felt increasingly undermined in front of Razili. Observing her sly smile, he squinted and declared, "Today's training will be doubled." "Ah, brother Su Luo, how could you treat a beautiful girl this way?" Razili pouted sorrowfully. "Stop your whining and commence your training." Yes, in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. On a dewy morning, droplets cascaded from green leaves, glistening in the dawn light as they fell upon the grass. Along the rugged path leading to Baozi Mountain, a compact car advanced slowly. With a sudden screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a halt. A girl with lavender hair tied in a ponytail stepped out. Gazing at the serene and picturesque forest landscape before her, she stretched lazily and inhaled deeply the fresh air. Then, she retrieved a radar from her satchel. After pressing a switch, the radar emitted a series of beeps, revealing several yellow dots flickering on the screen. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Balls were indicated to be in this vicinity. The girl stowed the radar away, hopped back into her car, and started the engine. With the roar of the motor, she drove deeper into Baozi Mountain. This lavender-haired girl was Bulma, embarking on a quest to find the Dragon Balls in pursuit of her dream of winning the heart of her Prince Charming during her summer vacation. Meanwhile, having just completed his training regimen, Sun Wukong trudged slowly along the rugged mountainside, dragging a wild boar that weighed several hundred pounds. Beads of sweat dripped from his chin, soaking into the ground and creating a trail of moisture. "Ah, I'm so exhausted. Brother Su Luo's training is indeed rigorous." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he suddenly heard the sound of an approaching engine from behind. Turning around, he spotted a square object rapidly approaching. Under Su Luo's influence, he had become more knowledgeable and recognized this strange contraption as a vehicle. Reacting swiftly to the oncoming car, Sun Wukong hurriedly dragged the wild boar to the side. Behind the wheel, Bulma was equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of a person on the road. Flustered, she abruptly spun the steering wheel, attempting to maneuver around him. However, her chosen direction coincided precisely with where Sun Wukong was trying to evade, resulting in a resounding crash. Sun Wukong, along with the boar, was sent flying, crashing violently into a tree. I hit someone. Accompanied by the sharp screech of brakes, a clear yet slightly trembling voice emerged from the vehicle. Bulma gazed at Goku, who had been propelled into the air, her violet-blue eyes wide with alarm, reflecting her apparent misfortune. Goku rose to his feet, rubbing his sore shoulder, casting an irate glance at the automobile, and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, you inside there. Did you just knock me away in an attempt to steal my food? I shall not allow you to succeed." With that, he clenched his fists in anger and approached. Bulma, witnessing the strange child rise effortlessly after being thrown, felt a surge of panic as he made his way towards her. She feared she had landed herself in a grave predicament. Could it be that she had encountered a monster? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Prior to her arrival at Baozi Mountain, she had heard tales from the nearby villagers about the ferocious beasts and man-eating monsters that roamed the mountains, some of which could disguise themselves as humans to deceive the unsuspecting. To her dismay, she had stumbled upon one of them. What terrible luck! Stealing her nerves. Bulma leaned out of the car, brandishing a black pistol in her right hand, and took aim at Goku before unleashing a trio of shots. The bullets struck Goku's forehead with precision, attesting to her practiced marksmanship. Goku covered his forehead with his hand, grimacing in pain as he cried out, "Ouch! That hurts. You wicked person! How dare you use such strange tactics to ambush me?" "No, it can't be. You're still alive?" Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, her face betraying her disbelief. "Fool, I would not so easily succumb to your attack. My body is as resilient as steel," Goku retorted angrily, feeling underestimated by the villain before him. "You despicable fiend, allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, he seized the Rui Jingu Bang from his back, leaping high and swinging it down. Witnessing this, Bulma quickly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Wait, little brother. I am not a bad person. I am a charming young girl." A dull thud resonated as Goku landed on the hood of the car, halting his swinging weapon. Bulma stared in horror at the staff looming so close, swallowing hard in fear. "A young girl? Does that mean you are a girl as well?" Goku inquired. Bulma stepped out of the vehicle, raising both hands, and replied, "Indeed, look." Goku jumped down to scrutinize her closely. It seems you truly are a girl, quite well endowed. I might add, well endowed?" Bulma's expression stiffened as she glanced down, feeling a mix of irritation and reluctance to retort. "Come to my home. Since you are a girl, I shall treat you to a meal." Sun Wukong sheathed his Rui Bang and hoisted the wild boar, addressing Bulma with a brief remark before continuing on his way. Bulma exhaled softly, reassured by Wukong's demeanor, which suggested he was not a malevolent creature. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Would it be perilous to visit his home? "What's the matter? Don't you wish to indulge in some delicious food?" Wukong inquired, perplexed by Bulma's hesitation. "Wait, just a moment," Bulma said, glancing at her Dragon Ball radar. Observing the location of the Dragon Balls, she mused, "This child's home lies along this path. Perhaps the Dragon Ball is there as well." If that were the case, despite the child's eccentricities, she felt compelled to investigate further. "Here we go." Bulma transformed her vehicle into a capsule and stowed it in her bag, then jogged to catch up with Sun Wukong. "By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask your name," she remarked as they walked. "I am Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you?" he replied with a jovial smile. My name is..." Bulma stammered. "Bulma?" Wukong exclaimed with laughter. "What a peculiar name." His laughter echoed, light and carefree. "Enough chatter. Do you think I enjoy this?" Bulma retorted, exasperated. Their voices mingled on the tranquil mountain path, Wukong's slightly mischievous laughter intertwining with the young woman's indignant protests. "How annoying. That's precisely why I dislike children." Chapter 21. The Quest for the Dragon Balls, Part 1. Throughout their journey, Bulma occasionally engaged Wukong in conversation, inquiring about the Dragon Balls. Upon discovering that the 4-star Dragon Ball was in the possession of Su Luo, her eyes darted with contemplation, as if devising a clever plan. Outside the small cottage at Baozi Mountain, Su Luo reclined leisurely upon the grassy meadow, basking in the gentle embrace of the sunlight that cascaded over him. Warm and soothing, providing a sense of utter comfort. Beside him, lazily sat, offering a cluster of grapes as a delightful treat. From time to time, Su Luo playfully nibbled on her fingertips, causing the girl to erupt in cheerful laughter. Su Luo, my brother, they have returned, Lazili said with a bright smile. Su Luo replied lazily, then rose to his feet. Not far away, Sun Wukong was dragging a wild boar, accompanied by Bulma as they approached. True to the original narrative, Bulma in her youth was a rather infatuated girl. The moment she laid eyes on Su Luo's strikingly handsome visage, she cupped her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with affection, completely lost in daydreams without regard for the surroundings. With a disdainful huff, Lazili brought Bulma back to reality, making her acutely aware of the previous scene. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole, utterly mortified. Su Luo chuckled softly and said, "You must be a friend of Wukong. Let us converse further inside." A smile spread across Bulma's face as she nodded enthusiastically. Thus, Su Luo, Lazili, and Bulma entered the house, while Sun Wukong dutifully dragged the wild boar aside to begin his preparations. After a pleasant exchange, Bulma grew acquainted with Su Luo and Lazili. She produced 2 Dragon Balls and shared the enigmatic legends surrounding them, subsequently requesting the 4-star Dragon Ball from Su Luo. Certainly, Su Luo would not simply grant her wish, which left Bulma somewhat distressed. "Bulma, what is your wish?" Lazuli inquired. Well, my wish," Bulma stammered, unable to articulate her desires. In the past, with her bold character, she would have declared, "My wish is to find my Prince Charming." However, with Su Luo present, she found herself unable to voice it, perhaps out of shyness. Ha ha ha, my wish is nothing much, nothing worth mentioning, Bulma chuckled, deflecting the question. Su Luo, Lazuli, since you both seem to have some leisure time, why not join me in the quest for the Dragon Balls? With a glint of inspiration, Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button. Behold, this is the Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Balls emit a faint signal, which is why I invented this device. The 3 light points in the center represent the Dragon Balls we currently possess, while the surrounding 4 light points indicate the locations of other Dragon Balls. Su Luo and Lazili leaned in for a closer look. Bulma, you are truly an extraordinary inventor. Su Luo marveled, deeply impressed by Bulma's ingenious intellect. Lazili also sincerely praised her, exclaiming, "Bulma, you are remarkably clever." Upon hearing their accolades, Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, her face radiating pride. Ha ha ha, I am indeed a genius and a beautiful girl. Thus, the trio resolved to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls together. Meanwhile, Goku remained outside, drooling over his roasted pig, after a hearty meal. As in the original tale, the journey to seek the Dragon Balls began at the Baozi Mountain. The difference this time lay in the addition of Su Luo and Lazili, along with a new approach to their quest. According to the location of the Dragon Balls indicated by the Dragon Radar, Su Luo utilized instant transmission to transport Lazili, Bulma, and Sun Wukong directly to the small village plagued by Oolong's antics. Bulma and Sun Wukong were momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why have we suddenly arrived at this quaint village? Lazili, observing their bewildered expressions, couldn't help but burst into laughter, reminiscent of her own first experience with instant transmission. What transpired next mirrored the original narrative. They assisted the villagers in capturing the troublesome Oolong, and subsequently, they smoothly acquired a Dragon Ball from an elderly woman. Su Luo, showing no interest in dealing with Oolong further, merely taught him a lesson before letting him go. To their surprise, they had swiftly located the 4th Dragon Ball. Bulma gazed at the Dragon Ball in her hand, exclaiming in awe, then cast a glance at Su Luo, filled with admiration. This man was not only handsome but also remarkably capable, truly captivating. Lazili seemed to sense an impending threat and shot a fierce glare at Bulma. Bulma chuckled awkwardly in response. "Let us go. Next is the 5th one," Su Luo declared. Lazili nodded, linking her arm with Su Luo's and casting a triumphant glance at Bulma, as if to assert her claim. Bulma, noticing this, pouted slightly. Sun Wukong, however, grasped Su Luo's large hand, leaving Bulma standing still. "Bulma, what's wrong?" "Come on," Su Luo queried, looking at her with confusion. Bulma hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "Wait. Su Luo, let us drive instead." "Why?" Su Luo asked, puzzled. "Searching for the Dragon Balls like this is too dull. It's too quick," Bulma replied. "Isn't it better to be fast?" Su Luo was taken aback by her words. "Exactly," Lazili echoed, sharing the confusion. "No, it's not good at all. It's utterly devoid of interest," Bulma insisted, shaking her head vigorously. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Think about it. Although our goal in seeking the Dragon Balls is to fulfill wishes, if we miss out on the joy of the journey, wouldn't that be rather meaningless? Su Luo's brother, Bulma's reasoning seemed somewhat valid, Lotzi pondered, tilting her head. Right? Bulma beamed with delight upon seeing Lotzi agree with her perspective. Suro curled his lip, dismissing the notion as trivial. Bulma simply did not wish to return home so swiftly. Very well, if that is your desire, we shall embark on a journey to seek out new adventures. Oh yes, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. In truth, her yearning was not for the pleasures of travel, but rather to remain in Suro's company. Even if only for a few fleeting days. For reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible allure emanating from him, drawing her closer. Bulma retrieved her capsule box, selecting the car capsule and tossing it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke dispersed to reveal a rugged four-wheel drive vehicle before them. She promptly opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, clearly relishing the prospect of driving. Suro and Laziri took their seats in the back, while Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, circled the vehicle a few times before taking the passenger seat at Bulma's urging. Let us go, we're off to our next destination, Kame House. Due to a deviation from the original route, Suro believed they would not encounter the lost turtle, yet unexpectedly, they did. Consequently, Sun Wukong assumed the responsibility of carrying the turtle, sprinting along the road. Meanwhile, Suro and the others leisurely remained in the vehicle, trailing behind. As they approached the seaside, they came upon a robber blocking their path, whom Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched with a single punch. After a month of rigorous training, his combat power had reached a remarkable 37 points, making the defeat of a mere robber as simple as drinking water. The group arrived at the beach, where the turtle expressed its gratitude and promised a gift, asking them to wait by the shore before diving into the sea. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of the ocean, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with excitement, cheering exuberantly, "Wow, wow, this is amazing." He scooped up some seawater and took a sip. "Yuck, this water is awful, so salty," he grimaced, sticking out his tongue and clutching his throat. "You silly Wukong, who told you to drink it?" "The seawater is naturally salty," Bulma remarked, gazing at him as if he were foolish. "I didn't know. I promise I won't drink it again, it's too terrible," Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sorrowfully, Su Luo gazed at Wukong, lamenting the fact that he wished to sample everything, oblivious to the fact that the ocean's waters are not meant for ordinary consumption. Those who can drink it are far from ordinary. Lazili quietly admired the azure sea, the gentle sea breeze caressing her cheeks. In the distance, the cerulean sky and the ocean intertwined, creating a picturesque tableau. "Brother Su Luo, shall we build a house by the sea in the future?" Lazili gently inquired, clasping Su Luo's hand. "Yes, that sounds wonderful," Su Luo replied, noticing the affection gleaming in her eyes. A radiant smile blossomed on Lazili's face, and in her elation, she led Su Luo to play at the shallow waters. Bulma stood on the beach, observing them, suddenly engulfed by a pang of envy. The wait always felt interminable. Hours later, a figure emerged on the sea's surface. Master Roshi had finally arrived. Chapter 22, Gathering the Dragon Balls, Part 2, as in the original tale. Master Roshi sought to express his gratitude to Sun Wukong for saving his turtle by offering him the immortal bird as a token of appreciation. However, after calling out for a considerable time without a response, he was reminded by the turtle that the immortal bird had perished from food poisoning the previous year. Ultimately, he summoned the flying nimbus. A yellow cloud, trailing a long tail, streaked across the sky and appeared before the gathered crowd at an astonishing speed. "This nimbus is now yours. Once you ride upon it, you shall soar through the skies as you please," Master Roshi declared to Sun Wukong. "Ah, I can fly," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment. "Isn't it marvelous?" However, Master Roshi continued, his tone shifting, "Only those with pure hearts can ride the nimbus. Meaning only well-behaved children are permitted to do so. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Do watch closely." With his hands clasped behind him and a serious expression, he exuded an air of a master. He then leapt into the air, only to find himself passing through the cloud, landing unceremoniously with his bottom facing downward. The crowd erupted into merciless laughter. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh dear, my back." Master Roshi groaned, incredulously staring at the nimbus. "How peculiar. I can't seem to ride it. I'll give it a try." Sun Wukong exclaimed with a grin, leaping up and landing securely atop the nimbus. "Hooray, I'm on." Let us fly, Nimbus. He cheered, exuberantly dancing as he soared into the sky, reveling in the thrill. What a splendid child. Truly a good-hearted individual to be able to ride the Nimbus, Master Roshi remarked in admiration. Bulma watched with a hint of envy as Sun Wukong freely glided through the sky, wishing for a cloud of her own. Bulma, you might as well forget it. You are not a good child, someone chimed in. Su Luo seemed to perceive her thoughts and jested lightly. Bulma, feeling somewhat irked by his words, retorted, what nonsense. This young lady is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. Surely I can ascend to that. Oh, is that so? Would you care to give it a try? Su Luo remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Humph, I wouldn't dare to try. Bulma's voice faltered, betraying a hint of insecurity, which elicited hearty laughter from Su Luo and Lazuli. How infuriating. Bulma seethed through gritted teeth as she glared at the two, who were reveling in their amusement. After the laughter subsided, Su Luo approached Master Roshi and pointed to the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, saying, Master Roshi, would you be so kind as to gift me this orb? Upon hearing Su Luo's request, the two women finally noticed that the orange crystal ball adorning Master Roshi's neck was indeed a Dragon Ball. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. But I do have a condition, Master Roshi said, his eyes twinkling mischievously behind his sunglasses. Do tell, Su Luo replied with a benevolent smile. Master Roshi's eyes, concealed beneath his shades, leered at Bulma and Lazuli, his grin turning increasingly lascivious as he prepared to propose a rather inappropriate condition. However, just then, the young man before him suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, launching a wave of energy toward the sea. In an instant, the world dimmed, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the ocean's surface, while towering waves surged skyward, as if vying for supremacy with the heavens. Su Luo wore a gentle smile on his face. Master Roshi, what were you about to say? Master Roshi's legs grew weak, and he knelt down. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Luo was instantly taken aback, poised to assist him in rising. Master Roshi, what are you doing? This is unacceptable. No, young one, the wise old man replied. I wish to present you with the Dragon Ball in this manner, as a token of my heartfelt intentions. Please accept it. With sincere dedication. Master Roshi offered the Dragon Ball with both hands. Well then, very well, I shall accept the orb. Please, do rise swiftly. Su Luo swiftly took the Dragon Ball, tucking it into his pocket with great haste, and then assisted the turtle sage to his feet. With Su Luo's support, the venerable sage stood up, albeit unsteadily. Su Luo cautiously assisted him onto the back of the turtle, then offered a few words of advice, reminding him to take care of himself at his advanced age. He entrusted the sea turtle with the return of the turtle hermit. Razily, am I dreaming? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before her. Razily smiled gently and playfully pinched the soft flesh at Bulma's waist. Bulma cried out in pain, casting an accusatory glance at Razily. See, you are not dreaming. Razily teased with a mischievous grin. After acquiring the 5th Dragon Ball, the group set off towards the location of the 6th Dragon Ball, which lay in Flame Mountain. However, once Goku obtained the Nimbus Cloud, he was reluctant to descend from the clouds, riding above while following the others. Bulma, feeling a pang of envy, could not resist calling him down. He promptly showcased his skills in front of Su Luo and the others, leaving them in awe. Fortunately, thanks to the cloud's strong shock absorption, he emerged unscathed. Afterward, Bulma was filled with regret, for this incident had invited a round of teasing from her companions. The journey was filled with laughter and, notably, Bulma's disgruntled mutterings, expressing sentiments such as the notion that being beautiful could also be a curse. Due to the long journey, they spent the night in a desolate wilderness. Of course, it was merely a night of rest, devoid of any anticipated excitement. The following day, Su Luo and his companions resumed their journey. Shortly after setting off, they encountered the notorious bandit Yamcha in the wild, whom Su Luo effortlessly sent flying, allowing them to continue on their way. 2 days later, they finally reached their destination. Flame Mountain, as the name suggests, was a mountain ablaze with flames. What on earth is going on with this mountain? Why is it burning? Razily wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at the roaring flames ahead, where she vaguely discerned a castle encircled by fire. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball should be within that castle. Bulma wiped her brow and glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, then pointed towards the castle atop the mountain. However, with such fierce flames, how were they to ascend? Bulma murmured, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the composed Su Luo, exclaiming, Su Luo, you must have a solution. Su Luo stroked his chin, gazing at the flames engulfing the mountains, nodding thoughtfully. He called out to Sun Wukong, who was amusing himself by poking a skull with a stick. Wukong, come here. I shall teach you a formidable technique." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong eagerly cast aside the stick and rushed to Su Luo's side, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, "Brother Su Luo, are you going to teach me the art of Qigong?" "Indeed. Now, pay close attention to this move." Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Su Luo advanced a few steps, his expression sharpening, as an astonishing aura emanated from his entire being. A white mist encircled him, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from the heavens. With his hands gracefully forming the shape of a flower bud, Su Luo slowly placed them at his waist. A palpable blue energy swiftly coalesced before him. In an instant, a sphere of energy materialized in his palms, radiating a brilliant blue and white light that burst forth from his fingertips, dazzling to behold. As he uttered the final syllable, the aura surrounding Su Luo reached its zenith, and he thrust his palms forward with great force. Immediately, a deep blue beam of light surged forth, carrying an overwhelming destructive force that cleaved the raging sea of flames in twain along the mountainside, ascending skyward to explode in a resounding thunderclap. A storm was indeed approaching. Lazili gazed at the erupting energy sphere in the sky and spoke slowly. "Oh." Bulma, taken aback, was momentarily dazed. The next moment, from the epicenter of the explosion, an energy storm surged outward like a furious tempest, with the fiery mountain being the first to bear the brunt. The roaring flames were extinguished by the onslaught of the gale, leaving not even a spark behind. Bulma, who was as helpless as a fledgling chick, nearly succumbed to the force of the whirlwind but was fortuitously rescued by Lazili. Once tranquility was restored, the transformed visage of the fiery mountain unveiled itself to the onlookers. The entire mountain bore the scars of scorching flames, and the castle atop lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse. "The flames have all vanished," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "That is merely the tip of the iceberg. My brother Su Luo's power extends far beyond this," Lazili remarked with a sense of pride. Upon hearing this, Bulma gazed at Su Luo ahead, momentarily lost in thought. Mysterious, handsome, powerful, such words were indeed fitting to describe him. At that moment, deep within Bulma's heart, a seed named admiration quietly took root. Su Luo did not notice these matters. His gaze was fixed upon Sun Wukong as he inquired, "Wukong, have you mastered it?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I shall give it a try." Ultimately, the outcome was, of course, successful. Upon successfully employing the skill, Sun Wukong was overjoyed, leaping nearly 10 meters into the air in sheer exuberance. With a faint smile, Su Luo was not surprised that Sun Wukong was able to master the skill, for in the original tale, he too had learned it in an instant. This particular technique accompanied Sun Wukong throughout his life, eventually becoming a treasured legacy passed down through generations of the Sun family. Chapter 23, A Wish. Arise, Shenlong. After extinguishing the flames, Su Luo and his companions discovered the sixth Dragon Ball within the castle. Just as they were about to depart, they encountered the tardy Bull Demon King. Upon seeing Su Luo and his companions emerge from the castle, the Bull Demon King mistakenly assumed that his treasure had been stolen. Without hesitation, he swung his axe towards them. In response, Sun Wukong grasped his Rui Jingu Bang and engaged in combat with the Bull Demon King. After several exchanges, the Bull Demon King finally noticed that Sun Wukong wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. Following some negotiations, he ascertained Sun Wukong's identity and the context of the situation. To express his gratitude, the Bull Demon King hosted a grand feast in their honor. Apart from Su Luo and his companions, the banquet also included a charming little girl adorned with a futuristic helmet, who was none other than the Bull Demon King's daughter, Chi-Chi. She cast a timid glance at the gathering before shyly lowering her head. After an enjoyable meal, Chi-Chi learned that Sun Wukong possessed a magical cloud that could fly, and she expressed her desire to ride it. Sun Wukong readily agreed, whisking her into the sky. While on the cloud, Sun Wukong curiously touched Chi-Chi's chest, only to find her physique quite petite. "You must be a boy," he remarked. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Chi-Chi pushed him off the flying cloud. Upon returning from a brief excursion, Chi-Chi declared her intention to marry Sun Wukong, thus sealing their engagement. At this moment, Su Luo couldn't help but reflect on the fact that wooing women indeed requires a certain flair. Initially, he believed that the narrative had taken an unexpected turn, making it difficult for the original couple to unite, but it seemed he had overthought the situation. Perhaps this turn of events was not entirely unfavorable. In the original tale, Chi-Chi was a devoted wife, unwavering in her loyalty to Sun Wukong. Conversely, Sun Wukong proved to be an inadequate husband, obsessively pursuing cultivation and combat, neglecting his familial duties, which placed the burdens of life squarely on the shoulders of the young girl. This discrepancy transformed a gentle and considerate girl into a fiery matron. However, thanks to Su Luo's intervention, the treasures within the Bull Demon King's castle were preserved, and Chi-Chi had now become a veritable little heiress. Returning to the matter at hand, after acquiring the 6th Dragon Ball, Su Luo and his companions set off once more, heading towards the final Dragon Ball located in the castle of King Pilaf. They had anticipated a long journey to reach their destination, but unexpectedly, Pilaf, Xiaowu, and a show presented themselves at their doorstep. The comedic trio, upon encountering Su Luo, faltered after a single exchange and promptly surrendered the last Dragon Ball. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls finally converged. They resonated with one another, shimmering with a golden radiance. The golden light flickered rhythmically, accompanied by a humming sound, reminiscent of the gentle murmurs of an ancient dragon. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 individuals displayed varied expressions. Bulma and Lazuli were filled with excitement and curiosity, while Sun Wukong appeared dazed and indifferent. Su Luo, however, remained composed, harboring no significant expectations for the earthly dragon. "Do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill?" Su Luo inquired directly. "Brother Su Luo, I do not," Lazuli replied with a gentle shake of her head, content merely to be in Su Luo's presence. Bulma pondered for a moment before also shaking her head. Initially, she had wished for a Prince Charming, but that desire had gradually diminished in significance. "What about you, Wukong?" "I want something delicious," Sun Wukong replied. "Su Luo, this wish is splendid. Next time, I shall treat you to a delightful feast." Sun Wukong scratched his head and uttered a sound of acknowledgement. "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish." As Su Luo recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the moment his voice fell, the Dragon Balls began to shimmer with an intensified brilliance. Suddenly, the bright sky was shrouded in darkness as ominous clouds obscured the sun, plunging the entire Earth into a deep shadow. Concurrently, people around the globe, bewildered by the abrupt transition between day and night, began to speculate, some even pondering whether the apocalypse was imminent. Boom, boom. The sky resounded with the roar of thunder as golden lightning flickered incessantly within the storm clouds. At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling golden light, transforming into a colossal pillar of dragon-shaped radiance that soared into the heavens. A primordial dragon's roar echoed across the cosmos, and as the golden light dissipated, a long and majestic green dragon materialized before the assembled crowd. Su Luo squinted at the dragon soaring through the sky, its appearance reminiscent of the legendary dragons of Huaxia. "Is this truly a divine dragon? It's magnificent." The 2 maidens exclaimed in awe. "The dragon looks quite delectable," Sun Wukong thought to himself. "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, articulate your desire. Any wish shall I fulfill." "But only one," the Emerald Dragon proclaimed with a formal introduction. "My wish is to acquire the locational information of all celestial bodies within the universe," Su Luo declared. The dragon's serious expression faltered as it responded. "I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be granted. The universe is vast and unfathomable. It is beyond my capacity to ascertain the precise coordinates of every celestial sphere. Indeed, it cannot be fulfilled." Su Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. "Dragon, I wish for a hyperbolic time chamber with 100-fold flow of time." After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo cautiously expressed his thoughts. Although even deities are forbidden from manipulating time, perhaps it would be permissible for him to create a mental time chamber with the assistance of the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon replied, "I regret to inform you that this desire cannot be fulfilled. My dear master, there is more to this chapter. So please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The forthcoming events are truly captivating." Manipulating time transgresses the rules established by that esteemed individual and is considered a grave sin. Even the pantheon of gods is strictly prohibited from altering time. And with my current abilities, such a feat is beyond my reach. Su Luo found himself at a loss for words once again. Though he had approached the situation with a glimmer of hope, he couldn't help but feel that this dragon was utterly ineffectual, wasting his expression. "Dragon, I desire the ability akin to that of the Grand Elder of Namek, one that can unlock the latent potential within a human being. I am deeply sorry, but this is beyond my capabilities as well." At this moment, the dragon too felt a sense of embarrassment. Su Luo, well, he has long given up any expectations of this dragon. It seems utterly useless, unable to fulfill any wishes at all. The innocent voice of Sun Wukong chimed in. Indeed. Indeed. Bulma and Lazuli echoed, their regard for the dragon plummeting. "Dragon, do I not possess any dignity?" A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Do you have any other wishes? Whatever it may be, I can grant it. The dragon's voice trailed off, lacking conviction. Dragon, I desire the finest, largest, most robust gravity chamber with the highest multiplier. Su Luo murmured. That wish is exceedingly simple. The dragon replied, its tone laced with excitement. Suddenly, its eyes gleamed with a red light. In the expansive area, a colossal gravity chamber materialized out of thin air. Your wish has been granted. Now, I take my leave. No sooner had the dragon spoken than it transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions. The dim sky began to clear as the Dragon Balls departed, restoring the previously bright and sunny atmosphere. A beautiful day unfurled once more. Su Luo keenly observed the trajectory of the 4-star ball as it soared through the air, intercepting it with precision before returning the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong. He then cast his gaze towards the adjacent gravity chamber. This colossal structure, soaring to a height of 100 meters and boasting a diameter of 300 meters, glimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling a vast hemisphere. Seeing this, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased with the dragon's earnest efforts. With a mere thought, he summoned the colossal gravity chamber into his system space. The 3 companions had grown accustomed to such actions from Su Luo. Chapter 24. Training in the gravity chamber. The journey to collect the Dragon Balls had reached its conclusion, marking the moment of parting. Goku, riding on his Nimbus cloud, set off alone to Kame House in search of Master Roshi for training, as Su Luo had indicated that he would grow stronger there. Su Luo Lazuli, what are your plans? How about joining me in West City? There are plenty of delightful activities and delectable treats. I'll cover all your expenses, Bulma proposed, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, especially when directed towards Su Luo. Apologies, Bulma, but we must focus on our training and cannot accompany you, Su Luo replied, shaking his head in refusal. Lazuli subtly echoed his sentiments with a slight shake of her head, making their intentions clear. I see. Bulma's eyes flickered with disappointment, and she lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness and a mix of emotions. Su Luo, noticing her reluctance, chuckled lightly. Oh, don't be so forlorn. It's not like we won't see each other again. Indeed, Lazuli teased, making a playful face at Bulma. Their light-hearted banter elicited a chuckle from Bulma. Being a spirited individual, she quickly regained her vivacious demeanor. Here, take these. They are my communicators. Do remember to visit me when you have the time, Bulma said, producing 2 compact devices and placing them in their hands. Of course, Su Luo and Lazuli affirmed. Given the distance to West City, shall we escort you home? Su Luo offered. That would be lovely, Bulma replied, nodding, before playfully grasping Su Luo's hand with a grin. Su Luo smiled faintly, and as a thought arose, a 3-dimensional map of the entire Earth unfolded in his mind. Subsequently, he pinpointed the location of the Western capital. And with a mere flicker of intention, the 3 of them vanished from their original spot. The instantaneous teleportation of Su Luo knows no bounds. Wherever he perceives, he can traverse, be it to seek individuals or locations. West City is a bustling and enchanting metropolis, alive with the ebb and flow of its inhabitants and the ceaseless movement of vehicles. In a moment of casual oblivion, unnoticed by anyone, 2 women and a man quietly materialized on the streets of this vibrant city. This is where I shall leave you, Bulma, Su Luo said, releasing her hand with a smile. Do remember to visit me whenever you have the chance, Bulma replied, her face alight with joy, offering one last reminder. Su Luo and Razali exchanged smiles and then vanished from her sight. As Bulma gazed at the fading figures, her smile too dissipated. After a prolonged contemplation, she sighed and returned home. On Turtle Island, outside a small cottage, Son Goku arrived carrying a large bundle. Master Roshi, he called out, his voice echoing. However, after a considerable time passed, no response came from within the house. Goku felt a twinge of confusion. He could distinctly sense Master Roshi's presence, suggesting he should be inside. Thus, Goku climbed up to the window and discovered Master Roshi engrossed in watching television, where tiny figures were chanting, 1, 2. Lift your legs high. Goku approached Master Roshi's side and called out once more. Yet, Master Roshi was so captivated that he paid no heed. In response, a thunderous cry erupted near Master Roshi's ear, causing his head to bob incessantly like a ringing alarm clock. What brings you here, you rascal? Master Roshi inquired, rubbing his ears and regarding Goku with a puzzled expression. Master Roshi, I have come to train, Goku replied, flashing a broad grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Training, you say? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses as he scrutinized Goku. This lad is indeed a rare gem, with further refinement. He might surpass even me. Ha ha ha, but I won't teach you without compensation. You must bring me a lovely girl. Only then will I impart my martial arts knowledge. What do you say? Master Roshi revealed a sly grin. Upon hearing this, Goku retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, this is a message from Brother Su Luo. Upon hearing Su Luo's name, Master Roshi's expression darkened. He took the note and glanced at it. Teach him well. Otherwise, I shall pay you a visit, Su Luo. Goku, let us go and commence your training. Time quietly passed for several days. On a beautiful island, the sea breeze caressed the air, and sunlight filtered through the swaying coconut leaves, casting a delicate glow upon the soft white sands. The azure waters surged magnificently, while seagulls glided freely close to the surface. Near the shoreline stood an opulent villa, its exquisite architecture graced by a garden adorned with vibrant flowers. A few small robots diligently tended to the flora, wielding watering cans and shears with precision. This was the new abode of Su Luo and Lazili. Not far from the villa, a colossal gravity chamber loomed like a majestic hill in the background. After settling into their new home, they ventured into the gravity chamber to commence their training. The interior of the gravity chamber was divided into training and living areas, with the training section occupying 3/4 of the space. This training zone was further segmented into 3 large sections, each equipped with its own gravity control apparatus. The living area served as a relaxation zone, lavishly furnished and fully equipped with every amenity one could desire. Even Su Luo could not help but marvel at the thoughtfulness of the dragon god. Within the training room, Su Luo activated the 20-fold gravity. Let us begin with this, he remarked. Upon receiving the command, the chamber responded, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the space. Su Luo stretched his limbs, finding the pressure quite manageable. Thus, he positioned himself in the center of the training room and initiated his foundational exercises. Training is a gradual process. One must begin with lower levels to achieve the greatest progress. Rushing into higher intensities would only yield detrimental results. Since the establishment of the training chamber, Su Luo had devoted his days to intense training. At night, he focused on solidifying his rapidly increasing strength, honing his control to master his own power. Instead of conventional sleep, he practiced the divine meditation technique, which was remarkably effective. After a night of meditation, he would awaken the following day feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. Thus, another month slipped away. Su Luo has fully acclimated to the 65-fold gravity, experiencing no strain on his body. Although this pales in comparison to the original tale of Sun Wukong, who adapted to 100-fold gravity in merely a few days, catapulting his combat power from several thousand to an astonishing 90,000. Such feats were the result of a reckless exploitation of potential. There were moments when Sun Wukong, in his fervent pursuit of mastery, nearly faced death due to overexertion. This reckless dalliance with life and death, were it not for Sun Wukong's protagonist aura, might have left him buried beneath towering grass upon his grave. Unlike others, Su Luo's approach to training is distinct. Though he progresses slowly, his steadiness ensures a solid foundation, paving a broader and more distant path ahead. After a month of rigorous training, Su Luo's strength surged dramatically, reaching an impressive 52,000, showcasing the terrifying efficacy of the gravity chamber's regimen. One evening, after concluding a day of training, Su Luo emerged from the training room, only to find the lights still aglow in the adjacent chamber. Chapter 25. Lazili's tenacity. Lazili seemed to be driven by some unseen motivation, training late into the night day after day for the past month. On several occasions, it was Su Luo who had to carry her out, raising concerns about the potential repercussions on her health. Su Luo furrowed his brow, for the constitution of Earthlings was quite frail. If such intense training were to persist, their bodies would inevitably succumb. With this thought in mind, he opened the door to the training room. There, he beheld a young girl, drenched in sweat, struggling through a series of demanding exercises. Strands of golden hair clung to her delicate face. The ordinary training attire, unable to withstand the rigors of her exertion, had become tattered, leaving much of her porcelain skin exposed. Upon noticing Su Luo's entrance, Lazili showed no surprise, as if it were a commonplace occurrence. She seemed entirely unbothered by her current disheveled state. "Su Luo, you've arrived," she said, pausing her training, her features betraying a hint of fatigue. Su Luo walked over with an impassive expression and casually deactivated the gravity system in the training room, instantly restoring it to normal. As the 40-fold gravity released its grip on Lazili, the weight vanished, causing her body to weaken and nearly collapse onto the floor. In an instant, Su Luo embraced her in his arms. Did I not tell you before? Cultivation must be gradual. One cannot be overly hasty. Can you truly withstand 40 times the gravity at this moment? Su Luo gazed at Lotzi Li with a hint of anger, his tone stern. Lotzi Li averted her eyes, unable to meet Su Luo's gaze, resembling a wayward little girl caught in a mistake. Su Luo observed her evasive gaze and let out a gentle sigh, retrieving a celestial bean to feed her. With a softened tone, he inquired, why the sudden urgency to cultivate so diligently? Lazili chewed the celestial bean a few times before swallowing it, her clear eyes fixed intently on Su Luo as she earnestly replied, Brother Su Luo, I have come to realize that the gap between us is widening. If I do not make this effort, I will never be able to catch up to you. But I do not wish to only see your back. Su Luo was momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the defiant girl before him, gently tousling her hair. He spoke in an exceedingly tender tone. Becoming strong is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. You are being rather reckless. Lotzi replied softly. But I wish to catch up to you. Su Luo, with a hint of irritation, gently rubbed her delicate nose and remarked, Tomorrow, I shall impart to you a formidable cultivation technique. Now, return and rest well, replenishing your energy. Oh, lazily replied softly. I am quite fatigued and wish to sleep now. Brother Su Luo. With that, the charming lazily closed her eyes, and before long, the sound of her rhythmic breathing filled the air. Su Luo gazed at Lazily, who had fallen asleep in an instant, rendered momentarily speechless. After teasing her a few times and realizing she was truly in slumber, he felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that Lazily's spirit had been tightly wound for quite some time, and now that the tension had dissipated, the accumulated fatigue enveloped her, plunging her into a profound sleep. However, upon observing her tattered and soiled appearance, Su Luo furrowed his brow and lifted her gently, making his way towards the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with warm water, he cautiously removed her intimate garments. In the next moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Su Luo's eyes. Though he had assisted lazily in bathing before, she had merely been a prepubescent girl back then, a stark contrast to the present. Su Luo murmured a calming mantra, suppressing his distracting thoughts deep within. Trembling, he picked up a towel, gazing at the exquisite beauty of Razily, who lay asleep. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead before quietly exiting the room, softly closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, as he shut the door, Razily opened her eyes, her ice-blue gaze filled with shyness, and she quickly grabbed the blanket to shield her blushing face. From beneath the covers, faint giggles occasionally escaped. Brother Su Luo, you truly are quite foolish. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, the two made their way to the training room. Observing Razily seated in a lotus position, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child, he couldn't help but smile. Su Luo smiled. After careful consideration, he resolved to teach the celestial meditation technique to Lotzi Li ahead of schedule. Previously, he had refrained from instructing her, as her mental fortitude was insufficient for such practice. It is crucial to understand that attempting to forcibly cultivate the celestial meditation could lead to dire consequences. One misstep could result in a mental collapse, leaving her in a state of profound helplessness. However, Lotzi Li now possessed just enough aptitude for training, and with Su Luo's guidance by her side, he anticipated no complications. Su Luo, what are you pondering? Did you not say you would teach me how to cultivate? Lotzi Li inquired, waving her delicate hand before him as he appeared lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. Just reflecting on last night, Su Luo blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lotzi Li's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a vibrant red apple, tempting one to take a bite. Su Luo, you are incorrigible, thinking of such things in broad daylight, she exclaimed. This left Su Luo feeling somewhat disheartened. How am I incorrigible? I was merely contemplating how to teach you. Beyond that, my thoughts were solely focused on assisting you with. His mind drifted back to the alluring memories of the previous evening. Ahem. Su Luo feigned calmness. Do not make a fuss. Quickly take your seat and focus your attention. TCH, Lazili pouted slightly and responded with a nod. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Subsequently, Su Luo began his instruction. He meticulously elaborated on the essential techniques of the divine meditation. Lazili listened earnestly. Have you remembered? After explaining several times, Su Luo inquired once more. Yes, I have remembered this time, Lazili affirmed with a nod. Very well. Now attempt to meditate using the method I have taught you. Lazili followed Su Luo's guidance and engaged in meditation. Su Luo gently placed the tip of his index finger against Lazili's forehead, assisting her in the process. However, after 9 attempts, they faced failure each time. The consecutive setbacks left Lazili somewhat disheartened, but after a round of encouragement from Su Luo, she embarked on her 10th attempt. This time, she succeeded. As she sat cross-legged on the ground, an ethereal glow enveloped her figure, signifying that she had successfully entered a meditative state. Su Luo released his grip, gazing at her with a gentle smile. Hours passed, and finally, Lazili opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of ethereal light sparkling within them. She discovered Su Luo blinking at her intently. "How do you feel?" Lazili pondered the transformations brought about by her cultivation. She sensed a newfound strength within her. A subtle yet profound change akin to a gentle rain nurturing the earth. Though not overtly apparent, she was acutely aware of it. The restless power within her had been meticulously organized. The overwhelming surge of strength from intense training had now settled, rendering her feeling more grounded. "I feel quite well," she said, revealing an enchanting smile. "Of course, just look at who taught me," Su Luo replied with a hint of pride. Yes. It's all thanks to Brother Su Luo. He teaches the very best." Mua. Lazili cupped Su Luo's face, planting several affectionate kisses, leaving him drenched in saliva. "Enough of that. Focus on practicing your meditation technique more diligently, striving to enter the meditative state with ease." Since mastering the divine meditation technique, Lazili had followed Su Luo in the same rigorous training, and both had made remarkable progress. As the days passed, the most prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth was drawing near. Chapter 26. The eve of the martial arts tournament, May 6th, year 750 of the AG calendar. On the eve of the 21st martial arts tournament. Today marked the day for registration. Outside the venue, warriors from various regions flowed in continuously. Among the crowd, an elderly man and two children entered together. Their eyes darting around in awe, occasionally gasping in astonishment, albeit for different reasons. The trio were none other than Master Rashi and his two pupils. Ahem, indeed. As one grows older, they should venture out more. With so many beautiful urban maidens, it would be a shame not to take a few glances, Master Rashi remarked. Dressed in a stylish black suit, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, occasionally sparkling with mischief, punctuated by his lewd chuckles. "Incredible! I never imagined there were so many formidable individuals in the world," exclaimed Sun Wukong, clad in a blue suit, his curious gaze following every passing warrior, exclaiming in wonder. Beside him stood a diminutive figure, Krillin, who subtly stepped back, adopting a demeanor of unfamiliarity. "Wukong, over here." A charming little girl in a blue Taoist robe waved at Sun Wukong. Beside her stood a towering man over 4 meters tall. Adorned with iconic horns, none other than Chi-Chi and the Ox King. "Chi-Chi, Uncle Ox King, what brings you here?" With a beaming smile, Sun Wukong hurried over. "My father told me about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and I knew you would certainly be here, so I came to see you," Kiki shyly remarked. "Now I understand. Wukong, you must do your best," Kiki encouraged, clenching her fist. Ha, all right." Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. "Master Rashi, it has been a long time. Are you still in good health?" The Bull Demon King, noticing the approaching turtle hermit, quickly took several large strides to stand before him. With a sudden thud, he knelt, bowing his head forcefully to the ground. The impact was so intense that the earth beneath Master Rashi trembled, propelling him half a meter into the air before he landed back on the ground. "I have told you countless times, Bull Demon King, not to do that. You always startle me," Master Rashi exclaimed, rubbing his aching back. "I sincerely apologize," the Bull Demon King said, joining his hands in a gesture of contrition. It's all right. It's all right," Master Rashi waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Krillin stood in the background, observing the laughter and camaraderie between Sun Wukong and Kiki, pulling off his hat and tearing at it in frustration. How infuriating. When did Wukong become acquainted with such an adorable girl? Krillin's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all registered for the tournament. In the resting area, Sun Wukong occasionally glanced towards the entrance, seemingly searching for someone. Has Brother Su Luo not arrived yet? After scanning the surroundings without success, he wore a look of disappointment. "Su Luo? Who is that?" Krillin, seated nearby, asked curiously. "He is a very formidable individual with whom I arranged to compete," Sun Wukong replied. "Oh," Krillin responded nonchalantly. As evening approached, the remnants of the setting sun draped the earth in a crimson veil. The registration for the martial arts tournament is about to close. Is there anyone else who wishes to register? The staff in charge of registration picked up a large megaphone and announced. In truth, he merely spoke out of formality, as most participants had already signed up. Having spent the day in preparation, the remaining warriors had mostly retreated to their lodgings to rest for the upcoming competition. Outside the venue, Master Rashi and the others continued to accompany Sun Wukong as they awaited. Wukong, let us go. The registration time is nearly over. It seems your friend Su Luo might not be coming, Krillin said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. All right, Sun Wukong nodded. Just as they were about to leave, three figures suddenly materialized before them. A handsome young man with black hair exuded an aura of charm, a golden-haired girl radiated elegance, and a striking violet-haired girl captured attention with her brilliance, none other than Su Luo, Lazuli, and Bulma. Hey, Wukong, long time no see. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Sun Wukong swiftly turned his head. Hop, 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 brother Su Luo, I knew you would come. You truly have not forgotten our promise. With a burst of energy, Sun Wukong dashed to Su Luo's side, brimming with excitement, leaping about like a spirited little monkey. Haha, I would never forget our agreement. It has been quite some time since we last met, and you have grown significantly stronger. Su Luo cast a glance at Sun Wukong and spoke softly. Sun Wukong's strength had significantly increased since his first competition, now boasting a battle power of approximately 140. Heh. I have put in considerable effort to surpass you, he remarked, his tail swaying excitedly behind him, reflecting his current exhilaration. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated. Well, Su Luo, my young friend, the registration period is nearing its end. Perhaps you should complete your registration before we reminisce, the turtle sage interjected, adjusting his sunglasses and interrupting their conversation. Oh right, I almost forgot. Su Luo made his way to the registration desk, while Lazuli and Bulma remained stationary, choosing not to follow. Lazuli found little interest in participating in such a tedious competition. Were it not for Su Luo's impending arrival, she would not have come at all. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As for Bulma, upon hearing that Su Luo would be competing, she insisted on joining the fray, eager to partake in the excitement. Ah, these two charming young ladies, how long it has been since we last met. Master Rashi, upon beholding the two voluptuous maidens standing idly, was once again seized by his lascivious tendencies. In a flash, he darted before them, his nefarious hands reaching out in an attempt to seize the moment. Ah, you lecherous old man, what are you up to? Bulma shrieked as she spotted Master Rashi's outstretched hand, hastily retreating behind Lazuli, peering out with an indignant expression. You lecherous old man, come any closer, and I shall strike you. Observing Master Rashi's lewd movements, Lazuli's demeanor turned icy, and a menacing aura erupted from her, charging toward him. Master Rashi's pupils dilated in an instant, a shudder of fear coursing through him, as if he were a fragile vessel caught in a tempest. Sun Wukong and his companions watched the quaking Master Rashi with amusement. Grandpa Rashi, what is the matter with you? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. Master Rashi opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself utterly speechless. Just as his body seemed on the brink of collapse, Lazuli interjected. You are being absurd once again. The gentle and cheerful words of Su Luo resonated nearby. Although they were admonitions, none could detect a hint of reproach within them. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Master Rashi dissipated in an instant. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Realizing for the first time how invigorating the air could be, he felt a surge of relief at having survived. Master Wu Tian, are you all right? The Bull Demon King hurried over to assist Master Rashi to his feet, with an awkward smile. Master Rashi noticed the unfriendly gaze of Razali and felt his heart tighten in alarm, hastily retreating several steps to create a considerable distance. As if that would restore his sense of security, it was likely that future encounters with Razali would haunt him. Humph, serves you right, you old lecher. The two women scoffed derisively. Observing Master Rashi's disheveled state, Razali glared coldly, incredulous that he dared to take liberties with her. He truly seemed to be courting his own demise. Su Luo gently tousled Razali's hair and glanced at the nearby Master Rashi, hinting, next time we encounter such a lecherous old man, it would be best to incapacitate him. Razali's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her spirits lifting once more. Upon overhearing their conversation, Master Rashi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, cursing himself inwardly for his inability to control his lascivious desires. Despite knowing that the two were not to be trifled with, he still felt compelled to approach them. Su Luo cast a glance over the crowd and then spoke. As it is quite late, why not share a meal together? I shall treat you all. Shall we dine? Absolutely, let us hurry, for I am absolutely famished. Sun Wukong eagerly urged, rubbing his emaciated belly. Come along, I shall lead you to a restaurant where the fare is truly delightful. Su Luo held Lazuli's hand, leading the way ahead. Bulma pouted her rosy lips and trailed beside him. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi followed closely, their steps lively. The Ox King supported Master Roshi, who followed closely behind. Only Krillin remained, gazing at the retreating figures of Su Luo and Lazili, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Chapter 27. Preliminary round of the martial arts tournament in the Carino restaurant. A sumptuous feast sprawled across the table, where everyone indulged heartily. After finishing their meal, they exchanged a few casual words before parting ways. The martial arts tournament always arranged accommodations for participants, providing a complimentary place to rest. Sun Wukong and his companions headed in that direction, while Su Luo and his friends had already teleported back home. The night on the island was enchanting, with countless stars twinkling with a captivating brilliance. The waves crashed against the rocks, splashing pristine, crystalline foam that danced like fluttering sprites under the starlight. Within the villa, a man and two women were engaged in a delightful game. The sound of cards slapping against the table echoed in the air. "Ha ha ha, Bulma, you've lost again," came Su Luo's voice. "Oh dear, Bulma, there's no more space on your face for sticky notes," teased Lazili. I'm done. You two always team up to bully me," Bulma exclaimed, slamming her cards onto the table and angrily tearing off the sticky notes from her face. Su Luo and Lazili exchanged a glance, followed by a spontaneous smile. The night had deepened. The following morning, "Please do not crowd, do not push," a staff member with a megaphone called out loudly. At this moment, entry to the preliminary competition venue, the martial arts arena, is not permitted. Kindly exercise patience and wait outside. Before the arena, a dense throng of spectators had gathered, each straining to catch a glimpse, yet they were halted by the disciplined martial monks. The staff, appearing exasperated, repeated their announcement. Only then did the clamorous crowd settle into silence. Inside the martial arts arena, the space was exceedingly vast, with 4 large competition platforms aligned in a row. The participating martial artists stood beside the platforms, attentively listening to the host. "We sincerely appreciate everyone traveling from afar. Your efforts are commendable. This competition features a total of 200 contestants gathered from across the nation. However, only 8 will advance to the final showdown. The competition is divided into 4 major regions, with the top 2 from each region qualifying for the finals. As for the rules, it is a one-on-one match on the platform. Falling outside the arena is a loss, and losing consciousness equates to defeat. However, it is strictly prohibited to kill, and the use of weapons is forbidden. Additionally, the match will last only 1 minute, if a victor cannot be determined within that time. The referee will decide the winner based on the circumstances." The host methodically outlined the competition rules. 200 contestants? That is several dozen more than the original. In his heart, Su Luo contemplated the significant impact of his preemptive eradication of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, he felt no regret. Given another opportunity, he might act even more swiftly, more ruthlessly, and with greater resolve. How could Su Luo allow the so-called narrative to bind him? A mere pathway, if none exists. He would forge his own. The drawing of lots commenced, and the host instructed those whose names were called to step forward for their turn. Upon announcing the rules of the competition, the host began the lottery. As Su Luo was the last to arrive, his turn to draw was consequently at the end. With 200 participants, the drawing progressed rapidly, and Su Luo drew number 18. He was assigned to the first group of competitors, set to compete on the primary stage. "Brother Su Luo, what number did you draw?" Sun Wukong eagerly approached, clutching his own lot. 18. Hee, I drew 127. Sun Wukong exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Su Luo nodded. After a few resounding beats of the drums, the competition commenced. In Su Luo's inaugural match, he faced an imposing werewolf, a figure rumored to have reached the top 16 in the previous competition. When the referee signaled the start, the werewolf, unable to make a move, was swiftly dispatched from the arena by a single strike from Su Luo, rendering him unconscious. As for the werewolf's name, Su Luo hardly recalled it. He was merely an incidental character, and Su Luo had little inclination to occupy his mind with such trivial details. The unexpected outcome left the spectators astounded, for this was indeed a formidable contender from the previous top 16, yet he was so thoroughly defeated by Su Luo's singular blow. The onlookers found themselves silently contemplating how they might conduct themselves with more dignity should they encounter Su Luo in the arena. Meanwhile, competitions in other regions commenced in earnest, and soon the top 4 contenders from each of the 4 martial areas emerged, culminating in the announcement of the top 16. Su Luo, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, each held a seat at the table. Among the other 12, Su Luo recognized several familiar figures, recalling some impressions. Firstly, there was Yamcha, who played a supportive role early on but later excelled in baseball. Secondly, a foul-smelling barbarian emanated an aura that repelled all nearby. Thirdly, a monk named Nam, who entered the competition due to the water scarcity in his hometown. Fourthly, there was a blue flying dinosaur, the monstrous Gyron. Lastly, the only woman in the top 16. A stunning urban beauty named Lan Fang, whose figure was strikingly alluring. Most daunting of all was the barbarian. Merely approaching him cleared a 10-meter radius around him, an imposing presence that none could rival. Even Su Luo felt humbled and chose to keep his distance. The following matches would determine the top 2 contenders from each region, ultimately revealing the 8 strongest participants. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Su Luo and Sun Wukong effortlessly secured their spots in the top 8. On the arena of the 4th region, the final match commenced. Namu faced off against Lan Fang. Right from the start, Lan Fang cast a sultry glance at Namu, subsequently striking a provocative pose. Namu, momentarily flustered, found it difficult to maintain his composure. The audience below was equally unsettled, erupting in whistles and cheers. Seizing the opportunity while Namu was distracted, Lan Fang swiftly delivered an elbow strike, followed by a powerful double-fisted blow to his head. Namu grimaced in pain, clutching his head. Lan Fang aimed to deliver a final blow, but Namu, enduring the excruciating pain, leaped aside to evade her attack. His expression hardened as he transformed his hand into a knife-like strike, launching an offensive. Under the intensity of Namu's assault, Lan Fang quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Biting her lip, she resorted to her ultimate move, the art of seduction. With a deliberate motion, she shed her outer garments, leaving only her form-fitting undergarments, striking an even more enticing pose that showcased her alluring figure. The fiery scene elicited gasps from the audience, who could hardly contain their excitement. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed from below the arena. Su Luo watched with great interest. Brother Su Luo, why is everyone staring at that girl and swallowing their saliva? Does she have something delicious on her? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, his gaze clear as he focused on Lan Fang for a moment. Children should not ask so many questions. You will understand in due time, came the reply. On the arena, the standoff between Namu and Lan Fang persisted. Ultimately, Namu, with his formidable willpower, succeeded in knocking Lan Fang off the stage. Thus, the list of the top 8 was established. Su Luo, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, Clin, Yamcha, Kirin, and the barbarian arrived at the martial arts temple under the guidance of the staff. After another round of drawing lots, the matchups were determined as follows. The first match featured Clin against the barbarian. The second match pitted Sun Wukong against Yamcha. The third match saw Su Luo face Kirin. And the fourth match had Nam against Jackie Chan. Chapter 28. The quarterfinal showdown commences. The quarterfinal matches unfolded on a grand arena situated outside the martial arts temple. 2 towering walls loomed like reclining lions, creating a formidable gaze between the temple and the arena. The remaining 3 sides of the martial arts platform were flanked by spectator stands, separated by a low wall, while a verdant lawn lay in the center, serving as a space for the staff to maintain order. The spectator stands were teeming with eager onlookers, the crowd densely packed, creating a sea of humanity amidst the cacophony of cheers. The Bull Demon King, with his imposing stature, forced his way to the front of the throng, while Chi-Chi perched on his shoulder, swinging her little feet and curiously observing the surroundings. In the center of the stands, Lazuli and Bulma stood at the forefront, their immediate vicinity devoid of anyone else. While the crowd pressed forward, it felt as though an invisible wall hindered their advance. Lazuli, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be here? Bulma remarked shyly. I prefer not to squeeze in with others, Lazuli replied with a light chuckle. Bulma silently gave her a thumbs up. On the martial arts stage, a youthful referee, clad in formal attire and donning sunglasses, sported neatly styled golden hair, exuding an air of vitality. Holding a microphone, the golden-haired referee delivered an impassioned address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the highlight of this tournament, the quarterfinal showdown. Who will emerge as the champion of this martial arts competition? Let us anticipate with bated breath. Now, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. With a thunderous clang of the gong, the first match commenced. The 2 contestants, Clin and the barbarian, promptly ascended the stage. An ominous yellow aura emanated from the barbarian, dispersing outward. The golden-haired referee, suppressing a wave of nausea and pinching his nose, introduced the participants. First, we present Mr. Barbarian, who has never bathed since birth. And now, introducing the youngest competitor, Mr. Clin. Let the match begin. The blonde referee called out, and promptly jumped down from the ring, microphone in hand, ready to provide commentary at any moment. The aura of the barbarian was undeniably formidable, leaving the audience below unable to maintain their composure. Each person pinching their noses and wearing a frown. On the stage, Clin faced this inhumane pressure head-on. The barbarian gazed at Clin, his mouth stretching wide to reveal several large, yellowed front teeth. "You are quite impressive, if you can stand before me without flinching." Upon hearing this, Clin cursed inwardly, thinking, "Who in their right mind wants to stand before you? If not for the sake of winning this match, I wouldn't even step onto the stage." In response to such a formidable opponent, he resolved to showcase his true abilities. The barbarian's smile deepened as he inhaled deeply, his dark mouth swelling, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable technique. Upon witnessing this, Clin felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, a premonition of impending doom. Breath of decay. A wave of dark yellow vapor erupted from the barbarian's mouth, carrying an unrivaled force as it transformed into a terrifying whirlwind racing towards Clin. In an instant, Clin felt the world spin around him, a powerful wave of dizziness overwhelming his senses. Enduring this intense mental assault, his footing became unsteady, and he found himself in a haze, devoid of the will to resist. The barbarian seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air. Delivering a descending blow, the weight of the mountain, Clin was instantly pinned beneath the barbarian's considerable bulk, immobilized. Damn it! Damn it! Clin struggled desperately beneath the weight. Seeing Clin still capable of resistance only fueled the barbarian's excitement as he swayed his ample backside. "You truly are remarkable. I've never encountered an opponent like you. Worthy of my respect. Now, prepare for my ultimate move." Fortunately, Clin, with a friendly nudge from Sun Wukong, suddenly realized that he was without a nose, rendering the foul attacks ineffective against him. It was merely the barbarian's assault that was visually and olfactorily aggressive, causing him to instinctively panic. Awakening to this revelation, he ultimately turned the tables and triumphed in the match. With the first battle concluded, Clin successfully advanced to the next round. Next up, please welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Yamucha. The blonde referee stood at the center of the ring, microphone in hand, calling out with fervor. As his voice echoed through the arena, Sun Wukong eagerly ascended the stage. In the corner of the waiting area, Yamucha clenched his fists, his gaze intensely fixed upon Su Luo, who leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. Memories of being effortlessly dispatched by Su Luo flooded his mind, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. Determined to reclaim his honor, Yamucha had overcome his fear of women over the past 6 months, relentlessly honing his skills and challenging formidable opponents. His participation in this tournament was meant to refine his prowess, but he had not anticipated encountering Su Luo. Upon hearing the referee call his name, Yamucha released his tightly clenched fists, resolving to first vanquish the lad named Sun Wukong before confronting Su Luo. He stepped out of the waiting area and onto the opposite side of the ring. "The second match begins now," declared the referee before leaping off the platform. Yamucha initiated the attack, exuding a feral intensity akin to that of a wild wolf. As he charged, his hands transformed into claws, aimed at tearing into Sun Wukong. Surprised by the speed of Yamucha's advance, Sun Wukong deftly evaded with a leap, his palm morphing into a fist as he counterattacked. Thus commenced a fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Yamucha, a genuine contest of fists and feet, each blow met with a counter. An exhilarating display of skill that left the audience in awe. The spectators erupted in fervent cheers, applauding the thrilling encounter between the two combatants. Ultimately, Sun Wukong, having discerned that Yamucha's full effort was merely average, lost interest and decisively knocked him off the stage. With a look of discontent, Yamucha exited the martial arts tournament, followed closely by Purr, a flying cat, who offered continuous comfort. "Now, let us welcome competitors Su Luo and Kirin to the stage," announced the impassioned blonde host, his voice resonating with vigor. Su Luo ascended the arena with a steady stride. His opponent, a winged creature adorned with azure green skin and featuring menacing horns upon its visage, was the dinosaur Kirin. Kirin's formidable and terrifying stature alone instilled an unparalleled sense of dread, causing onlookers to feel an instinctual trepidation. Su Luo stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing leisurely at Kirin. His composed elegance, coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance, caused a stir among the female spectators below. "Oh, mother, I believe I have fallen in love. Mr. Su Luo, please, will you date me? Su Luo, I yearn to bear your children. Oh dear, it's over. I am utterly smitten. Su Luo is so incredibly handsome." Waves of exaggerated exclamations reached Su Luo's ears. The corners of Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly, reminiscent of the fervent idol worshippers from his previous life. Fortunately, his heart for martial arts remained steadfast. A crowd of superficial fans could not sway his resolve. As Bulma listened to the boastful declarations of the surrounding frivolous women, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "A bunch of infatuated fools." Lazili gazed at Bulma with a knowing smile, making Bulma feel increasingly uncomfortable. With a hint of guilt, she retorted, "What are you staring at? Watch the match." Chapter 29. The semifinals. The third match is about to commence. Once the referee confirmed that both contenders were prepared, he announced the start of the match. You've encountered an unfortunate fate by facing me. I advise you to obediently step down from the ring, lest you suffer some physical pain." Kirin sneered down at Su Luo, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. Su Luo shrugged lightly and chuckled. Why is it that those with lesser abilities are often the most loquacious? This young lad is truly unaware of the vastness of his limitations. Allow me to elucidate the disparity in strength. Kirin bared his teeth, showcasing his sharp fangs, and with a powerful stomp of his foot, his massive form surged forward like a humanoid tank, bearing down on Su Luo with immense force. At this moment, Su Luo, standing at a height of approximately 1.8 meters, resembled a small child attempting to walk before an adult, insignificant and powerless. In the face of Kirin's tempestuous charge, Su Luo remained unfazed, his eyes tranquil as still waters. Just as Kirin was about to collide with him, Su Luo flicked his fingers with astonishing speed, striking Kirin's robust abdomen. In an instant, Kirin was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the low wall beyond the arena, creating a significant breach in it. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, jaws agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. The scene was utterly unexpected. Kirin had been expelled from the arena in a mere moment by Su Luo's deft maneuver, though the specifics of that instant remained a mystery. One thing was indisputable: Kirin had been thrust out of the ring. Su Luo emerged victorious. As the referee's voice echoed through the arena, the audience erupted in fervent applause. Having concluded his match, Su Luo descended from the stage, lost in his own thoughts. Next up was the formidable Nan Wu. This battle was devoid of suspense. Despite Nan Wu's indomitable spirit to win, such resolve was futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength. After exchanging a few blows, Nan Wu was sent tumbling off the stage by a gust from Chang Long's palm, departing in a state of dejection. Similar to the original tale, prior to the match, Nan Wu, known for his tenacity, piqued Chang Long's curiosity. Utilizing his telepathic abilities, Chang Long delved into Nan Wu's past and learned of his hometown's water scarcity and the purpose of his journey. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand. Following the conclusion of the match, he sought out Nan Wu privately and gifted him a capsule for water, aiding him in overcoming his hardships. For the time being, Nan Wu's ordeal reached a temporary resolution. The victorious quartet Klin, Sun Wukong, Su Luo, and Chang Long prepared for another draw. The semi-final matchups were announced as follows. The first match would feature Klin versus Su Luo, and the second match would pit Sun Wukong against Chang Long. With some respite remaining before the matches, the referee invited Sun Wukong and Klin, both adorned in matching orange-red martial arts attire, to the stage for an interview. As the crowd learned that the two were disciples of the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, excitement surged through the audience. Applause, cheers, and praises echoed incessantly, creating an electrifying atmosphere. In the relaxation area, Su Luo lounged leisurely on a bench, his head resting on the long, elegant legs of Lazili. From time to time, Lazili would offer him a bunch of grapes, which he savored with delight. The fragrant scent of Lazili wafted over, enveloping Su Luo in a sense of bliss. Meanwhile, Bulma seethed with envy from the sidelines, regretting her decision to accompany Lazili, as she found herself inundated with the sweetness of their affection. As the break came to an end, the sound of a bronze drum resonated across the arena. The referee, adjusting his microphone, cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "The semifinals are about to commence. Let the first match begin. Please welcome competitors Su Luo and Klin to the stage." Amidst the audience's enthusiastic applause and cheers, Su Luo and Klin ascended the platform, taking their positions on opposite sides. Klin, observing Su Luo's composed demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation. He assumed a fighting stance and cautiously advanced, each step taken as if traversing a precarious path. Su Luo glanced at the timid demeanor of his companion and let out a scoff. Both Krillin and Sun Wukong were disciples of the Turtle Hermit, yet their temperaments were as disparate as night and day. Sun Wukong faced formidable foes with unwavering courage, unperturbed even by adversaries capable of overwhelming him. Perhaps his combative nature stemmed from the warrior genes inherent in his scion lineage, yet one's disposition is not solely dictated by blood. In stark contrast, Krillin's character remained consistently timid, quaking in fear before engaging a powerful opponent. "What are you afraid of?" Su Luo inquired nonchalantly. Krillin swallowed hard, forcing himself to feign composure. "Nonsense. I'm not afraid." "Oh, that's good to hear," Su Luo replied with a smile. However, upon witnessing that grin, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into Krillin's heart. It felt as if a disquieting emotion was swirling within him. In the next moment, Krillin noticed that Su Luo had vanished from sight, and in a flurry, he began scanning his surroundings in search of his companion. "I'm right here," Su Luo's voice resonated from behind him. Krillin quickly turned, only to see a fist rapidly approaching, enlarging in his vision. Before he knew it, Krillin was sent soaring through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With a swift movement, Su Luo appeared before Krillin, who was sent flying, and struck him once more with a powerful punch, sending him back again. At that moment, Krillin resembled a baseball, while Su Luo took on the role of a batter, darting rapidly between 2 points. In the stunned gaze of the onlookers, Krillin was subject to a relentless exchange of blows. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence, occasionally punctuated by the dull thuds of impact. "Wow, I never knew martial arts tournaments could be this exhilarating. I wish I had participated," said Lazuli, her voice tinged with excitement. Bulma swallowed hard, glancing at Lazuli with an expression of disbelief, realizing that this sister had a penchant for violence. It seemed that the saying was true. Birds of a feather flock together. Bang. Another resounding thud echoed as Krillin was struck down to the ground, unable to rise. Upon witnessing Krillin's fall, the referee hastily ascended the stage to commence the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1. After the countdown concluded, the referee announced the outcome of the match. Su Luo is the victor. In the waiting area, Jackie Chan and Goku rushed over to assist Krillin. Upon seeing Krillin's battered visage, bruised and dazed, they gasped in shock. "Su Luo, that was rather ruthless," Jackie admonished, his tone filled with reproach. Su Luo stood to the side, arms crossed, and spoke in a somber tone. "Once you choose to step onto the arena, you must possess the courage to strike and the spirit to endure blows. If one cannot withstand a mere beating, it would be wise for him to abandon the path of martial arts." This left Chunlong at a loss for words. Su Luo's reasoning seemed indisputable. Suddenly, with a cough, Clint spat out blood and fell into a complete unconsciousness. "Clint, Clint." 2 voices called out. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Luo shook his head and sighed, lamenting the poor temperament on display. He then produced a celestial bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong, explaining its purpose before returning to the waiting area. Sun Wukong promptly fed the bean to Krillin. After consuming the celestial bean, Krillin gradually regained consciousness and, upon realizing his earlier humiliating performance, lowered his head in shame. Encouraged by Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, he found his confidence once more. With the referee urging the contestants, the second match of the semifinals commenced. Chapter 30, the championship match on the arena. Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan positioned themselves on opposite sides as the referee announced the start of the contest. Their eyes locked, igniting a spark known as the will to fight. Jackie Chan assumed a formidable stance and declared, "I shall not hold back." "Neither will I," Sun Wukong replied earnestly. As soon as his words fell, Jackie Chan lunged forward with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wukong feigned a movement, leaping into the air to evade the blow, soaring to a height of several meters. Jackie Chan quickly retreated a few steps to find a suitable angle, then propelled himself into the air with great force, aiming a fierce kick at Sun Wukong. Caught midair, Sun Wukong was unable to evade and was struck squarely, his body falling towards the outside of the arena. Just as Jackie Chan believed victory was assured, Sun Wukong's tail whirled like a helicopter rotor, swiftly propelling him back onto the stage. This astonishing display elicited cheers and applause from the audience. Su Luo floated atop the high wall, observing the familiar scene below with a subtle smile. In the arena, witnessing Sun Wukong's remarkable escape from peril, Jackie Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chuckled. "Wukong, impressive. Now, let us see how you fare against this move." Jackie's body rippled like water, transforming into several fleeting shadows that danced around Sun Wukong. With a grave expression, Sun Wukong endeavored to discern Jackie's true form. Sensing a shift in the air, he lunged at the closest shadow with a powerful punch, only to find himself striking nothing but air. Realizing the precarious situation, Sun Wukong felt a surge of urgency as Jackie seized the opportunity, materializing behind him and delivering a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was propelled backward, crashing into the arena wall, which shattered into a web of cracks. Shaking off the debris, he emerged unscathed, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he mimicked Jackie's signature phantom punch. In a tit-for-tat response, he clenched his fists and struck fiercely atop Jackie's head. Jackie let out a cry of pain, cradling his swollen head, and muttered in exasperation, "Unfilial disciple. How dare you strike your master?" The fierce battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, in a clash of Kamehameha waves. Both combatants bore the marks of their struggle, panting as they regarded one another. Yet, youthful vigor prevailed. Sun Wukong, brimming with energy, persevered until the end, claiming victory in the match. As the daylight began to dim, even Su Luo could not help but remark on the wisdom of Master Roshi, who had, in his own unique way, imparted invaluable combat techniques and adaptability skills to Sun Wukong throughout this contest. With the semifinals concluded, the martial arts tournament reached its zenith, the championship showdown. After a brief intermission, ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated championship match is about to commence. After several minutes of the referee's enthusiastic declarations, he proclaimed, "Let us welcome contestants Su Luo and Sun Wukong." As the referee's resounding voice echoed through the arena, the once quiet audience erupted into a frenzy, a cacophony of applause, cheers, and shrieks resonating as the names of Su Luo and Sun Wukong were fervently shouted from the crowd. Su Luo and Sun Wukong ascended the arena together. Let us now interview the two victorious contestants. The referee, microphone in hand, approached Sun Wukong. "Contestant Sun Wukong, what do you believe your chances of winning this match are?" he inquired. "Raw garlic? What is that?" Sun Wukong replied, somewhat bewildered. I meant to ask if you have confidence in winning the competition." "I don't know. I will just do my best," Sun Wukong responded earnestly, gazing upward. This answer appeared to take the referee by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Oh, ho ho, truly a young spirit." Such a candid and honest reply. "I suppose it is this unpretentious attitude that has led him to victory thus far," the referee remarked, embellishing his explanation with exaggerated gestures. The audience, evidently captivated by the interplay between the two, erupted into cheers and applause. Now, let us turn our attention to contestant Su Luo and see what distinct insights he may offer. Contestant Su Luo, do you have anything you wish to express? As Su Luo gazed at the microphone positioned close to his lips, he pondered for a moment before declaring, "For the grand prize of 500,000, I shall compete earnestly." "Ah, truly a humble response from the esteemed Su Luo," the judge remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Then, let the competition officially commence." With the thunderous sound of drums echoing on the stage, Su Luo and Sun Wukong stared intently at one another. "Brother Su Luo, I am about to make my move," Sun Wukong proclaimed, assuming his stance, his eyes brimming with determination. "Come forth, let me witness the skills you acquired under the turtle sage," Su Luo replied nonchalantly. In the interest of a fair contest, Su Luo tempered his power to match Sun Wukong's level. Sun Wukong, taut as a bowstring, sliced through the air, leaping before Su Luo in the blink of an eye. A flurry of punches followed, each strike creating countless afterimages that dazzled the onlookers and made it nearly impossible to defend. Yet, in the face of this barrage, Su Luo simply raised his hand, striking with precision. His fist pierced through the illusions and connected squarely with Sun Wukong's abdomen. In an instant, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the edge of the ring and creating a small crater. "That hurts," he groaned, clutching his stomach as he stood unsteadily, disbelief etched in his eyes. His attack had been effortlessly seen through. Even the venerable Jackie Chan would have found himself in a flustered state. Once more, Sun Wukong declared, summoning his resolve, and his entire form vanished from the stage. The only sounds that lingered were the rhythmic thuds of his footsteps upon the arena. Faced with the unexpected maneuver of Sun Wukong, Su Luo remained rooted in place, his gaze unwavering, reminiscent of the tranquil expanse of the sky. Suddenly, Su Luo clenched his left fist and reached to the left. The vanishing Sun Wukong reappeared, his face colliding directly with Su Luo's fist. A dull thud resonated as Sun Wukong fell, his head downward, landing beneath Su Luo. "Ouch, that hurts," Sun Wukong whined, rubbing his nose. Yet, before he could recover, Su Luo's next assault arrived swiftly. A sidekick sent Sun Wukong flying 7 or 8 meters away. Hiss. Sun Wukong executed a flip, massaging his sore arm. "Wukong, your vigilance is woefully lacking. Were I your adversary, you would be dead by now," Su Luo stated with a hint of coldness. But you are not my enemy, Sun Wukong replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Oh, then from this moment forth, consider me an adversary. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. A chilling light flickered in Su Luo's pitch-black eyes, and in an instant, a tempestuous aura surged forth. Beneath the blazing sun, Sun Wukong felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, a terrifying and frigid presence enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Gazing at the transformed Su Luo, Sun Wukong was left in a state of bewilderment. With a piercing gaze, Su Luo's body flickered, akin to a flash of lightning. And in an instant, he was at his side, before Sun Wukong could even react. Su Luo unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a torrent, that stirred a fierce gust of wind. His assault was as ferocious as raging waves, propelling Sun Wukong high into the air, soaring dozens of meters. Then, with a swift flick of his toes, he leapt above Sun Wukong and delivered a sharp kick. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong, struck by such a devastating blow, could not help but spit out blood, his body plummeting like a meteor. A loud crash echoed as he fell to the ground. In the arena, a deep pit, approximately 1 meter in depth, appeared before the spectators. Sun Wukong lay in a state of utter disarray at the center of the pit. Su Luo stood atop the vast chasm, gazing coldly down at Sun Wukong. The latter's vulnerabilities were exceedingly fatal, and his lack of vigilance constituted his most significant flaw. Su Luo is not one to gently coax. No amount of words can compare to the experience that Sun Wukong must undergo himself. Chapter 31. The Transformation of the Giant Ape Wukong, Awaken. The audience, witnessing Sun Wukong lying motionless in the immense pit, could not contain their tears, especially Chi-Chi. Wukong is incredibly strong, and he is determined to win the championship. He will not succumb so easily, the Bull Demon King reassured his daughter, observing her distress. Is that true? Chi-Chi sniffled softly. Indeed, the Bull Demon King nodded quickly, though he harbored his own uncertainties. While he acknowledged Sun Wukong's formidable strength, he sensed an even greater terror in Su Luo, an instinctive awareness inherent to men. Oh! Chi-Chi ceased her sobbing, her gaze fixed anxiously on the arena, her voice fervently calling out, Wukong, please rise. In the depths of the pit, Sun Wukong seemed to hear Chi-Chi's pleas and struggled to his feet. Upon witnessing his resurgence, Chi-Chi erupted in joyous cheers, rallying support for him. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He then turned his fierce gaze towards Su Luo, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. Brother Su Luo, your last blow was quite painful. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Come on. As Su Luo had just finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Sun Wukong leap into the air, delivering a flying kick aimed directly at his face. The intensity, strength, and speed of this attack had undeniably escalated to an entirely new level. This is how it should be. Su Luo displayed a faint smile of satisfaction. He tilted his head slightly backward, evading the fierce strike from Sun Wukong. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong pivoted his body, darting beneath Su Luo, and unleashed another kick with the swiftness of lightning. Su Luo moved like a drifting dragon, his steps light as he evaded the strike, and in an instant, he appeared behind Sun Wukong like a wraith. His right hand transformed into a blade, aimed at the latter's neck. However, what transpired next took Su Luo by surprise. Sun Wukong executed a forward roll, successfully dodging the attack. Quite intriguing. With a light chuckle, Su Luo unleashed another powerful punch. Sun Wukong assumed a defensive posture as the two figures danced around the arena, their shadows intertwining, punctuated by the sharp sounds of fists colliding. Though Su Luo's combat strength was restrained to match Sun Wukong's level, his wealth of battle experience, skill, and reflexes far surpassed those of Sun Wukong. Throughout the skirmish, Su Luo maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressing the attack, while Sun Wukong found himself on the defensive, quickly accumulating injuries and revealing a diminishing resolve. As Su Luo seized the opportune moment, he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong hastily crossed his arms to shield his visage. In an instant, an excruciating pain radiated from his arm, propelling his body backward for several meters, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath him. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong lowered his arms, panting heavily, his face marred by bruises, his clothing tattered, exposing his inflamed skin beneath, a truly pitiful sight. Observing Su Luo, who remained composed and unperturbed, Sun Wukong's eyes ignited with determination, a fierce unwillingness to concede rising within him. After a swift contemplation, his lips pressed together in resolution. His expression grew serious, marked by earnestness, as he leaned slightly forward, adopting a combat stance. his sore arms gradually drawing back towards his waist. Su Luo discerned his intentions merely from his stance. Sun Wukong bared his blood-stained, pearly teeth and offered Su Luo a grin, then positioned his hands at his waist in a flower petal formation. Turtle. School. Energy. Blast. A visible azure orb of energy rapidly coalesced between his palms, radiating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire arena. With a swift whoosh, a column of blue energy surged forth, exuding an indomitable aura as it hurtled towards Su Luo with the swiftness of a lightning strike. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Luo raised his right hand, palm facing the roaring wave of energy. In an instant, a golden sphere of energy materialized in his palm, transforming into a golden shockwave that surged forth with an unstoppable force towards the azure light wave. This spectacular scene unfolded in the center of the arena, where the golden and blue radiances stood in stark contrast, each side vying for dominance. However, this moment of equilibrium lasted but a fleeting 3 breaths as Sun Wukong, fatigued, found the blue wave gradually losing its momentum. Ultimately, the golden wave surged forth with a voracious appetite, hurtling directly towards him. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by howling winds, flying debris, and billowing smoke that obscured all vision. As the haze dissipated, the arena lay in ruins. Sun Wukong, with his hands raised defensively, revealed that his attire had been reduced to tatters, exposing patches of charred skin. Staggering, he collapsed to the ground, his hands weakly propping him up behind. Gazing at Su Luo, who remained composed and showed no signs of fatigue, Sun Wukong managed a wry smile and inquired, "Brother Su Luo, you truly are formidable. Surely you haven't exerted your full strength, have you?" Su Luo stroked his chin, gazing at him, and raised 3 fingers, declaring, "I used only 30% of my strength. Wukong, you must train harder. It's still far too early for you to defeat me." Sun Wukong murmured, 30%. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, as a sliver of sunset light graced his vision. Raising his head to the sky, he beheld the evening glow painting the horizon, with a full moon elegantly suspended above. "It's the moon. I haven't seen it in ages." Sun Wukong recalled that the last time he had glimpsed the moon, his grandfather was still alive. "The moon?" Su Luo paused at Wukong's words, glancing upwards to find the full moon hanging in the sky, its silvery light competing with the vibrant hues of the sunset. A sight of exquisite beauty. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Luo, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? He quickly turned to look at Sun Wukong, only to see him with a fearsome expression, his mouth emitting the growls of a beast. In an instant, his small frame began to swell, covered in long brown fur that tore through his orange martial arts attire. Watching Sun Wukong transform into a giant ape, Su Luo facepalmed in exasperation. Realizing how he had overlooked this detail, Sun Wukong's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, filled with savagery and rage. He let out a thunderous roar, reverberating like thunder and echoing into the surroundings. The transformation into the giant ape was swift. Within moments, he had grown to a height of several dozen meters. The colossal creature stomped the ground, pounded its chest, and fixed its blood-red gaze upon the full moon, releasing a series of roars, wild and frenzied, as if announcing its arrival to the world. What is happening? Sunday. Sun Wukong has transformed into a gorilla. Could this be his hidden trump card? The referee, microphone in hand, spoke with a trembling voice. The crowd stared in astonishment at the roaring giant ape on the stage, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger. Chapter 32. The curtain falls. Kiki stared blankly at the giant ape, managing to utter, "Wukong, you've grown so large. Is this the scion transformation into a giant ape? It feels rather grotesque." Lazili murmured under her breath while observing the colossal creature. Bulma, confronted with the immense figure, felt a twinge of fear. When had she ever witnessed such a scene? However, recalling that Su Luo and Lazili were present, she straightened her posture, feeling reassured by their presence. Lazili seemed to sense her apprehension and patted her shoulder playfully, saying, "Bulma, don't be afraid. Brother Su Luo will handle it." "Who, me? Afraid? I've seen my fair share of scenes. A mere giant ape doesn't he intimidate me." Bulma's tone was resolute, yet her body betrayed her resolve. Lazili, witnessing Bulma hastily retreating behind her, could only shake her head, despite Bulma's claims of fearlessness. The colossal ape on the arena stirred, its arms swinging violently as it demolished the surrounding walls and structures. Shattered boulders flew through the air, crashing onto the ground with deep, resonant thuds. "Run!" Jackie Chan exclaimed as he saw the impending attack from the gorilla approaching his vicinity. He swiftly pulled the dazed Krillin along, making a break for the spectator stance. The audience, finally aware of the danger, erupted into screams, scrambling to escape the scene. Ah, this is perilous, but as the referee, I cannot abandon my post. Help! The referee, microphone in hand, spoke while dodging the debris hurtling around him. The giant ape seemed to sense something amiss. Glaring at the fleeing crowd with a menacing expression, its mouth opened wide, a crimson energy sphere igniting within, seemingly preparing for a devastating strike. In an instant, Su Luo leaped into the air, landing beneath the ape's chin and waving his hand. The ape felt an immense force on its jaw, and in a moment, its entire body was lifted off the ground, unleashing a terrifying energy blast towards the sky. A red beam soared upward, reminiscent of a geyser of molten lava. Searing and perilous, illuminating the heavens with a fiery glow that threatened to rend the very fabric of the sky. This is that kid Goku? How utterly terrifying, Jackie Chan gulped, his heart racing as he gazed at the giant ape. The creature exuded brutality and foreboding, resembling a mere harbinger of destruction. Too frightening. Truly dreadful, Krillin stammered, his face pale with fear. Chi-Chi stared blankly at the giant ape suspended in midair, unable to fathom how Goku had transformed into such a formidable being. The gorilla, nursing its painfully throbbing jaw, glared at Su Luo with a ferocious expression, its massive fist hurtling towards him, clearly driven to madness by its agony. Su Luo smiled faintly, revealing no sign of emotion. Although the Scion's transformation into great apes would amplify their power tenfold, Goku's regular combat strength was merely 140. Even with such an increase, it made no difference to him. The disparity remained unchanged. With a flicker of movement, Su Luo appeared behind the colossal creature. His fingertips glided through the air, and in an instant, the entire space rippled like the surface of water, a phantom wave calmly traversing the giant ape's tail. The dimensional slash resonated with a piercing sound, and in a heartbeat, the ape's tail was severed. The beast's menacing expression froze, and it let out a final bellow, its massive form swiftly diminishing, reverting to that of a human child. Plummeting from the sky, Su Luo curled his lips in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his inaugural use of the spatial dimension slash would be to sever a tail. Just as Sun Wukong was about to plummet to the ground, Su Luo swiftly caught him. Panting, he gazed at Sun Wukong, who was blissfully asleep, and couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. This young lad had caused such a commotion, yet now lay in peaceful slumber. Noticing his bare form, Su Luo retrieved a garment from the spatial realm and draped it over him. Big brother Su Luo, how's Wukong? Chi-Chi rushed over, followed closely by the others. Do not worry, he is fine. He simply fell asleep, Su Luo reassured them. Chi-Chi tiptoed in an attempt to assess Wukong's condition, but her petite stature rendered her unable to reach. Su Luo, observing her eager demeanor, gently placed the figurine of Sun Wukong into her embrace and playfully remarked, Here, I return your Wukong to you. Instantly, Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson as she shyly lowered her head. Su Luo, my friend, what caused Wukong to transform into such a form? Asked Jackie Chan, filled with curiosity. Indeed, Su Luo, why did Wukong become a giant ape? That previous appearance was quite terrifying. Bulma added, patting her ample chest, still haunted by the memory. Su Luo murmured softly, because when Wukong gazes upon the full moon, he transforms into a colossal ape devoid of reason. The full moon? The crowd lifted their eyes to the heavens, where a luminous orb hung majestically in the sky. Jackie Chan parted his lips, appearing as if he wished to speak, yet hesitated. Su Luo understood the inquiry that lingered in the air. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, Very well, I have spoken my piece. The reasons behind it are of no concern to you. Observing the resolute demeanor of Su Luo, Jackie Chan felt compelled to relent. And now, the champion of this competition is Su Luo. At that moment, the voice of the judge resonated through the crowd. Everyone turned to behold the judge, disheveled and dust-laden, steadfastly maintaining his post, refusing to flee. Su Luo silently commended him, the most dedicated referee on earth. The referee adjusted his glasses and glanced at the empty venue before speaking. However, everyone has left, so the awards ceremony may be delayed. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Su Luo shrugged and remarked, It's fine, as long as the money arrives. Whether the ceremony takes place or not is of little consequence. The referee's lips twitched slightly. Thus, the Grand Martial Arts tournament came to a close. Su Luo received the prize money from the referee, bid farewell to Master Rashi and his companions, and departed with Lazili and Bulma. The city of West City shimmered under the night sky, awash with vibrant lights and intoxicating delights. Bulma, brimming with excitement, led Su Luo and Lazili into her home. This marked the first occasion that Su Luo and Lazili had accepted her invitation. Upon entering the villa, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm, teeming with a plethora of animals, frolicking and playing together, including several dinosaurs wandering about in perfect harmony. These are the wild cats, wild dogs, and wild dinosaurs my father brought home from his adventures, Bulma exclaimed enthusiastically. Ah, Bulma, is that you back home? At that moment, a golden-haired matron approached, greeting Bulma warmly. Upon noticing Su Luo and Lazili, her eyes sparkled, and she stepped between them, wrapping an arm around each. In a soft voice, she said, "You must be Su Luo and Lazili. Bulma often speaks of you. I never imagined you would be so adorable. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Bulma's mother. Would you care for a glass of juice? I have some delightful juice, or perhaps some snacks. I've recently learned to make a few pastries. Would you like me to prepare some for you?" Both Su Luo and Lazili were taken aback by Bulma's mother's exuberance. Observing their reaction, Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly pulled her mother away, anxiously explaining to the two, "Please do not take offense. My mother simply has this nature. She is rather eccentric." Su Luo and Lazili exchanged smiles, shaking their heads in gentle disbelief. "Dear daughter, how could you speak of your mother in such a manner? It truly saddens me," remarked Bulma, who, upon hearing this, found herself slightly exasperated, ruffling her hair in frustration. "I shall prepare some juice and pastries. Do continue your conversation," Mrs. Brief said tenderly before departing. Chapter 33, Bulma's invention. Your mother is quite the warm-hearted individual, Su Luo remarked with a grin. The Brief family was indeed a colorful ensemble. For instance, the eldest sister, Tais, the daughter of a billionaire, had chosen to wander the cosmos in search of inspiration for her writing. Dr. Brief, an eccentric scientist, was notorious for his unorthodox behavior and penchant for collecting adult literature, while Mrs. Brief was extroverted and hospitable, enjoying dates with handsome men. In light of this comparison, Su Luo found Bulma's rather infatuated demeanor to be quite normal. "She just loves to tinker with those." Bulma pouted, then continued, "But enough about her. Come, let me show you my latest little invention. It is rather fascinating." A proud expression graced her face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Luo and Lazili were intrigued, harboring a sense of anticipation for Bulma's ingenious invention. Subsequently, under Bulma's guidance, the trio ascended to the second floor, arriving at her research laboratory. Bulma retrieved a pink bracelet from her drawer, adorned it upon her wrist, and waved it before the two. "What is this?" Lazili inquired with a hint of confusion. "This is my invention, the mini bracelet. By pressing this blue button, one can diminish in size," Bulma proudly explained, gesturing towards the button on the bracelet. With a swift motion, she pressed it. To the astonishment of her companions, golden light illuminated Bulma's form, rapidly reducing her stature until she resembled the size of a small mouse. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, "This must be some form of advanced technology." Lazili, filled with curiosity, playfully poked the miniature Bulma, finding it quite amusing. "How delightful, Bulma. Allow me to give it a try." Bulma nodded in agreement, then resumed her original form and handed the wristband to Lazili. As soon as Lazili received the device, she transformed into a petite version of herself and joyfully flitted about the room like a little bird. As Su Luo felt a surge of curiosity, she halted her actions and decided to give it a try herself. Upon pressing the blue button, she experienced an intriguing sensation as the surrounding space seemed to thicken, and under the influence of a wondrous force, her body swiftly began to shrink. Su Luo gazed in awe at the enormous versions of Lazili and Bulma before him. "How grand!" he exclaimed. Lazili playfully scooped Su Luo into her palm, her fingers gently poking his head as she giggled. "Su Luo, you're so tiny. It's delightful." After a spirited struggle, Su Luo returned to his original size. Once restored, he seized Lazili and playfully retaliated. Following their merriment, Bulma guided Su Luo and Lazili on a leisurely tour of her home, where they spotted Dr. Brief engrossed in his research, opting not to disturb him. Arriving in the living room, they indulged in a sumptuous feast, graciously hosted by Mrs. Brief. After enjoying delightful food, drinks, and entertainment, Su Luo and Lazili bid farewell to Bulma and headed home. As twilight descended, a luminous full moon cast its gentle glow upon the night sky, the ethereal moonlight harmonizing beautifully with the twinkling stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon returning to their island, the two chose not to train but instead lay upon the villa's rooftop, admiring the moon. "Su Luo, the moonlight is exquisite tonight," Lazili remarked, her ice blue eyes sparkling in the moon's glow. "Indeed," Su Luo gazed at the round moon hanging in the sky. Its silvery light in the myriad of stars creating a breathtaking tableau. Such a beautiful sight would have been hard to behold in a past life, as it is rarely seen in the bustling metropolis. Breathing in the fresh air carried by the sea breeze, he felt utterly enchanted. After admiring the moonlit scenery for a while, Li stretched languidly, exclaiming that after a day filled with play, she was ready to take a bath. Su Luo let out a soft sound, gazing blankly at the night sky. Observing his dazed expression, Li's eyes sparkled with mischief, and a sly smile crept onto her lips as she seductively suggested, "Brother Su Luo, would you care to join me for a wash? I could help scrub your back." Upon hearing this, Su Luo turned to her, realizing that the maiden was once again being mischievous. Su Luo gazed upon Razali's well-developed figure, a smile dancing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you certain?" Razali playfully stuck out her tongue before laughing and darting away. Su Luo watched as Razali departed, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself, "Revel in your triumph. For there shall come a day when you will pay a bloody price for your arrogance." Su Luo emerged from the bathroom, his damp hair glistening as he approached the window, allowing the sea breeze to dry his locks. He activated his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 17 dimensions. Level 2, 77 immortal. Talent, martial arts heart. Temporal power bloodline, Huaxia, Yanhuang bloodline. Skills, celestial meditation, time stasis, instantaneous movement, dimensional slash, aerial mastery, Luo immortal fist, quadruple, chi cannon. Combat power, 131. 000 evaluation. In the universe, you can be considered a master. After more than half a year of rigorous training, Su Luo has now adeptly acclimatized to 110 times the gravity. Since reaching a gravitational intensity of 100 times, each subsequent increment has required immense effort to adapt. However, the results have been nothing short of astonishing. His standard combat power stands at 131,000. Should he unleash the quadruple Luo immortal fist, combined with his temporal abilities, Su Luo could easily overpower Frisia in his first form, and might even contend with his second form, though such thoughts remain speculative, as he is yet to engage in a true battle. Su Luo did not feel any sense of pride from this, for he understood that once the era of Dragon Ball Z arrived, his current strength would be utterly insignificant. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. To speak of distant matters. Nearly Frisia's ultimate form boasts a power level of 120 million, a challenge he has long pursued. There remains a considerable time before the arrival of the Dragon Ball Z era. Perhaps by then, I will have grown sufficiently powerful. Su Luo curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. However, the pace of dimensional cultivation had somewhat stagnated. The further he progressed, the more sluggish his advancement became. Su Luo furrowed his brow as he observed the progress of his dimensional training. At this rate, achieving the level of a celestial being would require several more years of arduous cultivation. What about the subsequent tiers, Yama, the Realm King, and the Great Realm King? Would they not demand centuries, millennia, or perhaps even longer? It is no wonder that texts recount the formidable challenges mortals face when striving to ascend to higher divinities. Perhaps many of those aspirants, before they could advance to loftier realms, found their lives extinguished prematurely. Alas, I have perhaps set my sights too high, Su Luo mused, lightly tapping his head in self-deprecating humor. The path of cultivation is indeed long and arduous. With a dismissive toss, he cast aside his towel, leaped onto his bed, and settled into a cross-legged position to commence his meditation. As dawn broke, a delicate blush of light appeared in the distant east, and soon the sun began its ascent, casting gentle rays of morning light upon the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day. Su Luo swiftly finished the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lazili and then entered the gravity chamber to commence his training. After adjusting the gravity multiplier to 111 times, a formidable pressure enveloped him. Training level 3, Su Luo announced. As his words echoed, 8 flying robots emerged from the mechanical walls. Let the training begin. Upon receiving Su Luo's command, the robots began to amass energy to launch an assault on him. Whoosh, beams of energy surged towards Su Luo. Su Luo's expression hardened as he swiftly pivoted and leaped, deftly evading the onslaught. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Chapter 34, The Demon King Bick on Earth, in the Western region. A stunning island emerged from the vast sea, resembling an ethereal paradise, seemingly detached from the world. It was summer, and under the radiant sun, the ocean shimmered beautifully. On the sandy beach, a vibrant scene unfolded as Bulma lounged in a light swimsuit on a beach chair, leisurely sipping coconut juice. She donned a peculiar pair of glasses, gazing towards the distant horizon where Su Luo and Lazili were engaged in combat. To better observe the fierce battle, Bulma had ingeniously crafted these ultra-dynamic glasses, enabling her to capture the intricacies of their movements with clarity. Before her, Lazili, radiating a blue aura, unleashed a myriad of energy blasts that rained down upon Su Luo. Yet he deftly swatted them away. The energy orbs plummeted like shooting stars into the sea, causing towering waves to erupt, reaching heights of several meters. As if in unison, the two combatants plunged into the waves, their confrontation continuing beneath the surface. In the depths, two luminous points, one white and one blue, collided, each impact generating a cascade of foam that scattered across the water's surface. Bang! Another intense clash ensued, with the blue silhouette being forced beneath the waves by the white one, creating a tumultuous surge akin to a deep-sea explosion, sending yet another torrent of water skyward. Su Luo hovered gracefully in midair, patiently awaiting what was to come. Moments later, Lazili burst forth from the water, suspended elegantly in the air. With a rush of breath, she dispelled the azure aura enveloping her form, revealing a stunning visage glistening with beads of sweat. The damp fabric clung to her delicate figure, accentuating her extraordinary physique. Observing Lazili emerge from the depths, Su Luo offered a subtle smile. Over the past 3 years, her growth and prowess had been remarkably swift. Her combat capabilities had ascended to an impressive 90,000, and she had mastered his Loxian fist, achieving a 4-fold amplification. With this technique, Lazili was now able to spar with him, albeit with considerable effort. In terms of dimensional mastery, she had ascended to the 2nd level a year ago, and with her elevated life tier, her potential, lifespan, and strength had received a modest enhancement. Quite impressive, indeed. Your Loxian fist has progressed rapidly, Su Luo remarked as he flew closer to her, offering praise. I still cannot best you, Lazili pouted, her rosy lips betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Luo lightly tapped her head and playfully chided. Be content, will you? Oh dear, Aloe has tapped my head again. I've told you not to do that. It makes me dull-witted, Lazili retorted, covering her head with an air of indignation. Su Luo gazed upon the stunning woman before him. The passage of 3 years had transformed this girl into a mature individual, her character blossoming into one marked by independence and self-reliance, no longer inclined to seek constant companionship. For instance, she no longer referred to him as brother. Upon this reflection, Su Luo let out a melancholic sigh, pondering whether he had inadvertently steered the little girl astray. Aloe, what troubles you? Asked Lazili, her brow furrowed in curiosity at Su Luo's discontented demeanor. I was just contemplating the whereabouts of that adorable little one who once called me brother, Su Luo jested. Lazili parted her lips slightly and whispered, She has grown up now. Indeed, she has matured. Su Luo gazed at her for a moment, swallowing hard, as one hand trembled uncontrollably. Observing his lecherous demeanor, Lazili's lips curled into an enchanting arc, revealing a heart-stirring smile. Then, seemingly inadvertently, she lifted her collar and fanned herself, lamenting, Oh dear. The weather is unbearably hot. Aloe, you may continue your training. I am off to swim with Bulma. With that, she soared back towards the small island. Watching her retreating figure, Su Luo murmured to himself, training requires a balance of effort and relaxation. A bit of leisure is beneficial, indeed. He then swiftly flew back to the island, resolutely not for the sake of admiring the alluring beauty in swimwear, but primarily to indulge in the soothing waters. On the beach, Su Luo reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sight of 2 stunning women in light swimwear frolicking in the sea, feeling quite content. Opening his personal panel, he noted, Host, Su Luo age, 20 dimension, level 3, divine being 18, talent, martial arts heart, temporal power bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Wang bloodline, skills, divine meditation. Time stasis, instantaneous movement, spatial dimension / sky control technique, Luoxian fist, 8-fold, new Qigong blast. Combat power, 470,000 evaluation, within the universe. You have ascended to the ranks of top-tier experts. Su Luo gazed upon the fruits of his labor over the past 3 years, a faint smile gracing his lips. He now possessed the means to venture into the cosmos. His teleportation abilities had undergone a significant breakthrough, with his range of movement greatly expanded, now extending to a staggering distance equivalent to approximately 100 solar systems. While this range may appear vast, it is, in fact, quite limited. The universe is boundless and unfathomable, With the northern galaxy housing countless star systems, of which the solar system is merely a diminutive entity at its farthest edge. Suddenly, a wave of water surged forth, drenching the contemplative Su Luo and rendering him a soggy mess. Ha ha ha, allo, come and play, chimed a voice as clear and melodious as silver bells. As Su Luo gazed ahead, he noticed Lotzi Li delicately stirring the water's surface with her graceful hands. Clearly the architect of the recent wave. Come quickly, Su Luo. The water is delightfully cool, Bulma called out, waving her hand. I'm coming. Su Luo leaped high into the air, landing beside the two girls. With a resounding splash, water erupted to a height exceeding 4 meters. The chapter is not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Giggles echoed around them. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 3 years, commenced anew. Thanks to the remarkable performances of Su Luo, Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, and others in the previous tournament, the event had gained considerable popularity, prompting many reclusive sects to send their disciples to compete, including 2 from the Crane School, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. The ensuing plot closely mirrored the original story, with one notable difference. Sun Wukong's strength had significantly increased compared to the original narrative, leading even Tianjin Fan to succumb to his prowess. Consequently, Sun Wukong emerged as the champion of this tournament, as the group joyously celebrated in a restaurant. A creature from the demon clan named Damblin barged in, threatening Sun Wukong and his companions to surrender the 4-star Dragon Ball. How could Sun Wukong so easily part with the Dragon Ball? Thus, he engaged Damblin in combat. In just a few exchanges, Damblin found himself on the ground, defeated. Sensing the dire situation, Damblin swiftly seized several ordinary people, using their lives as leverage to coerce Sun Wukong into compliance. With a kind heart, Sun Wukong acquiesced. As Damblin secured the Dragon Ball and prepared to leave, he ominously declared that the era of King Piccolo was approaching, urging them to await their doom. With that, he fled the scene. What? King Piccolo? Master Roshi's face paled at the mention. Grandpa Roshi, who is King Piccolo? Indeed, Master Mateto, is he formidable? Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan looked at him in confusion. Master Roshi sighed heavily, his expression grave, and then recounted the origins of King Piccolo. I personally sealed that rice cooker deep in the abyss, believing he would never escape. It seems I underestimated the situation. Oh, so he's a great villain. I shall go defeat him, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Wukong, do not underestimate King Piccolo. His power is dreadfully formidable. Many skilled fighters have perished at his hands in the past, Master Roshi warned with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened with anticipation as he inquired, is King Piccolo even stronger than Brother Su Luo? Upon hearing this, Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, as memories of the oppressive presence that Su Luo once exuded flooded his mind. In comparison, the menace of King Piccolo seemed somewhat diminished. However, the psychological trauma inflicted by King Piccolo had loomed large over Master Roshi for years, haunting him like a relentless nightmare. Thus, whenever King Piccolo was mentioned, Master Roshi would lose the composure he once possessed. Reflecting on this, he exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, Su Luo is indeed somewhat stronger than him. Haha. Then there is no problem at all. I am certain I can defeat King Piccolo, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Master Roshi paused for a moment, coming to the realization that this era was markedly different from the past. Perhaps these young warriors could achieve what their predecessors could not. Chapter 35. The catastrophe on Earth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, a vast expanse of ocean lay beneath a colossal spaceship, which floated gracefully through the sky. Inside the vessel, King Piccolo reclined in a grand chair, appearing significantly aged. His once vibrant dark green skin had dulled, now mottled with wrinkles. Clutched in his hand were 6 Dragon Balls, which he examined briefly before speaking. So these are the orbs. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon to fulfill any wish. Pilaf rubbed his hands together, standing respectfully to the side, while Mai and Shu quivered apprehensively behind him. Indeed, my lord, once you collect all 7, your every desire will be realized. However, the final 4-star Dragon Ball is in the possession of a certain Son Goku, who is quite formidable and difficult to acquire it from. At the mention of Son Goku, Pilaf gritted his teeth. Over the years, he had successfully gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Yet the last one remained elusive, held by Son Goku. Despite numerous attempts, he had been unable to wrest the Dragon Ball from him. Otherwise, he would have summoned the Eternal Dragon long ago to fulfill his ambition of world domination and King Piccolo would be of no concern. Yet, after assisting King Piccolo in his escape, he now regretted his decision, initially believing that he could realize his dream of ruling the world through King Piccolo. Even if it meant sharing dominion, he was now infuriated to learn that King Piccolo would only grant him a quarter of the world. Son Goku? No matter. My son Tambourine will take care of him, King Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Ah, yes indeed, Pilaf responded obsequiously. Where is Tambourine now? King Piccolo inquired in a low voice. Pilaf nudged Mai, signaling her to activate the radar. Mai, trembling with fear, hurriedly powered on the spherical Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf observed a light swiftly approaching, and to his surprise, it was heading directly toward them with great ease. Ha. Soon, very soon, I shall reclaim my youthful vigor. At that time, I will restore my overwhelming power, and this world shall once again tremble under the reign of King Piccolo. Amidst raucous laughter, the formidable Piccolo basked in a moment of audacious mirth, while the comedic trio trembled in trepidation nearby. On this fateful night, Damblin finally arrived at the spaceship, clutching the last Dragon Ball, and relayed the events concerning Goku and his companions to Piccolo. The latter was taken aback, astonished to learn of a formidable adversary capable of vanquishing Damblin in this era. After a brief moment of surprise, he dismissively remarked that it mattered little. They were merely insignificant pests that could be easily crushed once he regained his youthful vitality. Without hesitation, Piccolo commanded Pilaf to lower the spaceship, descending to the ground where he successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his wish. As the dragon was on the verge of vanishing, Piccolo ruthlessly struck it down, reducing it to stone that fell to the earth. With his powers restored to their zenith, Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. In a fit of exhilaration, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating a mountain, causing the comedic trio to cower on the ground in fear. Quickly, steer the spaceship towards the king's palace. I am eager to dominate the world. The notion of peace sickens me. This realm should be enveloped in destruction and slaughter under the reign of my demonic kin. Wadahafa. On that day, in the heart of the United Kingdom's capital, beneath a cerulean sky adorned with drifting clouds, a colossal spaceship pierced through the cloud cover, looming ominously over the king's palace. Piccolo stood impassively on the vessel, flanked by Damblin and a demon with a draconic visage. The comedic trio had vanished, having been unceremoniously cast aside during the journey, their fates unknown. As Piccolo gazed down at the royal palace, a sinister smile crept across his face. He then spread his arms wide and leaped from the spaceship, followed closely by his two demonic companions. Outside the palace, the air was punctuated by the sharp crack of gunfire. Guards wielding firearms unleashed a barrage of bullets, which sparked against Piccolo's formidable form. With a chilling smirk, Piccolo regarded the guards with a gaze as cold as death, dismissing their lives as inconsequential. He waved his hand, conjuring a tempest that sent the guards crashing violently against the walls, their bodies embedding deeply within the stone. Remain calm, concentrate our firepower. Are requesting support. A multitude of soldiers surged forth, their footsteps resonating like thunder as armored vehicles formed an impenetrable wall, their cannons uniformly aimed at the menacing figure of the demon King Piccolo. The following day, under the violent threat posed by Piccolo, the king of the United Kingdom was compelled to stand before countless live cameras and announce his abdication, ceding his throne to the demon King Piccolo to govern the world. Yet, the king was a ruler of great fortitude. Disregarding the peril to his life, he uttered a final plea, calling upon warriors from across the globe to rise and vanquish the Demon King. His words were abruptly silenced as he was struck down. Thus, Piccolo stood before the cameras, proclaiming his reign. To instill a sense of dread within the world, he unleashed a devastating energy wave, obliterating a colossal island. In an instant, the island vanished, replaced by a towering crimson mushroom cloud, with shockwaves rippling outward, creating a stunning visual spectacle. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for more captivating content. What is happening? Is this merely a cinematic illusion? It seems too real. Alas, I cannot reach Xiaohua by phone. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, many harboring skepticism, for in this era of peace, the notion that a being like Piccolo could annihilate the world seemed preposterous. Yet, those near the island were convinced, having witnessed the colossal landmass vanish before their eyes, the inferno still raging in its wake. Although the tumultuous era of Piccolo has long passed, not all have forgotten. Ancient families and martial arts sects continue to recount his legend, and a flurry of rumors began to circulate. Regardless of belief, the world descended into chaos. Unruly and dangerous elements began to stir. Robberies, assaults, and acts of destruction proliferated, revealing the darker side of human nature. Panic enveloped the globe. Within the confines of the Kame House, Sun Wukong, Master Rashi, and Tian Shinon watched the unfolding events on television, their anger palpable. Lacking the dragon radar and unable to contact Bulma or Su Luo, they were left to await news in the Kame House. With Piccolo's whereabouts finally revealed, they could no longer remain passive. Everyone, I must go. We cannot allow Piccolo to continue his reign of terror, declared Sun Wukong as he dashed outside, summoning the flying Nimbus. Wait, Wukong. Do not act recklessly. Do not confront him alone. His companions urged, but Wukong was resolute, ready to face the impending battle. As the crowd witnessed the scene, they rushed outside. But there was no trace of Sun Wukong. He had already soared away on his Nimbus cloud. Quick, we must follow. Wukong is in danger alone, Master Rashi exclaimed urgently. Thus, the group boarded an aircraft, hastening towards the capital city. Chapter 36. The confrontation. The capital of the kingdom lay in utter chaos following the rampant destruction wrought by the evil King Piccolo. The streets were choked with vehicles, forming an endless serpent of metal, while a cacophony of arguments, honking horns, curses, and cries melded into a tumultuous symphony. Supermarkets, jewelry stores, banks, and even official institutions had fallen victim to the onslaught of lawless marauders, with gunfire echoing through the air and desperate crowds fleeing in every direction. In the face of catastrophe, the darker aspects of humanity were laid bare. Above the city, the architect of this turmoil, King Piccolo, floated with a sinister laugh, reveling in the chaos. What a splendid scene! This is the true visage of the world, he mused. You must be King Piccolo. A somewhat youthful yet resonant voice rang out beside him. Sun Wukong, riding on his Nimbus cloud, had arrived before the malevolent tyrant. A human martial artist? King Piccolo scrutinized Sun Wukong, noting the youthfulness of the boy. However, as he sensed the profound and pure energy emanating from him, a shadow crossed his face. He harbored a deep disdain for such vitality. Sun Wukong, in turn, felt the chilling aura of evil radiating from King Piccolo, leaving him decidedly uneasy. The two adversaries locked eyes in the air, their mutual disdain palpable, and without further ado, the battle commenced. They exchanged blows in the skies, but Sun Wukong, still unaccustomed to aerial combat, was swiftly sent plummeting to the ground. King Piccolo pursued, descending to the earth to engage Sun Wukong anew. The clash was fierce. Skyscrapers crumbled under the force of their combat, waves of energy rippled outward, and colossal fireballs erupted, transforming much of the capital into a desolate wasteland. Amidst this perilous turmoil, several battlefield journalists braved immense risks to broadcast this epic confrontation to the world. Around the globe, in every street and alleyway, people paused their activities, captivated by the unfolding spectacle on their screens. Those previously unfamiliar with martial arts found themselves enthralled by the battle, holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. How exhilarating! Is this what martial artists do? Wow, that luminous force is astonishing, even more powerful than a missile. Fools. That is the martial artist's energy wave. Those who had witnessed previous martial arts tournaments straightened their postures, brimming with pride. Hey, isn't that the champion of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong? Oh my, it truly is Sun Wukong. Go, Wukong. You can do it. Defeat King Piccolo. Some keen-eyed individuals recognized the identity of Sun Wukong, erupting in excited screams and fervent cheers. The battle depicted grew increasingly intense, reaching a fever pitch. Although Sun Wukong did not consume the divine water as in the original tale, his prowess remained formidable, even surpassing that of Piccolo by a slight margin. Soon, the scales of victory began to tip in Sun Wukong's favor. Two demon warriors, sensing the dire circumstances, attempted to intervene but were swiftly dispatched by a single punch from Sun Wukong, clearly indicating that such a level of combat was beyond their capabilities. Ultimately, Piccolo was brought to his knees. However, Scions possess a tendency to revel in their victories. Faced with Piccolo's desperate pleas, Sun Wukong hesitated. Yet, this moment of indecision allowed Piccolo to seize the opportunity, launching a verbal assault that pierced through Sun Wukong's chest, resulting in a dramatic reversal of fortunes. Consequently, Sun Wukong found himself at the mercy of Piccolo's relentless onslaught, writhing in agony as his cries of suffering echoed throughout the realm. Ha ha ha, human boy, I must commend you. You are the strongest human I have ever encountered, even surpassing the old man who sealed me away years ago. But it all ends here. Piccolo grinned maniacally at the fallen Sun Wukong beneath his foot, relishing the thrill of tormenting a powerful adversary. He then concentrated a dangerous beam of energy at his fingertips. aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Rest assured, I shall summon all the martial artists on Earth to accompany you. You shall not be alone. Ha 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 ha. High above, a figure floated silently, observing the unfolding drama. Witnessing this theatrical scene, Su Luo let out a slight sigh, pondering why Sun Wukong's reckless nature remained unchanged. Was it inherent in Scion nature to indulge in such folly? After a brief moment of reflection, Su Luo vanished from the skies, reappearing before Piccolo in an instant. With a mere flick of his hand, Piccolo was struck with immense force, collapsing to the ground as blood poured from his mouth. Who are you? Overwhelmed by the sudden blow, Piccolo gazed incredulously at the young man before him, feeling an inexplicable sensation that he lacked the courage to retaliate against this newcomer. Su Luo. Elder brother, you have come. Ah, ha, cough, cough. Sun Wukong struggled to lift his head, gazing at the familiar figure before him, offering a faint smile, only to be interrupted by a violent fit of coughing up blood. Su Luo did not utter a word. Instead, he crouched down and presented a celestial bean to him. After a brief moment of masticating, Sun Wukong swallowed it. The instant the celestial bean was ingested, it transformed into pure life essence, and in the next moment, he was rejuvenated. Furthermore, Sun Wukong discovered that his strength had remarkably increased. Thank you, Brother Su Luo. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Su Luo waved his hand and then turned his gaze towards the formidable Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu was on the brink of despair. Not only had a powerful human suddenly appeared, but the young warrior he had painstakingly battered to near defeat had inexplicably recovered after consuming a mysterious bean. It was unfathomable, utterly impossible, a mere illusion. In that instant, Majin Buu felt an overwhelming sense of malevolence emanating from the world around him. Su Luo disregarded the thoughts of the great demon King Piccolo and, with a swift kick, propelled him into the sky. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a golden wave of energy, creating a gaping wound in Piccolo's chest. As he sensed his life force rapidly ebbing away, a grimace of despair twisted Piccolo's features, and he spat out a white egg, casting it into the distance. Child, remember to avenge your father, and let the infamous name of the great demon King Piccolo resonate once more throughout the world. With a violent explosion, Piccolo was reduced to dust, dissipating into the air. Su Luo gazed up at the sky, his face adorned with an inexplicable smile as he absorbed the scene before him. Sun Wukong, observing Su Luo's retreating figure, found himself momentarily entranced. With each surge in his own power, he sensed an unfathomable depth to Su Luo's strength. The image of the defeat of King Piccolo reverberated across the globe, igniting jubilant cheers among the populace. What splendid news! King Piccolo had perished, and the world was saved. Those who had weathered the tumultuous storms of despair were now enveloped in a joyous glimmer of newfound hope. The two martial artists, who had valiantly rescued the world, were indelibly etched in the minds of the people, impossible to forget. At that moment, the roar of an approaching airplane filled the air, signaling the delayed arrival of Master Roshi and his companions. Your friends have arrived, Su Luo remarked with a smile. Ah, everyone has come as well, Sun Wukong exclaimed, glancing upwards to see Master Roshi, Krillin, and others waving and cheering, evidently aware of King Piccolo's defeat. Sun Wukong reciprocated their gestures with enthusiasm and delight. By the way, Su Luo, my brother, Sun Wukong began, yet he soon realized that Su Luo had vanished from sight, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 37. The era of martial arts on Earth is about to commence. Earth, the divine temple. The old god and Bobo stood at the temple's edge. The old god leaned on his staff, his expression tinged with melancholy as he surveyed the world below. Although King Piccolo had met his end, a child remained, a progeny born from the essence of King Piccolo's life force, arguably his successor. This was the reason for the child's continued existence, and it posed a potential threat. The life of a planet is meant to develop in accordance with the laws of nature, and as a deity, he could not intervene in earthly matters unless absolutely necessary. This was a rule that must be upheld. Moreover, the deity could not resort to self-destruction to ensure King Piccolo's complete eradication from the world, leaving him in a state of vexation. Bobo, as the deity essayed, would naturally refrain from actions that could endanger the divine being, which explained the temple's previous inaction during King Piccolo's reign of chaos. The old god sighed softly and then spoke. Bobo, please inform Su Luo that he need not concern himself with me. He should eliminate Piccolo without hesitation. But, my lord, if you destroy Piccolo, you too shall perish, Bobo replied, visibly troubled. Alas, Piccolo is the root of my legacy. I must take responsibility for it. The deity declared with unwavering resolve, prepared for the inevitable sacrifice. Ha ha ha, dear deity, there is no need for such despair. A hearty laugh echoed through the temple as Su Luo materialized within its confines. The sudden appearance startled both the old god and Bobo, but upon recognizing him, their expressions softened into smiles. Deity, Bobo, it has been far too long. Su Luo exchanged greetings with the two individuals. The deity and Bobo nodded with smiles. The deity's expression turned grave as he inquired, Su Luo, what did you mean when you said it need not be so? He reflected on the visions of the future that had once visited his mind, scenes depicting Earth under siege by formidable invaders, yet amidst the chaos. A cohort of powerful warriors would emerge, fighting valiantly to defend the peace of the planet. Among them would be Bick, a soldier devoted to safeguarding Earth. The deity murmured to himself, harboring no doubts about this revelation, for Su Luo had always been enigmatic and inscrutable, and there was no need for deceit. The thought of Bick battling for Earth stirred a profound emotional response within him, bringing him to the brink of tears. For many years, he had borne the weight of guilt regarding Bick, feeling a deep sense of indebtedness to the planet. The knowledge that Bick would fight for Earth offered a form of redemption. That is wonderful, deity, Bobo said, dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. Genuinely happy for his companion. There is no need to overly concern ourselves with Bick. Let things unfold naturally, Su Luo advised earnestly. The deity composed himself, nodding solemnly. As we speak, there are indeed some exceptionally gifted young individuals on Earth. If you wish to contribute to its defense, you might consider nurturing them. I trust you have already contemplated this, haven't you? Su Luo smiled as he spoke. The deity nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. It seems nothing escapes your notice. Several years ago, upon learning from you about the myriad threats beyond Earth, I was inspired to train warriors for our planet's defense. He then shared his thoughts with Su Luo, detailing the list of individuals he intended to train, which included Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tien Shinhan, Din, Krillin, Yamcha, and Yajirobe. By the way, deity, I have a request to make during my visit. Su Luo proceeded to inform the deity of his heritage as a Namekian and his imminent departure from Earth, asking for the spacecraft he had used upon his arrival. Oh, so I am a Namekian. No wonder I am different, the deity exclaimed, astonished to discover his lineage. When I created the Dragon Balls long ago, I felt a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that others from my distant homeland have also crafted Dragon Balls? He pondered aloud. Indeed. Namekians possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, though such talent is rare, Su Luo replied slowly. Thank you, Su Luo, for revealing my true identity, the deity said. Bowing solemnly to Su Luo. This had been a long-held secret weighing heavily on his heart, and now, having unraveled the mystery of his origins, he felt an immense sense of relief and clarity. Su Luo gazed in astonishment at the celestial deity, but upon reflection, he came to comprehend the deity's current sentiments. The deity continued, I have lived in the Cloud Zebi Plateau since childhood, where there exists a rather peculiar house. In hindsight, that house was indeed strange. It was, in fact, the spacecraft I used to journey to Earth. As for the spacecraft, consider it a gift from me. The deity spoke generously. That is splendid, Su Luo exclaimed with delight. However, Su Luo, have you truly resolved to depart from Earth? Indeed, the environment here is too comfortable. If I wish to grow stronger, I must take this step. I need to engage in constant battles to enhance my combat abilities. Only with formidable strength can I protect that which I hold dear. In that case, let us journey to the Cloud Zebi Plateau to retrieve the spacecraft. It has been years since my last visit, and I find myself rather nostalgic for that place. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Subsequently, events unfolded as Su Luo and the celestial deity ventured to the Cloud Zebi Plateau to reclaim the spacecraft, while Bobo remained at the temple to guard it. Since the spacecraft required the language of Namek to operate, Su Luo stayed at the temple to study this tongue under the deity's guidance. Meanwhile, Bobo busied himself, following the deity's instructions to descend to the mortal realm to summon Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Tien Shinhan, among others, to the temple for training. In the capital of the United Nations, the king, having just concluded a press conference, returned to the palace not to rest but to delve into the archives, perusing records related to martial arts. As he read, his astonishment grew. He discovered that the martial arts world harbored numerous secrets obscured by history. The invasion of the demon race 300 years ago, the glory of martial arts, the enigmatic Superpower Academy, and the sacred martial arts site, Karen Tower. Through the revelation of these clandestine events, the king came to a profound realization. This world is far more intricate than it appears. It seems that Earth not only requires advancements in science, but must also place significant emphasis on the development of martial arts. A few days later, the turmoil across the globe had finally subsided. However, following the upheaval caused by the Great Demon King, the populace began to recognize the significance of martial arts. The king decisively enacted a series of policies aimed at the advancement of martial disciplines. For instance, he initiated the construction of martial arts academies, with the government financing the invitation of skilled practitioners to impart foundational knowledge of the arts, organized martial arts tournaments, wherein the top 16 competitors would receive generous rewards, and established various subsidy programs for martial artists. Enthusiastic young individuals, enamored with the martial arts, flocked to the academies, and a fervent culture of martial practice began to flourish on Earth. Although in the grand scheme of technological advancement, martial arts seemed but a flicker of flame, it was destined to grow ever more vibrant. The era of martial arts on Earth was about to commence. Chapter 38, Departure, A Journey Through the Cosmos. After spending several days mastering the language of Namek, Su Luo returned to the island. Upon entering the villa, he discovered Lazuli and Bulma languidly sprawled on the sofa, each cradling a bag of snacks, engrossed in the television. Su Luo cast a glance at the program playing on the television, utterly speechless. Goodness. Here I am toiling away outside while you are comfortably at home indulging in romantic films. Su Luo directly seated himself beside Razali, snatching the snacks from her hand and devouring them in one go. Ah, Aluo, you have returned. You must be weary, Razali said with a cheerful smile. Bulma also reacted with a grin and greeted him warmly. I am famished, Su Luo remarked, pouting slightly. Very well, I shall prepare a meal, Razali tenderly replied before making her way to the kitchen. Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief. I shall join you. With a hint of embarrassment, Su Luo remarked. Please refrain from causing chaos in the kitchen. The mere recollection of the last culinary disaster crafted by Bulma made his stomach churn. Oh, come now. My culinary skills have seen remarkable improvement lately. Just wait and see. Bulma retorted, her mood shifting instantly upon perceiving Su Luo's disdainful gaze. She promptly rolled up her sleeves, preparing to head towards the kitchen. Hold on. I need to discuss something with you first. Come with me, Su Luo interjected, grasping her arm. As the two found themselves in solitude, Bulma's mind flickered back to the romantic confessions she had witnessed on television moments ago, causing her cheeks to flush as she allowed Su Luo to lead her outside. If Su Luo were aware of her innermost thoughts, she might very well exclaim, "You are overthinking it." Outside the villa, Bulma shyly gazed at Su Luo and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Luo looked at Bulma in confusion, unaware of the reason behind her flushed cheeks. He then retrieved a spaceship from his space pocket, rubbed his hands together, and said, "I would like to request your assistance in modifying this spacecraft." To his surprise, Bulma readily replied, "I would be delighted." "Oh, that is splendid. Thank you. Then I shall entrust you with the matter of the spaceship." "Wait, the spaceship?" Bulma, coming to her senses, gazed somewhat dazedly at the massive object before them. "Are you truly suggesting?" "Indeed, this spacecraft has been around for some time and lacks essential amenities for daily living. Therefore, I wish for your expertise to enhance it." "Bulma, you are a genius in this field, and I doubt it will pose any challenge for you." Although research on spacecraft was scant in this era on Earth, Su Luo believed that for Bulma and her family, it should not be an insurmountable task, especially since they had accomplished similar modifications with relative ease in the original narrative. "You fool." Seeing Su Luo grow increasingly enthusiastic, Bulma, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, gave him a light kick and stormed into the villa. Goodness, what is wrong with her? She agreed so readily, yet now she's throwing a tantrum over a minor condition. This is rather excessive, Su Luo thought, bewildered. An hour later, Su Luo gazed at the dining table, adorned with a plethora of exquisite dishes that tantalized the senses, and his appetite surged instantaneously. He seized his chopsticks and began to indulge with fervor. It is undeniable that Razali's culinary skills have reached new heights. The mere aroma of the dishes was enough to stimulate one's appetite, and the flavors were nothing short of sublime, leaving an unforgettable impression. Her culinary prowess has likely ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. Delicious, truly delightful, it is simply irresistible. I must have another bowl, he exclaimed. Razali felt a surge of joy as she observed Su Luo's contented demeanor, her cheeks occasionally flushed with happiness. Sometimes, Su Luo would eat too hastily and choke. Upon witnessing this, Lotzi hurriedly extended her hand to gently pat his back, aiding him in regaining his breath. "Allo, do take your time, There is no one competing with you, Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes as she immersed herself in her own endeavors, exclaiming, truly delightful. After satisfying their appetites, Su Luo and Lazili strolled hand in hand along the shoreline, discussing their aspirations of venturing into the cosmos, seeking her thoughts on the matter. Lazili gazed at Su Luo with unwavering resolve, remaining silent, observing the steadfastness in her eyes. Su Luo uttered a single word, and the two shared a profound understanding, often comprehending each other's thoughts with just a glance. What? You intend to leave Earth and embark on a cosmic journey? Upon hearing this revelation from Su Luo, Bulma's expression shifted to one of alarm, her voice tinged with urgency. Indeed, I am determined to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Luo's gaze sparkled like stars in the night sky, his tone imbued with certainty. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Lazili declared, her gentle smile imbued with unwavering conviction. I. Bulma stammered several times, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts, an ineffable sense of loss lingering in her heart. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled deeply, despite the multitude of emotions tugging at her. She understood that even if she attempted to dissuade them, it would bear no fruit. I understand. Is there anything you need me to do? Bulma managed to muster a faint smile as she spoke. Su Luo raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, Did you not just promise to assist me in modifying the spaceship? How could you forget so quickly? Ouch. Su Luo, if you dare to hit my head, I shall retaliate. Bulma clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes, and lunged at him with a fierce determination. Ha! You cannot catch me. Su Luo deftly leaped behind Razili, evading her grasp. Undeterred, Bulma pursued him relentlessly, prompting a delightful game of cat and mouse within the confines of the room. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Razili shook her head in exasperation, observing that these two often behaved like children. Humph. Can't they exhibit a bit more maturity like I do? After a bout of playful chasing and frolicking, Su Luo escorted Bulma home. As 2 weeks quietly passed, the spaceship renovation project was completed, enhancing its performance several-fold. It now boasted independent restrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a bedroom, all augmented by Dr. Brief's meticulous modifications, which included a sound system. Once the spaceship was ready, Su Luo and Lazuli accompanied Bulma in West City for 3 delightful days. Under Bulma's guidance, the trio indulged in an array of local delicacies, frequented entertainment venues to partake in various games, and explored fascinating sites for sightseeing and photography. As is often the case, joyous moments are fleeting, and soon the 3 days came to an end. Outside Bulma's villa, a spacecraft resembling a beetle's shell awaited. Bulma, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, Su Luo, and Lazuli stood beside the ship, exchanging their final farewells. I have installed a sound system inside. You can enjoy music during your journey, Dr. Brief remarked with a cheerful smile. Thank you so much, Dr. Brief. Su Luo replied. Lazuli, remember to return early. Mrs. Brief chimed in with a beaming smile. Bulma, feeling somewhat melancholic, gazed at Su Luo and Lazuli. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and enveloped them in a heartfelt embrace, subsequently brightening her expression with a radiant smile. Be exceedingly careful, she urged. Understood. Su Luo and Lazuli nodded in agreement. They waved goodbye as they boarded the spacecraft, leaving Bulma's wistful gaze lingering upon them. With a resounding roar, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light, ascending towards the heavens and vanishing in the blink of an eye. You must come back, Bulma murmured, standing still, lost in thought as tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Her lovely face turned skyward. The cosmic journey of Su Luo and Lazili has commenced. Chapter 39, Journey to Namek. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkle, adorning the night sky like a magnificent celestial map unfurling gradually. A spacecraft, trailing a golden tail, streaks across the darkness. Isn't Namek the homeland of the deities? What purpose do we have in going there? Lazili rested her head on Su Luo's shoulder, her warm breath causing a delightful tickle on his cheek. Of course, we are going to enhance our strength. A visit there might very well amplify our power severfold, Su Luo replied with a smile. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the ability to unlock potential. And there exist even more powerful Dragon Balls on that planet, which Su Luo deemed essential to explore. In the original narrative, the potential development by the Grand Elder of Namek is portrayed as the safest and most effective means of augmenting strength. This process does not deplete the future potential of the individual being developed. Rather, it releases the potential that the Grand Elder perceives ahead of time. thereby shortening the cultivation duration. In the original tale, Krillin and Son Gohan, initially possessing just over 1,000 in battle power, experienced a staggering surge to over 10,000 after the Grand Elder unlocked their potential, a remarkable increase indeed. Tell me more about enhancing strength. Lazile's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the prospect of amplifying her power several times. Thus, Su Luo shared with her the Grand Elder's remarkable ability to unlock potential. Lazile, upon hearing this, grew increasingly eager, pondering just how far she could ascend following the unlocking of her potential. Ever since her battle power reached 90,000, Lazile felt her cultivation pace slowing, and although her strength continued to rise, it lacked the previous swift advancements. Su Luo had explained that this was due to her bloodline. Suro seemed to perceive the concerns of Razili, playfully flicking her forehead, assuring her that as long as she continued to cultivate the heavenly meditation technique, potential would not be an issue. Razili stuck out her tongue and laughed, dashing off to pursue her practice. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 10 days quietly slipped away. In the vast cosmos, the gossamer Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with twinkling stars. A streak of white light swiftly traversed the night sky, reminiscent of a shooting star. The planet Namek, situated in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, is the fourth planet, resting at the edge of the northern galaxy. Its diameter is several times that of Earth, and due to the unique configuration of its solar system, where 3 small stars orbit this planet, Namek experiences no night. On this day, Namek welcomed 2 visitors. With a deafening roar, a spacecraft radiating a crimson glow pierced through the clouds, plummeting rapidly toward the surface below. On the vast, boundless grasslands of Namek, a tremendous boom resounded, shaking the earth, and the sky was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust that lingered for an extended period. A sharp click echoed as the hatch opened, and 2 figures emerged. Su Luo gazed at the swirling clouds of dust, his brow furrowing slightly. With a graceful wave of his hand, a whirlwind surged forth from the center, sweeping outward in all directions. In an instant, the haze dissipated, revealing an expansive green meadow. The crisp, invigorating air filled his lungs, evoking a sense of tranquility and elation. Surrounded by the vast expanse of Namek, Su Luo observed the lush green grass carpeting the ground, with only a few peculiar mushroom-like trees sparsely dotting the extensive plains. The biodiversity of this planet appeared woefully inadequate, its richness a stark contrast to that of other celestial bodies. Allo, this planet seems so desolate. Can the Namekians truly endure such an environment? Lazili marveled at the barren landscape, astonished by the resilience that the Namekians must possess to thrive in such harsh conditions. What do you think of the skin of the deity? Su Luo inquired, refraining from an immediate answer and posing a question in return. It's quite green. Lazili contemplated before responding. Indeed, this is a characteristic of the Namekian race, Su Luo elucidated. Their skin exhibits a green hue and possesses functions akin to photosynthesis. By merely drinking water, they can harness photosynthesis to generate starch, fulfilling their physiological needs. Now I understand, Lazili exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Su Luo delicately attuned himself to the life force of the entire planet, discovering the presence of numerous, perhaps dozens, of life signatures scattered in the vicinity. Upon reflection, he understood the reason behind this phenomenon. The Mekians were exceedingly rare, existing solely in tribal forms. Sensing a powerful and ancient aura emanating from a distant location, Su Luo smiled faintly as he discerned its source. Let us proceed. I have located the position of the Great Elder. After retracting the spacecraft into the infinite space, he grasped Lazili's hand and instantaneously transported himself towards the direction of that formidable presence. In a swift motion, they vanished from their original spot, only to reappear atop a towering, colossal rock pillar. Here stood a building entirely white, its shape reminiscent of a certain insect. Su Luo sensed a powerful and ancient aura emanating from within the house, and a faint smile graced his lips. This was indeed the place. Su Luo and Lazili made their way towards the grand entrance. At that moment, the door to the house swung open automatically, revealing a young Namekian who stepped forth. Su Luo recognized that the Namekian before him was Neru, the guardian entrusted with the protection of the Grand Elder. In this era, Neru possessed formidable combat prowess. With a discerning glance at Neru, Su Luo mused to himself, Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for an even more thrilling continuation. Neru was among the rare combatants of his kind, and indeed the strongest warrior of Namek. At the onset of the original Namek saga, Neru's strength nearly led to his demise after clashing with Frieza, ultimately merging with Piccolo, thereby becoming a source of power within him. Halt. This is a sanctuary for the Grand Elder's repose. I must ask you to vacate the premises, Nera stated with a rather frosty demeanor, unfazed by Nera's icy attitude. Su Luo chuckled lightly and replied, "We have journeyed from a distant planet to pay our respects to the Grand Elder. I kindly request that you convey our intentions." Although Su Luo's tone was already quite polite, he understood that given Nairu's character, their intentions would undoubtedly be declined. As expected, Nairu did not hesitate to refuse outright. The Grand Elder, being advanced in age, finds it inconvenient to meet visitors. "You may return now. I believe you should inform him. Perhaps the Grand Elder would be willing to meet with us after all." As Su Luo uttered these words, he had already employed a formidable mental pressure, having performed the requisite formalities expected of him. Should Nairu remain oblivious to the situation, Su Luo was more than willing to impart a lesson. Although he understood that Nairu, as the guardian of the Grand Elder, was reluctant to allow outsiders to disturb the Elder's rest, it bore no significance to Su Luo. Feeling the overwhelming mental force, Nairu's expression changed drastically, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to refuse once more when the aged voice of the Grand Elder resonated from within the room. "Nairu, please allow our distant guests to enter. Do not neglect the courtesies." With the Grand Elder's words, Nairu sensed the immense pressure dissipate, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern countenance as he spoke. "Please come in." Su Luo and Lazili followed Nairu into the house and subsequently ascended to the second floor, which served as the resting quarters of the Grand Elder. Chapter 40. The Grand Elder, unleashing potential. The Grand Elder, an elderly and imposing figure, reclined in a stone chair, his age rendering even the slightest movement a considerable effort. This was indeed the Grand Elder of Meixing. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, surveying the Grand Elder, who appeared both imposing and ancient. The Grand Elder was the sole survivor of the climatic cataclysm that befell Namek hundreds of years ago. All the Namekians on the planet now descended from him. "Young man," he began, "I sense a noble essence of life emanating from you, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Namek?" With great effort, the Grand Elder lifted his eyelids to scrutinize Su Luo, his voice frail, reminiscent of a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishment. "A noble essence?" Su Luo mused, realizing the Grand Elder was likely referring to the dimension of his life force. Without further contemplation, he articulated his intention. "Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek. It is said that you possess the ability to unlock human potential, and I have come in hopes that you may assist us in enhancing our strength." "You are quite perceptive to know of my abilities," the Grand Elder responded slowly. "I can sense the goodness in your hearts, and thus, I shall grant your request." "Wait, Grand Elder," Nairu interjected. "Utilizing such abilities may greatly exhaust your stamina, and that could." Seeing the Grand Elder's unwavering agreement, Nairu grew anxious, worried that employing this power might shorten his father's lifespan. As the Grand Elder's protector and child, he was reluctant to permit such actions. "Fear not, Nairu. This is a unique ability of mine. Its use does not deplete my strength," the Grand Elder reassured with a smile. Though Nairu hesitated, he ultimately complied with his father's wishes and refrained from further protest. "Who shall begin?" the Grand Elder inquired. "I shall go first," Su Luo replied, stepping forward. The Grand Elder placed his broad palm upon Su Luo's head, nearly enveloping it entirely. After a moment of careful sensing, he was taken aback. It seemed that within this young man lay several astonishing powers yet to be unearthed. Among these, one particular force evoked a sense of familiarity, accompanied by a subtle pressure, a most peculiar phenomenon. However, he refrained from asking questions, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. "Let me see if I can help you draw it out," the Grand Elder contemplated, activating his abilities to awaken the latent powers within Su Luo. A white flame enveloped Su Luo's surface, and he suddenly felt a surge of warmth, transforming into pure energy coursing through him. As the Grand Elder facilitated the development of his potential, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Su Luo. Lazili gazed intently at Su Luo, sensing the extraordinary energy radiating from him, far surpassing anything she had previously encountered. Meanwhile, Nairu's expression revealed his astonishment. The aura of Su Luo continues to ascend, ultimately crystallizing into formidable combat power. Suddenly, a vast energy surges forth, causing the clouds above to swirl and convulse, as if an unseen hand is stirring the very fabric of the heavens. Such terrifying potential. Merely igniting a minuscule fraction of it has propelled me to such an alarming level. The expression on the Grand Elder's face reflects astonishment as his gaze flickers towards Su Luo. If this young man does not falter along his path, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. as Su Luo remained enraptured by the immense power coursing through him. A sudden shift in the temporal and spatial energies within him drew his consciousness outward. It felt as though he traversed countless epochs, leading him to a resplendent ocean of gold, where vibrant, colossal bubbles floated upon the surface. Before he could fully immerse himself in this wondrous sight, his awareness abruptly returned to his corporeal form. After a few moments, Su Luo regained his senses, slightly shifting his body. A cacophony akin to crackling beans filled the air, instilling within him a sensation of buoyancy. Feeling the surging energy within, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. 132,000 battle power. Great Elder. I am profoundly grateful to you, he exclaimed. Ah, it was nothing, replied the Elder with a gentle chuckle. It was merely a trifling effort. I can only draw forth a minuscule fraction of your latent potential. The remainder lies within your own hands. Moreover, there are several astonishing powers hidden within you, though I regret that I cannot assist you in awakening them. Astonishing powers? Su Luo pondered, his excitement burgeoning. Could it be that beyond the temporal and spatial forces, I possess the potential to awaken other abilities? Ever since our paths crossed, young one, the visions of the future in my mind have inexplicably blurred. Yet, I sense an impending tempest that will threaten the planet Mike. When that time comes, I hope you will lend your aid. Rest assured, Great Elder. Should Mike face peril in the future, I will undoubtedly come to its assistance, Su Luo affirmed with a nod. With Su Luo's vow, a smile graced the Great Elder's face. I am immensely grateful. Come forth, young lady, he beckoned to Li, who stepped forward with an expression of eager anticipation. The Great Elder placed his broad palm upon her head and summoned his abilities. A radiant glow emanated from his hand, and white flames ignited around Li. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Once the awakening was complete, the Great Elder released his grasp. Su Luo noticed that Li's aura was rapidly surging, swiftly ascending from 90,000 to 360,000, a remarkable fourfold increase. Upon sensing the tremendous amplification of energy within her, Li was overcome with exhilaration and joy. Su Luo gazed at the Dragon Ball behind the Elder, and a new thought crossed his mind. He then spoke, Elder, I have another request. Might I borrow the Dragon Ball that rests behind you? The Elder, astonished, replied, Oh, you are aware of the Dragon Balls. I wonder where you learned of such matters? Su Luo proceeded to explain the circumstances regarding the Earth's deity. The Elder's expression softened as he said, I see. It has come back to me now. That must be the child of Cardes. I never imagined he would safely reach Earth. That is indeed wonderful news. However, it is regrettable that upon becoming a deity, he has split into two beings. This means his innate talents are halved. The Elder, reflecting on the situation, sighed softly. He then extended his hand, retrieving the Dragon Ball from behind him and presenting it to Su Luo. Su Luo took the Dragon Ball into his possession. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. I have faith that you will wield its power responsibly. The Grand Elder, possessing the ability to discern good from evil, trusted that Su Luo would not misuse the Dragon Ball's might. He then commanded, Neru, accompany them as they gather the Dragon Balls from the various villages. Although Neru was reluctant to depart from the Grand Elder's side, he could not defy the Elder's directive and thus acquiesced. Follow me. I shall lead you to procure the remaining Dragon Balls, Neru stated before stepping outside. Su Luo and Li exchanged a glance and stepped outside together. Earthlings, whatever your intentions may be, I sincerely hope that once you have utilized the Dragon Balls, you will refrain from disturbing the Elder any further, given his advanced age. After exiting the dwelling, Neru spoke coldly, his previous aloof demeanor having dissipated. Rest assured, I believe that there will no longer be any matters to trouble the Elder. Su Luo remarked with a smile. Neru nodded and then soared into the sky. Su Luo and Li followed closely behind. In no time, the trio explored all the grand villages on Namek, and with Neru's assistance, Su Luo and Li successfully acquired the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 41, 3 Wishes. After gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Su Luo dismissed Neru, as he was proficient in the Namekian language and no longer required his assistance. Su Luo and Li departed from the dwelling of the Namekians, venturing into an open expanse. After carefully placing the Dragon Balls, Su Luo proclaimed in the Namekian tongue, Arise, Shenron. The Dragon Balls began to pulse with increasing frequency, accompanied by a resonant hum, as if the dragon itself were serenading the atmosphere. A dense shroud of black clouds enveloped the sky, with golden lightning swirling within, producing a thunderous roar that echoed like the wrath of a thunder god. The spectacle of summoning bore resemblance to that of Earth's Shenron, yet the grandeur was far more overwhelming. In a brilliant flash, Golden light surged forth from the Dragon Balls, soaring skyward and intertwining with the dark clouds above. With a resounding roar that shook the very heavens, the emerald dragon materialized. Su Luo gazed intently at the magnificent green dragon soaring through the sky, in contrast to the elongated form of the Earth-esque dragon. The Namekian dragon possessed a more robust physique, its colossal body stretching thousands of meters, adorned with powerful, well-developed muscles, housing a strength surpassing that of its Earth counterpart. This Namekian dragon, known as Purunga, translates to Dragon of Dreams in the Namekian tongue. At this moment, Purunga lowered its gaze, looking down upon the world with a divine air, exuding an aura of disdain for mortals. Its scarlet eyes glared fiercely as its resounding voice echoed throughout the realm. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, proclaim your desires. I shall grant you any wish, limited to 3. O dragon, Su Luo declared, his first wish resounding with clarity. I wish to obtain the coordinates of all stars across the 12 universes, so that when I utilize instant transmission, the positions of the stars will automatically manifest in my mind. Su Luo was aware that the dragon of Namek possessed powers far superior to those of the dragon on Earth. Yet he was eager to ascertain the extent of such strength. The celestial dragon fell into a contemplative silence, its 2 tendrils swaying gently, as if deliberating whether this wish could indeed be fulfilled. After a prolonged pause, a resounding voice echoed once more. I regret to inform you that this wish surpasses my capabilities. With my power, I can only bestow upon you the star maps of this universe and the 6th universe. A faint smile graced the corners of Su Luo's lips, though he could not acquire the star maps of the entire universe. He felt utterly content to possess the star maps of 2 universes. Purunga, grant me the star maps of the 6th and 7th universes. Such a request was exceedingly simple. The voice of the eternal dragon resonated, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. No sooner had the words been uttered than the intricate star maps of the 2 universes unfurled vividly within Su Luo's mind, with stars shimmering and intertwining to form countless galaxies, which in turn coalesced into a flowing river of stars. Thus, the grand tapestry of the universe was meticulously delineated. Deep within his mind, Su Luo beheld a verdant planet, encircled by 3 celestial bodies. It must be Namek. As his gaze expanded, adopting a macroscopic perspective to observe the cosmic star map, he noticed an exceptionally luminous sphere emanating a violet aura, surrounded by numerous stars. A fleeting sensation brushed against him. Was someone peering into the realm of destruction? At that moment, in the realm of destruction, a refined young man clad in red and black robes, with azure skin, uttered a soft murmur of uncertainty. Yet, this feeling vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Never mind, it was probably just an illusion. Whis' attention shifted to the pastry in his hand. He took a bite, relishing the delightful confection from the planet Sway. It was exquisitely sweet, yet not cloying, with a velvety texture that was absolutely marvelous. Seizing the opportunity while Lord Beerus remained in slumber, he decided to indulge further. Casting a glance towards Beerus's resting place, Whis savored a few more pieces, a look of contentment gracing his features. After a moment of studying the star map, Su Luo regained his focus. The celestial chart in his mind instantly faded, disappearing without a trace. Of course, it hadn't truly vanished. It would only reveal itself when the need arose. State your second wish, boomed the dragon's resonant voice once more. Great dragon, please grant Lazuli a chance at resurrection. Su Luo articulated after a brief moment of contemplation. Venturing through the cosmos was perilous. A slight misstep could lead to demise. To ensure safety, it was prudent to afford Lazuli another opportunity at life. The wish was simple. A crimson glow flickered in the dragon's eyes. The second wish has been granted. Now, hasten to declare your final wish. Great dragon, please allow me to learn the language of the gods, Su Luo proclaimed after a moment of silence. This wish was exceedingly straightforward. The dragon's eyes shimmered with a crimson light. As the dragon's divine will was invoked, a new language suddenly emerged within Su Luo's mind, the very language of the gods. Su Luo spoke a phrase in the language of the divine, a cryptic utterance that echoed like a recitation of sacred texts, incomprehensible yet universally understood by the deities. Su Luo wished to master the language of the gods, not for the sake of conversing with deities, as he had no such leisure. The language of the gods was the key to the Super Dragon Balls. The eternal dragon could indeed fulfill any wish, in the original narrative. Even the universes erased by the Omni King could be restored, showcasing divine power beyond comprehension. Although he currently lacked the ability to gather the Super Dragon Balls, preparing in advance was prudent. After all, what if he inadvertently collected them all? Human, your wishes have all been granted. Until we meet again. With those words, The dragon ascended into the heavens, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Instantly, the darkness enveloping the entire planet dissipated, revealing a clear sky bathed in sunlight. "Aloe, what wish did you make?" I just felt a surge of extraordinary power coursing through my body. As the Dragon Balls flew away, Lazili eagerly inquired, for Su Luo had used the Namekian language, which she could not comprehend, leaving her unaware of the wish he had made. Su Luo recounted Su's wishes to her in broad strokes. Upon realizing that she had been granted another chance at life, Lazili gazed at Su Luo with a touch of emotion. Su Luo gently tapped her forehead, issuing a warning. "However, do not let the prospect of resurrection lull you into complacency." "I certainly won't," Lazili responded with a pout. "Now, it is time for us to depart from Namek. With such a significant increase in power, it is imperative that we find a suitable place to diligently train and master our abilities," Su Luo mused while stroking his chin. "The most effective method," he concluded, "is to solidify one's burgeoning strength through combat. Presently, his battle power stands at 1.32 million. With the application of the 8-fold Loxian Fist, it could soar beyond 10 million. Finding opponents of such caliber proves to be a challenge. At this moment, aside from Frisia and King Cold, Su Luo struggled to think of anyone else. The original narrative predominantly unfolds around Earth and the northern galaxy, while the eastern, western, and southern galaxies are merely alluded to in passing. Yet, the cosmos is vast and boundless, teeming with formidable beings far beyond those few mentioned. Su Luo suddenly realized a pressing issue. He ought to first familiarize himself with the distribution of cosmic powers. The Galactic Patrol Headquarters, situated at the heart of the galaxy, boasts a long-standing history and is likely well-versed in the dynamics of interstellar forces. Perhaps he could glean the answers he sought from that esteemed institution. Upon this realization, Su Luo made up his mind. He then took Lazili's hand and, with a swift application of instantaneous movement, directed himself towards the heart of the Milky Way. Chapter 42. Angela's team from the cosmic star map. Su Luo discerned that Namek was situated on the periphery of the northern galaxy, a considerable distance from the galactic center. However, for Su Luo, this posed no challenge. After unlocking his potential under the guidance of the Grand Elder, he discovered that his mastery over time and space had also significantly strengthened, augmenting the range of his instantaneous movement manifold. With Lazili by his side, the duo traversed the northern galaxy at breathtaking speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows on the celestial bodies they passed. In no time, they arrived at a planet located in the central region of the northern galaxy. This celestial sphere was a vibrant yellow-green, boasting a splendid ecological environment and a diverse array of species. Su Luo sensed the life forms on this planet and discerned that there were no formidable beings present, all registering below 1,000. If one were to categorize planets according to the Scion classification system, this would undoubtedly be classified as a low-tier planet. Su Luo decided to pause for a moment, for the exertion of continuous long-distance teleportation proved to be quite taxing on his stamina. He needed a brief respite to address his hunger as well. The two of them arrived by the riverside, where they unpacked their ingredients and cooking utensils, entrusting the task of culinary creation to Lazili, the master chef. Su Luo strolled leisurely around the planet and discovered that it remained at the level of primitive civilization, with various tribes scattered throughout. A dozen or so peculiar indigenous beings chattered in a language that was incomprehensible to Su Luo, and their gestures suggested that they perceived him as potential prey. Su Luo did not pay it much heed and casually bestowed upon them an energy orb. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, a multitude of indigenous creatures vanished from existence. After wandering around once more, Su Luo discovered that there was nothing particularly intriguing and returned to his original location. At that moment, Lazili had already prepared a fragrant meal. Su Luo gazed at the delectable feast before him, licking his lips as his appetite was stirred. He picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the meal with great enthusiasm. Just as the two were relishing their meal, a small spacecraft breached the atmosphere of the planet, hurtling toward a primordial forest below. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled slightly. "Aloe," from a distance, sensed 3 formidable auras approaching. Lazili, leisurely placing a piece of meat to her lips, spoke in a measured tone. Su Luo nodded as he sensed 3 formidable auras rapidly approaching from outer space, clearly indicating the arrival of individuals aboard a spacecraft to this planet. Judging by their presence, these 3 beings possessed strengths exceeding 20,000, a level of power that could be deemed elite warriors in the vast cosmos. However, for Su Luo and Lazili, such prowess was of little consequence. as their own abilities had long surpassed this threshold. Su Luo was merely curious as to why such a desolate place would attract beings of this caliber from the cosmos. Could it be that this planet harbors some hidden treasures? Meanwhile, on the other side, a spaceship had crashed into the primordial forest, creating a massive crater. With a resounding click, the hatch opened, and three aliens clad in peculiar combat attire and protective helmets emerged. The atmosphere of this planet was teeming with life. Perhaps Lord Schlag would appreciate such a world. If we were to conquer this planet, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. One of the aliens, adorned with large, fleshy wings, surveyed the surroundings with palpable excitement. Dradebo, we are following Lord Schlag's orders to locate the spirit tree. If we do not find it soon, you know the consequences. A pale-skinned alien interjected with a cautionary tone. Upon hearing this, Dradebo shivered slightly and nodded vigorously. Yes, but Captain Angela, do you truly believe this planet possesses a spirit tree? The legend states that the spirit tree drains the life energy of an entire planet, yet this world is brimming with vitality, which seems contradictory. After all, it is merely a rumor. No one has ever seen a spirit tree. It is entirely possible that the reality diverges from the tales we have heard, Angela speculated. Captain Angela's reasoning held some merit, as a creature resembling a toad, named Metamachi, nodded in agreement. Allow me to assess the power of this planet's natives first. Beep, beep, beep. An electronic sound resonated as a flurry of data appeared on the visor. Dradebo, glancing at the information, scoffed, a bunch of trash. Not even 1,000 in combat power. Metamachi and Angela shared disdainful expressions at this revelation. Which faction do you belong to? A calm voice inquired. Who? The brows of Angela and her companions furrowed as they turned to see a man and a woman hovering in the air nearby. Given your ability to approach us silently, it appears you possess considerable skill, Angela remarked, a smirk playing on her lips as the data on her visor revealed their combat power to be a mere 100. She dismissed them as inconsequential, confident in her assessment. Captain Angela, Metamachi, leave these two to me. Dradebo grinned sinisterly at Su Luo and his companion. TCH, what a hassle. Metamachi shrugged helplessly. Dradebo, be cautious. Don't kill them all. Remember to leave one alive. Angela crossed her arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Understood, Dradebo replied. I advise you to be kind. Otherwise, you might not survive the encounter. Su Luo's expression darkened, and his voice turned cold upon overhearing the aliens' conversation. Huh? Angela and her companions exchanged glances, and soon erupted into peals of laughter. Ha ha ha. A mere wretch with a power level not even reaching 1,000 dares to proclaim he will slay us? How utterly ridiculous. This trio, an elite squad under the command of Slag, possessed unfathomable strength. Now, they found themselves threatened by a mere native? Natives are nothing more than frogs in a well. Let me witness how you intend to vanquish us. After finishing his mockery, Dradebo eagerly rubbed his fists together, unable to contain his anticipation to see the two natives in a state of utter panic. A glimmer of icy light flickered in Su Luo's eyes. It appeared that these three individuals completely disregarded her. As they wished, so be it. Very well, I have long found them to be an eyesore. Lazili's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could no longer contain herself. Suddenly, a surge of intense energy erupted forth. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the air to plummet in temperature and the entire space to congeal. What? Angela and the others stared in disbelief at the rapidly escalating data on the monitor, their expressions shifting dramatically. Finally, a series of explosive sounds echoed, bang, bang, bang. The detector had exploded. Chapter 43, Self-Destruction. The detector had indeed detonated. Angela's face darkened. This was the latest model, with a detection limit of 50,000. This indicated that this woman possessed at least 50,000 in combat power, a level that even he himself could barely match. Yet, feeling that heart-stopping pressure, an absurd thought crossed his mind. This woman's strength far exceeded 50,000. Impossible. The detector must be faulty. Yes, it had to be a malfunction. How could a mere native possess such formidable power? Metamachi and Dradebo roared in frustration. Foolish teammates. Angela cursed silently, wishing he could pry open the heads of his two companions to see if they were filled with water. The detector had exploded, even if they disbelieved its readings. Could they not feel the overwhelming presence of this woman? And then there was that man. Although his power remained uncertain, he was clearly not an ordinary individual. With this thought, Angela quickly donned a forced smile. My lords, it is all a misunderstanding. Captain, what nonsense. This woman is merely bluffing. Allow me to teach her a lesson, Dradebo retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Angela's expression darkened. He had never felt such regret, finding himself allied with someone so thoughtless. Teach me a lesson? Lazili's gaze shifted to Daredebo, her eyes gleaming with danger. In an instant, she flashed forward, standing before him. Her fist clenched tightly as she swung with force. Poof! Daredebo coughed up blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball towards the nearby forest. A resounding crash followed, shaking the ground as if struck by a meteor, before returning to an eerie calm. Lazili did not pause in her movements, effortlessly unleashing an energy wave directed at Metamachi. Boom! Another deafening explosion. A thick cloud of smoke rose into the sky as Metamachi was reduced to mere dust, scattering away. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, utterly unforeseen. Daredebo and Metamachi, had they truly perished just like that? Angela gazed in disbelief at the formidable woman, astonished that her two teammates had been so effortlessly dispatched. Lazily, the woman's icy gaze fell upon the final adversary, Angela. A wave of apprehension washed over Angela, prompting her to fervently summon the energy within her. Instantly, she unleashed her full power, as a chilling dark aura swirled and surged around her, emanating an aura that was utterly mesmerizing. The corners of Su Luo's mouth curled upward as he gazed at Angela, whose skin bore a faint azure hue. Has she truly exerted herself? A combat power of 50,000 certainly suggests she is no ordinary individual. Angela's formidable strength ignited a flicker of battle spirit within Lazili, who clenched her fist, brimming with eagerness. Lazili, allow me to take this one, she urged. What nonsense! I haven't had enough of the fight yet. You've already defeated 2 opponents. The last one should be mine. Very well, very well. Lazili conceded with a wave of her hand, stepping aside. Observing the two before her as they deliberated their entrance, Angela felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Enraged, she bellowed, "It matters not who goes first. In the end, all shall meet their demise." With that, she launched herself at Su Luo, uncertain of the man's true strength, yet convinced he could not be too formidable. Su Luo narrowed his eyes as he observed Angela charging towards him, pondering that he had been underestimated, perceived as a soft target to be easily manipulated. In an instant, a surge of energy manifested, and a formidable attack hurtled towards him. However, as Angela's fist was about to connect with Su Luo, he sensed a disturbance. The blow had missed its mark. An afterimage. Angela's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly pivoted to defend himself, his movements fluid and seamless, indicative of extensive combat experience. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. "I'm right above you," a light chuckle echoed from above Angela. Startled, he attempted to evade to the side, but it was already too late. With a clenched fist, Su Luo struck down heavily upon Angela's head. In an instant, the protective helmet shattered, leaving Angela dazed, her body plummeting swiftly. Thunderous sounds erupted as the already fractured earth yielded to a deep pit, with Angela sprawled in disarray at its center. Coughing violently, she thought, "I never imagined I would meet my end in such a wretched place." She moved her throat, and a surge of blood erupted uncontrollably from her mouth. "Now, you may answer my question. Who are you, and what brings you here?" Su Luo stood beside Angela, casting a condescending glance upon him. Cough, cough, cough. "I never anticipated the emergence of such a formidable being in the cosmos. However, do not revel in your triumph, for Lord Shrag shall not spare you. Nor will that woman." Angela struggled to articulate these words, his consciousness gradually fading, his visage contorting with a grimace. "Shrag?" Su Luo furrowed his brow, pondering if this was a character from the scripted narrative. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed Angela engage in an unexpected act. In Su Luo's astonished gaze, Angela's form began to swell dramatically. "Ha ha ha, since we are all destined to perish, let us descend into hell together." Su Luo silently lamented the dire situation and promptly activated his teleportation, arriving at Lazili's side, after which the two vanished from their original location. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling narrative. Suddenly, there was a tremendous explosion, and a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the heavens. The raging flames bathed the entire expanse in a fiery crimson hue, as tumultuous energy surged outward, annihilating everything in its path and reducing it to mere dust. Once the tempest of energy subsided, a vast crater, hundreds of kilometers wide, emerged at the site, with magma churning violently within as columns of molten rock erupted forth, resembling a hellish landscape. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Lazili had already found themselves on another planet. My goodness, are the beings of the cosmos so formidable now? They explode at the slightest provocation. Su Luo made a sardonic remark, contemplating the notion of seeking a companion in his final moments. Zeely chuckled softly in response. However, it was not the extraterrestrial that piqued my interest. Rather, it was the name Shrag that lingered in my thoughts as he faced his demise. Su Luo narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Allo, are you familiar with this individual?" Shrag is a character from the Dragon Ball movie series, a Namekian who, as an infant, was sent to Shrag's star during the cataclysmic events threatening Namek. Unlike his fellow Namekians, Shrag was endowed with formidable combat prowess and an exceptionally malevolent disposition from birth, surpassing even the might of adult warriors. He was a once-in-a-century super Namekian. During his time on Shrag's star, he wielded his extraordinary strength to conquer all, declaring himself king, and subsequently led his subordinates on a relentless campaign across various planets, committing unspeakable atrocities. His power and malevolence only intensified with age, ultimately leading him to proclaim himself the Emperor of the Cosmos, reigning over a dominion of terror. In the end, he met his match when he attempted to invade Earth, only to be vanquished by Goku. As Su Luo contemplated this matter, he could not help but feel a surge of fervor. He yearned to engage in combat with such a formidable opponent. After briefly explaining the situation regarding Sherlag to Laziri, the two departed from the planet. Chapter 44. The Galactic King. Meanwhile, in a distant star system, on Sherlag's star, stood the headquarters of Sherlag, the once mighty Emperor of the Cosmos. Within the metallic palace, Sherlag sat upon his throne, his frail form swathed in layers of fabric, revealing only a gaunt, withered face. An aura of age and decay emanated from him, and his murky gaze was fixed upon a subordinate. "Goku, you say the Angela team has been slain?" Sherlag's voice, gravelly and hoarse, concealed a hint of malevolence. "Yes, Lord Sherlag, this is the footage captured just before the demise of the Angela team. Please take a look." The purple-skinned extraterrestrial known as Goku appeared somewhat apprehensive, casting a fearful glance at Sherlag before displaying the recording. Sherlag's cold, piercing eyes turned towards the screen. "Good, very good." A savage expression filled Sherlag's visage. Yet his ire was not directed towards the loss of his subordinates. For him, the death of countless minions mattered little. What truly enraged him was the audacity of anyone who dared to challenge his authority. In his heyday, Sherlag had traversed the cosmos for centuries, with few rivals to contest his might, proudly declaring himself the Emperor of the universe. What glory it was! However, during an encounter with the Frozen Clan, particularly with King Kurd and his son, he suffered the most devastating defeat of his life, marking the end of his reign as cosmic sovereign. The territories he had painstakingly acquired over the years were all seized by the Kurd father-son duo. Ultimately, to preserve his life, he was forced to hide on Sherlag's star, languishing in shame. This was the greatest humiliation of Sherlag's existence. Sherlag yearned for vengeance. He sought to reclaim all that he had lost. Yet, the frailty of his aging body and diminishing power rendered him powerless. From an ancient tome, he learned that the fruits of the spirit tree could restore vitality. Thus he dispatched all his subordinates in search of it. The Angela team was among them, and they were the most elite squad. Let us set aside the matter of the Angela team for now. Have there been any developments regarding the spirit tree? Sherlag inquired with a darkened expression. Not yet. Goku replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he spoke cautiously. So you have only brought me ill tidings? No. No. Lord Sherlag, please, just wait a little longer. News of the spirit tree will surely arrive soon, Goku stammered in a flurry of anxiety. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than, whoosh, a crimson ray of light, imbued with a searing aura, pierced through his skull. In an instant, Goku fell lifeless to the ground. Sherlag extended his finger, from which a wisp of smoke spiraled into the air. This exemplified Sherlag's brutality. Should he feel the slightest displeasure, even his own subordinates would meet their demise at his hand without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, at the heart of the galaxy, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol stood as an imposing structure crafted from enigmatic metals, resembling a colossal navigational device suspended in the starry expanse. Established with the noble intent of combating malevolent forces and maintaining universal peace, the origins of the Galactic Patrol remain shrouded in mystery, seemingly linked to the Grand Kai in some manner. At that moment, several patrol officers of varied appearances were conducting their rounds along a space corridor. Simultaneously, Su Luo and Lazili materialized before them. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance of Su Luo and Lazili startled the officers, who hastily drew their energy weapons, illuminating the barrels with a faint red glow, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Upon discerning the identities of Su Luo and Lazili, an older officer exclaimed incredulously, "Impossible. How can they be Scions? Aren't they supposed to be extinct? Science. The younger officers, upon hearing this, became immediately vigilant, tightening their grips on their weapons. Although they had never encountered a scion, the reputation of these warriors was notorious throughout the galaxy, synonymous with savagery and malevolence, making it impossible to remain unaware. Hey, are your eyes deceiving you? We are not scions. Scions have tails, Su Luo retorted, exasperated. Scions bore a striking resemblance to humans on Earth, however. The disparity in their notoriety was stark. One was renowned, while the other remained obscure. Being mistaken for a scion was not entirely unfounded. Humph. Do not try to deceive me. Tails can easily be severed. Do you think you can fool me? The older officer scoffed. A knowing smirk upon his face as he regarded Su Luo. Suddenly, Su Luo found the reasoning presented by his interlocutor to be profoundly compelling, leaving him momentarily speechless. Very well. Think as you wish. I have no desire to waste time here with you. Farewell. With that, Su Luo and Lazili vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Where have they gone? A young patrol officer exclaimed, wide-eyed. This is bad. They must have infiltrated the patrol headquarters. Quickly, inform the Galaxy King. The elder officer, visibly anxious, promptly issued the command. He then produced a brooch-like alarm device and pressed it, triggering a cacophony of sirens within the headquarters, an alert signifying an enemy incursion. In the Galaxy King's Grand Hall, adorned with numerous tendrils reminiscent of a jellyfish and crowned regally, the Galaxy King was engaged in conversation with a young patrol officer. Gak, I am entrusting you with a crucial mission. The planet Cardis is currently under siege by a band of cosmic marauders. Detailed profiles of the individuals involved have been transmitted to your holographic device. You must ensure their apprehension. Yes, my Lord Galaxy King, replied Gak, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Ultraman, his bulbous eyes wide with respect. Are you the Galaxy King? A strange voice resonated through the vast hall. Who dares to intrude upon the Galaxy Patrol headquarters? Possessing keen observational skills, Gak was the first to notice Su Luo and Lazili's presence in the hall, and he swiftly positioned himself before the Galaxy King. Are you Earthlings? No, Earthlings should not possess such terrifying power. Having some knowledge of Earth. Gak regarded the two figures with a mix of suspicion and bewilderment, ultimately dismissing his own conjecture. In his mind, Earthlings were frail beings, incapable of reaching such a formidable place. Moreover, an unsettling aura emanating from Su Luo and Lazili instilled a profound sense of dread. At that moment, Su Luo and Lazili made no effort to conceal their formidable presence. The reason for revealing their strength was clear, to enhance their negotiating leverage. As power is the foundation of persuasive discourse, who we are is of little consequence. We have come to seek an audience with the Galaxy King to discuss certain matters. Su Luo stated calmly. What do you wish to discuss? Inquired the Galaxy King. Given the long-standing history of the Galaxy Patrol Organization, I presume you possess considerable knowledge of the various powers within the cosmos. Would you be so kind as to provide me with that information? Su Luo candidly expressed that he has never been one to beat around the bush. What do you intend to do with this information? The Galactic King furrowed his brow. It serves a purpose of my own. Just as the Galactic King was about to assert that such precious information could not be shared with outsiders, he caught sight of Su Luo's enigmatic smile and the ominous aura that surrounded him. The information can be yours. Having long heard of the Galactic King's reputation for generosity, Su Luo added, I am truly grateful for your kindness. Su Luo is indeed a courteous individual who always expresses his goodwill sincerely towards the generous. The Galactic King managed an awkward yet polite smile. Subsequently, Su Luo successfully procured information regarding various factions from the Galactic King and departed gracefully with Razili. Chapter 45. The Cosmic Trade Alliance. Your Excellency, the Galactic King. We are under invasion. At that moment, the Galactic Patrol finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The Galactic King's brows furrowed into a deep crease of frustration as he bellowed in anger. How is it that you arrive only after the intruders have fled? It was humiliating for the esteemed Galactic King to have been inexplicably extorted for vital information, only for the assailants to leave unscathed. He felt utterly disgraced. A profound embarrassment indeed. The patrol members stood frozen in astonishment, enduring the Galactic King's reprimand for a full hour. Jace, sensing the impending trouble, cleverly excused himself under the pretext of attending to a mission, slipping away from the Grand Hall. After speaking until his throat was parched, the Galactic King reached for a glass of water to soothe his dryness and was inclined to continue his tirade. Observing this, a lizard-like patrol officer hastily suggested, Your Excellency, should we not issue a bounty to capture those two intruders? Although the Galactic Patrol is tasked with maintaining peace across the cosmos, the strength of its members is rather modest. Elite officers boasting combat capabilities exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare. The majority of patrol officers possess relatively low power levels, primarily dealing with weaker adversaries who rely on technology for their misdeeds. They find themselves powerless against some of the most malevolent forces in the universe, such as Frisia, King Cold, and Slag, those who embody cosmic dominance. Faced with two enigmatic intruders, their options were limited to issuing a bounty, seeking to employ the mightiest beings in the cosmos for resolution. After a moment of contemplation, the Galactic King sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Very well. It is of little consequence. They have not caused any damage to our headquarters and appear to harbor no ill intent. Truly, the Galactic King is magnanimous. A number of young patrol officers exhibited expressions of admiration. In truth, the Galactic King deemed it unnecessary to provoke an enigmatic and formidable individual, as inciting their ire would not bode well for the Galactic Patrol. After departing from the headquarters, Su Luo retrieved the information he had obtained from the Galactic King and began to peruse it. The documents detailed hundreds of factions, both large and small. Among the most formidable were the Frozen Clan, led by the 3 members of the Kurd family, and the Shrag Legion, with which Su Luo had some unresolved grievances. Additionally, there existed factions such as assassin organizations, mercenary legions, and cosmic pirates, all of which were on par with the Frozen Clan in terms of strength. However, there was one alliance that surpassed all these factions, the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. The Cosmic Merchant Alliance is a vast organization with influence spanning the entire universe, intricately connected to both righteous and nefarious forces. Each member of the alliance is a sovereign of their own territory, possessing exceptional prowess. Due to the complexity of its members, the alliance engages in a myriad of business ventures. Regardless of the nature of these enterprises, as long as they pertain to financial gain, they are readily accepted and executed. For instance, the trafficking of slaves and the sale of planets are not uncommon dealings within the alliance. The 3 developers from the Frozen Clan frequently collaborate with the Merchant Alliance, with one providing goods and the other offering a platform for trade. After reviewing this information, Su Luo gained a deeper understanding of the cosmic factions. Indeed, the universe is a labyrinthine realm, far more intricate than it initially appears. Westlong Star, a prominent trade planet situated within the Black Sand Star region of the Northern Galaxy, thrives under the auspices of a commercial alliance. Its bustling commercial landscape is complemented by a secure trading environment, attracting various races from neighboring planets to engage in commerce. In a vibrant commercial district, a young man and woman stroll hand in hand along the spacious thoroughfare. The man, in his 20s, possesses a strikingly handsome visage, marked by sharp features and an air of cold sophistication, with deep, starry eyes that shimmer enchantingly, exuding an aura of nobility. The young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, boasts an angelic beauty, her grace tinged with an alluring charm, her lips reminiscent of delicate cherry blossoms, tempting one to steal a kiss. These 2 are Su Luo and Lazili. The commercial district is awash with a myriad of dazzling goods, overwhelming the senses. As a major trade hub, this planet even offers spacecraft and combat-type robots for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices. The diverse extraterrestrial patrons, each with their unique appearances and skin tones, seem peculiar to Su Luo and Lazili. These beings possess relatively low combat capabilities, typically ranging from a few hundred to 1,000, indicating an overall lack of strength. To gain entry to the trade planet, extraterrestrials must adhere to the rule of non-aggression. Failure to comply may result in sanctions from the commercial alliance. However, given the vast differences among races, complexities arise, leading to inevitable disputes. Wealthy extraterrestrials often employ bodyguards to ensure their safety and to signify their elevated status. Nevertheless, as long as one refrains from instigating trouble, significant issues are generally avoided on the trade planet. Amidst the plethora of enticing merchandise, Su Luo and Lazili soon encounter a rather awkward predicament. They lack funds. Though they may reign as the wealthiest tycoons on Earth in the vast universe, they find themselves impoverished. The currency used for transactions in this realm is known as Hygiene, a universal medium of exchange crafted from a precious silver-white metal, approximately 10 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger, boasting substantial purchasing power. Typically, a single Hygiene can allow an extraterrestrial to indulge lavishly for an entire year. As they meander through the bustling commercial street, captivated by the kaleidoscope of products yet feeling financially constrained, Su Luo suddenly conceives an idea, What if they were to redistribute wealth from the affluent? Upon reflection, he shakes his head. Robbery is simply beneath them. In a planet governed by the commercial alliance, such an act is deemed irrational. A misstep could provoke retaliation from the alliance, potentially resulting in a galaxy-wide manhunt. Although Su Luo was not afraid of these matters, if he wished to act, he could do so without anyone being the wiser. Alas, it is indeed true that no matter where one goes, the absence of money is utterly debilitating, Su Luo lamented. Indeed, a Luo, we must devise a way to acquire some funds, Lazuli said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Luo stroked his chin, contemplating how to acquire some funds. At the opposite end of the commercial district, two figures clad in combat attire and equipped with detectors approached him. One of these extraterrestrial beings was short and rotund with pink skin, while the other was tall and striking, adorned with green hair. Ha ha, Sabo. Our haul this time is quite substantial. We have amassed a considerable fortune, Dodoria exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he swaggered along. A large bag of zinni in hand, utterly unperturbed by the covetous gazes of others. The buyer was exceptionally generous, purchasing 6 planets in one go. If Lord Frisia were to learn of this, he would surely be elated, perhaps even reward us. Sabo listened with a humble yet courteous demeanor, exuding the grace of a refined gentleman. Yet those who truly knew him understood he was a merciless fiend, his hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. As they passed, other extraterrestrials cast glances filled with avarice at the hefty bag of zinni Dodoria carried. With a derisive snicker, Dodoria thought of the weaklings daring to covet his riches. They were clearly living on borrowed time. Were it not for the regulations against violence on the trade planet, he would have taught these beings the reason behind the blossom's hue. As one of Frisia's top enforcers, he could effortlessly overpower these fools. Sabo, noticing their greedy stares, scoffed dismissively. The two continued their ostentatious stroll through the bustling streets of the commercial district. Chapter 46, Fortune Comes Knocking. As Dodoria walked, he spotted a man with black hair and a woman with golden locks. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a scion. A jolt of surprise coursed through Dodoria. Hadn't the scions been eradicated years ago, save for Vegeta and a few others? Were there still stragglers? Hey, Sabo. Do you see that individual? Is he not a scion? Dodoria pointed at Su Luo, who was approaching. He certainly resembles one, Sabo replied, his expression darkening as he activated his power level detector to assess the pair. Upon receiving a reading of 300, he smirked with disdain. It seems I was overly cautious. That fellow lacks a tail and possesses only a power level of 300. He must belong to a race similar to the Scions. Ah, very well then. They are fortunate today. I am in a good mood and shall spare their lives, Dodoria concluded, and he and Sabo continued forward. However, as they walked, they found their path obstructed by the two scion-like beings. Hey, do you wish to die? You are blocking my way. Fury surged within Dodoria as he confronted them. Su Luo squinted slightly, having sensed two formidable energies earlier. He had wondered who it might be, only to discover it was these two individuals, the high-ranking officials of the Frisia Force, Dodoria and Zarbon, who had met their demise at the hands of Vegeta on planet Namek in the original story. Observing the dazzling bag of treasures in Dodoria's grasp, Su Luo felt a surge of delight within. Fortune had unexpectedly come knocking at his door. He then remarked, "You have blocked my path. Do you wish to die?" "What did you say?" "It seems you are truly courting death." Dodoria, known for his short temper and propensity for violence, immediately turned his murderous intent towards Su Luo and Zarbon, ready to strike. However, Zarbon, more composed, restrained Dodoria, saying, "Calm down. Do not act rashly here. Do you wish to fight me? Very well." Su Luo replied with a faint smile, then turned to Zarbon. "You may take a stroll for now. I shall bring the money shortly." Zarbon, narrowing his eyes into a crescent, urged, "Make haste." He then dashed towards a nearby shop, searching for items that caught his fancy. The two appeared utterly unfazed, inciting not only Dodoria but even Zarbon's ire. Both were ruthless individuals, and if not for the constraints of the business alliance, they would have swiftly eliminated the one who dared threaten them. Now, faced with provocation anew, how could they endure it? Dodoria and Zarbon exchanged glances, comprehending the unspoken agreement. The time for action had come. With a terrifying murderous intent flickering in their eyes, they prepared to strike. Yet Su Luo was swifter. In an instant, he appeared before them, placing his hands on their shoulders, and calmly stated, "This is a public space. How can you engage in combat here? Do you possess no sense of propriety? If you wish to fight, allow me to escort you to a suitable location." How swift! Both Dodoria and Zarbon were taken aback by Su Luo's ghostly speed, completely unable to discern his movements. In the next moment, their surroundings transformed, and they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. "What is this place?" they exclaimed in astonishment. "This is the burial ground I have selected for you. Do you like it?" Su Luo crossed his arms, a mocking expression adorning his face. That insufferable brat, lacking in strength yet brimming with tricks. However, soon enough, he shall find no reason to smile. Zabo and Dororia, having fought alongside Frisia across the cosmos for years, were well acquainted with a myriad of abilities. After a brief moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure. Dororia handed Hyjin over to Zabo, then fixed a menacing grin upon Su Luo, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Dororia's face contorted in a bizarre manner before he was hurled hundreds of meters away, crashing to the ground. "My apologies. But your appearance was simply too unappealing. I couldn't resist the impulse." Su Luo, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "No, it is impossible. Your combat strength is clearly only 300. How could you possibly have sent Doria flying?" A look of disbelief spread across Sabo's face, erasing the composure he once possessed. Su Luo found it pointless to explain to him, as he was already a man on the brink of death. "Very well, hand over the Hyken in your possession, and I shall grant you a more dignified demise." The tone of Su Luo turned icy. "Heh, young one. Do not let a mere stroke of luck lead you to arrogance. Now, prepare to experience my terror." With a brief pause, Sabo unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, a formidable aura that swept outward like a tempest. Faced with such a peculiar adversary, Sabo clearly became earnest. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he moved with lightning speed, instantly closing the distance to Su Luo, delivering a powerful punch with tremendous force. Su Luo effortlessly raised his hand to block Sabo's fist, applying a slight downward pressure. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed. A scream of agony erupted. A cold demeanor washed over Su Luo's face as he seized the Hyjin from Sabo's grasp, subsequently sending him hurtling through the air with a powerful kick. In the direction of Sabo's flight, he casually unleashed an energy wave potent enough to obliterate an entire continent, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A dazzling display of fireworks illuminated the sky. Sabo met his demise in that moment. Not far away, Doria stood amidst the remnants of several shattered detectors, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he gazed at the distant inferno of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted in the opposite direction. His heart racing with trepidation, the arrogance he once displayed now vanished from his countenance. "Where do you think you're going?" a mocking voice echoed. Su Luo appeared before Doduolia, obstructing his path. Startled, Doduolia stumbled backward, gazing at Su Luo with trepidation as he stammered a trembling threat. "If you do not wish to meet your demise, then step aside." Su Luo was taken aback. He simply could not fathom why this individual possessed the audacity to utter such threatening words. Who had bestowed upon him such courage? Observing Doria tremble and retreat, Su Luo could not suppress a smirk. With an open palm, a golden sphere of energy materialized. "Wait, I am a trusted subordinate of King Frisia. If you slay me, he will undoubtedly seek retribution." Doria continued to issue his threats. However, the response to his words was a sphere of energy brimming with destructive power. In the air, a crimson firework erupted, leaving Doria without even a trace of ashes, reduced to mere nothingness. It was a rare spectacle to encounter such a peculiar individual, who had so many threats to utter even in his final moments. TSK, what a significant bounty this was, a full 1,400 zeni. The Frisia force truly was extravagantly wealthy. After Su Luo meticulously examined the spoils of victory, a look of delight illuminated his face. He then stored the Hygen into his spatial realm. With a mere thought, he transformed his form and returned to the trading star. Chapter 47. The Jinyu Force in the Commercial District. A shop specializing in combat attire was bustling with activity, where Lotzi Li was enthusiastically selecting garments. "Beautiful young lady. Your taste is truly exquisite." This set of battle gear has been meticulously crafted by the Kasha people, not only boasting an appealing design, but also possessing remarkable defensive capabilities. A female sales associate, with azure skin and a pair of pointed horns atop her head, was animatedly extolling the virtues of the outfits to Lotzi Li. Suddenly, Su Luo appeared beside them. Sensing a familiar aura surrounding him, Lotzi Li smiled gently and, holding several pieces of combat attire, inquired, "Allo, what do you think of my selections? Do they look good?" Su Luo cast a glance and found the attire rather appealing, perfectly aligning with human aesthetics. In the vast expanse of the universe, combat suits are not limited to the armored designs of the Frisia Force. There exist a multitude of styles, including those worn by characters like Piccolo and Future Trunks. which also qualify as combat attire. Oh, when did someone else enter the store? The female sales associate was somewhat taken aback but thought little of it, quietly standing to the side. It looks quite nice. Why not try it on? Su Luo remarked with a smile. Sure, Lazuli replied, clutching the outfit as she made her way to the fitting room. After a brief wait outside the fitting room, Lazuli emerged clad in the combat suit, with a strikingly beautiful visage and a few strands of hair cascading naturally. She exuded an air of elegance in her white combat attire. Su Luo's eyes brightened, and he praised the selection profusely. Lotzi's lips curled into a smile, her mood evidently elevated. Alo, I have also chosen several combat outfits for you. Do try them on. In the eastern region of the northern galaxy, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft soared swiftly through the cosmos. Inside the chamber, Frisia sat upon his throne, gazing through the glass at the resplendent starry sky, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha, surely, Sabo and Dodoria have already sold the planet, Frisia mused, his mood exceedingly buoyant. Of course. Frisia was not driven by a love for wealth. The quantity of riches held little significance for him. Over the years, he had led the Frisia force in plundering planets. Yet he never claimed them. Instead, he sold them to the affluent of the universe. Frisia did not revel in the joy of amassing wealth. Rather, he relished the thrill of conquest, the visceral pleasure derived from destruction. Each time he witnessed the native inhabitants facing death, their expressions of anguish and despair brought him immense satisfaction. At that moment, the chamber door swung open, and an alien, whose head resembled that of a snail, hurriedly entered. Lord Frisia, we have just received news from the command center. The communication signals of Lord Sabo and Lord Dodoria have vanished near a desolate planet in the vicinity of Shilong. Mr. Jacono, what transpired? Speak clearly. Frisia's expression darkened. According to the reports from the command center, before the signals vanished, Lord Sabo emitted a powerful surge of life energy, which quickly dissipated, followed by the disappearance of Lord Dodoria's signal. We speculate that they may have. Jacono hesitated, clearly apprehensive. You mean to suggest they have been killed? Frisia's voice lowered, a suffocating aura emanating from him, causing the temperature within the chamber to drop several degrees. Yes. Ha ha ha, how intriguing indeed. To dare attack someone of my stature, and overpower both Sabo and Dodoria. Such a feat is not within the capability of ordinary beings. Frisia's laughter was chilling, his tail thrashing against the floor, betraying his immense fury. Jacono wiped the cold sweat from his brow, standing cautiously, fearful of inciting Frisia's wrath. That falls within the jurisdiction of the Trade Alliance. Jacono, dispatch someone to negotiate and demand an explanation from them, Frisia ordered, his face grim, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his blood-red eyes. Yes, my lord. I shall do so at once. Jacono hastily took his leave, almost fleeing the scene. As for the demise of Sabin and Dodoria, Frisia merely expressed a fleeting sense of regret over the loss of two capable subordinates, not allowing it to weigh heavily on his mind. What truly irked Frisia was the audacity of someone daring to seize his possessions. This was a matter of a different nature altogether. It was akin to a blatant affront to his dignity as the Emperor of the universe. At that moment, Frisia's heart brimmed with boundless fury at the provocation to his pride. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Lazuli, after procuring the necessary supplies, departed from West City. Su Luo and Lazuli traversed numerous celestial bodies, immersing themselves in the diverse customs and cultures of each planet, as if embarking on a leisurely adventure. Days later, the Frisia force arrived menacingly at Shilong Star. The leader of Shilong Star, taken aback by the imposing presence of the Frisia army, was left bewildered. What transpired? What was going on? After a series of negotiations, the leader of the Shilong Star Trading Alliance finally comprehended the purpose of the Frisia force's visit. Essentially, it was conveyed that one of their own had perished on their territory, and a reasonable explanation was demanded. The leader of Shilong Star, feeling somewhat helpless, dispatched individuals to investigate and discovered that there indeed was some truth to the matter. However, the identity of the assailant who had attacked the Frisia army remained elusive. Aware of their culpability, the Shilong Star leader opted to appease Frisia's wrath by compensating for the significant losses incurred, thus allowing the matter to be swiftly resolved. In the North Galactic region, southwest area, lay the planet Huangyu. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It is a high-grade planet, predominantly exhibiting a dark yellow hue. At this moment, the planet was engulfed in the flames of war, with smoke permeating the air. Help! They are demons. In the ruined city, panicked crowds scattered in all directions, cries of terror echoing throughout. 5 figures hovered above the city, among them a pineapple-headed alien, who was channeling an unfathomable wave of energy in his hand, and with a gentle gesture, unleashed it upon the city below. Boom! The horrific energy wave struck the fleeing populace, resulting in an immense explosion that sent blood and flesh soaring, staining the ground a vivid crimson. With a mere flick of his hand, thousands of lives were extinguished, and many of the indigenous people, overwhelmed by despair, ceased their struggles and fell to their knees, pleading for divine intervention. God? A red-skinned alien with white hair laughed maniacally. Captain Jinyu, these natives are truly amusing, praying for a deity to save them. Jinyu crossed his arms, observing the crowd below that had surrendered in despair, and scoffed. God? Who dares to claim divinity, aside from Lord Frisia? They do not deserve such a title. You lot, waste no time and eliminate all these people. Yes, Captain Jinyu, they responded hastily, and once more unleashed waves of energy upon the city. The once thriving metropolis swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin. Simultaneously, above another city, the fabric of space warped, and 2 elongated figures materialized. Ah, this city was just recently annihilated, Lazili remarked, glancing below. Among the collapsed buildings, raging flames blazed, and plumes of thick black smoke ascended. It appeared that an invasion was underway on this planet. Su Luo cast a tranquil glance before shifting his gaze towards the southeast, where 5 formidable presences could be felt. Let us proceed to investigate. Chapter 48, The Time Stasis of Gudo. As Su Luo and Lazili erupted with a brilliant aura, they shot towards the southeast like twin meteors streaking across the sky. Meanwhile, Jinyu and his comrades were amidst the ruins, tidying up the remnants as they awaited the demise of the last foe. Gi's pressed a button on his scouter and, upon noticing the absence of fluctuating data, nodded in satisfaction. Captain, this city has been cleared. However, just as Gi's finished speaking, he suddenly detected 2 power levels surging wildly. They rapidly escalated to 30,000. Captain Jinyu, 2 formidable warriors with a power level of 30,000 are approaching us swiftly, expected to arrive in 7 seconds, Gi's remarked, astonished. Warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare, even within Frisia's ranks, let alone those boasting 30,000. Impossible. In this universe, aside from Lord Frisia and our Jinyu force, no one possesses such high readings. Your scouter must be malfunctioning. Bart, Raikum, and Gudo were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief, before they too checked their scouters. Staring at the 2 power levels soaring to 30,000, they fell silent for a moment. I didn't anticipate that this planet harbored 2 top-tier warriors. Intriguing, Jinyu commented nonchalantly. With a power level of 120,000, 2 mere 30,000 warriors posed little threat to him. He could easily suppress them. Captain, allow me to handle these 2. It has been ages since I faced such a strong opponent, and I can hardly wait to defeat them, Raikum exclaimed, shaking his arms with excitement. Hey, Raikum. Don't think you can take them all for yourself, Gi's and Bart protested, somewhat displeased. Such powerful adversaries were rare, and they too craved a chance to battle. Only Gudo remained silent, knowing he was the weakest among them. Facing warriors of 30,000 was quite daunting for him. 2 figures swiftly darted through the air, soon arriving at their location, dispersing their aura as they landed gracefully before the Jinyu force. Before Su Luo could utter a word, the Jinyu force began to showcase their signature poses. The 5 members shifted positions, executing several flamboyant dance moves before striking a pose that was nothing short of embarrassing. We are the illustrious Jinyu force. Gi's, Gudo, Bart, Raikum, Jinyu. Suro's fist tightened momentarily, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Stop jumping around. It's utterly grotesque. Distasteful." Lazili chimed in with her own critique. "What are you saying?" The veins on Jinyu's forehead bulged. This was a move he had contemplated for 3 long years. Even Lord Frisia would be stirred with fervor and his face would flush upon witnessing it. It is utterly unforgivable for individuals devoid of artistic sensibility like you to mock it, Jinyu retorted in anger. Lazili, leave that fellow named Jinyu to me. The remaining 4 shall be your responsibility. Be wary of that short one, for he possesses the ability to halt time. Su Luo cast a fleeting glance at Jinyu and Gudo, both of whom possessed extraordinary abilities. One could wield the art of body exchange, while the other commanded the power of time stasis. "Allo, I understand," Lazuli remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. She stole a glance at the diminutive Gudo, somewhat surprised that such a seemingly feeble individual possessed the ability to manipulate time. Young one. It appears you are quite familiar with our Jinyu force. However, you may not fully grasp the true strength of our team." Jinyu's words trailed off, leaving an air of suspense. Su Luo launched a powerful punch into the air. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere seemed to be disturbed as an invisible force, imbued with the capacity to shatter all, struck fiercely against Jinyu. A dull thud echoed as Jinyu was sent flying backward. Such excessive chatter. Su Luo remarked coolly, retracting his fist. Captain, the expressions of the remaining four shifted dramatically. You should focus on your own well-being, a chilling voice interjected, belonging to lazily. With a series of dazzling punches that sliced through the air, she forcefully struck the four of them. Like cannonballs, their figures were propelled backward, crashing into the debris behind. Instantly engulfed in a cloud of thick smoke. Not far away, Captain Jinyu wiped the blood trickling from his mouth, acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. He emerged from the rubble with a frostbitten expression. Damn you, boy, to inflict injury upon me. It seems you possess the ability to unleash your full combat potential in an instant. Full combat potential? Please, do not misunderstand. I have only utilized less than 10% of my strength. Su Luo spoke with an impassive expression. Young man, do you jest with your captain? He continued. Do I appear to be one who indulges in levity? Captain Jinyu instantly felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, eliciting a series of cold laughs. Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this fade. With a furious roar, Jinyu's aura surged ominously, crackling with intensity. In an instant, a sharp sound pierced the air as he appeared before Su Luo. Jinyu's iron fists descended upon him with the ferocity of a torrential downpour and the swiftness of lightning. As if they could rend the very fabric of the air itself, unleashing a barrage of punches in mere moments. A faint smile graced Su Luo's lips as, with but a single finger, he effortlessly intertwined with the multitude of phantoms, effortlessly deflecting attack after attack. Too slow. Too weak. Can you not be swifter? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. How utterly disappointing. The taunts echoed in Captain Jinyu's ears, akin to the grating sound of glass scraping, rendering him nearly intolerant. That insufferable brat. Jinyu roared in fury, intensifying the ferocity of his strikes. Meanwhile, Jeez, Berta, Rikum, and Guldo had risen from the rubble. Witnessing the clash between Captain Jinyu and Su Luo left them utterly astounded. How could it seem as though their captain was being toyed with by his adversary? They could never have envisioned such a scenario unfolding before their eyes. Captain Jinyu possessed a combat prowess exceeding 120,000, aside from King Frisia, who could render their captain so beleaguered. Jeez pressed a button on his scouter, only to find Su Luo's power level steadfastly at 30,000, unchanged. Enraged, he hurled the scouter to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, cursing. What a worthless piece of junk. Hey, do you all look down upon me? Lazuli's frigid voice carried an undercurrent of anger. Her words struck like thunder, reverberating in the minds of the four. Their attention had been entirely consumed by the battle between Captain Jinyu and the man. Completely oblivious to the presence of another equally formidable woman nearby, they exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing among them. Together, with G's command, the four charged towards Lazuli. Lazuli narrowed her eyes slightly, and in an instant, her figure dissolved into nothingness, reappearing before the four with blinding speed, unleashing a swift barrage of attacks. Lazuli engaged with merely 20% of her power, yet even this left G's and his companions struggling to cope, quickly revealing their disadvantage. After all, even the strongest among them boasted barely over 50,000 in combat strength. Guldo, use that technique. G shouted. Understood. Guldo immediately puffed up his cheeks. In an instant, the world before him transformed into a gray haze, trapping Lazuli's figure in a moment of immobility. Guldo smirked inwardly, poised to act, when suddenly the gray scenery shattered like glass. It was as though he had been struck by a backlash, causing him to spit blood. Lazuli's cool voice pierced the air. Your time manipulation ability is far too weak. It pales in comparison to Alro's time stasis. She swiftly coalesced a terrifying energy sphere in her hand, launching it towards Guldo with ferocious speed. A tremendous explosion thundered forth. As the thick smoke enveloped him, Guldo's body dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 49, Annihilation. Jis and his companions initially believed that Guldo's use of the time-stopping ability would momentarily ensnare Lazuli. They were preparing their ultimate techniques, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to her. However, Guldo's sudden demise caught them completely off guard. Guldo's time-stopping ability could even momentarily restrain us. How is it that you remain unaffected? Jis exclaimed in disbelief. Lazuli offered a faint smile, her response simple yet profound. My strength far exceeds yours. Indeed. The ability to halt time is formidable, yet entrapping an opponent whose power greatly surpasses one's own is an exceedingly arduous task, as it demands an immense expenditure of energy. Although Gudo possessed this time-stopping ability, his inherent weakness rendered any attempt to confine her utterly futile. Furthermore, her frequent battles with Su Luo had honed her combat experience, granting her a profound understanding of the intricacies of time manipulation. From a distance, Su Luo observed the scene and took the opportunity to mock Captain Jinyu, saying, "It seems your team members are as feeble as you are. You scoundrel, do not dare to compare me, the captain, to such filth." Jinyu's fury ignited as he inwardly cursed Gudo for dying and bringing him disgrace. "They are all the same. Silence. I command you to be silent." The aura surrounding Captain Jinyu surged dramatically as he swung his massive fist, akin to a giant cauldron, towards Su Luo's face. The fist, enveloped in a white blaze, radiated a ferocious power, threatening to shatter Su Luo's calm visage into a million pieces. Su Luo squinted slightly, a glint of coldness flashing across his eyes. With his left hand, he seized Captain Jinyu's fist and exerted a forceful grip. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones lamenting. Captain Jinyu was instantly overwhelmed by pain, cold sweat streaming down his face, before he could even attempt to extricate his hand. With a swift and fierce kick, Su Luo struck the lower jaw of Captain Jinyu, releasing his fist, which had been crushed to the point of fracture. In the instant Jinyu was propelled upward, another kick followed. Whoosh! Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Jinyu's body sank deeply into the rubble, leaving a faint footprint upon his chest. With a furious roar, Jinyu unleashed a tremendous surge of energy from within, sending all surrounding obstacles flying. "You bastard, I will undoubtedly kill you. Prepare to experience my terror." With another roar, Jinyu's muscles surged, and an overwhelming energy of 120,000 battle power erupted forth. The very earth seemed unable to bear the weight of this formidable force. Fissures as vast as spider webs began to spread outward in every direction. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo's lips curled into a cold smirk, and he subsequently elevated his energy levels. Beep, beep, beep. The data on Jinyu's scouter fluctuated wildly, and in the midst of his terror-stricken gaze, the figures escalated dramatically. 130,000, 170,000, 220,000. Bam! The latest model of Jinyu's battle power scouter could not withstand such an overwhelming influx of data and promptly exploded. "Impossible. Your battle power exceeds 220,000. Jinyu exclaimed in disbelief. After the initial shock subsided, as he gazed at Su Luo, his eyes brimmed with insatiable greed. Such a formidable physique, he desired it. Jinyu extended his hand and forcefully plunged it into his own chest. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, saturating his arm. Yet, Jinyu did not betray any signs of pain. Instead, his face was suffused with an insatiable expression of avarice. "Boy, your body shall be mine." Su Luo observed Jinyu's self-mutilating actions, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing a sense of amusement. He was fully aware of Jinyu's intentions behind these actions, merely a prelude to invoking that arcane technique of body exchange. Jinyu spread his arms wide above his head, exuberantly exclaiming, "Exchange." Yet before he could utter the words, Su Luo's figure had already vanished from sight. In the next instant, a powerful hand seized Jinyu's throat with a vice-like grip, fingers tightening slightly. Jinyu felt a surge of excruciating pain in his throat, rendering him utterly incapable of speech. "What? Do you wish to utilize that technique to swap bodies with me? Perhaps practice it more in the afterlife, for in this lifetime, you shall find no opportunity." The chill of Su Luo's voice penetrated into Jinyu's ears. Jinyu's throat quivered, yearning to utter some words of plea for mercy. Yet only a series of guttural sounds escaped his lips. Su Luo hurled him into the air, and immediately, a terrifying cyclone rapidly coalesced within his palm, radiating a brilliant golden light. A searing beam of energy surged forth, aimed squarely at Jinyu. Boom! The roaring wave of energy instantaneously engulfed Jinyu's body, reducing him to mere dust amidst his desperate gaze, which scattered away with the wind. Upon sensing the conclusion of Su Luo's battle, Lazuli ceased her playful antics with the three adversaries. In an instant, an explosion of energy erupted from her being, propelling the nearest Lycum and Bard away. Subsequently, two resplendent orbs of energy burst forth from her palms, striking the two with tremendous force. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions erupted, and a massive fireball ascended, causing the entire city to tremble violently as if shaken by an earthquake, before it eventually returned to tranquility. Only Jis remained on the battlefield, his mind in disarray as he witnessed the demise of his teammates. The Jinyu Force was renowned as the most formidable team in the universe. How could they be so effortlessly vanquished? Jis had completely lost his will to fight. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At that moment, Lazili stood before him, raising her palm towards him. Cold sweat streamed down Jis's face as he prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life." He believed that such a humble appeal would evoke the compassion of the beautiful girl before him. However, he was gravely mistaken. A ghostly blue orb materialized in Jesus' gaze, and in the next instant, his body was obliterated by the energy sphere. Lazili's icy visage revealed no sign of sympathy. In that moment, she resembled a female war deity, mercilessly snuffing out the lives of her enemies. Su Luo had once proclaimed that mercy towards foes on the battlefield is cruelty towards oneself and one's comrades. Moreover, given that Jis and his ilk specialized in pillaging planets, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocent lives, she showed no inclination to show mercy. After dispatching the Jinyu Force, Su Luo and Lazili prepared to depart. The planet of Yellow Jade was merely a transient stop on their journey, not a place for lingering. As for the remaining indigenous inhabitants of Yellow Jade and the potential vengeance from Frisia, such considerations were beyond Su Luo's concerns. After all, there were countless planets in the universe subjected to plunder and occupation, and he had no intention of aiding each one he encountered. That would take an eternity. If Yellow Jade were to be destroyed, it could only be deemed their fate. Survival of the fittest, such as the fundamental law of existence in this world. The purpose of the two individuals on this occasion is to journey to the northern galaxy, specifically to Ramen Star, where the branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization is stationed. This location serves as one of many outposts. The Galactic Mercenary Organization, akin to the Cosmic Trade Alliance, the Cosmic Assassins Organization, and the Galactic Patrol, is an ancient entity. As a neutral faction, it primarily comprises mercenary warriors, boasting formidable strength and substantial financial resources. Its operations span the cosmos, encompassing an overwhelming array of tasks that can leave one in a daze. Among these are numerous bounties for formidable individuals. It is precisely for this reason that Su Luo and Lazili have set forth on their expedition. Chapter 50, Mercenary Mission Ramen Star, Ramen City. On the broad thoroughfare, a diverse array of extraterrestrial beings flows to and fro. As this planet hosts the branch of the Galactic Mercenary Organization, the majority of the visitors are mercenaries arriving to undertake various missions. As Su Luo and Lazili set foot on this planet, they were immediately enveloped by an array of formidable auras. Each presence exuded a combat power exceeding 10,000, with the most potent aura approaching an astonishing 60,000. This experience unveiled to Su Luo the formidable strength of the Galactic Mercenaries. Even this single division exhibited such remarkable prowess, not to mention the other divisions and the headquarters. However, since these individuals are bound by contractual obligations, their cohesion does not rival that of other organizations. Nevertheless, this is sufficient to attest to the might of the Galactic Mercenaries. Particularly daunting is the fact that their mercenaries are scattered throughout the cosmos, rendering them capable of mobilizing a vast army at a moment's notice. Upon reaching the city center, they beheld an immense structure, entirely composed of metal, its silvery sheen exuding an aura of chilling coldness. From a distance, it resembled a colossal beast of the abyss coiling in place. Becoming a mercenary is not a daunting task. One merely needs to undergo a straightforward assessment to join their ranks. Su Luo and Lazili, with merely a display of 100,000 in combat prowess, left the evaluators utterly astounded, effortlessly securing their status as mercenaries. Within the mission hall, tasks were categorized into 7 distinct zones based on their difficulty. The difficulty levels were denoted as E, F, D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the 7 zones. The E and F zones primarily house trivial tasks, such as assisting in resource extraction or locating various individuals. However, tasks of D grade and above began to present genuine challenges, including bodyguard duties, escort missions, capturing cosmic pirates, rescuing planets, and apprehending criminals. The difficulty of these tasks also imposed certain requirements on the mercenaries' capabilities. D-grade tasks necessitated mercenaries with combat abilities exceeding 1,000. C-grade required those with over 5,000, and B-grade demanded a combat prowess of at least 10,000. A-grade tasks called for a formidable combat strength of 100,000, yet such mercenaries were a rare breed within the cosmos. As for the most formidable S grade, there were no stringent prerequisites. One could undertake it simply by believing in their own capabilities. Su Luo and Laziri bypassed the B-level area and arrived at the A-level zone, where the crowd was sparse, yet most were merely present to partake in the excitement and observe the details of the tasks. Su Luo cast a cursory glance over the bounty task board and spotted a familiar name, Captain Jinyu, whom he had previously eliminated, now bearing a staggering bounty. The bounty read, Shawiza, Captain of the Mecha Combat Team, Combat Power 170,000, Reward, a significant sum, recently active in the Eastern Galaxy's flowing Fire Mars domain. Another bounty, Nez, Mecha Combat Team Member, Combat Power 160,000, Reward, a significant sum, recently active in the same region. Yet another, Dre, Mecha Combat Team. The Mecha Combat Team, as the ace unit under Gula's command, indeed possessed formidable strength. However, Su Luo paid little heed, his gaze descending further. Most of the bounties were for minor figures with combat powers merely in the tens of thousands, causing Su Luo to lose interest and redirect his path towards the S-rank region. The value of S-rank bounties was significantly higher, as they were issued for Dominion-level powerhouses akin to Frisia, King Cold, and Gula cosmic sovereigns. Nevertheless, no one had yet succeeded in completing an S-rank task, for all who had attempted them met with demise. Su Luo gazed upon the bounty list, incredulous at the assessments of these cosmic monarchs, which astonishingly estimated their battle prowess to be in the range of several 100,000 or even millions. Such evaluations elicited a derisive snort from him, for having watched the Dragon Ball anime, he was well aware of the true strength of these iconic characters. Cooler S final form boasts an astounding battle power of 470 million, while Frisia S ultimate transformation possesses a formidable 120 million. Although King Cold's abilities were scarcely showcased in the original narrative before being swiftly defeated by Trunks, his power was unlikely to fall short of Frisia's. Su Luo disregarded the few individuals before him, recognizing that his current prowess was insufficient to confront the trio. After a cursory examination of the tasks at hand, he discovered two particularly intriguing targets. K2, possessing a combat strength of 340,000, and Sotu, with a combat strength of 330,000, are notorious twin criminals known to be inseparable. It is rumored that they possess a unique technique akin to fusion. Recently, they have been active in the Northern Galaxy's rock star domain, with a bounty of 80,000 Hagen. They shall be his quarry. Su Luo immediately accepted the task, and subsequently departed from Ramen Star with Razali, heading towards the Northern Galaxy of the rock star domain. Meanwhile, on Frisia Planet, within the command center, diligent extraterrestrial beings steadfastly maintained their posts, serving as the technological personnel responsible for communications. The sudden disappearance of the Jinyu Force's signal caught the attention of a blue-skinned alien. Initially, he presumed it to be a mere consequence of poor signal quality. As it was the Jinyu Force in question, surely, there could not be any significant issues. However, as time elapsed without the restoration of their communication, the blue-skinned alien began to feel anxious and swiftly investigated the cause of the signal loss. Upon his inquiry, panic set in. It appeared that the Jinyu Force had perished in battle. He hastily relayed this news to his superior, who then disseminated the information to Frisia's elite guard. In the palace of Frisia, the familiar figure was seated in a small spacecraft, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Beside him stood an alien with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle. Beelzebulu, an important figure in the Legion, akin to a caretaker, and one of the few who could speak freely before Frisia. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the chamber. Kiko, who had just received the alarming news of the Jinyu Force's lost communications, was reminded of the recently deceased Sabin and Dodoria. This scene felt eerily reminiscent. He rushed over in a state of urgency. Lord Frisia, my subordinates have just informed me that the Jinyu Force's communication signal has vanished near the Yellow Jade Star. Oh, the Jinyu Force has also lost contact. Frisia's expression darkened, and an oppressive, frigid aura erupted in an instant. Kiko felt a chilling wave rise from his feet, though this menacing presence dissipated swiftly. Beelzebulu's sinister visage remained unchanged as he boldly remarked, Lord Frisia, with the strength of the Jinyu Force, if they have lost contact, it is highly likely that they have met with misfortune. Kiko, startled by Beelzebulu's audacity, broke into a cold sweat as he cautiously glanced at Frisia. However, Frisia merely momentarily displayed a frosty demeanor before returning to his usual self. Beelzebulu, could this be my brother Cooler deliberately targeting me? As for the possibility of others being involved, it was entirely outside Frisia's consideration, In his eyes, they were but refuse. Only Cooler, a member of the Frost Demon clan, and his mechanical troops possessed such capabilities. Although they were brothers, their relationship was akin to oil and water. Frieza maintained a cordial rapport with King Cold, while Cooler found himself at odds with both, engaging in a subtle yet fierce rivalry. Biliblu remained silent, which did not escape Frieza's notice. To think that my elite forces would perish in such a manner. Jinyu, you have truly disappointed me, Frieza murmured, his gaze darkening. He then ordered, Mr. Jacono, send someone to investigate Cooler's recent activities. Understood, Jacono replied, silently relieved, for he feared that if Frieza were displeased, he might meet a swift end. After all, this was a tyrant who annihilated planets at a whim, driven solely by his mood. By the way, how have those scions been faring? Frieza inquired. The trio from Vegeta's team are still as diligent as ever, faithfully executing the tasks assigned by headquarters. They are currently on a mission on a remote planet. I see. Very well, Mr. Jacono, you may leave, Frieza gestured, dismissing him. Yes. Jacono exhaled in relief and hurried away. Majesty Frieza, keeping Vegeta and his companions around is ultimately a perilous decision, Biliblu remarked. Ho, what storm could a few scion monkeys possibly stir? Frieza scoffed. The legend of the Super Saiyan has been passed down among the Frost demons for ages. What if it were to come true? At this, Frieza couldn't help but laugh derisively. What nonsense about Super Saiyans? It's merely a fabricated tale spun by those scion monkeys to save face, and fortuitously overheard by their ancestors. I fail to comprehend why such stories were preserved. Moreover, even if it were true, what of it? I could dispatch them without a second thought. In this vast universe, only Lord Beerus instills a modicum of fear within me. Even Cooler merely elicits a degree of caution. As for those scion monkeys, ho ho ho. Frieza chuckled, his crimson eyes gleaming with disdain. He had never regarded these self-proclaimed warrior race scions with any seriousness, even at their peak. They were no more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. What then of these remaining small ants? Bilibla reflected, perhaps I have been overly cautious. Days later, on a distant planet in the northern galaxy, Vegeta's team was engaged in the task of exterminating the indigenous inhabitants. The three hovered in midair, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts towards the fleeing natives. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as countless natives perished. Humph. Is this truly the extent of the challenges they can present? Does headquarters only dispatch these trivial tasks? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, news reached Prince Vegeta that the entire Jinyu force had been annihilated. Nappa, gazing at the information relayed by the scanner, voiced his astonishment. What? The Jinyu force, reputed to be the strongest in the universe, has been completely wiped out. Raditz, standing nearby, wore an expression of sheer disbelief to someone of his meager battle power. The Jinyu force represented an invincible force. Humph, the so-called strongest team, merely a FAAD, reduced to nothing, Vegeta sneered, continuing to unleash energy blasts at the fleeing natives. Yet, he could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. The strength of the Jinyu force far surpassed his own, with rumors suggesting that their captain's battle power exceeded 100,000. The demise of such formidable beings hinted at the existence of even greater warriors concealed within the cosmos. Although he, as a Scion Prince, was deemed the greatest talent of his warrior race, his current battle power merely reached 15,000, a source of pride for him until now, which now felt somewhat humiliating in retrospect. Contemplating these thoughts, Vegeta intensified his attacks, employing both hands to unleash a barrage of energy waves upon the natives. As if venting his frustration, Vegeta, what troubles you? Nappa inquired, utterly perplexed. Let's talk. Hurry up and eliminate these natives, Vegeta retorted coldly, casting a frosty glance. Nappa, chastised, offered a sheepish smile, but upon noticing Raditz's smirk, his expression hardened. What's with that look? Are you mocking me? Do you wish to be reprimanded? Raditz, upon hearing this, shuddered and quickly shook his head. Humph, worthless, Vegeta scoffed, as Raditz remained silent, accustomed to Nappa's bullying. As the weakest member of the team, he served as a convenient outlet for their frustrations. In the East Galaxy, on a technologically advanced planet, the headquarters of the Kula army stood. Inside a luxurious palace, before a transparent viewport, Kula stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crimson eyes gazing intently at the monotonous scenery outside. A cruel glimmer flickering in his cold gaze. At that moment, Shalza approached. Lord Kula, according to the latest reports, Lord Frieza's Jinyu force has been completely obliterated. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Kula's visage before he regained his composure, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Let them perish. They were but minor players. Kula remarked impassively. Has there been any news regarding Shrag's recent increased activities? In comparison to his ineffectual brother Frisia, Kula is far more concerned about his former adversary, Slug. This old, seemingly immortal wretch should have contented himself with a quiet retirement on planet Slug, yet he dares to venture forth. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. According to recent intelligence, Slug has dispatched his entire army to scour the eastern and northern galaxies in search of the Tree of Might. Upon mentioning Slug, Savai's expression turned grave, and he spoke forth. The Tree of Might? Is it not the fabled demonic fruit tree capable of draining the life force of entire planets? A flicker of interest ignited in Kula's crimson eyes. Indeed, it is said that the fruit of the Tree of Might, once consumed, can significantly enhance one's power and vitality. Savai respectfully replied. Ha ha ha. It seems Slug is truly nearing his end, placing his hopes on such an ephemeral notion. A hint of derision crossed Kula's face. If Slug wishes to seek it, let him do so. Keep a vigilant watch on Slug's movements. The moment there is any disturbance, inform me immediately. Understood. Savai acknowledged, then took his leave. Slug, allow me to escort you on your final journey. I am eager to witness the despair in your eyes at the end. Kula murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, at the juncture of the eastern and northern galaxies, lies a verdant planet named Greenvine. Due to its remote location and lack of value as a low-tier planet, it typically goes unnoticed by cosmic wanderers. Yet, this emerald sphere is visibly wilting at an alarming rate. On the planet, before a robust ancient tree, two figures, one large and one small, can be discerned standing in the shadows. Chapter 52, The Fusion Technique of K2 and So2. In the northern galaxy, Rockstar Domain. On planet Paysol, within a valley. Bang, bang, bang. Four figures are engaged in fierce combat. Waves of invisible energy ripple outward from their clash. The valley has undergone a dramatic transformation, now riddled with craters and stripped of its former beauty. Damn it, who are you? K2's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the figure before him, asking coldly. K2 and So2 had originally arrived on this planet with high spirits, intent on pillaging and seizing its resources. However, before they could fully indulge, two formidable strangers appeared, initiating battle without uttering a word, inciting K2's fury. The ones who will kill you. Su Luo hovered before him, his demeanor calm. K2, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes, wore a mocking smile. Ha! You? This is truly amusing. Amusing? This simply cannot be tolerated. I shall bring about your demise. K2's laughter abruptly ceased, his visage transforming into an expression of chilling menace. Do not let your fleeting prowess inflate your ego, boy. Today, both you and that woman shall meet your end here. Sota, cease your frivolity and unleash your full power. K2 bellowed towards the imposing figure engaged in battle with Lazili not far away. Upon hearing K2's command, Sota's aura surged dramatically, his eyes glinting with a profoundly sinister light. His strikes, akin to the cunning fangs of a serpent, targeted the vulnerable points on Lazili's form. Little girl, should you perish, I shall craft the finest specimen of you for my collection. Sota's voice, though not loud, bore an icy chill that could instill fear. Lazili, taken aback by the disturbing mindset of her adversary, felt her expression harden like frost. Heh, you would be wise to descend into the depths of hell, she retorted. No longer concealing her abilities, unleashing her combat strength of 360,000 in its entirety. The overwhelming force immediately tempered Sota's rising intensity. Just as Sota's lethal blow was about to strike her, Lazili deftly repositioned herself, appearing behind him like a specter in the air. With her delicate hand clenched into a fist, she unleashed a powerfully explosive punch towards Sota's back. Bang! A figure plummeted from the sky like a meteorite, crashing into the massive rock face of the valley. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The mountainsides collapsed instantaneously, clouds of dust swirling. Lazili extended her hands towards the crumbling terrain, her crimson lips moving. Star-shattering cannon. A radiant beam of energy, glimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, erupted from her palms. In an instant, an overwhelming force generated a terrifying shockwave, striking the collapsing mountainside with the might of a thunderous storm. With a resounding explosion, a colossal crimson mushroom cloud ascended skyward. Debris flew in all directions, the earth quaked, and the cataclysmic energy obliterated the entire valley. As the scorching wind swept through and the thick smoke dissipated, a figure, battered and bloodied, knelt half-submerged in a vast crater. Goku, engaged in combat with Su Luo, caught a glimpse of a scene that made his eyes bulge with fury. There lay Su Luo, his upper body a gruesome mess, his left arm entirely absent, his breath feeble, resembling a man on the brink of death. "Damn it! You will pay for this!" Goku roared, his fury igniting as he coalesced red energy waves in both palms, launching a fierce assault towards Su Luo. The blood-red energy waves intertwined like serpents, swiftly merging into a singular, terrifying attack that roared forth. Su Luo's expression remained serene, showing no signs of alteration. He extended his fair hand and forcefully grasped the energy wave that was within arm's reach. The blood-red wave shattered instantly, resembling fragile bubbles, and subsequently transformed into scattered crimson lights that faded before his eyes. What? Goku's countenance shifted drastically. His most formidable move had been effortlessly neutralized. In that moment, Goku comprehended that the individual before him was far beyond his capacity to contend with. In the next instant, Su Luo morphed into a fleeting shadow, appearing directly in front of Goku. With a resounding bang, a fierce kick akin to a dragon's tail struck, causing Goku's chest to cave in slightly. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Goku's body was propelled like a projectile, crashing into the deep pit of the valley below. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust billowed forth, revealing yet another deep crater. Su Luo and Razili floated in midair, gazing at the two figures in the abyss below. After a while, the silhouettes remained eerily silent. "Stop pretending to be dead. If you possess any abilities, reveal them quickly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you straight to hell." Su Luo's cold voice pierced through the thick smoke. "Ha ha ha, young one, I can see that both you and that woman are formidable. However, your gravest mistake was bringing me down beside Su Luo." The sinister voice of Katusan echoed from the depths of the pit. "Merge." No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding beam of light surged skyward, as two powerful auras gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a terrifying presence. A towering figure, crowned with spiraled horns and bearing azure skin, emerged from the abyss, its visage grotesque, reminiscent of a hellish demon. "It has been an eternity since anyone has compelled me to such an extent. In return, I shall shatter your bones piece by piece and consume them." The chilling voice resonated as if spoken by two entities in unison. With K2 and Soto amalgamating, let us henceforth refer to him as Queso. With a half-closed gaze, Su Luo sensed the formidable aura emanating from Queso. His battle power was approximately 240,000, which left him somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a more formidable opponent, yet it appeared that this was the extent of his prowess. Compared to the Metamoran fusion technique employed by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original narrative, Queso fell significantly short. However, Su Luo reasoned that even a challenger of this caliber could provide him with a satisfying experience. At that moment, Lazili spoke up. "Auro, allow me to give it a try." "No, his strength surpasses yours by too great a margin. You cannot defeat him," Su Luo replied, shaking his head. "Come on, Auro. Just let me try. With you here, there is nothing to worry about," Lazili insisted in a playful tone. "Very well, but be cautious." Su Luo conceded with a sense of resignation. Lazili smiled, her lips curling upwards as she nodded. "Haha, it matters not who comes first. The outcome will be the same. And you will all meet your demise," Queso's voice dripped with disdain. With a faint smile, Su Luo remained unfazed by Queso's derision. The fourfold Loxian fist. As a delicate cry echoed, a blue aura swiftly enveloped Lazili's graceful figure, her golden locks dancing in the wind. Her combat power surged rapidly from 360,000 to an astonishing 440,000. The vast energy swelled around her like a colossal wave. Queso's expression shifted slightly, however, sensing no significant threat from Lazili. He resumed his contempt, deeming her merely a faade. Chapter 53, a ruthless blow at the pinnacle of Lazili's momentum. She lightly tapped her toes in the void. Her form wavering, and in a flash of blue light, she appeared before Queso. In his astonished gaze, her fist, enveloped in azure flames, struck fiercely towards his face. Bang! Queso was sent crashing back into the pit. "Damn woman," he spat, erupting from the depths of the crater. Aside from being a bit dusty, he appeared relatively unharmed. A cold glint flickered in his crimson eyes, revealing his growing ire. With over 2 million in energy unleashed, a black vortex encircled him as he charged towards Lazili at an astonishing speed. His muscular arms coiled, fists the size of cauldrons surrounded by dark energy. He brought them crashing down with formidable force. Lazili's pupils constricted as she swiftly retreated, adeptly evading Queso's onslaught. Boom. The sheer force of his blow created a massive crater in the ground. Before Latsili could catch her breath, Casso's foot slammed against the ground, propelling him towards her like a cannonball, with relentless attacks following in rapid succession. Faced with Casso's overwhelming aggression, Latsili struggled to defend herself, her evasions becoming increasingly desperate. Observing his attacks consistently miss their mark, Casso roared in fury, his black energy surging even more. He unleashed a barrage of black-red energy spheres, cascading down like torrential rain upon Latsili, effectively sealing off her escape route. Recognizing the perilous situation, Latsili maximized her power, rekindling the twinkling starlight in her hands. The stellar shattering cannon, a dazzling wave of energy imbued with resplendent starlight, surged forth, obliterating the crimson energy spheres in a sweeping motion. Boom, boom. The explosions resounded in succession, and Latsili maintained her striking stance. Just then, a chilling voice echoed behind her. Die. Alarmed, Latsili swiftly turned her body, only to see a fist the size of a cauldron hurtling towards her face. The dark energy clinging to the fist scraped painfully against her skin, the ominous sense of death drawing ever closer. As Latsili faced imminent peril, time seemed to freeze. Silently and imperceptibly, a world of ashen hues descended in an instant. Everything seemed to be suspended, as if time itself had been pressed on pause, frozen in place. Yet, in the blink of an eye, time resumed its relentless march. Casso's fist descended once more, but it met only emptiness. Where have the people gone? Casso gazed blankly ahead, confronted by an abyss of solitude, devoid of Lazili's presence. Not far away, Su Luo cradled Lazili in his arms, gently tapping her on the head with a smile, and remarked, "Do you now comprehend the disparity?" Lazili pouted and muttered softly, "If only my strength were comparable to his, I wouldn't have lost." Su Luo chuckled softly before gently setting her down. Lazili clenched her fists, swinging them a few times in agitation, and exclaimed, "Aloe, give him a good beating." "Very well." Su Luo nodded slightly, casting a gaze towards the still-dazed Casso, his body radiating an ominous aura of lethal intent. At last, Casso became aware of Su Luo and Latsili in the distance. His dark crimson eyes flickered with a menacing glint as he spoke in a chilling tone. "You, boy, were the one who rescued that woman, weren't you? Though I am unaware of how you accomplished it, rest assured, luck will not favor you again." "Luck, you say?" A trace of coldness flickered across Su Luo's face. While he could easily conclude the battle by freezing time, Su Luo was reluctant to let Casso meet his end so effortlessly. In that instant, the energy within him surged, and a blue flame enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to become searingly hot. His combat power skyrocketed to 3,960,000, a terrifying pressure sweeping through the environment. "What?" Casso was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from Su Luo. Whoosh! Su Luo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Casso's pupils constricted in alarm, barely having time to react. Bang! A tremendous force struck his abdomen with immense power. Casso was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. A flash of blue light enveloped Su Luo, transforming him into a beam of radiance that collided with Casso's body, sending them both hurtling away in parallel trajectories. Bang! With both hands clasped in a fist, Su Luo struck down upon Casso's head. The sound resonated like a thunderclap as Casso's massive form plummeted, creating a profound crater in the ground. Before the thick smoke had a chance to dissipate, a sphere of blue flames enveloped Su Luo's right fist, resembling a meteor plummeting to earth, igniting sparks as it sliced through the air. With a ferocious force akin to a celestial body descending from the heavens, his punch struck Casso with devastating impact. The ground trembled violently, collapsing several hundred meters beneath the force, fissures radiating outward. Casso coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest a gruesome sight, caved in and grotesquely contorted like a specter. Yet, Su Luo showed no sign of relenting. His fist transformed into a myriad of afterimages, relentlessly raining down upon Casso. The sound of countless strikes resonated within the deep pit. Each blow unleashed a terrifying force, penetrating Casso's body and generating an invisible shockwave that shattered the earth beneath them. With each successive strike, the ground sank deeper. The earth quaked as if in the throes of an earthquake, the tremors rippling outwards for hundreds of miles, sending small creatures scurrying in terror. Master. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Alas, is this a bit excessive? Lazili pondered for a moment, but upon recalling Su Luo's earlier angered expression, she chuckled again, seemingly amused by the situation. In the pit, Su Luo ceased his assault, droplets of blood sliding from his knuckles onto the ground. "You, vile, Wretch, have the audacity to let me rise again. I will kill you. Casso, battered and bruised, his features scarcely recognizable, gasped intermittently, his voice laced with profound resentment. Rise again, you say? Very well, I shall indulge you. Su Luo replied coolly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He grasped Casso's arm, hoisting him from the ground before hurling him into the air. For granting me the exhilarating experience of flesh meeting flesh in battle, I shall send you to your demise. Su Luo extended his palm, and a golden vortex coalesced within it, accompanied by a faint rumble reminiscent of thunder. A wave of energy, potent enough to annihilate an entire planet, surged toward the minuscule black dot in the sky, overwhelming Casso with its cataclysmic force. No. Casso unleashed a final, defiant cry. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens. The searing fireball erupted in the upper atmosphere, and Casso was reduced to mere dust, scattering into the horizon. After sensing the absence of any life response, Su Luo lowered his hand and then leapt high into the air, emerging from the deep pit. Latsili had long been standing at the edge of the pit, awaiting him. Taking Su Luo's hand, she smiled brightly and said, Luo, you looked quite handsome when you were angry just now. Am I not usually handsome? You are. Chapter 54. The Spirit Tree in the vastness of the universe, amidst the boundless sea of stars, a captivating brilliance flickered. A beetle-shaped spaceship trailed a long streak of light as it glided through the night sky. Inside the spacecraft, Su Luo took a refreshing cold shower, washing away the sweat and grime from his body. He then made his way to the kitchen, where he found Latsili busily preparing a meal. The table was already adorned with a variety of delectable dishes, each emanating an enticing aroma. Su Luo swallowed hard, picked up a piece of meat with his hand, placed it in his mouth, and, unable to contain his eagerness, hastily swallowed it. Delicious, so delectable. Su Luo seized several more pieces of meat and brought them to his lips. Latsili, holding a freshly prepared dish, set it before him and chuckled. Go ahead and eat, you glutton. Su Luo nodded and began to feast heartily. Latsili rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Luo's voracious appetite, her smile growing ever more enamored. In a whirlwind of consumption, Su Luo swiftly cleared the table, leaving not a scrap of food behind. Once satiated, Su Luo reclined on the sofa in the living room, accessing the galactic mercenary mission platform through his luminous device. He navigated to the S-Class mission section, perusing the task details. On the planet Qingman, an endless expanse of primordial forest unfolded, dominated by a towering dark red tree. Its robust branches stretched outwards like coiling dragons, burrowing into the earth, breaking through the soil. These serpentine branches sprouted numerous roots, deeply embedding themselves in the ground, greedily siphoning nutrients from the soil. In no time, the vibrant primordial forest transformed into a desolate wasteland, suffused with an aura of death. Moreover, this desolation continued to spread outward. Beneath the ancient tree stood a scion resembling an adult Sun Wukong, accompanied by a scion girl of approximately 11 or 12 years. Dales, the scion, gazed at the rapidly growing spirit tree, his eyes igniting with fervent light. How splendid! He had not anticipated that the soil of this planet was so conducive to nurturing the spirit tree. At this rate, within half a year, the spirit tree would reach maturity. Dale's team of 5 had narrowly escaped the destruction of planet Vegeta, as they were on a mission at the time. Yet in the ensuing years, Frisia's army relentlessly hunted down the scattered scions. On a particular planet, Dales and his team were ambushed by Frisia's forces. Dales found himself plummeting into a deep canyon, gravely injured, managing to evade death by sheer luck. As the saying goes, survival from great calamity often leads to future blessings. In the depths of the canyon, he discovered an altar upon which rested an extraordinary golden fruit, its surface sharp and protruding. Upon consuming one of these fruits, Dales, who was on the brink of death, experienced an instantaneous recovery, his combat power soaring from 1,000 to over 3,000. Overjoyed, Dales realized that his power had been stagnant at 1,000 for an extended period, and he had believed it would remain that way for life. To his astonishment, consuming a single fruit not only healed his injuries but also amplified his strength several times over. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this miraculous fruit, he collected its seeds and fled to other planets to cultivate the spirit tree. The scion girl was the child of 2 of his teammates, born not long before and placed in a spaceship. With her combat power barely exceeding 10, Frisia's army overlooked her, allowing her to survive by chance. During his escape, Dales took the girl with him. As a lower-tier warrior, Dales understood the importance of cautious development. When planting the spirit tree, he deliberately chose remote planets devoid of value, ensuring both inconspicuousness and stable growth. Years passed, and after traversing countless star systems, Dale's strength steadily increased. As he grew more powerful, the ambition that lay deep within him began to surface. He aspired to assemble his own legion, conquer the universe, and become the sovereign of the cosmos. Dallas gazed upon the majestic spirit tree before him, silently contemplating, "Frisia, there shall come a day when I shall surpass you, the emperor of the universe. Only I am worthy of such a title." Just as Dallas was lost in his daydream of conquering the cosmos and ascending to the throne of universal supremacy, an impatient voice broke through his reverie. "Hey, Dallas, I'm off to hunt for food," called out the Scion girl. Her wild eyes fixed on him as she flatly added, "I'm hungry." The girl's interruption shattered Dallas's delightful fantasies, and his expression darkened instantly. He coldly retorted, "Such trivial matters need not concern me." The Scion girl merely acknowledged him with an "oh," before taking off expressionlessly into the sky. 5 months passed in silence. The once verdant planet of Qingman had succumbed to a vast expanse of withered yellow, with the green areas relentlessly dwindling. It appeared that it would soon transform into a lifeless, desolate orb. On this planet, the spirit tree had grown into a towering giant, its dense foliage blocking the sunlight, while beneath its branches hung clusters of spiky crimson fruits. On that day, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. A large spaceship broke through the atmosphere, crackling and sparking as it descended. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled, and a cloud of dust obscured the heavens, lingering for quite a while before dissipating. A loud clatter announced the opening of the hatch. A dozen extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire emerged. Among them, a green-skinned alien with fleshy wings gazed at the towering tree in the distance, then surveyed the lifeless surroundings, a look of ecstatic delight spreading across his face. As the ancient texts foretold, the growth of the spirit tree absorbs all vitality from the planet. Indeed, that colossal tree must be the spirit tree, Patrick thought, overwhelmed with excitement after such a long search. "Pace, quickly contact Lord Shrag. We have found the spirit tree." "Yes, Lord Patrick," replied the red-skinned alien named Pace, who hurriedly dashed back into the spaceship. Patrick pressed a button on his power detector, scanning the life responses on the planet. Beep, beep, beep. 2 readings surged on the screen. One stabilized at 21,000, while the other continued to soar, swiftly surpassing the detector's limits. With a sudden explosion, the device malfunctioned. "What? There are warriors on this planet with combat power exceeding 100,000. Patrick's expression turned grim. Does this mean the spirit tree has already been claimed? Or, to put it another way, have those 2 individuals consumed all the fruits of the spirit tree? Otherwise, how could such formidable beings exist in this wretched place? Absolutely. He has consumed the spirit fruit. The mere thought of Lord Shrag's terrifying fury upon discovering that the spirit fruit has been devoured by another sends a chill down Patrick's spine. He promptly instructs one of his subordinates to utilize the large energy detection apparatus aboard their spaceship to ascertain the individual's specific data. The results are swiftly obtained. Combat power. Patrick's is taken aback. The combat power is astonishingly high, only marginally inferior to his own. Patrick's, born as a demon creature of Shrag, possesses an innate combat power of 190,000, making him the second strongest member of Shrag's army. Follow me. Having discerned the enemy's strength, Patrick's wastes no time and immediately ascends into the air, propelling himself towards the location of the spirit tree, with the rest of the extraterrestrial beings closely trailing behind. Chapter 55. The anxiety of the North Galaxy. King Dales and the Scion girl remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At this moment, their gazes are intensely fixed upon the crimson and azure fruits hanging from the branches. They are astonished to discover that the spirit tree has borne such an abundance of fruits. It is truly remarkable. Soon, the spirit tree's fruits will ripen, likely within 4 to 5 days. Dale speaks with palpable excitement, as this marks his first encounter with a spirit tree yielding such a plethora of fruits. The total exceeds that of previous harvests. Once he consumes these fruits, his power will undoubtedly surge once more. At that point, he shall no longer need to cautiously cultivate the spirit tree, wary of others' covetous gazes. He envisions cultivating the spirit tree openly, invading planets, assembling his own army, and conquering the universe with formidable strength. I, Dales, shall be the future emperor of the cosmos. Dales fervently declares to himself. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the North Galaxy, on the planet Shrag, within a metallic palace, Shrag sits upon his throne. his withered hand reaching into a nearby jar to grasp several golden pills, which he tosses into his mouth and begins to chew. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps disrupts the tranquility of the grand hall. Two diminutive aliens clad in black robes hasten toward him. "Lord Shrag," one of the aliens exclaims. Shrag leans back in his seat, his murky gaze betraying signs of impatience. "Tabar, what is it?" "My lord, I bring good news. Lord Patrick's has located the spirit tree." The alien, identified as Tabar, reports with excitement. "He has found the spirit tree?" Shrag's dull eyes brighten momentarily, and he inquires urgently, "Where?" "It is situated on a low-level planet at the edge of the North Galaxy, bordering the East Galaxy, known as the Chingswan Star. If we depart immediately, we can reach it in just 20 days. The volume of Tabar's voice rose yet again. Shrag's expression darkened as he concentrated, conjuring a beam of dark crimson energy that pierced directly through Tabar's skull. Tabar fell to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. Shrag's deep voice resonated. "Tama, how long until we reach the Greenvine Star?" The being known as Tama, an extraterrestrial, immediately shuddered and hastily replied, 10 days. "It will only take 10 days to arrive." Shrag's demeanor softened slightly. For him, whose lifespan was swiftly dwindling, the spirit tree represented his final hope. And time was of the essence. Anyone who dared delay him for even a second would meet their demise. "Yes, prepare the spacecraft at once. I must depart immediately." "As you command." Tama bowed and swiftly retreated. Soon enough, on Shrag's planet, colossal spacecraft set sail into the cosmos. In the Eastern Galaxy, at the headquarters of the Gula faction, the Gula Legion, which had been vigilantly monitoring Shrag's movements, relayed the information to Gula himself. Gula, with his arms crossed, stood before the porthole, his crimson eyes still radiating indifference. Shrag has actually mobilized. It seems he has found what he seeks. However, I shall not grant you an opportunity for resurgence. Gula's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was unexpected that such a legendary entity as the spirit tree truly existed. How intriguing. Gula, possessing a combat power of 470 million, had already solidified his position at the pinnacle of the universe and had little desire for further strength. However, if it could extend his lifespan, that was an entirely different matter. Though the Ice Clan was a long-lived race, who would not desire to live a little longer. With this thought, Shrag promptly commanded, "Savaiza, assemble the troops. We shall confront Shrag." "Understood," Savaiza, who had been standing respectfully behind him, replied. In a certain dimensional space in the northern galaxy, golden clouds filled the expanse. A serpentine path stretching 100 kilometers connected the underworld of the northern galaxy. Floating along this pathway was a diminutive planet, the residence of the king of the northern realm. The planet had a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Encircled by a narrow road, where a crimson vehicle was parked. Verdant foliage adorned both sides, and a few apple trees were sparsely planted around the small dwelling. The overseer of the northern galaxy, the king of the northern realm, stood beneath a grand tree, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The two antennae on his forehead sparkled with a faint electric light, as he observed all that transpired below. What is happening? Why has the fruit of the spirit tree reappeared in the mortal realm? And how did it come to rest in the hands of two scions? This is bad. Shrag's people have also discovered the spirit tree. It is over. The northern galaxy shall soon plunge into turmoil once again. The king of the northern realm wore a troubled expression. Once Shrag acquired the spirit tree, chaos would ensue in the northern galaxy. The spirit tree, originally a divine fruit of the celestial realm, had found its way to the mortal plane. Its growth demanded an immense reservoir of life energy, far beyond what any mortal world could sustain. Thus, once it took root, it would signify the demise of a planet, transforming it into a lifeless husk. However, the most significant aspect was the fruit's potency. Those who consumed it would experience a substantial enhancement in strength, vitality, and mental acuity, leading many to pursue it with reckless abandon, often resulting in violent confrontations. The king of the northern realm recalled the tumultuous events years ago when the spirit tree had first emerged, unleashing a tide of bloodshed across the cosmos, resulting in the obliteration of countless planets. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Since the annihilation of the Scion race, relative peace had settled over the northern galaxy, allowing the king to indulge in leisurely pursuits, such as walking his pet and cruising in his car, relishing a comfortable existence. Yet now, such turmoil had arisen once more. What to do, he pondered, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Should a significant upheaval occur in the northern galaxy as its overseer, he too would face dire consequences, perhaps even criticism from his superiors. As the king grappled with his worries, a brown gorilla waved its arms aimlessly before him, circling repeatedly. Frustrated, he retrieved a hammer from behind him and struck the creature on the head, causing a noticeable bump to swell. Beerus collapsed instantly. Ah, a memory sparked. Gazing at the fallen Beerus reminded the king of two individuals he had observed over the past 6 months, two formidable beings emerging within the northern galaxy, Su Luo and Lazili. They had relentlessly challenged renowned warriors across the universe, leaving a trail of defeated villains in their wake. Judging by their character, the king mused. They appeared to be good-hearted souls. If only they could preemptively destroy the spirit tree, perhaps the crisis could be averted. With this thought, the king's mood brightened. Let me see where you are. Tendrils sprouted from his crown, crackling with energy as he utilized his kingly powers to seek their whereabouts. This was his prerogative as a king. As long as it fell within his jurisdiction, he could observe the unfolding scenes. Found them. Chapter 56. Darius defeated. As dawn broke, a ray of morning light bathed the earth. After a night of profound meditation, Su Luo opened his eyes. Sensing the abundant energy coursing through his body, he smiled faintly. His strength had significantly advanced. By the measure of combat capability, he had attained a remarkable level of 1.78 million. His life dimension had also seen some enhancement, now reaching 34 of the divine tier. Stretching lazily, just as Su Luo intended to leap from his bed, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his ear. Su Luo, I am the king of the Northern Realm. Su Luo was taken aback. The Northern Realm king? In Su Luo's mind, an image of a character surfaced, someone donned in sunglasses, possessing a corpulent physique, and fond of sharing poorly delivered jokes that lacked humor. The North Realm king, a deity governing the Northern Galaxy, sought his assistance. Su Luo furrowed his brow, pondering the reason behind this request. Sensing Su Luo's perplexed tone, the North Realm king presumed Su Luo was unaware of his identity and attempted to elucidate. I am aware of who you are, Realm King. I am merely curious as to why you have summoned me. Su Luo's tone was unembellished, akin to conversing with an ordinary individual, devoid of any reverence for the other's status. The North Realm king, interrupted mid-disclosure, chuckled awkwardly, dismissing Su Luo's demeanor, and continued. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. What is the benefit? Su Luo replied with a teasing inflection. I shall not assist you without recompense. The North Realm king was taken aback. What? You require a benefit? Is it not an obligation to aid the Realm King? This matter pertains to the safety of the universe. I hope you will rise to the occasion, the North Realm King expressed with a hint of frustration. Without a benefit. Our discussion is futile. On the North Realm King's planet, the Realm King was incensed, gesticulating wildly. How could this individual incessantly demand a benefit? Yet, considering the urgency of the situation, he composed himself. In return, I can impart to you a formidable martial technique. Su Luo stroked his chin. Contemplating the two ultimate techniques possessed by the North King, the King Fist and the Spirit Bomb. The King Fist was of no use to him, as he had already mastered the Loxian Fist. The Spirit Bomb, on the other hand, could only be wielded by those with a pure heart. Su Luo is indeed a person of self-awareness, yet purity of spirit bears no connection to him. Furthermore, the lengthy preparation required for the Spirit Bomb does not align with his combative style. He has no desire to learn it. The response from Su Luo infuriated the King of the North once more, causing him to gesticulate in exasperation. He, the esteemed king of the realm, was accustomed to being sought after for the importation of martial arts. To be turned down, and to perceive a hint of disdain in such a tone, was utterly unacceptable. The King of the North settled onto the grass, his voice tinged with resignation as he remarked, Su Luo, this matter is of great significance. Su Luo also retracted his playful thoughts, and spoke. Go on, tell me. It was like this. The events concerning the Northern Realm King were recounted in detail. Su Luo's expression grew serious. I implore you, before Shrag arrives at Chi-Man Star, to destroy the spirit tree. Otherwise, should the spirit tree fall into the hands of someone like Shrag, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Luo bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. The fruit of the spirit tree is a manifestation of the essence of life distilled from an entire planet, and its benefits are undoubtedly profound. Su Luo felt a stir of excitement. I can assist you in destroying the spirit tree. However, as for the fruits of the spirit tree, let me make it clear that I shall claim them all for myself. Su Luo proclaimed, all right, no problem. The North Realm King was also an amiable individual. As long as the spirit tree was destroyed, the fruits were of little consequence. On the Qingshuang Star, Darius fixated intently on the fruits hanging from the stout branches of the spirit tree, treating them as if they were rare treasures. The Scion girl languidly reclined on another branch, her head tilted as if in a light slumber. "So, you are here," a sinister voice echoed. Darius and the Scion girl instantly became alert. Within their line of sight appeared a dozen or so extraterrestrial beings clad in combat uniforms. Darius's expression darkened. The emergence of these ill-intentioned individuals just as the fruits were nearing ripeness soured his mood considerably. To his surprise, 2 of them were Scions. How peculiar. It was rumored that the Scions had perished, yet here were 2 who had escaped the onslaught. However, their fate was sealed. "You 2 are destined to perish here today," Patrick coldly declared. "Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash. It seems you remain oblivious to my power." Daring to boast, Darius shot a fierce glare at Patrick and his companions. Regardless of their identities, he would ensure they did not leave this place alive. The fruits of the spirit tree had yet to mature. The news could not be allowed to leak. Eliminate them. With this thought, Darius initiated the assault. Patrick flashed a wicked grin and charged forward. The 2 engaged in an intense battle, equally matched in ferocity. The Scion girl, undeterred, launched herself at the remaining group of extraterrestrials. Despite their combat power being between 50-100 and 60-100, which paled in comparison to hers, their numerical advantage afforded them a slight upper hand. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists striking flesh reverberated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions followed in quick succession. The skirmish persisted. The Scion girl swiftly dispatched 2 foes, albeit at a significant cost, having endured several heavy blows to her back. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, Patrick gradually gained the upper hand, soon overpowering Darius. Darius struggled to withstand the onslaught, retreating further as his wounds multiplied. "Ha ha ha, Scion, put forth some effort. Am I merely tickling you?" Patrick sneered, enduring several of Darius's punches with his own body. He seized Darius's fists, denying him any chance of escape, and relentlessly bashed his head with his own. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. The sounds of impact accompanied Darius's anguished cries. "Ha ha ha, Scion, after consuming so many fruits, it appears you are only capable of this level." Patrick let out a derisive snort, summoning a concentrated energy blast which he pressed against Dales's abdomen. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as Dales was propelled backwards, crashing into the spirit tree. Meanwhile, the situation for the Scion girl was also turning dire. After decisively eliminating 9 foes, she was now gasping for breath, blood staining her battle attire, her injuries appearing grave. However, the remaining extraterrestrials would not afford her a moment's respite. An energy wave surged towards her. She failed to evade it and was sent flying, crashing against the spirit tree, collapsing beside Dales. Who are you?" Dale struggled to rise, his gaze filled with terror. Despite having consumed numerous spirit fruits, granting him formidable strength, he found himself unable to overcome this greenskin monstrosity. "Haha. It matters not if I reveal this to you. I am the mightiest warrior of the Schlag Legion. To perish at my hands is a privilege," Patrick declared, arms crossed in an ostentatious display of arrogance. Chapter 57, The Scion Girl. "Nancy what? Schlag?" Dales exclaimed in shock. He had long heard tales of the Schlag's notorious reputation, a malevolent force rivaling that of Frisia. Instantly, a sense of retreat began to germinate within him. No, he could not leave without tasting the spirit tree's fruits. He gazed upward at the red-green fruits dangling from the tree, his eyes brimming with a mixture of reluctance and longing. So close, so very close. The fruits were on the verge of ripening. Unripe fruits would yield diminished effects. Yet, Dales was no longer concerned with such trivialities. Anything was preferable to leaving empty-handed. As he contemplated an escape plan, Patrick concentrated an attack at his fingertips, grinning maliciously. "Scion, perish." Dales's pupils constricted in alarm, leaving him no time to evade. No. His ambitions had yet to be fulfilled. He could not die here. In a moment of desperation, Dale seized the fallen Scion girl beside him, using her as a shield. At that instant, a crimson energy beam sliced through the air. In the terrified gaze of the Scion girl, it pierced her body directly. Wah! She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dales's expression turned cold as he unceremoniously cast her aside. "Impressive decisiveness, quite ruthless, akin to our demon kin," Patrick remarked, momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity while Patrick was momentarily distracted, Dales leaped with all his might onto the branches of the great tree, plucking one of the red-green fruits and taking several vigorous bites. The fruit's meager life energy nourished his body, slightly enhancing his strength and aiding in the recovery of his injuries. Damn it! The outcome was surprisingly disheartening. Darius cursed under his breath as he continued to pluck a few fruits. Witnessing this scene, Patrick's eyes widened with fury, and he immediately unleashed a formidable aura, charging forward. Severely injured, Darius could only awkwardly evade. Ultimately, Patrick seized the opportunity, and a wave of energy struck Darius head-on. Darius, devoid of the strength to resist, fell to the ground. You certainly know how to dodge, don't you? Now, prepare to meet your demise. Patrick gathered a sphere of crimson energy in his hand, aimed it at Darius, and unleashed it. No. Darius screamed in a fit of despair, but despite his unwillingness, he succumbed to the explosion of red energy. Ugh! What a troublesome fellow, wasting so much of my energy. Patrick spat on the ground, expressing his displeasure. Suddenly, applause erupted around him. Brilliant! Simply brilliant! A strange voice resonated above Patrick. Startled, Patrick looked up to find a man and a woman sitting on a sturdy branch, clapping joyfully. Instantly alert, Patrick realized that their silent approach indicated they were not weak adversaries. The other extraterrestrials quickly gathered around, sensing the imminent threat. Su Luo ceased his applause, a faint smile gracing his features. Do not be anxious. After all, worry serves no purpose. We are all destined to perish. Patrick was engulfed by an unsettling sensation, prompting him to command several subordinates to take action. Upon receiving the order, a group of extraterrestrial beings surged towards Su Luo and his companion. However, in the next moment, several figures were propelled through the air as if severed from their strings. Su Luo and Lazili remained seated, as if they had not just engaged in a fierce confrontation. Su Luo pointed towards Patrick, and in an instant, a golden beam of light shot forth. Before Patrick could evade, he felt a searing pain pierce through his chest. Glancing down, he discovered a gaping hole in his torso, dark purple blood oozing from the wound. Schlag, the king, will not spare you, he uttered, before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, colossal spaceships soared through the cosmos. Among them, the most opulent vessel housed Schlag, who sat upon an enormous throne carved from bone, casually consuming golden beans. Suddenly, a shudder ran through Schlag's body, his spirit visibly waning. Damn it! Someone has slain my child, Patrick. His countenance darkened, and his voice brimmed with fury. Patrick's demise on Qingman Star, signifying the loss of the spirit tree, ignited Schlag's wrath. How dare you touch what belongs to me? I will ensure your demise. He bellowed, his voice echoing with rage. Tama, regardless of the means, accelerate the ship's speed. I must arrive there at the swiftest possible pace. Yes. Tama, trembling at Schlag's furious roar, refrained from revealing that the ship was already at maximum velocity. Knowing he would be the first to bear the brunt of Schlag's wrath, wiping the sweat from his brow, he entered commands at the control panel, and the ship marginally increased its speed. Su Luo and Lazili approached the Scion girl. She was not yet lifeless, her existence flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The Scion girl lifted her eyelids wearily, gazing at the two before her. She opened her mouth, attempting to utter something, but her strength had waned. Lazili knelt down, producing a mystical bean and placing it in the girl's mouth, her voice a cool whisper, swallow. The Scion girl obediently consumed the bean. In that instant, a surge of vitality coursed through her body, mending her wounds in the blink of an eye. With a sudden burst of energy, the Scion girl leaped to her feet, reveling in the torrent of power flowing within her, her eyes alight with joy. Her voice, slightly strained, conveyed her gratitude. Thank you. However, her gaze, now imbued with a fierce intensity, scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. The Scion girl distinctly remembered how Dales had used her as a shield only moments before. Stop searching. Dales has already been slain, Su Luo remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the Scion girl let out a discontented huff. She then concentrated, conjuring energy blasts that she hurled into the vicinity, seemingly to vent her frustrations. The explosions resonated in a cacophony of sound. Now, allow me to pose a question. What is your name? Su Luo inquired. The Scion girl paused her actions, scrutinizing Su Luo and Lazili for a few moments before finally parting her lips. Nancy. And how old are you? I. Nancy's voice faltered as she spread her fingers, counting meticulously. 1, 2, 3, 8, 10. Su Luo was somewhat at a loss for words, realizing that this young girl had even forgotten her own age. In the end, Nancy uttered the number 12. Su Luo continued to pose several inquiries, and although Nancy began to feel a twinge of irritation, she still responded to his questions. After a series of inquiries, Su Luo finally discerned Nancy's true identity. Chapter 58. The Fruits of Maturity, the Harvest. Surprisingly, Su Luo never anticipated that Nancy would be so fortunate as to narrowly escape the onslaught of Frisia's army and emerge alive. Should Frisia become aware of this, one can only ponder his reaction, especially considering that several other scions have also managed to survive in hiding. However, it is likely that Frisia would remain indifferent, as they are merely insignificant pawns in his grand scheme. By the way, are you also a scion? Su Luo bore a striking resemblance to her, with dark hair, deep-set eyes, and skin of a similar hue, igniting a flicker of hope within Nancy. I am not, she replied, a tinge of disappointment lacing her voice. After gaining insight into Nancy's situation, Su Luo began to meander around the spirit tree. Gazing up at the towering branches adorned with clusters of crimson and emerald fruits, he observed the vibrant life they contained, starkly contrasting with the lethargy that enveloped the planet. The fruits glimmered with a greenish-red sheen, rapidly transitioning towards a deeper crimson. It seemed that in just a few days, the spirit tree's fruits would reach full maturity. It appears the fruits of the spirit tree will ripen in a matter of days, Su Luo murmured softly. Su Luo plucked a fruit from the spirit tree and took a bite, experiencing a crisp texture with a hint of tartness. A warm current coursed through him, only to dissipate moments later. He did not perceive any significant change, merely feeling a slight lightness in his body. It seemed the unripe fruit had a minimal effect, rendering it of little consequence to him. Nancy, noticing Su Luo's interest in the spirit tree fruit, felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, it was hers. I cultivated the spirit tree, she huffed. Well, it's mine now, Su Luo replied with a playful glint in his eyes. Aren't you scions supposed to let strength speak for itself? I am stronger than you now, hence this fruit belongs to me. With my power on the rise, I surely shall not be weaker than you. Is that so? Care for a contest? You. Nancy was momentarily taken aback, clenching her fists before relaxing them. Realizing she might not be Su Luo's match, especially since he had saved her life, she chose to remain silent, turning her head away in frustration. Lazili. Observing her puffed-up demeanor, couldn't he resist pinching her chubby cheeks. So soft, it feels delightful, she remarked. Startled by Lazili's gesture, Nancy stepped back, eyeing her warily and replying coldly, What are you doing, woman? Lazili flashed a smile and said, No need to be tense. I just thought you looked adorable and wanted to pinch your cheeks. Adorable? Don't touch me, Nancy shouted, her frustration bubbling over. Sighing softly, Lazili remarked, Oh dear. So fierce at such a young age. Mind your own business, woman. What else with the woman talk? I am Lazili, remember that, Lazili shot back, giving Nancy a pointed look. Lazili, Nancy murmured, crossing her arms in a huff. Su Luo engaged in a playful banter with both a large and a small companion, shaking his head in resignation. He then retrieved ingredients and cooking utensils from his spatial storage. Having traveled a considerable distance, he felt fatigued and slightly famished. Lazili, I am feeling hungry, he remarked, draping an arm around her shoulder with a smile. Oh, I shall prepare a meal right away, Lazili replied with a nod. Nancy, observing Su Luo's seemingly magical display of numerous items, felt a twinge of curiosity, yet maintained a stoic demeanor, refraining from asking questions. As Lazili busied herself with the cooking, it was too long before a sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Overcome by the delightful scent and the sight of the delectable food, Nancy couldn't help but swallow hard, her bright eyes brimming with a longing for the feast. Noticing her reaction, Lazili felt a mischievous thrill. She waved a chicken leg enticingly in front of Nancy, teasingly saying, Sister, I have something delicious for you. Nancy turned her head away in silence, thinking it absurd that a mere chicken leg could win her over. Soon enough, however, she found herself exclaiming, Sister Lazili. This food is truly delightful, as she indulged, her mouth glistening with grease. Lazili nodded with a sense of accomplishment. The trio swiftly polished off the entire spread. Leaning back against a sturdy branch, Nancy patted her round belly, satisfied, relishing the first truly delectable meal she had ever experienced. Meanwhile, on planet Beijiwang, the king of the northern realm anxiously observed Su Luo and his companions, fretting over their delay in destroying the spirit tree. Unable to contain his anxiety, he initiated a mental communication with Su Luo. Su Luo, quickly harvest the fruit of the spirit tree and destroy it. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Upon hearing the king's voice, Su Luo merely smiled calmly. Your Highness, there is no need for concern. The fruit of the spirit tree has yet to ripen. Please allow a few more days. But the northern king began, eager to protest. There are no buts, Your Highness. I assure you, I will destroy the spirit tree. but that will occur only after the fruit has matured. There is no need for further discussion, Su Luo replied with resolute conviction. Very well, the Northern King conceded, somewhat helplessly. Before severing the connection, he then turned his attention to tracking Shalog's movements. Given Shalog's current pace, it would take 9 more days to reach Qingman's star, while the spirit tree's fruit would likely require 4 to 5 days to fully ripen. Oh well, since Sherlag won't arrive in time, Su Luo may proceed as he wishes. The king thought to himself. 5 more days passed. The fruit of the spirit tree had fully ripened, each piece a deep shade of purple, adorned with sharp spines, brimming with abundant life energy. Su Luo, Lazili, and Nancy each held a fruit in their hands and took a bite. The sweet flesh instantly tantalized their taste buds, subsequently transforming into pure vitality that surged within their bodies. After consuming the fruit, Su Luo discovered that the energy within him had only increased slightly. However, his mental strength and vitality had significantly improved, equivalent to the results he would achieve after 6 or 7 days of practicing the celestial meditation technique. Su Luo cast a glance at Lotzi and Nancy, noting that Nancy exhibited the most significant increase in energy. It seems that the more formidable the individual, the lesser the amplification of strength gained from consuming the fruits of the spirit tree. Darius spent over a decade consuming numerous spirit fruits, yet his combat prowess barely reached a mere 100,000. To attain greater strength, it is evident that an accumulation of even more spirit fruits is requisite. For someone of Su Luo's caliber, the enhancement provided by the spirit fruits is negligible. However, this does not imply that the spirit fruits hold no value for Su Luo. After all, these fruits are the essence of the life force drawn from the entirety of the planet, and they contain a wealth of vital energy that can nurture both body and mind. Lotzi, Nancy, let us first gather the spirit fruits and place them into the universal capsule, Su Luo instructed. Lotzi and Nancy nodded in agreement, and the trio transformed into a blur, swiftly navigating through the interwoven branches. One by one, the deep purple spirit fruits were plucked, leaving the branches increasingly bare. Chapter 59. The arrival of Shrag. A few hours later, the vibrant purple fruits of the spirit tree had been completely harvested. Only a few dozen malnourished green fruits remained suspended on the tree. After finishing their gathering, the 3 reconvened. Su Luo estimated that there are approximately 28,000 fruits. Su Luo placed 1,000 fruits into a universal capsule and handed it to Nancy. This is for you, he declared. Naturally, Nancy accepted the capsule, for it represented her hard-earned reward. However, upon observing the mountain of spiritual tree fruits scattered on the ground, she felt a twinge of discontent. Hey, Su Luo, with so many fruits, why do I only receive this meager portion? If you think it's unfair, you can return what you have, she challenged. Not a chance. This is mine, she added, clutching the capsule tightly as Su Luo's piercing gaze fell upon her. You jest. You think you can take back what has already come into my possession? Not a chance. Su Luo glanced at the mound of spirit tree fruits, a smile gracing his lips. For this journey had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. With a mere thought, the fruits before him were drawn into his spatial realm. As he gazed at the towering giant tree, a crucial realization struck him. Ah, Nancy, where are the seeds of the spirit tree? Such a precious treasure as the spirit tree seeds, if held in one's own hands, would be the greatest boon. At Su Luo's inquiry, Nancy began to stammer uncertainly. Seeing Nancy in this state, Su Luo could surmise that the seed of her spirit had undoubtedly been taken away by her. Su Luo spread her palm with a cheerful smile and said, Hand it over. Hand over what? I have nothing, Nancy retorted, her neck stiff with defiance. Really? Su Luo's scrutinizing gaze remained fixed upon her. Nancy felt a twinge of guilt, but stubbornly insisted, I truly have nothing. However, Lotzi, noticing a hint of discrepancy in Nancy's demeanor, pointed and chuckled, You must have hidden it in your bosom. Caught off guard by the revelation of her little trick, Nancy pouted and reluctantly retrieved 2 small, golden fruits from her chest. Su Luo, in the reluctant gaze of Nancy, lazily swiftly seized the 2 peculiar fruits from her hands. These fruits, exuding a subtle fragrance, were only half the size of ordinary ones and radiated a golden hue, unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Su Luo cast a skeptical glance at Nancy and inquired, You wouldn't happen to be hiding any, would you? Nancy, flustered and indignant, retorted, I truly do not. This is a seed fruit that grows at the pinnacle of the tree. Under normal circumstances, the spirit tree bears only a single such fruit. Su Luo nodded, convinced by Nancy's words, and felt it was only natural. Had the seeds of the psychic tree been capable of abundant production, the psychic tree would have long since overrun the cosmos. Aloe, this is for you, Lazuli said, handing one of the fruits to Su Luo. Su Luo accepted the fruit, and before Nancy's eyes, the two began to savor it, each bite releasing a cascade of sweet fragrance that danced on their palates, a truly exquisite delight. "Just a single bite for me, please," Nancy implored, her gaze fixated on the golden fruit in their hands, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. She had never tasted such a fruit before. It had always been Dale's who indulged in it alone. Observing Nancy's eager expression, Lazuli brought the remaining half of the fruit to her lips. With a delighted gasp, Nancy devoured the flesh in one swift motion. "Lazuli, it's delicious," she exclaimed, her appetite still unsated. Her large, captivating eyes sparkled with yearning as she gazed longingly at the fruit in Su Luo's hand. Watching her playful antics, Su Luo inwardly chided, "Nancy, you are a scion. Where is your pride and dignity?" Ultimately, Nancy's wish was fulfilled as she partook of the fruit that Su Luo held, and the three of them shared the bounty of 2 golden fruits. The energy within Su Luo and Lazuli has seen only a modest enhancement. Su Luo's battle power remains at 178 million, while Lazuli possesses a battle power of 420,000. The abundant vital energy resides within them, nurturing their bodies, resulting in a slight increase in mental prowess. Su Luo has experienced an approximate 5 boost, while Lazuli has gained an impressive 18. As for Nancy, who had previously been on the brink of death, her battle power has increased significantly after recovery. Following the consumption of a regular fruit, her battle power surged by several hundred, and after consuming a golden fruit, it rose by over 3,000. Her current battle power now stands at an impressive level. Su Luo gazed around the spirit tree, where desolation reigned and an air of lifelessness pervaded the atmosphere. He lamented, "This planet has indeed transformed into a dead star." "Lazuli, Nancy, please move further away. I am about to destroy this spirit tree." Lazuli nodded, nudging Nancy, who was still savoring the taste of the fruit, and together they ascended away from the spirit tree. Su Luo floated before the spirit tree, his hands arranged in a blossom-like posture at his waist. Turtle. School. Energy. Technique. In an instant, a cerulean vortex rapidly coalesced into a sphere of blue energy, releasing a colossal shockwave that struck the spirit tree. A thunderous roar echoed as the robust roots of the tree fractured from their base, accompanied by a tremendous tremor, leading to the tree's explosive demise. Dozens of azure fruits scattered like glimmering droplets, descending upon the earth like a gentle rain. The shattered spirit tree collapsed onto the ground, transforming into nutrients that gradually seeped into the soil. Perhaps, in a millennium or two, this planet would rejuvenate, giving rise to new life. Su Luo pondered with a hint of mischief whether Shrag would be so overwhelmed upon witnessing this scene that he might suffer a fatal hemorrhage. After the destruction of the spirit tree, Su Luo reached out to the North Kai, inquiring about Shrag's arrival. The North Kai, who had been vigilantly monitoring Su Luo's situation, felt the tendrils on his forehead stir slightly before responding, "Shrag will arrive in 4 days." Su Luo nodded, remaining silent. "Surely, you do not intend to engage in battle with Shrag?" The voice of the North King resounded once more. "Why not? Do not underestimate Shrag, although he is aged. His prowess remains formidable," the North King gravely stated. "I am aware." Time quietly slipped away for another 4 days. The Shrag Legion traversed countless star systems, finally arriving at Qingman Star. Spaceships swayed precariously in the vacuum of space, as if on the verge of disintegrating. Shrag stood before the porthole, gazing at Qingman Star, a dim yellow planet, resembling a lifeless orb, shrouded in a pervasive atmosphere of desolation. This scene mirrored the ancient texts, which proclaimed that the rooting of the spirit tree heralded the planet's demise. However, Shrag did not perceive the presence of the spirit tree. Logically, such a towering giant should be visible even from space. The memory of the slain Patrick invaded Shrag's thoughts, stirring an ominous premonition within him. He commanded, "Descend the ship." Understood, Tama and several crew members swiftly input commands at the control panel. Soon, ship after ship plummeted from the heavens like meteors, crashing onto the barren earth, stirring up powerful winds and billowing clouds of dust. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sounds of spaceship hatches opening echoed in succession. Chapter 60. The battle with Shrag. A horde of extraterrestrials emerged from the spacecraft. Standing upon the increasingly desolate terrain, Shrag's murky gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing nothing but a wasteland. The air was thick with a foul odor, and sandstorms obscured vision. "King Shrag, there is no sign of life detected on this planet." A few subordinates pressed the detectors, confirming the absence of data fluctuations. In other words, the individuals responsible for Patrick's death have already vacated this planet, taking the spirit tree's fruit with them. A glint of cold fury flashed in Shrag's eyes, akin to a malevolent demon that devours hearts. The others trembled in fear. Go, find the spirit tree for me. Such a colossal entity cannot simply be removed. Shrag roared in anger. The subordinates, receiving the command, immediately ascended into the sky, dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, in a distant realm on a cerulean planet, Su Luo and Lazili sat cross-legged by the lakeside, as ethereal orbs of light continuously melded into their beings. Nearby, a small girl named Nancy, adorned with a tail, fervently threw punches and kicked her legs, diligently engaging in the most fundamental of training. For days prior, Nancy had also departed alongside Su Luo and Lazili. After a while, Su Luo opened his eyes, a glimmer of luminescence flickering within them, signaling the conclusion of his meditative practice. Whether it was due to the ingestion of the golden fruit remains uncertain. Yet his rate of meditation and cultivation had surged to tenfold in recent days. The results of his meditative endeavors now rivaled those of several dozen days of previous training. However, this remarkable acceleration has abruptly ceased, clearly indicating that the effects of the golden fruit have been entirely expended. Su Luo's progress in the third dimension has reached 40, with his combat power soaring to 181 million. Lazili has also opened her eyes, concluding her meditative training. Her aura has intensified further, likely increasing her combat prowess by over 10,000. How is your harvest? Su Luo inquired. I feel splendid. If I continue to train for another 3 to 4 months, I should be able to transcend to the third level of dimension, Lazili replied with a smile gracing her lips. Su Luo let out a light chuckle. At that moment, the voice of the northern boundary king resonated. Su Luo, Sherlag has already arrived at Qingman Star. Has he finally come? Su Luo murmured, his eyes sparkling with intensity. A fierce battle spirit surging within him. Lazili displayed a look of concern. Su Luo gently caressed Lazili's delicate and tender face, softly assuring her, do not worry. I am merely going to engage in battle with Shrag. It is not a fight to the death. If I find myself unable to prevail, I shall return instantly. Lazili wrapped her arms around Su Luo's neck, and after placing a gentle kiss upon his lips, she released her embrace. Hello, do take care. Su Luo nodded slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. On the planet of Qingman, Shrag stood amidst the colossal remnants of the spirit tree. As he surveyed the scattered debris, the aged features of Shrag gradually twisted into a grimace. The spirit tree had been destroyed, severing the last hope of restoring his youth. Shrag found this utterly unacceptable. The energy within him began to surge violently, and a terrifying aura radiated outward. His subordinates, upon sensing the eruption of Shrag's wrath, felt as if they were being crushed by an enormous mountain, struggling to breathe. How dare they destroy the spirit tree? A fearsome wave of sound echoed for miles. It was evident that Shrag was in a state of extreme fury. Just then, a strikingly handsome young man appeared before Shrag without warning. Accompanying his arrival was a voice that resonated. What a pity, Shrag, you are fated to be estranged from the spirit tree. Who is this? Shrag's subordinates were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the dark-haired youth. Su Luo disregarded the minions, casting a discerning glance at Shrag, the malevolent super-Namekian, whose face was a tapestry of wrinkles and whose dark green skin bore the marks of age. A sinister aura enveloped him, replete with the essence of decay and frailty. Yet, the reservoir of energy within him remained astonishingly vast, boasting a battle prowess of at least 30 million. In a voice as frigid as ice, Shrag inquired, is it you who has destroyed the spirit tree? I never anticipated that despite your advanced years, your mind remains as sharp as ever. Su Luo retorted with a hint of mockery. Shrag, upon hearing Su Luo's remark about his age, felt a sting that pierced through his carefully concealed vulnerabilities. As if someone had abruptly unmasked his deepest insecurities. Suppressing his simmering rage, he ground his teeth and spat out. Where are the fruits of the spirit tree, O king? Naturally, I have plucked them, Su Luo replied, casting a look of incredulity towards Shrag. I am asking you, where have you placed the fruits? Shrag's eyes burned with fury as he spoke through clenched teeth. Suddenly enlightened, Su Luo swiftly retrieved a fruit from the spirit tree from his space. In the presence of Shrag, he devoured the fruit with remarkable speed. Without a second thought, he discarded the pit onto the ground as if it were mere refuse. Here it is, the last one. I have consumed all the others, he declared. Shrag, observing the pit lying on the ground from a distance, could sense the vibrant essence of life emanating from it. He was now certain it was indeed a spirit tree fruit. You claim you have eaten them all? Shrag inquired once more. Are you growing old? Perhaps your hearing has diminished? I just stated that I have consumed them all, Su Luo retorted. Very well, very well. Provoked repeatedly by Su Luo, Schlag's anger surged, radiating an icy, penetrating chill. As Su Luo's gaze grew increasingly grave, he recognized that Schlag's combat prowess exceeded 30 million, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the eightfold Luoxian fist. In an instant, a vibrant blue aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming presence. What? Schlag was taken aback by this formidable force. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a seething rage. This human possessed such extraordinary power, it was entirely plausible that he had indeed consumed all the fruits of the spirit tree, as claimed. With a swift motion of his finger through the void, Su Luo executed the spatial dimensional slash. A ripple of nothingness surged forth, akin to ripples on water, racing toward Schlag. Observing this seemingly tranquil strike, Schlag's expression shifted dramatically, and an inexplicable sense of dread welled up within him. He could not withstand it. He had to evade. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Schlag leaped high into the air, yet he was still a moment too late. His legs, unable to escape, were caught by the wave of nothingness. The power of the void wave remained undiminished as it surged towards Schlag's subordinates positioned behind him, silently slicing through them. In mere moments, Schlag's minions fell like grass, severed at the waist. Only a short, unassuming alien remained unscathed, as Schlag felt a searing pain emanating from his legs. He looked down to discover that they were now devoid of substance. Purple blood flowed like a torrent, cascading downwards. Chapter 61. The battle intensifies. Schlag's eyes were bloodshot. How long had it been since he had sustained an injury? The last time he had been harmed was during his prime, in a clash with the Frozen Clan, where he had suffered grave wounds and experienced a significant reduction in power. Now, he found himself at the mercy of an obscure youth who had shattered his legs, an utter humiliation, far more unbearable than the physical agony he endured. Su Luo gazed at the legless Schlag with a sense of regret, having initially believed that a surprise attack would incapacitate him. The aura surrounding Schlag began to boil with intensity, his visage contorted as if he were enduring tremendous agony. Suddenly, a viscous yellow-green fluid erupted from the severed stumps. Remarkably, his severed legs regenerated, reminiscent of a lizard's tail. This miraculous rebirth of severed limbs was a remarkable innate ability of the Namekian race. However, such a power was exceedingly taxing, posing a considerable strain on the elderly Schlag. As Su Luo noticed that Schlag's breath had weakened significantly, a faint smile graced his lips. How infuriating it is that you dared to inflict such grievous harm upon me. Your demise is the only remedy for my wrath. With a roar, Schlag unleashed a furious punch directed at Su Luo. However, Su Luo had already anticipated the attack. He deftly sidestepped to evade the blow, swiftly repositioning himself with clenched fists, ready to retaliate with all his might. The sound of fists colliding reverberated through the air, as countless afterimages raced from the ground to the sky. Under the dimly hued sky, Su Luo and Schlag engaged in a frenetic melee, their fists weaving a tapestry of shadows so dense it felt as if the very air around them had congealed into a tumultuous vortex of energy. Should any living being venture too close, they would be reduced to mere fragments by the invisible force surrounding the two combatants. In a moment of collision, they momentarily separated, only to transform into two radiant streaks, one blue, the other white, before crashing into each other with tremendous force. An invisible shockwave emanated from their clash, sweeping outward in all directions. Schlag's subordinates cowered below, trembling as they bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this human who dares to stand toe-to-toe with King Schlag? They whispered in awe. While a crowd of onlookers remained absorbed in the spectacle, countless waves of energy cascaded from the sky like shooting stars. Look out! Quickly, take cover! The subordinates of Schlag scattered in panic, akin to frightened animals fleeing for their lives. Yet, some were caught unawares, directly struck by the energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions as fireballs erupted, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. On the parched, desert-like terrain, large craters began to form. Countless cosmic beings were obliterated, reduced to mere puddles of flesh in the wake of this surging tide of energy. Bang! In the sky, Su Luo and Schlag exchanged another powerful blow, then propelled themselves apart. Breathing heavily, Su Luo was encased in a blue aura, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His garments in tatters. His robust physique bore the marks of their fierce confrontation, covered in a myriad of intersecting wounds and bruises, clearly indicating the toll this brutal battle had taken on him. Su Luo cast a glance at the equally battered Schlag, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although Shrag's combat prowess surpassed 30 million, his advanced age rendered him incapable of unleashing his true potential, at best managing to exert only 40 to 50% of his strength. It was reminiscent of the original Son Gohan, who, despite possessing immense power, neglected his training, resulting in a frail physique that hindered his ability to manifest his true capabilities. Damn humanity, how dare they render this king in such a pitiable state? Breathing heavily, Shrag gazed at Su Luo, his dark eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. Ah, Shrag, with age comes submission. Just look at your decrepit form. You ought to be on the brink of death. Perhaps it is best you return home swiftly to avoid further embarrassment. Su Luo spoke with unrelenting disdain. Very well. It seems I have been underestimated. Shrag's expression shifted unpredictably, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. The immense power within him erupted instantaneously, his aura swelling dramatically. 19 million, 24 million, 29 million. Ultimately, it stabilized at a staggering 35 million combat power. At this moment, Shrag no longer cared for his frail, aging body, forcibly drawing upon his overloaded strength. Although this would impose a significant burden on his physique, shortening his lifespan as a consequence, Shrag was beyond caring. This human had repeatedly provoked him, trampling on his dignity, and Shrag could no longer endure it. Was Shrag finally prepared to engage seriously? Su Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The aged form of Shrag hovered in the air not far away, raising a hand towards Su Luo. As Shrag's arm ascended, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within Su Luo's heart. Whoosh! A dark red beam sliced through the air. The trajectory of this energetic assault was beyond visual capture, leaving Su Luo to rely solely on instincts honed through countless battles. Without a moment's hesitation, he desperately evaded to the side, and almost simultaneously, a sharp pain radiated from his left shoulder. A gaping wound appeared on Su Luo's shoulder, crimson blood cascading from the injury. Haha, human boy, you are quite nimble in your evasion, Shrag's sinister voice echoed. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the excitement only intensifies. However, I wonder how many times you can elude me. With that, dark red light surged once more from Shrag's fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams imbued with the essence of death tore through the air, reaching Su Luo in an instant, moving with such speed that he scarcely had time to react. Just as the lethal beams were set to pierce Su Luo's body, in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. What? Shrag's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not perceived Su Luo's movement, as if the young man had simply ceased to exist. He recalled how Su Luo had previously appeared before him with the same abruptness. Do not only focus on what lies ahead, Su Luo's indifferent voice resonated beside him. Such remarkable speed. Shrag's heart raced with alarm. However, Su Luo did not afford him a moment to react. His fist, potent enough to shatter a mountain, struck directly against Shrag's face. Bang! Caught unawares by this sudden onslaught, Shrag braced himself with his visage to absorb Su Luo's blow. Yet, he merely flew backwards for several meters before halting his momentum. His head, askew from the impact, gradually turned to face Su Luo, revealing a cruel grin. You certainly hit me hard, human boy, he remarked. With that, Shrag swiftly elongated his arm and, amidst Su Luo's astonished gaze, seized his arm and yanked him back. Su Luo was forcefully tugged forward, landing directly before Shrag. In an instant, he was struck in the abdomen by a brutal knee. Ugh! Su Luo expelled a mouthful of bile. A sinister glint flickered in Shrag's eyes as he clenched his fists and delivered a powerful blow to Su Luo's back. Thud! Su Luo felt as if his very bones were fracturing. A mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth as his body plummeted towards the earth like a cannonball. The ground trembled once more with a resounding crash. A deep pit emerged, shrouded in thick smoke. Chapter 62. The time of Su Luo's stasis. You wretched human. It is you who have severed my chance to regain my youth. Today, you shall perish on this planet. As he gazed upon the smoke-covered chasm, a fierce malice ignited in Shrag's obsidian eyes. Traveling vast distances to this planet only to be denied the fruit of the spirit tree. Not to mention the considerable energy wasted and the significant shortening of his lifespan, how could he possibly contain his fury? With that, Shrag extended his hands downwards. Waves of white energy surged forth, continuously unleashed from his palms. The energy shockwaves cascaded through the air, piercing the thick smoke and striking the depths of the pit. Thunderous booms echoed as colossal mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, high above Shrag, Su Luo, battered yet unyielding, observed with a sense of leisure as Shrag unleashed his energy upon the ground. He then retrieved a celestial beam from his spatial pocket, placed it into his mouth. chewed for a moment, and swallowed. Miraculously, the injuries that had ravaged Su Luo's body were mended in an instant by the bean's restorative properties. Unaware of his adversary's presence, Schlag remained oblivious to the fact that Su Luo was floating serenely above him, watching the chaos unfold. Schlag, his visage twisted in rage, continued to bombard the earth with energy waves, fixated on the fiery explosions below. Once he had vented his fury, he finally ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the ravaged terrain and, with a sense of triumph, proclaimed, "Humph, this is the fate that befalls those who dare to offend Schlag. Quite a spectacle indeed. Who would have thought that the once mighty Schlag would vent his wrath upon the land? Impressive, truly." A cool voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing this familiar taunt, Schlag's smug expression faltered. He abruptly looked up, discovering Su Luo gazing down at him with a mocking grin. It was then that he realized a horrifying truth. The injuries on Su Luo had astonishingly healed completely. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Schloss roared, his expression one of disbelief. "You were clearly struck in a vital area. There is no way you could have any strength to move. Moreover, how could all your wounds have fully recovered?" Su Luo would never be so bored as to answer his questions. With arms outstretched and palms facing his face, he unleashed the sun fist. Instantly, a dazzling radiance enveloped Su Luo, shining brilliantly like the sun. Suddenly, Su Luo executed a cunning maneuver, catching Schlag completely off guard. The blinding brilliance struck his eyes, causing him to instinctively shield them in agony. In that fleeting moment, Schlag was rendered temporarily sightless, though this blindness would soon dissipate. However, this brief interlude provided Su Luo with the perfect opportunity to launch his assault. With a fierce roar, azure flames enveloped Su Luo's form once more. Drawing upon his strength, he surged forward, appearing before Schlag in the blink of an eye. His fists, as weighty as mountains, swung with rapidity, creating a series of afterimages that relentlessly battered Schlag's body. Deprived of sight and unable to sense the surrounding energy, Schlag could only resort to a passive defense, which proved futile against the onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike landed with increasing ferocity upon Schlag. Having previously expended excessive energy, his defenses were significantly weakened. The devastating force of Su Luo's punches penetrated Schlag's core, eliciting excruciating pain from deep within, as if his very insides were being torn apart. With a resounding blow, another powerful punch connected with Schlag's chin, propelling him into the air. New chi cannon. Su Luo's 10 fingers interlocked, forming an irregular rectangle, as lightning coursed between his palms. In an instant, a terrifying golden light transformed into a shockwave of energy, hurtling toward Schlag with cataclysmic force. At that moment, Schlag had regained some of his vision. He opened his eyes to witness a fearsome golden beam approaching him. Hastily, he raised his hands to shield himself. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and scalding waves of heat permeated the air. Schlag was left in a pitiable state, his body charred and blackened, an acrid scent of burning lingering in the atmosphere. For the umpteenth time, he had sustained such grievous injuries. Cursed be it! Overwhelmed by pain, Schlag let out a furious roar, his antennae quivering as the latent power within him surged forth. Throughout his life, the instances of injury he had endured could be counted on one hand. To state it plainly, prior to encountering Su Luo, he had only been wounded once, during an encounter with the Frozen Clan. However, now faced with Su Luo, Schlag had endured a series of humiliations. He swore he had never wished to kill anyone as fervently as he did now. Schlag was resolute in his intent to slay him. His ferocious gaze locked onto Su Luo, an aura of unrelenting malice enveloping him. The air began to boil with intensity. Schlag's power surged once more. 38 million, 45 million, 57 million, 69 million, 76 million. At that moment, the atmosphere grew still, as if the stakes had escalated dramatically. Su Luo felt an immense pressure enveloping him, and he murmured softly to himself. It appeared that Schlag was determined to confront him with all his might. At that moment, Schlag suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, his voice emerged beside Su Luo, a chilling tone that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, demanding, "Grant me your demise." This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Su Luo's pupils constricted suddenly. A fist capable of shattering mountains reflected in his eyes, growing ever larger. Su Luo had no doubt that if this blow were to strike his head, it would undoubtedly burst open like a watermelon. There was no escaping it now. In Su Luo's pitch-black pupils, a glimmer of golden radiance once again blossomed. Time stood still. A grayish-white world abruptly descended. Schlag's fist halted a mere centimeter before Su Luo, unable to advance any further. Before Su Luo could catch her breath, she felt the grayish-white world around her begin to tremble, as if it were on the verge of shattering. As Su Luo's expression shifted, he activated his time-stopping ability. Under ordinary circumstances, he could freeze opponents whose energy levels were inferior to his for a duration of 0.5 seconds. However, Schlag's energy far surpassed his own, resulting in a mere 0.1 second freeze before the time-stopped realm began to falter. Su Luo swiftly dodged to the side. In less than 0.2 seconds, the grayish-white world shattered instantaneously. Schlag's fist, powerful enough to shatter mountains, descended, realizing that he felt no impact in his hand. Schlag gazed at the empty scenery before him, a flicker of astonishment piercing through his fierce gaze. "I've missed again!" Schlag roared in fury. "Where are you?" As his words echoed, a sudden force struck the back of his head. It was Su Luo delivering a full-force kick. Bang! Schlag was sent reeling, his body staggering downward. Dizziness enveloped his mind, and he remained oblivious to the approaching figure, enduring the blow with sheer force. Consumed by rage, Schlag turned to look, only to find no trace of anyone. Bang! 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 In the next moment, waves of pain surged through his abdomen, as if he had been struck countless times. Under this relentless barrage, Schlag's body was propelled backward. From the corner of his vision, Su Luo's silhouette vanished from sight. The bizarre onslaught continued. Chapter 63, The Arrival of Gula Bang. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Schlag resembled a punching bag, relentlessly battered by the fleeting figure. His body soared through the air, and before he could regain his footing, he was struck by a flurry of attacks. Whoosh! Su Luo reappeared, unleashing a staggering 48 million units of energy. His fist, enveloped in a blue aura, radiated intense energy as it struck Schlag squarely on the face, the immense power concentrating at a single point before erupting. Schlag's expression twisted in agony as he was sent flying. It wasn't long before he managed to halt his backward descent, feeling the sharp pain on his face. Schlag's eyes filled with rage. "You damned creature." With that, Schlag summoned the power within him, raising his hand to unleash a formidable energy wave aimed directly at Su Luo. Su Luo maintained a tranquil demeanor as the energy wave approached with alarming proximity, ready to strike. Just as it seemed inevitable, Su Luo's form vanished once more. The energy wave met only empty air, crashing into the distant ground and instantly giving rise to a fiery mushroom cloud, swirling in its wake. Such swiftness, such astonishing swiftness. How could this feeble being possess such speed? Schlag roared in disbelief. Though his power was sufficient to obliterate Su Luo at will, Su Luo's velocity rendered him untouchable. Schlag felt as though he were striking a cotton ball, utterly impotent. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of peril coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble. In the next instant, 3 blades of void tore through space, approaching Schlag from various angles. Having encountered such an assault before, he did not hesitate to evade. Yet, his movements ultimately proved sluggish. Swoosh! Swoosh! One blade cleaved Schlag in half, while another sliced diagonally through his right side. The third narrowly missed him. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Schlag, echoing through the heavens. It seemed he was in excruciating pain. Su Luo floated before him, arms crossed, and coldly uttered a remark. Upon seeing that detestable, indifferent visage, Schlag's features contorted in anguish. With a roar, his severed body began to regenerate from the point of dismemberment, thick, viscous slime adhering to its surface. The aura surrounding Schlag diminished instantaneously. He let out another furious bellow. A surge of white flames erupted, enveloping him in a protective shield. It seemed that the series of painful lessons had imparted wisdom to Schlag, as he finally grasped the art of defense. A round of applause echoed. Impressive, indeed. Even at such an advanced age, his vitality remained remarkably resilient. Su Luo expressed his sincere admiration. However, to Schlag's ears, it was an unbearable sound. "Come to your demise." With a swift motion, a terrifying fist tore through the air, striking Su Luo's illusory form in an instant. Su Luo once again vanished before Schlag. With bloodshot eyes and a frenzied demeanor, Schlag searched desperately for Su Luo's presence in every direction, up, down, left, right, forward, and back, but saw no trace of him. The vast sky and the desolate earth seemed to swallow Su Luo whole. "You wretched creature, show yourself." Schlag's furious roar pierced the air, echoing far and wide. Energy waves coalesced in his hands as he unleashed indiscriminate attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered, and magma erupted from below. Panting, Su Luo observed the deranged Schlag from a distance, his expression calm despite the chaos. Having continuously employed time stasis, teleportation, and unleashed his full power, he had completely exhausted his own strength. Alas, it became evident that his own capabilities were insufficient. This confrontation with Shrag illuminated the stark disparity between them. Although Su Luo had appeared to gain the upper hand for a time, his attacks, aside from the dimensional slash which inflicted actual harm, were largely ineffective, merely serving to irritate Shrag. The prolonged engagement was solely reliant on the power of time and space. Acknowledging this gap in strength, Su Luo withdrew a magical beam and consumed it, feeling a surge of vitality replenish within him. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the North Kai watched in astonishment as Su Luo and Shrag clashed. Incredible. I never anticipated Su Luo's power to be so formidable, capable of cornering Shrag to this extent. While uncertain of the nature of the being Su Luo had consumed, it evidently restored all his injuries and strength, a truly miraculous substance. If he pressed on and continued to exhaust Shrag, perhaps he could indeed vanquish that scoundrel. The tactics may have been somewhat underhanded, but the thrill was undeniable. The North Kai mused, knowing that despite Shrag's long absence, he remained a significant threat, a malignant presence in the North Galaxy. Eliminating Shrag would be most advantageous. Suddenly, the North Kai noticed something approaching Chi-Man Star. Having been engrossed in the battle between Su Luo and Shrag, he failed to realize that several disc-shaped spaceships had entered the vicinity of Chi-Man Star. My lord. There's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. The North Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar insignia on the spacecraft and the solitary figure within, Gula and his legion. Gula, a member of the Frost clan, possesses immense power. Many years ago, alongside King Cooled and Frisia, he wreaked havoc across the Northern Galaxy. Subsequently, he led his legion alone into the Eastern Galaxy. The Northern Galaxy has not witnessed Gula's presence for many years. Unexpectedly, he has re-emerged in the Northern Galaxy, heading towards the Chingsong Star. His intentions are unmistakable. He seeks the Spirit Tree. This is dire news that must be conveyed to Su Luo without delay. If Sherlag is akin to a decrepit, malevolent wolf, then Gula is undoubtedly a vigorous, majestic lion. The two are not even worthy of comparison. King Gula, we are approaching Chingsong Star, reported Shaviza. Ah, splendid. Gula responded. Seated upon his throne, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, indicative of his delightful mood. Heh. I wonder what expression Sherlag will wear upon encountering me. Surprise or terror? Gula's crimson eyes gleamed with amusement. Shaviza, issue orders for the warriors to remain poised for battle. We shall annihilate every last member of Shalag's legion, commanded Gula. Understood. King Gula, replied Shaviza, bowing before withdrawing. Humph, Sherlag, your life shall be claimed by me, and the spirit tree shall be mine as well. Gula chuckled with pride. Shaviza relayed Gula's commands, and upon receiving the orders, the warriors readied themselves for battle, standing vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. Chapter 64. Star explosion. The land lay in ruins, with molten lava surging forth. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and the searing heat. At this moment, Sherlag resembled a frenzied beast, rampaging and wreaking destruction in every direction. Su Luo's failure to strike was not the only misfortune. Many of his subordinates fell victim to friendly fire. The mice hiding in every corner, come forth. Shrag's dim eyes had long since lost their rational gleam. Waves of energy were unleashed recklessly, as if there were no cost to be paid. Alas, it appears he has succumbed to madness. Su Luo sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, murmuring softly. A terrifying presence is swiftly approaching. Su Luo seemed to sense something, abruptly raising his head to gaze at the dusky horizon. His profound eyes appeared capable of piercing the void, as if perceiving distant realms. This chilling aura far surpassed that of Shrag. Who could it be that was approaching here? Su Luo murmured to herself, noting that such formidable beings in the universe are exceedingly rare, and their aura is chillingly potent, far surpassing that of Shrag. In Su Luo's mind, three figures emerged: the Frozen Clan, Gula, the King of Kurds, and Frisia. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed in his ears. Su Luo. This is dire. The Gula Legion is nearing this planet. So it is Gula. No wonder such a formidable aura emanates. In Su Luo's profound gaze, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, as if he were deep in thought. Gula is far more formidable than you can imagine. It would be wise for you to refrain from entertaining notions of confronting him. The King of the North, noticing Su Luo's restlessness, hastily advised, My lord, I am aware. Su Luo nodded. He was no fool, and was acutely aware of Gula's formidable strength, which he could not contend with. If he could not best Shrag, whose combat power was merely tens of millions, how could he hope to confront Gula, whose might exceeded 100 million? Just keep that in mind and hasten your departure from this planet, he advised. As for Shrag, let him engage in a struggle with Gula. The North Kai remarked with a hint of cunning in his tone. If the Shrag Legion could clash with the Gula Legion in a fight to the bitter end, resulting in mutual destruction, it would be nothing short of splendid. No need to rush, Kai. While we await Gula's arrival, I shall take a moment to spar with Shrag. The fierce battle intent within Su Luo's eyes surged once more. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position and reappeared before Shrag. Hey, Su Luo. This is not the time for recklessness. This is a perilous endeavor, and one misstep could cost you your life, the North Realm King urged anxiously. However, Su Luo clearly had no intention of heeding his words. It would be a shame to miss such an exceptional sparring partner like Shrag. Well, whatever will be, will be. The North Realm King resignedly concluded, witnessing Su Luo's obstinacy. As Shrag caught sight of Su Luo standing before him, his eyes blazed with intensity. The phrase "when enemies meet." Their eyes turned red perfectly encapsulated the moment. Shrag launched a series of lethal strikes, each of which Su Luo deftly evaded while counterattacking. Soon, the fierce clash of combat erupted once more. Beyond the Qingman star, disc-shaped spacecraft hovered in the cosmic expanse. The Gula Legion had arrived. A chilling yet formidable aura descended from the distant sky, palpable in its presence. Su Luo squinted his eyes. Has the time finally arrived? It seems the battle is coming to an end. Coming to an end? Do you believe this is a decision you can make? A cruel and merciless smile appeared before Su Luo, as Shrag's fist, akin to a rampaging dragon, descended upon Su Luo's face with tremendous force. Su Luo's lips curled into a smile as his figure flickered, seemingly transcending space, and appeared in another location high above. Shrag, we shall engage in battle another time, provided, of course, that you survive. Oh, and by the way, Gula has already arrived on this planet. Wishing you good fortune. Until we meet again. Su Luo kindly offered a reminder. The battle had been fought, and while the opportunity for killing had evaded him, he had nonetheless engaged in a thrilling contest. During his confrontation with Shrag, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, relishing the exhilaration of such a vigorous combat. Attempting to flee? Such an endeavor was far from simple. Enraged, Shrag unleashed a flurry of energy shockwaves, hurtling towards Su Luo with ferocity. However, just as these waves were poised to strike, they met with emptiness. Su Luo vanished once more into the sky, as silently as he had arrived. Curse being. Shrag, consumed by rage, let out a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. How dare you humiliate me and attempt to flee? Such an outcome is unacceptable. After venting his fury, Shrag fell into a brooding silence, his dark eyes glimmering with madness. You think you can escape this planet? I shall obliterate it, and see where you can run. Even in death, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Shrag's tone was ominous, his words dripping with unrestrained insanity. He harbored a boundless hatred for Su Luo, having shattered his last hope of reclaiming youth. Moreover, during their battle, he had exhausted much of his strength, and now, he felt his life force waning. He feared his time was short. Shrag gazed upward, where familiar spacecraft descended from the sky. The emblematic vessels of his ancient rivals, the Frost Clan. He could sense a dark, frigid power emanating from them, mirroring his own. It appeared that the loathsome human had spoken the truth. Gula had indeed arrived. Everything seemed premeditated, as if it were all within his expectations. Today, it seemed, would be his last. Shrag understood Gula's might, which had only grown since their youth. With his own strength depleted, he stood no chance against Gula. Gula, I never imagined you would come to witness my downfall. But this ends here. A manic gleam flickered in Shrag's eyes as an aura of chilling intensity enveloped him. He concentrated, summoning a colossal sphere of red energy. The fiery glow radiated like a miniature sun, its energy potent enough to annihilate a planet. Let us perish together. Shrag's voice echoed like a harbinger of doom, instilling terror. With a sweeping motion, he hurled the massive energy sphere downward. It generated a resonant hum as it sliced through the air. As time passed, the sphere swelled to nearly the size of a small mountain, its searing heat distorting the very fabric of space. Boom. The Earth seemed to have been struck by a colossal meteor, resonating with a thunderous roar. A fiery orb of energy ascended like the rising sun, only to explode, painting the entire sky in a sanguine hue. The terrifying energy washed over the planet's surface, causing violent tremors. From every corner of the globe, magma erupted, while the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, as if heralding an apocalyptic calamity. Gula, who had just landed on the planet Shishan, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the chaos unfolding around him. What sort of game is this? I barely arrived, and the planet is already on the brink of annihilation? Chapter 65 Conclusion. Shuiza immediately relayed the command for a full retreat. Gula declared, his expression dark and foreboding. He had hoped to catch Shrag off guard and deliver a surprise, but instead, Shrag had turned the tables, leaving him in shock. While the planet's explosion wouldn't be fatal, severe injury was inevitable. Moreover, with his army stationed here, losing them would be catastrophic. After all, gathering another formidable force would require significant time and effort. Yes, Shuiza replied promptly, hastily setting off to convey the orders. Amidst the cacophony of booming sounds, the newly arrived spacecraft ascended into the sky, hastily fleeing the planet. The Gula Legion had arrived with such vigor. Yet their retreat was nothing short of chaotic. At that moment, a pair of dark, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the ascending spacecraft. Attempting to escape? This king shall not grant you such a wish. Shrag raised his hand, aiming at the spacecraft, as a white cyclone of energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. With a series of swift motions, waves of energy surged upwards, resembling a soaring dragon, accompanied by piercing sounds as they tore through the atmospheric barrier, hurtling towards the spacecraft that was about to breach the confines of outer space. In the control room of the spacecraft, Gula's tail thrashed against the hull in frustration, revealing his intense displeasure. He had anticipated easily subduing Shrag and seizing the spirit tree. Yet, Shrag's unpredictable actions had led to the planet's destruction. Did he truly believe that such trivial tactics could ensure his demise here? How ludicrous. Just then, the spacecraft's warning system emitted an urgent alarm. What is happening? Gula's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident. Your Majesty Gula, trouble is at hand. A powerful energy response is about to collide with the spacecraft, reported the alien in charge of intelligence, urgency in his voice. Gula's brow furrowed, an ominous feeling creeping over him, as if he had just pieced together a dreadful realization. Without hesitation, he burst forth from the spacecraft. Waves of energy surged towards the vessel. Shrag! Gula let out a furious roar, then raised his hand, with crimson light emanating from his fingertips. In an instant, a barrage of energy projectiles intercepted the nearest wave of energy. However, the remaining spacecraft were not as fortunate. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a series of intense explosions as fiery orbs erupted against the pitch-black backdrop of the cosmos, only to vanish moments later, leaving behind thick clouds of smoke. Countless fragments of spacecraft plummeted from the heavens. Gula's forces suffered a staggering loss, dwindling by a third in the wake of this relentless assault. Witnessing such extensive damage to his troops, Gula cast a chilling gaze upon the planet below, on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, Shrag seemed to sense something, his murky eyes fixated on the distant sky. The former ruler and the current sovereign locked eyes across the expanse of the cosmos, as if sparks were about to ignite between them. With a crack, the planet's core fractured, and it began to swell ominously. At this moment, the planet Qingshuan had entered the threshold of destruction. Torrential lava and purple lightning intertwined, swiftly engulfing the decaying body of the aged Shrag. Thunderous roars echoed through the tranquil void of space as Qingshuan erupted like a colossal fireball, showering the cosmos with sparks that burst forth like fireworks, resplendent and breathtaking. The once dominant cosmic overlord Shrag and his legion perished alongside the obliteration of Qingshuan, leaving behind a void in this celestial expanse. One might have anticipated a grand interstellar conflict between Shrag's forces and Gula's army. Yet it was unforeseen that Shrag would choose to annihilate the planet, opting for a mutual destruction. Such a demise is indeed remarkable. Su Luo hovered weightlessly amidst the cosmic expanse, his gaze fixated on the explosive demise of the Chi-Man star. He sensed the life force of Shrag had vanished, evoking a profound sense of lament within him. He had not departed earlier. Rather, he had intended to witness a spectacular battle. Little did he expect that Shrag would succumb to such provocation, obliterating a star over a mere disagreement. One might have hoped for at least a struggle. Across the starry expanse, Su Luo sensed the formidable aura emanating from Gula, a flicker of combativeness igniting in his gaze before settling back into tranquility. He realized he was not yet a match for Gula and saw no purpose in seeking unnecessary torment. There would be ample opportunities in the future. With that thought, he vanished from the spot. Gula, the king, noted the complete absence of life signals, surmising that Shrag and his legion had perished alongside him. Shuiza glanced at the detector's lens, which relayed no data, and reported accordingly. Gula responded nonchalantly, though his mind was preoccupied with another matter. This time, not only did Gula's legion gain nothing, but they also suffered significant losses. Initially, Gula had believed that Shrag had chosen to annihilate the planet to confront him. However, Shrag's demise dispelled that notion. As an old adversary, Gula was acutely aware that Shrag was a man who valued his life exceedingly. He would never choose death unless utterly cornered. Who, then, had forced Shrag into such a predicament? Gula never anticipated that there existed such formidable powers in the universe beyond their frozen kin. It was truly surprising. Troubled by his inability to fathom the situation, Gula commanded, "Return." Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, North Kai felt exceedingly pleased, despite the events not unfolding as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, the outcome was similar. Shrag's legion had been entirely vanquished, and Gula's forces had also suffered greatly. Splendid. North Kai joyfully maneuvered his small car along the planet's winding roads at a rapid pace. "Hey, Lazili, why are you daydreaming over there? Come and spar with me." Nancy, hands on her hips, said haughtily, observing Lazili sitting by the lakeside in a stupor. "No interest," Lazili replied, casting a glance at Nancy's petite frame before averting her gaze. "Are you looking down on me?" Nancy retorted, displeased. "Not at all. Then why won't you fight me?" "I don't want to." "You." Nancy pouted and then sat down beside her. "Where did Su Luo go?" "Off to fight," Lazili said softly. "What? He didn't take me with him?" Nancy's tone rose sharply. "Take you? You wouldn't even survive a finger's touch from him." At that moment, a magnetic and enchanting voice resonated. "Aluo." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lazili's lips curved into a captivating smile. However, seeing Su Luo's tattered appearance, her brows furrowed with concern as she gently stroked his hair. "It's nothing," Su Luo replied with a smile, tousling the girl's hair affectionately. "I have something important." "Su Luo, what did you mean by that statement?" Nancy said with dissatisfaction. "Well, the literal meaning," came the reply. "Oh, it's so infuriating." Chapter 66, Daily Training Part 1. Lazily, Lazili cast a sharp glance at Nancy, signaling her to be quiet for a moment. Instantly, Nancy fell silent. After all, Lazili was the one providing the meals, and angering her would mean no delightful food. Su Luo settled beside Lazili and recounted the recent battle to the two women with vivid detail, a touch of pride evident on his face. Lazili and Nancy listened intently, with Nancy occasionally exclaiming in surprise, "Allo, that was exceedingly reckless of you. Did we not agree that you would retreat if the odds were against you?" Lazili chided upon hearing of Su Luo's perilous encounters. "Heh, I couldn't help myself," Su Luo said, sheepishly rubbing his nose. "Hey, Su Luo, just how formidable is this Shrag you mentioned?" Nancy inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Somewhat strong. In terms of combat power, he is over 1,000 times your strength," Su Luo replied. "Oh, so he is merely somewhat strong? 1,000 times isn't that impressive." "What? How many times did you say?" Nancy seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, her voice rising sharply. "Approximately 1,900 times, I believe." Su Luo chuckled at the astonished expression on the young girl's face. "You must be joking. Even that rascal Frisia is not that powerful," Nancy retorted, her expression one of disbelief. "Nancy, you underestimate Frisia greatly. His strength surpasses your imagination," Su Luo murmured. As Su Luo fell silent, Nancy fidgeted anxiously, like a restless ant on a hot pan, urging him to continue. "Please, go on. Frisia's true combat power is a staggering 120 million. However, this immense strength is difficult for him to control, so he must seal it away through transformation." Su Luo spoke with a casual nonchalance. "Wait, how much is 120 million? Nancy inquired, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having wandered since childhood, Nancy found herself lacking in knowledge. Her familiarity with numbers stemmed solely from her memories of the Dale's fruit harvests. What on earth was 120 million? It was a concept she had never encountered before. Su Luo and Lazili exchanged glances, and then turned their attention to Nancy. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen this before?" Nancy said, her voice tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. "Let me put it this way. Frisia's combat power is approximately 3,000 times greater than yours," Su Luo remarked, barely suppressing a chuckle. "So he's that formidable," Nancy realized, yet felt an unsettling imbalance in the comparison. "Wait a minute. Why do you have to use me as an example?" Nancy protested, feeling her pride wounded. She ground her small silver teeth and glared at Su Luo. "Don't look at me like that. I'm merely stating the truth," Su Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Humph." Nancy turned her head defiantly. However, the thought of Frisia's overwhelming strength and her own relative weakness stirred a sense of frustration within her, prompting her to clench her fists, only to release them moments later. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the vast disparity, she pondered how she could possibly bridge such a gap. "What is this? Is Nancy so easily disheartened?" "That's not like you at all." Lazili gently ruffled her hair. "Humph. I'm not, Nancy retorted stubbornly. Nancy, have you ever heard the legend of the Super Saiyan? Su Luo suddenly inquired. Of course. It's a tale passed down through our lineage. Why do you ask? Nancy replied, puzzled. The Super Saiyan truly exists. If you dedicate yourself to training, you might just have the potential to become one, Su Luo encouraged. Is what you're saying really true? Nancy exclaimed, leaping in front of Su Luo, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Su Luo affirmed. With his assurance, Nancy was invigorated, her spirits soaring. Nancy will surely become a Super Saiyan. Seeing her exuberant demeanor filled Su Luo with hope. Su Luo and Lazari exchanged a knowing smile. Lazari pointed at Su Luo's tattered garments and remarked, look at you. Your clothes are in such disrepair. Shouldn't you hasten to change and clean them? Indeed. After Su Luo finished speaking, he swiftly planted a kiss on Lotzi Li's cherry lips and then made his way toward the villa by the lake. Lotzi Li's lovely face flushed slightly, and she let out a soft chuckle. As night fell, the gentle moonlight bathed the earth in a serene glow. In the kitchen, a table brimming with delectable dishes awaited. Su Luo and Nancy appeared to be competing for their food. Shadows of dishes swiftly flitted across the plate. Delicious, utterly delectable. Su Luo and Nancy's cheeks were bulging as they relentlessly stuffed their mouths. Eat more slowly. No one is competing with you, Lazuli remarked, observing the two voraciously devouring their food with a sense of exasperation. Su Luo and Nancy exchanged a glance, and in unison declared, yes. The night swiftly passed in silence. The following day dawned with a sky of azure and clouds, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Two figures darted rapidly, appearing at one moment here and then there, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that dazzled the eye. Bang, bang, bang. Nancy's strikes fell short, crashing into the ground. The lush green meadow was soon riddled with craters. Do not rely solely on your eyes to ascertain the enemy's position. Close your eyes and use your heart to sense the surrounding environment, to perceive the flow of air, thus discerning the trajectory of the enemy's movements. The figure of Su Luo glided around Nancy like a wraith, moving swiftly and silently. As she listened to his words, Nancy closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings. In that moment, the environment was still, yet she suddenly sensed a gentle current of air flowing to her left. With her eyes now wide open, she swiftly unleashed a punch toward that direction. Her fist connected with precision, striking Su Luo. However, before a smile could grace her face, she realized that there was no sensation of impact. Instead, Su Luo's figure began to fade away. She had struck nothing but an afterimage. Where did he go? Nancy anxiously scanned her surroundings. Do not look around aimlessly. Maintain your focus. In a flash, Su Luo materialized behind Nancy and delivered a swift kick to her rear. Ouch! Nancy stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her backside and remarked with a hint of frustration. I distinctly sensed the presence to my left just now. On the battlefield, the enemy's attacks are ever-changing. One must engage in critical thought and consider how to anticipate the next move of their adversary. With a faint smile, Su Luo's figure flickered, appearing before Nancy like a wraith. With a subtle curl of his finger, he flicked her forehead. Bang! Her petite form traced an arc through the air, crashing forcefully against a large tree. Ouch, that hurt. Nancy covered her forehead, grimacing in pain. Again, she launched another attack towards Su Luo. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo shook his head. Bang! The petite figure was once again sent flying. Nancy quickly got back up, only to fall to the ground once more. Chapter 67, Daily Training, Part 2. As the days passed quietly, Nancy's comprehension was not at all inferior to that of Lotzi Li. Under Su Luo's guidance, she swiftly mastered the perception of qi and various combat techniques, making remarkable progress. After mentoring Nancy, Su Luo commenced his own training. On this day, the azure sky and white clouds were mirrored on the surface of the lake, while a gentle breeze stirred the shimmering waves. Beside the lake stood a colossal metallic structure. Within the gravity chamber, the weight was set to 230 times the normal gravity. Su Luo incessantly swung his fists forward, each strike resonating like the wind, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that transformed into waves of energy, creating explosive sounds in the air. As he counted, 9,900, 9901, 9902. Upon completing 10,000 punches, he proceeded to engage in other forms of training: kicking, push-ups, sit-ups, running, and comprehensive body impact exercises. In the evening, he consumed the spiritual fruit while immersing himself in meditative practices. Although the ordinary fruit from the spirit tree lacked the potency of the golden variety, it still provided a commendable auxiliary effect for meditation. One fruit could enhance his speed threefold, albeit for a mere 2 hours. Combat served as the ultimate test of his training progress, and in his spare moments, Su Luo did not neglect to spar with Legili, exchanging insights and training experiences. Nancy, not one to be outdone, would eagerly engage in battles with Legili whenever she made even slight advancements in her strength, opting to avoid Su Luo due to the relentless beatings she received, which she found rather disheartening. The monotonous and tedious days of training passed by day after day, and soon 7 months had slipped away. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Su Luo dragged his fatigued body through the front door as dusk began to settle. The sky was adorned with a crimson sunset, casting a gentle beauty over the twilight. After a simple dinner and a brief rest, Su Luo indulged in a relaxing bath, washing away the weariness that clung to him. As he entered the living room, he found Nancy perched on the sofa, idly watching a television program on general knowledge, her hands busy with snacks that she continuously popped into her mouth. Legili sprawled lazily on the opposite end of the couch. Due to the sweltering heat, the young woman wore light, loose-fitting attire, a shirt paired with shorts that revealed a generous expanse of her delicate, fair skin. Noticing Su Luo's arrival, Nancy's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully extended her snacks towards him. What a sudden display of affection. Speak your mind. What do you want? Su Luo regarded her suspiciously, declining the offered treats. Oh, it's nothing major, Nancy replied with a playful grin. Didn't you say that if I could master my control over power, you would teach me the Luoxian fist? Well, I've achieved that now. As she mentioned the Luoxian fist, her dark eyes gleamed with excitement. This technique, capable of exponentially amplifying strength, had been on Nancy's mind for quite some time. Oh, so soon? It seems you possess quite the talent, Su Luo remarked, somewhat astonished. Although Nancy had rapidly increased her strength after consuming the spirit tree fruit, her control over that power had been rather rudimentary, to say the least. Of course. Such a trivial matter could never daunt me, Nancy declared, hands on her hips and head held high at a proud angle. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the room. Su Luo lightly tapped her head and playfully scolded herself for becoming overly pleased with herself. Oh, you tapped my head again, and I shall bite you to death. Nancy ground her small silver teeth and lunged at Su Luo with her mouth wide open, ready to strike. Su Luo directly pressed his hand against Nancy's small head, rendering her unable to advance even a step. Do you wish to bite me? With your capabilities, you are far from ready. Despite her utmost efforts, Nancy was unable to touch Su Luo in the slightest. Reluctantly, Nancy retreated to her room, venting her frustration upon her beloved teddy bear. Lazily observing Su Luo's bullying of the smaller girl, Lazuli could hardly suppress her amusement. Ha. Su Luo chuckled lightly as he sat beside Lazuli. Ah, Lazuli, you only know how to pick on Nancy. Leaning against Su Luo's shoulder, Lazuli exuded an aura as delicate as an orchid, her clear, water-like eyes sparkling with mirth. Su Luo embraced Lazuli, cradling her in his arms, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that enveloped her. He chuckled softly, noting the girl's excessive pride, which was rather unbecoming. However, Nancy's progress has indeed been quite rapid, Lazuli remarked. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, although Nancy's innate talent was not particularly remarkable. According to the Scion standards for assessing the battle power of newborns, she was merely classified as a lower-tier warrior. However, after consuming a significant quantity of spiritual tree fruits, her abilities had far surpassed those of an average upper-tier warrior. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was Nancy's exceptional martial arts aptitude and her fervent desire to grow stronger that truly set her apart. Most importantly, there was the guidance she was receiving. Su Luo thought with a hint of shamelessness. Lazuli, you must strive to keep up and not allow Nancy to surpass you, Su Luo remarked, playfully pinching Lazuli's delicate, water-like face. I want to be outdone by her, Lazuli retorted with a haughty snort. She possessed her own pride, confident that she would not be overshadowed by anyone. Su Luo gazed into the radiant eyes of Lazuli, filled with confidence, and let out a soft chuckle. As their gazes intertwined, they drew closer, feeling each other's breath, and soon they embraced in a kiss. With their passionate involvement, the primal instincts within Su Luo surged forth, and he effortlessly lifted Lazuli into his arms. Hello, what do you intend to do? Lazuli's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. Sensing that something significant might unfold that night, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just as she finished speaking, Su Luo carried Lazuli into the room. The weather on Water Blue Star is notoriously unpredictable. A cloudless night sky adorned with countless twinkling stars soon succumbed to gathering clouds, and before long, A gentle rain began to fall, gradually intensifying into a torrential downpour. The sound of thunder and flashes of lightning drowned out the frightened cries of small creatures. As a crimson bolt of lightning split the heavens, staining the sky with its hue, the heavy rain persisted for an unknown duration, eventually tapering off into silence. As the clouds dispersed, the tranquil night sky revealed a breathtaking array of stars. A night of springtime indulgence. Everything was consumed without a trace. The following day, as dawn broke, a beam of morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room. With one arm wrapped around the slumbering young girl, Su Luo held her tenderly as she curled up like a little kitten in his embrace. A delicate blush adorned her soft cheeks, and her golden tresses cascaded carelessly over his shoulder. Observing the hint of fatigue on Razli's charming face, Su Luo felt a swell of affection in his heart. He gently pulled the blanket over her, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead before stepping out of the bedroom. Today, it was his turn to prepare breakfast. Chapter 68, Journey to Adratstar. Su Luo entered the kitchen and swiftly prepared a sumptuous breakfast, rich in nutrition and delightful to the palate. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Lazili to the kitchen. Upon witnessing Su Luo's diligent figure, her ice blue eyes sparkled like a clear spring. Her charming smile ever present, as she gently approached and embraced him from behind. "Hello, good morning," she greeted. "Good morning," he replied. Their tender moment was soon interrupted by Nancy, who emerged yawning. Observing the couple from a distance, she pursed her lips, unable to comprehend the significance of such affection. She mused that honing combat skills was far more meaningful. At the dining table, Su Luo, Lazili, and Nancy gathered to enjoy their breakfast. Nancy hastily swallowed her food, exclaiming, "I'm done. Su Luo, hurry up. I want to learn the Luo fist." And so, the tranquil days continued to unfold, one after another. After Su Luo and Lazili pierced through the final veil, they became inseparable, their affection blossoming at an astonishing pace. Both were young, having just tasted the forbidden fruit. Once they savored its intoxicating essence, it became nearly impossible for them to part. Almost every night, they engaged in a symphony of life together. During the day, they practiced martial arts side by side, exchanging skills and experiences. In the evenings, they continued their close companionship, further honing their martial prowess while sharing insights. It was at this moment that Su Luo comprehended why so many individuals would become ensnared in the embrace of tenderness, finding it difficult to extricate themselves. Fortunately, Su Luo possessed a steadfast resolve. After a period of indulgence and dissent, he awakened to clarity and, amidst Lazili's melancholic gaze, resumed his earnest cultivation. Time quietly slipped by, marking the passage of another year. On this day, in the desolate expanse of the vast Gobi Desert, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering the earth akin to a steamer, oppressive to the point of making it hard to breathe. The power within Su Luo surged forth like an unstoppable torrent as he spread his hands wide, gathering a shimmering golden energy sphere that pulsated with a hint of purple, surrounded by flickering strands of lightning. The thunderlight cannon, with a forceful upward push. The purple currents entwined with the golden shockwave, roaring like an enraged thunder dragon, soaring into the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic energy capable of obliterating planets, which erupted in a brilliant explosion high above. Thunderous booms echoed through the heavens. The flames of energy intertwined with violet lightning, resembling the catastrophic explosion of a celestial body. As the devastating energy rapidly engulfed the surroundings, warping the entire sky, seemingly on the brink of shattering. As the energy storm subsided, the purple lightning lingered in the atmosphere, refusing to dissipate. Observing the destructive power of the thunderlight cannon, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. This technique was a fusion of the Qi-Gong cannon and the heavenly palm of the nations, not only amalgamating the attributes of both but also amplifying its potency severalfold. He opened his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 22 dimension, level 4, Yama 43, talent, martial Dao heavenly heart. Power of time and space bloodline, Huaxia, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation technique, time freeze, 0. 5s, instantaneous movement, spatial dimensional slash, sky manipulation technique, Luo fist, 10x. Thunderlight cannon. Combat power, 4, 960, 000 evaluation. In the cosmos, you are considered a dominant master, while consuming the fruits of the spirit tree for cultivation. Su Luo swiftly ascended to the 4th dimension, experiencing a substantial enhancement in both vitality and mental strength, with a significant acceleration in the growth of his power. Progress in the realm of time and space remained minimal. The time freeze had lingered at 0. 5 seconds for an extended duration, still unable to break through to 0. 6 seconds, as if a formidable barrier obstructed the path between the two. However, with Su Luo's rising strength, he sensed that this barrier was becoming increasingly thin. Perhaps upon reaching a certain level of power, he would be able to shatter this obstruction and attain a new echelon. His range of instantaneous movement had dramatically increased, now allowing him to traverse a distance equivalent to 1/10 of the northern galaxy. With a stretch and a yawn, Su Luo loosened his muscles, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. It was time to return. With a swift whoosh, he vanished from his location. Water blue star. As Su Luo returned, he beheld two figures, one clad in white and the other in blue, engaged in a fierce battle high above in the sky. The sound of their clashes echoed, a rhythmic series of thuds resonating through the air. Their movements intertwined in a blur of afterimages, each strike unleashing invisible shockwaves that radiated from the epicenter of their confrontation, dispersing the heavy clouds that enveloped the heavens. The struggle endured for an extended duration. Nancy was on the verge of exhaustion. Su Luo gazed at the azure silhouette in the sky. Although his battle spirit remained fervent, his breath had begun to falter. In contrast to Nancy, Razali maintained a steady rhythm, navigating the combat with remarkable ease. This was entirely expected. After more than a year of diligent training, Razali's combat prowess had surged from 420,000 to 270,000, and her mastery of the Loxian fist had reached a 7-fold enhancement. With her dimensional level attaining 61 of the 3rd tier, Nancy's combat strength had escalated from 40,000 to 310,000, with her Loxian fist training reaching 3-fold. As for the celestial meditation technique, although Su Luo had imparted it to her, Nancy's progress was sluggish. With the aid of the spirit tree's fruit, she had only recently achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd tier of dimension. This does not imply that Nancy lacks talent. Rather, it is her impatience that hinders her, often engaging in inconsistent training. It is essential to remember that Nancy is a scion characterized by a rather volatile temperament, making it exceedingly challenging for her to remain still and meditate for an entire night. In the celestial battlefield, the confrontation between the two was nearing its conclusion. Razali and Nancy each concentrated a wave of energy, launching it at one another. The two beams of radiant energy collided spectacularly in midair. As anticipated, the final clash resulted in Nancy's defeat. Clothes tattered and devoid of dignity, she lay on the grass, gasping for breath. After catching her breath, Razali turned her gaze towards the fallen Nancy, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. "You lost again, Nancy. I will win next time," Nancy panted. "You said that last time," Razali replied with a teasing tone as Nancy fell silent. Seeing Nancy at a loss for words, Razali chuckled softly, "But still, in such a short time, you have grown so strong." "Hee," Nancy remarked, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. At the dining table, Su Luo and Lazili, along with Nancy, articulated their forthcoming cultivation plan, a journey to the planet Adrat. Su Luo recalled that the Adratlations possessed numerous wondrous mystical arts. In the original tale, Sun Wukong's instant teleportation was also learned from the Adratlations. How splendid! When shall we embark? Lazili and Nancy's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had long coveted the ability of instant teleportation, yet alas, it was a unique talent of Su Luo's that could not be imparted to them. This time, when they journeyed to the planet Adratlat, they were determined to master such extraordinary skills. "Let us rest for the night and set forth tomorrow," Su Luo suggested. The two women joyfully nodded in agreement. That night, within a certain room, the symphony of life resonated once more. The following morning dawned, with two women accompanying him. Su Luo utilized instant teleportation to depart from Water Blue Star, heading towards Adrat Star. Chapter 69, Marvelous Mysticism. Adrat Star is situated at the fringes of the northern galaxy. Inhabited by the Adratans, a race endowed with exceptional intellect. Known for their gentle disposition, they harbor a distaste for conflict, yet possess an ardent passion for the study of mysticism, having invented remarkable techniques that many dream of. On this particular day, Adrat Star welcomed 3 visitors. In a forest of stone, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. "This is Adrat Star." Su Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the atmosphere. Nancy cast a curious glance around, subsequently using her aura to sense the planet, but found no formidable presence. The Adratans possess many wondrous techniques. Perhaps they also have the ability to mask their energies, which would not be surprising, Su Luo elucidated. Legends suggest that the combat prowess of the Adratans is not particularly high. However, in the original narrative, This planet was a target for the Jinyu force, indicating that the Adratans must possess considerable strength. With their formidable abilities combined with extraordinary mysticism, the Adratans are undoubtedly one of the rare powerful races in the universe. Yet, they are a people who cherish peace and abhor war, reminiscent of the Namekians. In the original tale, when Sun Wukong fled to Adrat Star aboard a ship of the Jinyu force, he was in a severely weakened state. Nonetheless, he not only remained unharmed, but also acquired the ultimate technique of instant teleportation. This underscores the inherent kindness of the Adratans, provided one bears no ill will towards them. They shall reciprocate with goodwill. Eh? A look of surprise and suspicion crossed Su Luo's face as he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation in the surrounding space. With his profound understanding of time and space, he could effortlessly perceive the undulations around him. Before him, the fabric of space rippled like the surface of water. And in the next moment, an individual clad in peculiar attire materialized before Su Luo and his companions. This being, with skin of a delicate pink hue and simplistic features, towered nearly 3 meters in height, adorned in garments reminiscent of those worn by Sun Wukong from the original texts. Indeed, he was an inhabitant of Yadalat Star. However, this appearance did not entirely align with Su Luo's prior impressions of the Yadalat people. Lazili and Nancy were momentarily taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure. For they were already aware of the Yadalat Star's eccentric and mysterious abilities, which allowed them to sense the arrival of visitors and appear before them. Travelers from afar. Might I inquire what brings you to Yadalat Star? Spoke the Yadalat being in a gentle tone. In light of such a cordial greeting, Su Luo, of course, did not wish to be discourteous. He promptly replied with politeness. We have heard tales of the extraordinary mystical arts possessed by Yadalat Star, and we have journeyed here to learn these secrets. The Yadalat individual squinted slightly, observing Su Luo and his companions for a moment, then responded kindly. I can sense that your heartbeats and emotional fluctuations are quite stable. It appears you speak truthfully, since you bear no ill intent and seek only to learn. We Yadalat people extend a warm welcome to you. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the Yadalat being. Su Luo smiled faintly. Please follow me. I shall lead you to the elders. To acquire the arcane arts, one must first obtain the elders' consent. With that, the Adration ascended and soared towards the southeast. Observing the Adrations swiftly depart, Su Luo and his companions hastily pursued. A series of luminous trails zipped through the air, and before long, they arrived at the dwelling place of the Adrations. It was a town imbued with a sense of modernity. This surprised Su Luo, as it became evident that the technological prowess of the Adrations was indeed formidable. As Su Luo and his companions touched down, a throng of Adration beings emerged from the surrounding dwellings, their curious gazes fixed upon the newcomers. These Adrations bore a distinct appearance, characterized by their rosy-hued skin, elongated ears, prominent eye bags, and a patchy white pattern adorning their heads, perfectly aligning with Su Luo's preconceived notions of their kind. Su Luo pondered quietly, realizing that there appeared to be several distinct types of the Yadrilatarians. Led by the Adratlations, Su Luo and his companions arrived at a spacious dojo. Within its expansive confines stood a tall Adratlation, his hands clasped behind his back, his features simple yet imbued with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and kindness. This esteemed figure was Elder Pabala of the Adratlations. Elder Pabala, with a soft tone, remarked, Mond has just communicated with me telepathically. I am aware of your intentions. We, the Adratlations, welcome all who harbor goodwill. Thus I consent to your pursuit of our secret arts. Thank you, Su Luo replied, releasing a sigh of relief. However, before you delve into the arcane, there is something you must first learn. Elder Pabala smiled as he spoke. What must we learn? Su Luo inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. You must first master the control of the Spalito and understand its structure, Elder Pabala elucidated. Spalito? Both Lotzi and Nancy wore expressions of bewilderment, and even Su Luo found himself momentarily perplexed, a large question mark flashing in his mind. Observing their confusion, Elder Pabala extended his hand, conjuring a pink orb of light within his palm. This is the Spalito, a term we Adratlations used to denote the inner power. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The three individuals, Su Luo, suddenly realized that the matter at hand was indeed a matter of emotion. Ah, Elder Pabala, we understand now, they acknowledged. Elder Pabala nodded, and then instructed Mond. You shall be responsible for guiding them in the study of Spalito. Yes, Elder Pabala, Mond responded. Esteemed guests, please follow me. This Mond was an Audrat star being, the very guide who had just led them. He escorted Su Luo and the others to another training area. The training ground was a vast stone platform, surrounded by sharp, dagger-like stone spikes. Before we commence our training, I wish to impart some knowledge to you, Mond stated. The three individuals nodded in acknowledgement. The arcane arts of our planet, Yatarat, are all derived from the foundation of Spalito. Whether it be teleportation, Mond pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and then figures began to flicker around the three, demonstrating a series of teleportations, or the art of proliferation. After showcasing the teleportation, Mond proceeded to execute the technique of proliferation. Before their eyes, dozens of Mons emerged within the spacious training ground. Su Luo was slightly taken aback to discover the art of duplication, and even more astonished by the sheer number of projections. Moreover, he realized that these doppelgangers were indeed corporeal entities, rather than mere afterimages created by swift movement. This was truly an extraordinary secret technique. Alternatively, it could be a form of magnification. After demonstrating the proliferation technique, Mond's body suddenly shrank, transforming into a figure merely 80 or 90 centimeters tall, only to revert back to its towering stature moments later. Su Luo, Laziri, and Nancy exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't it supposed to be a phenomenon of gigantism? Why had he shrunk? Could it be that the diminutive figure they had just witnessed was indeed Mond's true stature? Chapter 70. The training of arcane arts. Mond ceased his demonstration after showcasing 3 arcane techniques. Each of the methods he had just revealed was executed through the manipulation of Spirito, its movement, division, and amplification. Such feats were within the capabilities of every Yataration. This revelation left Su Luo somewhat astonished. Everyone could do it? The concept of instantaneous movement suddenly struck him as rather commonplace. If I wished to learn this art of teleportation, how much time would it require? Nancy inquired with curiosity. My dear young lady, Mond replied with a smile. While teleportation is not an exceedingly complex technique, mastering it will still demand a considerable investment of time. As I mentioned earlier, the foundation of these techniques lies in Spirito, and the training associated with Spirito varies from person to person. The trio of Su Luo nodded in agreement, simplifying it to a mere matter of innate talent. Subsequently, Mond elaborated on the knowledge of spirit control, as well as the methods of cultivation. The inhabitants of Audrat's star practice spirit control, which pertains to the manipulation of one's vital energy, emphasizing the necessity of achieving a harmonious balance between this energy and the mind and body for successful cultivation. The art of energy manipulation was a forte of Su Luo and his companions. It is worth noting that the training of the Loxian Fist is essentially an exercise in energy control. Following Mond's teachings, Su Luo mastered the equilibrium between energy and the mind and body in merely a day. Lazili took 2 days, while Nashi was a tad slower, taking 4 days. However, this performance left Mond astounded. It is known that even among the Audrat inhabitants, considerable time is required for such practice. The fastest among them would take a month, while others might need several years. Although the cultivation of spirit control varies from person to person, the prowess displayed was indeed remarkable. I never anticipated that you would complete your training so swiftly. It truly humbles me. In my own youth, I spent 3 months on similar endeavors, Mond reflected wistfully. Mr. Mond, you flatter us, came the humble reply. Su Luo shook his head. Their swift completion of the training was entirely attributable to their prior engagement in similar practices. The humility exhibited by Su Luo instantly garnered the favor of Mond. With a slight smile, Mond remarked that they had completed their foundational training and could now proceed to the cultivation of secret arts. Subsequently, Mond guided Su Luo and the others back to the small town. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them stood an ancient bronze door, adorned with an array of peculiar runes. The 4 guards, hailing from the Audrat star, immediately displayed expressions of deference upon seeing Mond. My Lord Mond, they greeted respectfully. Mond nodded in acknowledgement and instructed one of the guards to open the door. The guard approached the bronze door, manipulating the runes for a while and reciting a few obscure phrases. The runes shimmered with a cerulean glow, and the bronze door creaked open. Please, step inside. Mond beckoned as he entered first, with Su Luo and the others closely following. Upon crossing the threshold of the bronze door, Su Luo and his companions felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. They found themselves in a spacious hall, where an ancient and ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings. The walls were intricately carved with complex patterns formed by enigmatic runes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Mr. Mond, This appears to be a space of another dimension, one of them observed. Su Luo sensed his surroundings and found no other presence. It was as if he were isolated from the outside world. This was somewhat reminiscent of the time chamber, an extraordinary space of unique existence. Indeed, this grand hall was an alternate realm created through the tireless efforts of the ancestors of the Adralat people, unless one possessed the means to unlock the bronze door. No outsider could ever enter here. Even if they were to destroy the door itself, it would be futile, Mond explained generously. The Adralat people are truly a wise race. Su Luo remarked in admiration. Indeed, both Lazili and Nancy nodded in agreement. Hearing the praises from Su Luo and his companions filled Mond, and Adralat himself, with an inexplicable sense of pride. He pointed to the intricate carvings adorning the walls and explained, these patterns represent the secret arts of our Adralat. If you concentrate on observing them, the knowledge of these arts will manifest within your minds. However, since you are not of the Adralat, you will experience a soul impact while attempting to learn these secrets. For the average person, it is advisable to select a single art to cultivate, with a maximum of 2. Exceeding this may lead to collapse due to the overwhelming force of the impact, Mond cautioned. However, you 3 seem to possess remarkable abilities. Your soul strength is significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you might attempt to cultivate 3 arts. Yet, I would advise against this for the 2 young ladies. There is a certain risk involved. Cultivating 2 arts is entirely feasible. As for you, Su Luo, your strong soul might allow you to try, Mond suggested, glancing at the trio. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Mond, Su Luo replied. Mond nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall not disturb your practice further. Should you need anything, just speak with the guards, Mond added with a few more words of advice before departing. You both heard Mr. Mond, right? You should. Su Luo began to reiterate his caution to the 2 young women, urging them not to be overly ambitious. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Oh, we know. Enough already, Nancy said with a hint of impatience before tugging Lazili along as they hurried off. Hee, Lazili, let us go find the teleportation. Su Luo stood in silence, pondering whether Nancy had become somewhat arrogant. However, with Lazili observing her from the side, he felt no concern. He then approached the wall, selecting a particular pattern to examine. As he focused intently on the design, strange runes flickered with a cerulean light, instantly conjuring arcane knowledge within his mind. Following the pattern with his gaze, a myriad of wondrous techniques emerged in his consciousness, each more fascinating than the last. There were offensive techniques, defensive techniques, supportive techniques, and sealing techniques. Yet, the cultivation of these arts required an extraordinarily precise mastery of Spirito. It was no wonder that prior training in Spirito was essential. Among the techniques, 2 particularly intriguing ones took shape in his mind. The force separation technique, capable of forcibly extracting Spirito that had been merged with or absorbed by an opponent. This technique appeared quite captivating, and Su Luo silently committed it to memory before continuing to explore other techniques. He fortuitously discovered the pattern that documented the technique of teleportation. Su Luo had a general understanding of the Adralation's instantaneous movement, which was achieved through a subtle connection between the elements of air, allowing them to twist space for their transfer. This method consumed little energy. However, its drawback was the inability to transport to uninhabited locations. Lazili, Nashi, I have discovered the means of instantaneous movement. Hurry here, Su Luo exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, Lazili and Nashi rushed over with great urgency. Have you found Aloe? Where is he? Where? Su Luo gestured towards the intricate pattern before him. The 2 women immediately immersed their spiritual energy within it, and upon grasping the technique of instantaneous movement, smiles illuminated their faces. They then settled onto the ground, entering a state of meditation and cultivation. Su Luo refrained from disturbing them, continuing along the stone wall in search of a suitable secret technique for himself. Chapter 71. The Conclusion of Cultivation. Su Luo traced the patterns one by one, and among them, a secret technique known as the inner breath technique caught his attention. The inner breath technique is an auxiliary type of secret art. Upon comprehending the effects of this secret technique, Su Luo's face illuminated with a smile. This remarkable skill allows one to survive in a vacuum environment by harnessing the energy within the body, enabling it to adapt to the harshness of such an atmosphere. The energy consumption is minimal, and theoretically, as long as sufficient energy is available, one could sustain existence in a vacuum for an extended period. The sole peril lies in the depletion of energy, which could pose a threat to life. Nevertheless, for Su Luo, who is incapable of enduring the cosmic vacuum, this presents a commendable option. he decided to select the inner breath technique as his first choice. After finalizing his selection, Su Luo continued his search. After circumnavigating nearly the entirety of the Grand Hall, he stumbled upon another impressive secret technique, the Qi manipulation technique. This is a skill that adeptly controls the energy within the body, achieving a level where one can transform air into matter and manipulate objects through air. It is an exceptionally practical technique, and without hesitation, Su Luo chose to embrace it. After wandering in circles several times, Su Luo ultimately selected a technique known as void transference. This arcane art allows one to partially redirect incoming attacks to an alternate dimension, effectively diminishing the opponent's offensive power while enhancing one's own defenses. This technique bears resemblance to the defensive skill of the formidable yellow bear, Bardamo, from the 6th universe, as both methods involve shifting the enemy's assaults into another realm. Having made his choice, Su Luo commenced his training diligently. Su Luo first embarked on the practice of Qi manipulation. Standing before the intricate pattern, he probed into the cultivation methods of the secret art. Suddenly, a powerful surge struck him, leaving a sharp pain in his mind and rendering his spirit considerably fatigued. Subsequently, a profound knowledge emerged within his consciousness, prompting Su Luo to sit cross-legged and begin his comprehension. Days turned into weeks. Whenever hunger struck, the trio would consume a mystical bean to quell their appetite, continuing their pursuit of understanding. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, and soon 2 months had elapsed. Lazili and Nashi had achieved a rudimentary level of teleportation, managing to awkwardly execute the technique. Within the spacious hall, 2 figures continuously vanished and reappeared, though their movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Su Luo, in a state of tranquil meditation, stirred slightly as he opened his eyes. A smile gracing his lips, he had completely mastered the art of Qi manipulation. Observing the vibrant and playful Lazili and Nancy, who were frolicking about, Su Luo revealed a mischievous grin. With a mere gesture of his hand into the void, Lazili and Nancy suddenly felt as if ensnared by an invisible force. Suspended in midair and rendered immobile, Su Luo gestured for them to halt, and the 2 women were brought before him. "Ah," they exclaimed in unison. "Hello. What manner of trick is this?" Lazuli, feeling the restraints that bound her vanish, gazed at him with a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Nancy tilted her head, looking at Su Luo, indicating her own curiosity. "This is the art of Qi manipulation." Su Luo smiled and then proceeded to explain to them. "By the way, how has your cultivation progressed?" Su Luo inquired. "I have grasped the basic principles of teleportation and can manage to perform it with some difficulty. But to fully master it will require a considerable amount of time," replied Lazili, twirling a strand of hair and displaying a smile on her face. "Hee, I am in the same boat," chimed in Nancy with a chuckle. Su Luo engaged in brief conversations with the 2 women before they each resumed their cultivation. The inner breath technique, once mastered, could enable one to survive for extended periods in the vacuum of space. However, it did not alter the inherent physical constitution of the individual. In the realm of Dragon Ball, transforming one's physical attributes through training is a formidable challenge. Within the Grand Hall, Su Luo gleaned the methods of the inner breath technique from the intricate designs, discovering that this secret art was even more profound and challenging to master than the Qi manipulation technique. Yet, the more esoteric and difficult a secret art is to learn, the more it often reveals its extraordinary nature. Once he had mastered the inner breath technique, Su Luo would no longer need to be concerned about the harsh conditions of the cosmic vacuum. He mused with delight. He then devoted himself entirely to comprehending and learning the secrets nestled within his mind. Before he knew it, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. Su Luo has mastered the art of internal energy manipulation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Su Luo has mastered the art of void transference. In a mere span of 8 months, he has acquired proficiency in 3 formidable secret techniques, a feat that would undoubtedly leave the inhabitants of Yadralat Star utterly astounded. Throughout these 8 months, Su Luo has not only dedicated himself to the cultivation of these mystical arts, but has also diligently enhanced his combat prowess, elevating his strength from 4.96 million to an impressive 6.5 million. Balancing the study of secret techniques with the advancement of his abilities is a commendable achievement for Su Luo. Having concluded his training in these mystical arts, Su Luo now harbors thoughts of departing from Yadralat Star, as he has accomplished his objectives and sees no reason to linger any longer. Su Luo's gaze shifted to Lazili and Nancy. The 2 had already mastered the art of teleportation. At that moment, they sat cross-legged in the Grand Hall, deeply engrossed in their contemplation of the second secret technique. Whenever Su Luo inquired about the nature of the technique they were studying, both women remained enigmatic, silent, and secretive. Observing the pensive expressions of Su Luo and Lotzi Li, it seems that the second secret technique is even more profound and challenging to master than the art of instantaneous movement. It appears that the two women will require an extended period to complete their cultivation, as it is unlikely they will achieve it in the near future. Su Luo contemplated for a moment before informing the two women of his intention to depart. He subsequently left behind some provisions, including spiritual tree fruits and celestial beans. Before exiting the Hall of Secret Arts, the chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to delve into the captivating content that follows. Stepping through the bronze door, Su Luo inhaled the long-lost fresh air, becoming enraptured by it. In the demon realm, the sky bore a rust-red hue, filled with desolation, and the air was oppressively hot, exuding a pungent aroma. A black-haired youth, his neck adorned with a crimson scarf and his countenance stern, was seen sprinting across the barren land, carrying a golden-haired beauty on his back. At that moment, the black-haired youth's clothing was tattered, his body in disarray, with wounds bleeding profusely, staining his garments crimson. In contrast, the golden-haired beauty, though similarly disheveled, bore no injuries. "Look what your bravado has brought us," forcing that last celestial bean into my mouth. "Now, my wounds are only worsening," the golden-haired beauty chided, her tone imbued with concern. "Humph, be silent. Such trifling injuries are nothing to me," the stern youth retorted, his pace abruptly quickening. The two figures blurred past, creating a series of afterimages, swiftly traversing the desolate expanse. Minutes passed. Shortly after they had vacated the area, a dozen demons soared above the desolate land. The leading demon commander surveyed the barren terrain, his dark red eyes gleaming with malice. Black demonic energy swirled around his form, a chilling aura permeating the surroundings, dispersing the oppressive heat. Suddenly, the demon commander caught a faint whiff of blood, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "These little mice have sustained such grievous injuries, yet they run surprisingly well. I wonder how much longer you can endure." Chapter 72, Frisia. The bounty tasks of the galactic mercenaries, aside from the three of the Frozen clan, lack any formidable characters. Su Luo, grasping the luminous device, scrutinized the bounty list filled with formidable warriors, most of whom were mere weaklings boasting a combat power of several 100,000, failing to ignite any inclination for action within him. After enduring more than 2 years of rigorous training, his strength had surged dramatically, with a baseline combat power of 6.5 million. When employing the tenfold Loxian fist, his power could escalate to an astounding 65 million. Coupled with the combat techniques honed through relentless practice and the mastery of time and space energy, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish even those with combat powers reaching 70 to 80 million. Should he face Slag again, he resolved not to rely on the forces of time and space, engaging in a contrived battle as he had previously. Now, having completed his training, Su Luo yearned to challenge stronger adversaries. After much contemplation, he directed his focus towards the 3 cosmic emperors listed in the bounty: King Cold, Gula, and Frisia. After lingering over their names for a moment, he ultimately settled on Frisia. Gula's might was formidable, and Su Luo acknowledged his inability to contend with him, while King Cold, though weaker than Frisia, had completely mastered his own power, rendering him an unassailable opponent as well. Only Frisia appeared to be a suitable adversary. The initial 3 forms of Frisia's combat power were not particularly daunting, and Su Luo could easily dominate them with his regular strength. Even if Frisia advanced to his final form, he could not instantaneously unleash his full combat power of 120 million. It would require a period of adjustment for his body. During that interval, Su Luo could certainly engage him in a contest of strength. Moreover, Su Luo harbored another thought. Frisia often maintained his first form, which possessed a combat power of 530,000. If Su Luo were to unleash a full-force strike, far exceeding the capabilities of Frisia's initial form, he wondered if he could potentially defeat him. With this contemplation, Su Luo felt a surge of eagerness. "Frisia, you are my chosen opponent." In the North Galaxy, Southeast District, a colossal disc-shaped spaceship hovered outside a high-level planet amidst the cosmic expanse. Frisia sat comfortably within the egg-shaped craft, his crimson eyes gazing upon the distant blue-green planet. Behind him stood a dozen or so extraterrestrial beings, their expressions marked by deference. "Lord Frisia, the 1st Special Forces team has successfully captured this high-level planet," reported a yellow-skinned alien. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly deserving of being my most capable subordinates." Frisia emitted a delightful laugh. "Several years ago, When the Jinyu force was utterly annihilated, Frisia was consumed by rage. However, he harbored some trepidation towards Cooler, which compelled him to temporarily swallow his indignation. Yet, upon hearing the news of Cooler's forces suffering significant losses in the northern galaxy, Frisia found himself exceedingly pleased and promptly reassembled a special operations team. It soon became evident that the universe was never lacking in formidable beings, and within a short period, a new elite squad was established, boasting greater strength than the previous Jinyu force and exhibiting markedly improved efficiency. Not only did they clear numerous obstacles for Frisia's army, but they also conquered several high-ranking planets. At that moment, a series of urgent alarms blared throughout the tranquil spaceship. What was amiss? The interruption dampened Frisia's spirits, causing the smile on his face to vanish. Before they could react, a blinding white light pierced through the transparent porthole, striking Frisia and his companions. With a resounding explosion, the spaceship erupted in flames. Thick black smoke coalesced into a mass before dissipating. In the vastness of space, countless fragments of the ship floated aimlessly. Frisia found himself adrift, his subordinates utterly decimated, and his beloved eggship conspicuously absent, evidently destroyed. Who dares to launch a surprise attack on this king? Frisia's countenance darkened, akin to ink, his blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. The audacity of someone to assault his vessel was unprecedented. This was an unabashed provocation against him, the cosmic emperor, Frisia. Frisia. A cool voice resonated directly within Frisia's mind. As the words faded, a figure materialized before him. It was Su Luo. Having resolved to challenge Frisia, it was only fitting to present a greeting. Thus, Su Luo orchestrated a dazzling display of fireworks for Frisia. Su Luo cast a discerning glance at Frisia, who remained in his first form, short in stature, his skin a striking blend of white, red, and purple. The glossy purple shell of his head gleamed, with two sharp horns jutting outward. As a quintessential antagonist, Frisia embodied every characteristic of a villain, yet often presented himself with an air of courteous, gentlemanly demeanor. Such a figure has undoubtedly garnered a considerable following. "Are you the one who dared to assault me?" Frisia asked, his gaze icy as it bore into Su Luo. "Isn't that rather obvious?" Su Luo shrugged in response. "Ah, splendid. It seems you possess quite the courage," Frisia remarked, a sardonic smile twisting his lips in fury. "To have successfully ambushed me and elicited even a slight twinge of pain suggests your abilities are commendable. Yet, to possess such strength and still challenge me, you..." Su Luo interjected, expressing his disinterest in the boastful words, urging him to demonstrate his true prowess, cautioning him not to inadvertently meet his demise at his hands. Upon hearing this, Frisia paused momentarily, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous of jokes, and erupted into a fit of laughter. "My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the unfolding narrative grows ever more captivating. Surely, you do not presume that a mere ambush, resulting in a slight injury to me, guarantees your victory. It appears you are wholly unaware of the terror I embody." As Su Luo observed Frisia's futile attempts to boast about his might, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion of his toes, he vanished into the void. A full-force strike, infused with an energy intensity of 650,000, landed squarely upon Frisia. A gasp escaped as purple blood was expelled from his mouth. Frisia was propelled backward like a cannonball, emitting anguished cries. A deep indentation appeared upon his chest. Why? How could this human breach his defenses? Frisia's mind spiraled into a frenzy. Though his power was currently suppressed to a mere 530,000 battle strength, he still considered himself a formidable presence within the cosmos. As Su Luo observed the gravely injured Frisia, a sense of regret washed over him. His full-force strike, if unleashed upon any foe with a combat power of several 100,000, would have undoubtedly reduced them to mere fragments. Alas, this formidable adversary was none other than Frisia himself. It was said that one could take advantage of Frisia's weakest form to deliver a fatal blow. It appears, however, that such a strategy would not bear fruit. Indeed, while Frisia had sealed away his power through transformation, that terrifying strength did not vanish. Rather, it lay dormant within, ever vigilant in safeguarding his being. Frisia remained the cosmic sovereign with a staggering combat power of 120 million. Clutching his concave chest, Frisia regarded Su Luo with a chilling gaze. Fully aware that he had encountered a worthy opponent and could no longer conceal his true capabilities. With this realization, Frisia's aura surged dramatically. He was determined to unleash his latent power. As his strength continued to escalate, A transformation began to manifest in his appearance and physique. But would Su Luo patiently await this metamorphosis? It was clearly out of the question. Chapter 73. Final Form 650, 000, 710, 000, 800, 000. As Su Luo beheld the rapidly escalating combat prowess of Frieza, a cold sneer crept across his visage, prompting him to launch yet another assault. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand towards Frieza, grasping the air as if it were a tangible entity. Frieza was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming force that pressed upon him from all directions, contorting his form under the immense pressure. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, as if they were on the verge of being shattered. As Su Luo retracted his hand, Frieza was abruptly pulled closer. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking with the ferocity of a dragon, aimed directly at Frieza. The relentless force of his blows descended upon Frieza like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Frieza endured hundreds of strikes. Under this relentless barrage, he lost all semblance of form. Reduced to a grotesque mass akin to a lump of clay, an utterly pitiful sight. Pain, pain, pain. Frieza's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Su Luo, overwhelmed by a level of beating he had never experienced in his life. Alongside the agony, an intense sense of humiliation surged within him. All of this was bestowed upon him by Su Luo. You possess quite the fighting prowess, don't you? Relish this moment while you can. Soon, I shall make you understand the true meaning of suffering. Frieza's crimson eyes seemed to bleed with rage, a terrifying shade of red. We shall see what unfolds then. Su Luo's lips curled into a faint smile, and his movements became even more vigorous. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of punches were unleashed in rapid succession. The intense agony contorted Frieza's visage into a mask of rage. Su Luo extended his hand, lightly pressing against Frieza's abdomen, conjuring a radiant sphere of golden energy. The energy orb collided with Frieza's body, propelling him through the air, only to erupt in a sudden explosion amidst the void. A resounding boom echoed through the darkness of night, as a colossal golden light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with its dazzling brilliance. As the radiance faded, Frieza's charred form became visible. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he muttered, "That hurts." Suddenly, a low growl emanated from Frieza. His gaze fixed intently on Su Luo. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his appearance transformed dramatically. He grew taller and more imposing, the sharp angles of his head curving upward. All previous wounds had vanished without a trace. Frieza had at last achieved his second transformation, his power multiplying more than twofold. Oh, remarkably, all the damage I sustained has been restored. With his eyes half closed, Su Luo's face appeared remarkably tranquil, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The unsealed Frieza, surprisingly, not only enhanced his power but also fully recovered from his injuries, truly a testament to his resilience. However, upon reflection, it seems that a similar event occurred in the original narrative. Frieza, having lost his tail, regrew it after transforming, the only cost being a slight depletion of energy. Ha ha ha, young one, are you intimidated by my might? Yet, this is merely an appetizer. Soon you shall experience true terror. Observing Su Luo standing motionless, Frieza mistakenly believed that he had frightened him with his power, and a sense of pride began to swell within him. Is this all the strength you possess? Su Luo smiled faintly, his words laced with sharpness. It appeared he had been underestimated. Frieza, possessing far greater power, was choosing not to unleash it. Could Frieza truly believe that his second form would suffice to confront him? It seemed that Frieza was exceedingly arrogant, having grown accustomed to being the emperor of the universe, no longer regarding others with any respect. How dare he underestimate me? Currently, my combat prowess exceeds 1 million. Yet, this is not my true strength. To be frank, I can transform 2 more times. Frieza extended his hand, raising 2 fingers towards Su Luo. He longed to witness the terror and dread on Su Luo's face upon realizing his horrifying power. However, Frieza was destined for disappointment. Su Luo maintained that infuriatingly calm expression, igniting an impulse within Frieza to shatter his face. Observing that Frieza had no intention of transforming, Su Luo smiled faintly once more. Was this not an opportunity for him to continue tormenting his opponent? Truly, it would be rude to refuse such hospitality. Let it be as he wishes. With a swift motion, Su Luo vanished once more from his original position. Frieza felt a jolt of unease within, sensing that something was amiss. The previous scene of his torment replayed itself. Despite the significant enhancement of his battle power in his second form, surpassing 1 million, it remained inconsequential against Su Luo. Boom, boom, boom. Frisia was struck by a powerful punch, propelled through the starry night, leaving a streak of white in his wake. Su Luo swiftly maneuvered, nearly brushing against Frisia's flying form, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to his back. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. At that moment, Frisia resembled a mere punching bag, being tossed back and forth, leaving trails of white streaks through the night. After enduring a relentless barrage, Frisia could no longer contain his fury and let out a furious roar, initiating his transformation into his third form. However, Su Luo showed no signs of relenting. His ferocious fists continued to rain down upon Frisia's face. As Frisia was mid-transformation, his visage quickly became unrecognizable, blood and flesh a grotesque mess. The metamorphosis persisted. In Frisia's battle power sword. 1. 8 million. 2. 6 million. 3. 5 million. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. One could see Frisia's skull elongating backward, his form gradually becoming more grotesque. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted as Frisia completed his transformation into his third form, an aberration of Frisia. His battle power multiplied several times. Yet it still fell short of Su Luo's base strength. Frisia's injuries began to heal, but before he could revel in his newfound power, Su Luo's onslaught once again descended upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of impacts reverberated through the air. Despite the formidable power of the alien Frisia, he could not escape the fate of a mere punching bag, being mercilessly battered by Su Luo in the vastness of space. Soon, Frisia found himself grievously wounded. His limbs, body, tail, and even his head were a grotesque mess, with not a single unscathed part remaining. A profound sense of frustration enveloped Frisia's mind. What kind of predicament is this? Typically, a mere display of his prowess would suffice to instill fear in all, extinguishing lives with ease. Yet now, he could not even subdue an insignificant nobody and was instead subjected to a brutal thrashing, utterly powerless to retaliate. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Frisia's fury surged uncontrollably, and a murderous intent spread within him. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped his form, signaling that he had resolved to unveil his true power. The final transformation was underway. Su Luo's fierce onslaught persisted, yet his assaults grew increasingly ineffective, even rendered futile. This was due to the fact that Frisia's combat prowess had gradually surpassed his own, reaching twice the might of the Kaioken. Su Luo took a slight breath, then unleashed his ultimate skill, as surging energy transformed into a blue flame, once again eclipsing Frisia's presence. The assault by Su Luo persisted, echoing through the air. Suddenly, the sounds of striking ceased. After enduring relentless blows, Frisia finally completed his transformation. In the void, a diminutive figure floated gracefully, its alabaster skin impeccably smooth, devoid of any scars, while its eyes glinted with a chilling, demonic coldness. Frisia caught Su Luo's fist, and his purple lips curled slightly as he emitted a sinister chuckle. His tone ominously laced with malice. Boy, are you enjoying this? Chapter 74. After the fight, Disappear Su Luo remained silent, abruptly withdrawing his hand with force and retreating a short distance. Rubbing his wrist, he acknowledged the satisfying impact, feeling a delightful soreness. Gazing upon Frisia in his ultimate form, with his diminutive stature and terrifying energy radiating freely, it was evident that he unleashed approximately 60 million units of energy, revealing that Frisia had utilized half of his strength. Such loathsome words, so detestable they compelled me to end your life instantly. As the words left his lips, Frisia vanished as if by magic, only to reappear before Su Luo in an instant, raising his leg to deliver a fierce kick to Su Luo's abdomen. How swift! Witnessing this, Su Luo was inwardly astonished, his body swiftly retreating. Yet he was still a fraction too late, receiving the full force of Frisia's leg against his stomach. With a resounding thud, an excruciating pain pierced through him, the immense power propelling Su Luo a considerable distance before he finally managed to halt his momentum. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Luo's mouth, his complexion pale, and a tumultuous churn of flesh and blood surged within him. Although Frisia's recent strike had been partially mitigated by the void transfer technique, its terrifying force had still inflicted injury upon him. How astonishing it must be to witness my power, Frisia taunted. Fear not, I shall not terminate your existence just yet. The humiliation you have bestowed upon me will be repaid in full. Before that, you still have a fleeting moment of survival. Hehehe. Frisia clenched his fist against his mouth, letting out a series of sinister chuckles, his blood-red eyes fixed on Su Luo, a palpable intent to kill betraying his demeanor. Is that so? I must truly thank you for your generosity, Su Luo replied with a subtle smile. Without further hesitation, he unleashed the tenfold Luo Immortal Fist. In an instant, the azure flames enveloping him surged violently, as 65 million units of energy ignited in a frenzy. The sheer magnitude of power causing the very void to tremble. At this moment, the imposing aura of Su Luo directly suppressed that of Frisia. What? You actually possess such a degree of power? Frisia's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Although he could not sense the aura, he could feel the perilous energy emanating from Su Luo. Frisia had initially perceived Su Luo as merely a slightly formidable ant, believing that with his ultimate form, he could effortlessly crush such a mere insect. It seems he had underestimated him gravely. What? The great cosmic emperor, Frisia, is also taken aback by my strength? Su Luo scoffed. Frisia's arrogance was palpable. He prided himself as the ruler of the universe, dismissing all but a few. Humph, do not jest. Such a level of power is hardly worthy of my attention. Allow me to demonstrate my might, Frisia retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Immediately, an overwhelming and frigid force swept across the starry expanse, colliding with Su Luo's aura. Frisia's power surged, ultimately stabilizing at an energy intensity of 80 million. In the void, the two figures stood opposed, silent for a moment, before their astonishing energies began to converge. In the next instant, as if in unison, Su Luo and Frisia moved, their blue and white flames clashing violently in the abyss. Bang! The fists of Su Luo and Frisia collided, sending shockwaves that rippled through the void. Frisia let out a sinister laugh as he seized Su Luo's arm, yanking him back and driving his knee forcefully into Su Luo's abdomen. Su Luo responded swiftly, his hands interlaced to block Frisia's elbow strike. Then, utilizing the momentum, he rotated his body and leaped into the air, aiming a kick at Frisia's face. Frisia leaned back, evading the blow. Thus began an intense exchange of offense and defense. Although Frisia unleashed an astounding battle power of 80 million, his combat techniques appeared rather unrefined, failing to showcase the magnificence that such power should embody. The combat prowess of Su Luo far surpasses that of Frisia, the pampered emperor of the universe. Coupled with the void transference technique, which continuously mitigates Frisia's strength, their battle has reached a stalemate, establishing a balance of power. Boom! Two waves of energy collided explosively. As the thick smoke dissipated, it revealed Su Luo and Frisia, their hands clasped tightly together, engaging in a contest of strength. Young one, Frisia declared. To be able to contend with me to such an extent is indeed a source of pride for you. However, this is where it ends. With that, Frisia's power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level of 90 million. Su Luo felt a tremendous force surge through his hand, inflicting unbearable pain, and in an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Frisia's lips curled into a subtle yet sinister smile. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo felt an ominous premonition. He observed a fleeting crimson glimmer in Frisia's blood-red eyes. Su Luo's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly turned his head to the side. Almost simultaneously, two beams of energy shot forth from Frisia's eyes, slicing a gash across Su Luo's face. Realizing his initial attack had missed, Frisia's tail lashed out, ensnaring Su Luo's ankle and flinging him away. Seizing the moment, Frisia raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of death rays, hurtling towards Su Luo with lethal intent. Su Luo exerted his strength, bringing his body to a halt, awkwardly evading the onslaught. Yet, he was still struck by two beams of lethal energy, resulting in two gaping wounds upon his form. Ha ha ha, my boy, how does it feel? Let me show you this technique once more. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, urging, Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for an even more thrilling continuation. Planetary Destruction Sphere. Unbeknownst to him, Frisia had already condensed a massive energy orb at his fingertip, radiating with heat and peril. He erupted into maniacal laughter before curling his finger. Su Luo took a few shallow breaths, and the power within him surged forth instantaneously. Thunder cannon. The immense force coalesced, causing the void to tremble slightly, as violet lightning enveloped a golden shockwave, cascading towards the planet-destroying projectile. Two terrifying energies collided in an instant. Boom, boom. It was as though the heavens and earth were just being birthed. A colossal energy fireball ascended, and the overwhelming force swept across the surrounding void for miles, annihilating all matter within its reach, reducing it to nothingness. The terrifying energy shockwave compelled Frisia to activate his energy shield for defense. As the tumult subsided, Frisia scanned his surroundings, failing to discern Su Luo's presence, and erupted into laughter. Heh, that brat must be dead by now. But before he could revel in his triumph, a chilling voice echoed, Do not celebrate too soon. Bang! A tremendous force struck Frisia squarely in the face, sending him flying. He regained his composure midair, yet the pain on his visage darkened the expression of this cosmic monarch. Brat, you've resisted for so long. your strength must be waning. Frisia's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the panting Su Luo, mocking him with a sneer. Huff, huff, huff. Su Luo breathed heavily. His current state was indeed precarious, with his strength nearly depleted. Maintaining the state of the Luo Immortal Fist for an extended period was taxing. Even for him. Indeed, there is hardly any power left. With a faint smile, Su Luo casually made a swift gesture, sending a ripple of ethereal energy racing towards Frisia. Ha ha ha, such a feeble assault. To think it could harm me. The king is truly naive. Frisia, upon witnessing this insipid attack, let out a derisive laugh. Arrogantly, he calmly extended a hand to shield himself, showing no inclination to evade. With a smirk gracing his lips, Su Luo cast a condescending glance towards Frisia. The dimensional slash cleaved through the void, as if aiming to rend the very fabric of existence. A spray of flesh and blood erupted forth. Frisia's anguished cries echoed immediately, revealing that one of his arms, along with half of his shoulder, had been severed. How does it feel, Frisia? Enjoying the experience? Su Luo laughed derisively and effortlessly conjured an energy wave that obliterated Frisia's severed arm. Ah, my arm. You bastard. I will assuredly kill you. Frisia held in anguish. Realizing that with his arm destroyed, he had no chance of recovery. With this thought, the energy within him surged violently, escalating to a staggering 100 million. Ha. Perhaps another time, Frisia. Farewell. Yet, Su Luo would not grant him the opportunity for vengeance. After bidding farewell, he vanished without a trace. Left behind, Frisia seethed with impotent rage. Chapter 75. The Demon Realm. Watching Su Luo disappear before his very eyes, Frisia's fury reached a fever pitch. How dare that wretched fool humiliate me? He roared, his eyes flickering with malice as he fixated on the spot where Su Luo had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, his body began to tremble, crimson blood oozing from his wounds. A gruesome sight to behold. Human, await your doom. I will not spare you. The venomous hatred and fierce malevolence in Frisia's gaze intensified, emanating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Su Luo utilized instantaneous movement to traverse the space, materializing on a dusty yellow planet. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. The battle with Frisia had completely drained his stamina, and his body bore numerous gruesome wounds. Drawing upon his remarkable regenerative abilities, Su Luo swiftly regained the strength to move and produced a senzabine. Consuming it to restore his injuries, he felt rejuvenated, contemplating how Frisia must be seething with rage at his inability to exact revenge. The thought of Frisia's futile rage brought Su Luo a sense of exhilaration. However, it must be acknowledged that Frisia, the cosmic emperor and formidable early-stage boss, possessed a power that was truly beyond his own. Su Luo exhaled a breath of murky air, feeling a significant relief enveloping his entire being. In this confrontation with Frisia, he sought not only to assess the fruits of his training, but also to discern the limits of his own abilities. It became evident that without the aid of temporal powers, Su Luo could only contend with adversaries whose combat strength did not exceed 80 million, surpass that threshold, and he would find himself outmatched. In truth, had Su Luo chosen to employ his temporal abilities while Frisia was yet to unleash his full might, there existed a possibility of vanquishing him. However, Su Luo refrained from such a course, for to do so would strip away the thrill of battle. Relying excessively on temporal powers would breed a sense of dependency, potentially becoming a hindrance to his growth. While temporal abilities are undeniably formidable, they lack substance without a foundation of robust strength, leaving one with a feeling of superficiality. This was exemplified by the member of the Jinyu force, Goldo, who relied solely on his time-stopping prowess without enhancing his own capabilities. Although he could flaunt his strength, he appeared utterly fragile when faced with foes of superior prowess, crumbling under a single blow. Thus, such hollow power was not the ambition Su Luo aspired to. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the entire expanse was not composed of stars forming galaxies as in the human universe. Rather, the fundamental structure of this realm consisted of vast continents. Countless landmasses of varying sizes floated like bubbles in the dark crimson void of the demon world, each harboring innumerable demonic beings. The sky of the demon realm was steeped in dark red hues, imparting a stifling atmosphere, and coupled with the omnipresent demonic energy, it fostered an environment rife with ferocity and brutality among its denizens. In the southern region of the demon realm lay the Black Luo continent, an immense landmass stretching far beyond the horizon. Here stood a palace constructed from a forest of stark white bones, its air thick with chilling demonic energy that sent shivers down one's spine. This was the stronghold of the ruler of the continent, the Black Luo Demon King. Within the grand hall, Dozens of demonic beings knelt prostrate on the ground, their grotesque visages adorned with scales, each possessing a combat strength exceeding 10,000. While several among them boasted power in the millions, an awe-inspiring assembly in the realm of humans. Yet, these formidable demons trembled in humility, quaking as if in fear of some unseen threat. Upon the pallid throne sat the Black Luo Demon King, his violet black eyes exuding an icy indifference, regarding the kneeling demons below as a god might regard mere ants. Have those two humans not yet been captured? The king inquired. My lord, stammered a red-skinned demon general. Covered in grotesque lumps, the demon general Anderson has already located their trail. Soon we should be able to bring the two humans back. Which means they are still uncaptured. The Dark Lord Helro's violet black eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from within him. The demon general felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, cold sweat cascading down his brow. It is the Dark Lord. Just a day ago, you seemed to respond in the same manner to my lord. Ah, Dark Lord, I. The demon general immediately panicked, eager to explain himself. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Dark Lord Helro unleashed a torrent of violet black energy that swiftly consumed the demon general, reducing this formidable warrior, whose combat prowess reached 1,000,000, to mere dust scattered upon the ground. Truly worthless, I have no need for such useless subordinates. The other demons, witnessing this, pressed their bodies tightly to the ground, trembling in fear of the Dark Lord before them. A sinister smile crept across Helro's face. Merely two humans. Yet they dared to steal my eternal source. Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. Even if you are fleet of foot, you shall never escape this demon realm. Having spoken, Dark Lord Helro turned to his legion of demon warriors and declared, I grant you 3 days to retrieve those two individuals, regardless of life or death. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes. The other demons responded, as if granted a reprieve, scrambling away from the scene. Meanwhile, in the northwestern region of Helro continent, undulating mountains crisscrossed the landscape, the sweltering air parching the scant moisture from the ground, and with a gust of wind, dust billowed into the air. Within a concealed cave, a dark-haired youth nibbled on some rations to quell his hunger. Beside him, a golden-haired beauty sat casually upon a stone, incessantly shoveling food into her mouth. This is delicious. No wonder it's made by another version of me, simply exquisite. The dark-haired youth seemed to sense something, setting down his food, his brow furrowing. These demons are indeed relentless. They have pursued us for so long without yielding. No sooner had he spoken than a series of tremendous explosions echoed in the distance. The golden-haired beauty sprang to her feet, her eyes fixed intently on the horizon. This is bad. Those demons have caught up to us. The dark-haired youth rose as well. Let us go. We must leave this place immediately. In an instant, the two figures vanished without a trace. In the dark forest, the two ran at a rapid pace, their silhouettes flickering as they darted through the trees, leaving mere afterimages in their wake. The dark-haired youth utilized his aura perception to gauge their surroundings. Realizing that the powerful presences were receding further into the distance, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, those demons cannot sense our aura, otherwise, they would never shake off their pursuit. Chapter 76, Lapis and Launchi. This cannot continue. Escaping in this manner is futile. That group of demons will undoubtedly track us down. And when they do, conflict will surely ensue. We must devise a plan, for this flight is not a sustainable strategy. The raven-haired youth furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution to their predicament. At present, this group of demons was pursuing them relentlessly, almost in a frenzied exodus, conducting a thorough search. Periodically, swathes of demons would soar overhead. He had already dispatched countless demons, and nearly every time he engaged, even the slightest disturbance would attract the nearby searching demons. The phrase a single thread pulled can move the entire tapestry perfectly encapsulated their situation. The most perilous encounter had occurred just days prior, when they were besieged by hundreds of demons. They narrowly escaped death, thanks to the miraculous beings that restored their vitality, allowing them to vanquish a significant portion of their assailants before fleeing. However, the beings had been completely consumed during that battle, and should they be besieged again, their situation could become dire. The golden-haired beauty seemed to sense something amiss. She halted, turned her body, and gazed at the raven-haired youth, her eyes filled with inquiry. He slightly shook his head. These wretched demons, is it truly worth their while to pursue us for having inadvertently consumed that so-called eternal source? It's infuriating. The golden-haired beauty, named Lan Chi, felt a surge of frustration. Being unexpectedly stranded in this world was already disheartening enough, as she had lost her freedom and joy, and now, being hunted by those demons was utterly humiliating. In her heyday, she had been a force to be reckoned with, leaving desolation in her wake and instilling fear in all who crossed her path. The raven-haired youth regarded her with exasperation. Lan Qi, you too have consumed the eternal source. You should be aware of its extraordinary properties. Extraordinary properties? She retorted defiantly. Regardless, I've already ingested it. Can I regurgitate it? Lan Qi was indeed cognizant of the eternal source's marvels. Since its consumption, her physique had improved remarkably, allowing her to run hundreds of kilometers without even breaking a sweat. Lapith, what are we to do now? These accursed demons are impossible to shake off. If this continues, we shall meet our end here, Lan Qi exclaimed in distress. I don't know, Lapith sighed. The only solution I can conceive at this moment is to escape through the demon gate. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi frowned. Did they not say that the demon gate had been sealed? Moreover, only the demon king can unlock it. Perhaps there are alternative methods to access the demon gate. We must at least attempt it, he replied. Lapis found himself in a state of confusion. He was a man of remarkable composure. Yet now he felt utterly helpless in the face of the current predicament. Lan Qi's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Clapping her hands in delight, she exclaimed, Lapis, I have thought of a solution. What solution? Lapis regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Well, of course. We must defeat the Demon King and compel him to open the portal to the demon realm. Lapis couldn't help but smirk, realizing he should not have placed too much faith in her whimsical notion. Defeating the Demon King? Just the two of them? It was a fanciful dream. If they struggled against the minions of the Demon King, who relentlessly pursued them, how could they ever hope to confront the far more formidable Demon King himself? Are you out of your mind? Even with sheer determination, we stand no chance against him, Lapis stated plainly. I'm not asking you to confront him right now. We should wait until you have trained and grown stronger, Lan Qi retorted, rolling her eyes. That sounds reasonable, but what will you do in the meantime? I will keep watch, Lapis replied, somewhat exasperated. Setting aside the impracticality of his suggestion, he questioned whether the demon horde would grant them such a luxury of time. Well, it seems they won tea. Lan Qi scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The two fell into silence for a moment. Forget it. Let us head to the portal to the demon realm, Lapis suggested. Lan Qi nodded, realizing there were no better alternatives. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, lifting a strand of her hair, which danced across her nose. Achoo! Lan Qi couldn't suppress a sneeze. Her golden hair instantly transformed into a striking blue. To avoid confusion, we shall refer to her as Golden Lan Qi and Blue Lan Qi henceforth. Hey Lapis, where are we? Blue Lan Qi gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, a fleeting look of confusion crossing her face. Lapis, seemingly accustomed to her dual personality, casually explained the situation before hoisting her onto his back, setting off towards the portal. Achoo! Another sneeze erupted, this time directly into Lapis's ear. He knew that the irritable Lan Qi had returned. Hey, Lapis, why have you picked me up again? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Golden Lan Qi shouted. Lapis sighed. You are quite difficult to please, the thought echoed in his mind. Chapter 77. Trials in the Demon Realm. While Lapis and Lan Qi were fleeing, a formidable assembly of demons had gathered, advancing with overwhelming force to encircle the two. Meanwhile, far from the Black Low continent, on another land known as the Demon Domain, a striking young man arrived in this realm. Su Luo floated in midair, surveying the inhospitable terrain, where malevolent energy swirled and the resources for survival were exceedingly scarce. It was difficult to fathom how the demon race could endure in such a barren land. The Demon Realm, a domain that even the gods found challenging to govern, was teeming with formidable life forms, surpassing those in the mortal world. Su Luo had ventured into the Demon Realm for the purpose of honing his skills. Su Luo attuned his senses to the vitality surrounding him and discerned that the life forces nearby were rather feeble, ranging from a combat power of 100 to 900. In the distance, however, he detected the presence of far more formidable beings, boasting energies exceeding 5,000 in combat prowess. It appeared that he had indeed arrived at the fringes of the Demon Realm. Su Luo reached this conclusion and immediately transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. As Su Luo delved deeper, the life responses sensed by his aura grew increasingly formidable. The demon tribes with combat prowess in the thousands were abundant, while those boasting tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands in strength, though fewer, were still present in notable numbers. This compelled Su Luo to marvel at the profound power of the Demon Realm. Even in this remote corner, the number of strong beings was astonishingly high. In the human world, The mere idea of individuals with combat power exceeding 100,000 was unfathomable. Even those surpassing 10,000 were exceedingly rare, each one representing the pinnacle of power within their respective factions. As he traversed the skies, it became evident that demons frequently clashed over scant resources, with the weaker ones left with no choice but to submit or face annihilation. In some instances, the more powerful demons would even consume the weaker ones, epitomizing the brutal competition and vividly illustrating the survival of the fittest. Su Luo found himself perplexed by the presence of so many formidable beings in the demon realm, questioning why they did not traverse the demon gate to invade the human world and plunder its riches. Could there be some form of restriction preventing the demon race from crossing into the human domain? After some contemplation, Su Luo dismissed this notion. The original storyline of the Dragon Ball saga indeed featured the shadow of the demon race. Perhaps the reason the demon realm refrains from invading the human world lies in the constraints imposed by the deities. In the original narrative, while the East Kaioshin may appear timid and feeble, such demeanor is only in comparison to powerful beings like Majin Buu and the god of destruction. As a deity at the pinnacle of the universe, the East Kaioshin upholds the balance of the cosmos, possessing substantial strength capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes of Frisia's caliber. Although his focus is predominantly on Majin Buu, he would not stand idly by should any factor threaten the equilibrium of the universe. Setting aside the Kaioshin, the Grand Kai, who oversees the heavenly realm, commands a multitude of strong beings who have cultivated their physical forms in the afterlife for countless years, rendering their power formidable indeed. While the underworld is generally prohibited from interfering with human affairs, there are exceptions in times of dire crisis. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Luo continued his flight, soon perceiving a convergence of several powerful energies. Each aura surpassed 1,000,000 in energy. However, before long, one of the formidable presences abruptly vanished, indicating that several demons were engaged in combat. Su Luo paid little attention. The demon clan, possessing merely 1,000,000 in strength, did not ignite within him a desire for battle. Su Luo continued his pursuit of his target, and after a considerable duration, an immensely powerful aura captured his attention. The intensity of the energy approached 9,000,000, making it a most suitable opponent for him. Without hesitation, Su Luo instantaneously teleported to the location of the formidable demon clan. As a powerful member of the demon race, the night demon possessed his own territory, and as usual, he was hunting for sustenance within his domain. Suddenly, he paused. Scanning his surroundings, his primal instincts warned him of an imminent danger lurking nearby. The night demon refrained from making further movements, opting instead to search for the source of this threat, yet he found nothing. Who goes there? Show yourself, the night demon's voice echoed, emanating a terrifying aura from his being. The corners of Su Luo's mouth curled slightly. Although the night demon had not detected his presence, it possessed a keen ability to sense danger. Such a formidable opponent evoked a sense of anticipation within him. Su Luo no longer concealed himself. With a swift motion, he appeared before the night demon. You are human? The sudden apparition startled the night demon, but upon recognizing Su Luo's visage, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. It had been ages since he had encountered a human, and memories of the exquisite taste of human flesh flooded his mind. The night demon's purple tongue involuntarily flicked out, drool dripping down its length in a grotesque manner. Without the formality of pleasantries, Su Luo unleashed the formidable power within him, a terrifying energy exceeding 6,000,000 surging towards the night demon. Sensing the energy emanating from this human, the night demon regarded him with disdain. Despite the strength of his aura, it still fell short in comparison to his own. Human, though I am uncertain how you arrived in the demon realm, it matters not. I shall soon grant you release. The night demon licked his lips, a gluttonous grin spreading across his face. Dark, abyssal magic surged around him, his form shifting rapidly, vanishing in an instant only to reappear before Su Luo, his black claws poised to rend him apart. Should those claws make contact, he would undoubtedly be torn asunder. Yet, as the shadowy claws descended, Su Luo hesitated not for a moment, swiftly evading the attack. Boom! The night demon's strike missed its mark, but the sheer force of his claws rent the earth beneath, carving deep chasms into the ground. With a low growl, Su Luo was enveloped in a faint layer of flames, and in an instant, his form transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from sight. Bang! Upon reappearing beside the night demon, he delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen, sending the creature hurtling backward for several hundred meters. Purple blood oozing from its mouth and nose, clearly indicating its injury. The night demon's eyes turned crimson, revealing a visage of fury, as it once again vanished from sight. In the next moment, it reappeared behind Su Luo, opening its gaping maw to bite down upon his head. Su Luo seemed to foresee the actions of the night demon, raising his hand to conjure a wave of energy that swiftly struck backward. With a resounding boom, Su Luo's body trembled slightly as the night demon's form was sent flying through the air. In a swift motion, Su Luo closed the distance to the night demon, delivering a powerful kick to its chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as the night demon emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its body soaring like a kite with a severed string, only to be halted after crashing through several mountains. Following a relentless barrage of blows, the night demon, consumed by rage, unleashed nearly 9 million units of energy, engaging Su Luo in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, far away on the Black Luo continent, Laplace and Lan Chi found themselves in dire straits. The sky was filled with thousands of formidable demons encircling them. "You two humans certainly possess remarkable agility," taunted the leading demon general, Anderson, with arms crossed and a mocking expression. Laplace glanced at the throngs of demons surrounding them, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Lan Chi, this truly spells danger." Chapter 78, Crisis Boom. Thunderous explosions resonated as the ground trembled, shrouded in thick clouds of dust. Within the obscured vision, two figures were locked in a fierce struggle, unleashing cataclysmic attacks upon one another, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Their silhouettes flickered in and out of existence. The earth and sky filled with afterimages, soon dispersed by the force of their clashes. Thunder cannon. A crackling roar erupted as violet lightning entwined with a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, crashing into the shadowy form of the night demon. Boom. Another resounding explosion followed. A fiery energy sphere ascended like the sun rising above the horizon, only to detonate, releasing a wave of destructive energy that threatened to tear the sky asunder. Exhilarating. "This is truly exhilarating," Su Luo exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of battle, sweat cascading down his cheeks, his body bearing numerous marks of the conflict. The night demon, with its nearly 9 million combat prowess and years of battle-hardened experience, provided Su Luo with an unparalleled sense of combat ecstasy. With a resounding thud, the night demon's charred body lay sprawled in a crater, its heaving chest a testament that it had not yet succumbed to death. Su Luo approached the night demon, placing his palm upon its head, and a surge of formidable mental energy instantaneously flooded into the night demon's mind, extracting the memories concealed within. With the continuous elevation of dimensions, Su Luo's mental prowess had ascended to a remarkably high level, enabling him to perform feats such as memory extraction. As a newcomer, Su Luo possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the demon realm, necessitating a deeper comprehension of its circumstances. Through the exploration of his mental faculties, information regarding the demon realm swiftly materialized in his consciousness. The ostensible ruler of this realm was none other than King Dapra, acclaimed as the foremost expert among demons, a fact Su Luo had already been made aware of. Dapra was the very demon king who had been subjugated by the dark sorcerer Bibidi during the saga of the Majin Buu. Dapra's power was on par with that of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, marking him as an exceedingly formidable demon lord. Beneath King Dapra's command were 5 other demon lords, whose strengths remained vague, each presiding over the central, eastern, southern, western, and northern regions of the demon realm, respectively, and each commanding numerous demon generals. However, this only scratched the surface of the visible hierarchy. The demon race was known for its rebellious nature and would not easily submit to control. Additionally, there existed several powerful demons who ruled over their own territories, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts. This information, albeit somewhat nebulous, formed the basis of Su Luo's understanding of the demon realm, gleaned from the night demon's mind, which itself might not fully grasp the intricacies of its own realm. Nevertheless, this insight afforded Su Luo a general awareness of the demon realm's dynamics. The presence of such formidable beings, aside from King Dapra, was indeed unexpected, compelling him to exercise caution, lest he find himself in precarious circumstances. Silently pondering, Su Luo considered that the demon race possessed not only formidable strength but also potentially insidious abilities. For instance, the saliva of Dapura had the power to petrify individuals. After grasping this information, Su Luo effortlessly condensed a wave of energy, striking down the night demon. After a brief respite to restore his stamina, he commenced his search for the next challenge. Expanding his sense of perception, he detected 2 formidable demons within his range, their power rivaling that of the night demon. Suddenly, a pure and potent aura caught Su Luo's attention. It was emanating from a distant location, seemingly from another realm. This aura was strikingly different from the characteristic dark essence of the demon race. It was human, and it bore a strangely familiar essence. Who could it be? Su Luo felt a sense of bewilderment. The demonic realm surprisingly bore the essence of humanity, evoking a peculiar familiarity within him. It was nothing short of astonishing. Su Luo's acquaintances are few, and those possessing formidable power are even rarer. Suddenly, an important figure crossed his mind, and he chuckled softly. Could it be you, Lapis? With that thought, Su Luo felt an impatient urge and immediately activated his teleportation towards that aura. Whoosh! Su Luo's figure vanished from his original position. Rewinding time for a moment, during Su Luo's battle against the Night Demon, on the Black Luo continent, Lapis and Jin Lanqi were simultaneously besieged by 3 demon generals and thousands of demon warriors. The demon general Anderson and his 2 companions had a clear objective. They immediately engaged Lapis in combat. Lapis possessed strength rivaling that of Anderson, his combat power reaching the million mark. However, facing 3 demon generals simultaneously proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, Lapis's stamina was nearly boundless, allowing him to unleash various formidable moves without restraint, enabling him to hold his ground against the 3 demon generals. In contrast, Jin Lanqi's situation was far from optimistic. Her power was not as formidable as Lapis's, with a combat strength of only several thousand. Although a single demon warrior might not match Jin Lanqi's prowess, the sheer number of them employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Soon, Jin Lanqi found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Countless waves of energy surged towards her, and amidst the relentless barrage, she sustained severe injuries. Lapis felt a surge of anxiety, yearning to assist Jin Lanqi. However, as he diverted his attention, the 3 demon generals seized the opportunity, launching a series of fierce attacks upon him. Spurt! Lapis coughed up a mouthful of blood. Under the relentless assault of the demon generals, he quickly found himself grievously wounded. Ha ha ha! Humans, cease your struggles. There is no chance for your escape today. Anderson cackled maniacally while attacking. Lapis disregarded him, focusing on Jin Lanqi's plight, who had now collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Seeing this, Lapis's fury ignited. He unleashed a surge of energy that sent the 3 demon generals flying, then swiftly appeared beside Jin Lanqi, cradling her in his arms, intent on fleeing the scene. Yet, the demon warriors encircled them, leaving no avenue for retreat. In the sky, countless energy waves surged once more. Chapter 79, Su Luo arrives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faced with such a dense barrage, Lapis's expression hardened. He tightened his grip around Jin Lanqi and swiftly maneuvered to evade the attacks. While dodging, he did not neglect to counterattack, condensing a wave of energy in his hands and launching it into the crowd, annihilating dozens of demon warriors. Simultaneously, he created a breach in the tightly packed wall of enemies. A golden opportunity. Lapis surged with energy, propelling his speed to its zenith as he dashed towards the opening. Just then, the imposing figure of the demon General Anderson obstructed his path. Get out of my way. In the depths of his gaze, a flicker of cold light danced as Lapithus roared, conjuring a sphere of azure energy that hurtled towards Anderson. The moment the orb collided with the dark figure of the demon general, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending dozens of demon kin flying, yet Anderson remained utterly unscathed. Oh, you wish to flee? It shall not be so simple. Anderson sneered, extending his hand towards the luminous sphere. A colossal hand descended from above, aiming to crush Lapithus, its terrifying force warping the air around it as if the very fabric of reality would collapse. In response, Lapithus summoned another wave of energy, propelling it upwards to meet the impending threat. The clash of the black and blue orbs resulted in a violent explosion, casting all surrounding demons backward. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. Both figures were hurled several meters apart, barely stabilizing themselves in midair. Anderson, clutching his bloodied hand, cast a malevolent glare at the distant silhouette of Lapithus. Pale and bloodied, Lapithus's protective shield lay shattered, dissipating into a myriad of azure motes. His heart raced as he glanced at the unconscious Jin Lanqi in his arms. A mix of urgency and helplessness etched upon his face. He knew he had to muster every ounce of his strength. Perhaps a glimmer of hope for escape remained, for failure would spell doom for them both. At that moment, Anderson exchanged glances with 2 other demon generals, who understood his intent and swiftly formed a triangular encirclement, trapping Lapithus and his companion within. The trio of demon generals regarded the confined pair with mocking expressions, akin to a cat toying with its prey. Today marks the end for you, human. Anderson bellowed with laughter. We are the 3 formidable generals under the command of the Dark Demon King. No matter how powerful you may consider yourself, you are not but an insignificant insect before us. Insect? A sardonic smile graced Lapithus's lips. If that is the case, do you dare to face this insect in single combat? Single combat? A trivial endeavor, Anderson retorted, his composure faltering slightly. Truth be told, the prospect of engaging this human one-on-one was indeed precarious. What kind of general shies away from a duel? Merely trash, Lapithus continued to provoke. You. Anderson felt a surge of rage at this insolence. How audacious of his opponent. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a general under the Demon King. How could he fear a lowly insect? If you seek death so fervently, I shall grant you the chance to experience the might of a demon general. As Anderson exchanged a glance with the two demon generals, he initiated the attack without hesitation. The other two generals followed suit immediately. Such a subtle maneuver did not escape the notice of Lapith. Resolute in his heart, Lapith knew that he could only fight to the death at this juncture. Thus, another earth-shattering battle commenced. Originally, Lapith could hold his own against the three formidable demon generals with all his might. However, now, with one arm cradling Lanchi, he found himself constrained in battle, divided between the need to protect her and the urgency of the situation. The outcome was all too apparent. Perhaps if he abandoned Lanchi, he might escape on his own, but he was destined not to make such a choice. The defeat was inevitable. A thunderous explosion echoed through the skies, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Two figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that sent tremors through the earth and billowed clouds of dust. Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Lapith struggled to rise. His gaze fell upon the prone form of Lanchi, and a bitter smile crossed his lips, tinged with both reluctance and an unyielding spirit. It seemed we are destined to perish here. The three demon generals descended, surrounding Lapith. Shadows of malevolence swirled in the sky. Human boy, to have struggled for so long. I must commend you. You are quite formidable. However, this is where it ends. Allow me to send you on your way. Anderson cackled maniacally, raising his hand as dark magic coalesced in his palm, intent on slaying Lapith on the spot. This boy was the most troublesome, difficult to control, thus. He resolved to end his life here. After all, the Demon Lord's command was to bring back the two, regardless of their fates. Die. Anderson unleashed his power, transforming the dark energy into a blade that sliced toward Lapith. As death loomed ever closer, there was no trace of fear in Lapith's eyes. Only a profound sense of regret. Was this truly how it would end? How disheartening. Two figures manifested in his mind. As the black blade drew perilously close to Lapith, mere centimeters away, it suddenly halted. The sinister grin on Anderson's face froze, and his pupils constricted in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The obsidian blade was caught in a hand, and moments later, it shattered, dissipating into the air. Do you truly believe you can vanquish Lapith, a mere rabble? A cold voice resonated, imbued with boundless wrath. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette and hearing the voice, Lapith felt a jolt of reassurance wash over him, his face breaking into a smile. In Anderson's line of vision appeared a young man, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, exuding an aura of terror that enveloped the demonic beings around him, instilling a sense of suffocating dread. Who are you? Anderson stammered, his voice trembling. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as his body quaked with fear. Who I am is of little significance. What matters is that you and your ilk are doomed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Luo swung his fist toward Anderson. The latter attempted to evade the blow, only to find himself utterly immobilized, forced to endure the impact of the fist against his face. With a sickening crunch and a spray of blood, Anderson was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several mountains before landing violently on the ground, his face caved in, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, barely clinging to life. The surrounding demons stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by shock. This was Anderson, a formidable demon lord, effortlessly defeated in a single strike. A profound and inexplicable fear took root in their hearts, one they could not shake off. Su Luo paid them no heed, his gaze shifting to Lapis, whose grievous wounds were a sight to behold, causing him to furrow his brow. Lapis forced a smile. Brother Su Luo, what brings you here? Before Su Luo could respond, Lapis helped the nearby Lanchi to her feet, urgently inquiring, do you still possess any divine beings, Brother Su Luo? Lanchi is on the brink of death. Chapter 80. Resolution. Su Luo retrieved two celestial beings from the ether and tossed them to Lapis. A flicker of joy illuminated Lapis's face as he deftly caught them, promptly placing one of the beans into Lanchi's mouth. Gazing upon the woman cradled in Lapis's arms, with her golden curls and a visage tinged with familiarity. Along with that name, Su Luo was convinced that this must indeed be the original Lanchi. Lanchi is a woman of dual personas. Upon sneezing, she transitions into an alternate identity. In her golden-haired manifestation, Lanchi exhibits a rough, untamed, and avaricious demeanor, while in her blue-haired form, she embodies gentleness, innocence, and an industrious spirit. Lanchi, though a secondary character with limited screen time, leaves a profound impression in the hearts of Dragon Ball enthusiasts, showcasing her unique charm. Su Luo was deeply intrigued by how these two individuals had come to associate with one another. Additionally, the prowess of Lapis and Lanchi left him equally perplexed. However, this was not the time for idle conversation. His gaze swept over the group of demons, honing in on the two most formidable demon generals. A glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Sensing the fluctuation of Su Luo's aura, the two generals felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies freezing as if immobilized by an unseen force. Human, we are in service of the Dark Lord. I advise you to tread carefully, otherwise, the Lord will not show you mercy, one of the generals stammered. Oh, is that so? I am rather curious to see what this so-called Dark Lord can do to me, Su Luo retorted. Su Luo advanced towards the two demon generals. With each step he took, their psychological terror deepened. Unable to withstand it any longer, they simultaneously let out terrified howls and turned to flee in a frenzied panic. Their speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from Su Luo's sight. Could they truly escape? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Su Luo's mouth as his form transformed into a streak of light, swiftly overtaking the two fleeing demon generals. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Bang! Ah! The two demon generals emitted a chilling scream, their heads bursting like overripe watermelons. Blood splattering forth and brain matter scattering about. Roar! Run! This human is far too formidable. The remaining demon warriors, witnessing their comrades being effortlessly slain by this human, were filled with panic and fled in terror, fearing that a mere second of delay would lead them to share the same fate as the generals. Observing the scattering demons, Su Luo scoffed. Think you can escape? How naive. Mastering the art of chi manipulation, he conjured forth a radiant golden light that morphed into countless blades of energy, slicing through the void and targeting the fleeing demons. The demons were taken aback, scrambling to evade the onslaught. Yet, the golden light was too swift, leaving them no time to retaliate. A sound akin to a sharp slice echoed as the retreating demons were pierced through by the energy blades, plummeting from the sky. In a single strike, thousands of demons were obliterated. Brother Su Luo, your power has become even more terrifying, exclaimed Lapis, unable to contain his astonishment at the scene before him. This group of demons had previously inflicted great suffering upon him, nearly leading to his demise. To witness them effortlessly dispatched by Brother Su Luo was nothing short of horrifying. Lapis had initially believed his own rapid progress and strength would allow him to surpass Su Luo, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Hey, Lapis. Who is that person? His strength is simply monstrous. Jean Lanchi, having consumed a celestial being and fully recovered, was taken aback by the astonishing sight that greeted her upon awakening. These were fearsome demons, yet before this stranger, they appeared as insignificant as ants, easily swatted away. That is Su Luo, Lapis began to introduce Su Luo to Lanchi. Oh, he is your elder brother. No wonder he is so powerful, Jean Lanchi realized, understanding that it was only natural for Lapis' elder brother to possess such formidable strength. After Su Luo had cleared away the demonic beings, he approached the two individuals, Lapis and Lanchi. Observing the two leaning against each other, Su Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems your relationship is more intimate than I had anticipated." Huh? Both Lapis and Lanchi were momentarily perplexed. It was only when they noticed Su Luo's suggestive gaze resting upon them that they comprehended the implication. Their faces flushed crimson, and they hastily distanced themselves from one another. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lapis's face as he quickly clarified, "Brother Su Luo, this is my friend." Lanchi, unfazed, nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders and introduced herself with an air of confidence. "Greetings, Brother Su Luo, I am Lanchi." Given the formidable prowess of this individual, who also happened to be Lapis's elder brother, Lanchi made a point to extend her courtesy. Su Luo nodded slightly. "By the way, Su Luo, how did you find your way to the demon realm? And what of Lazili? Where is she?" Lapis shifted the topic. Jinlanki also quietly perked up her ears. Su Luo chuckled softly and then recounted his adventures with Razili. Upon learning of their escapades through the cosmos, Lapis could not help but be impressed. Their experiences were far more thrilling than his own. with the knowledge that Razali was currently studying arcane arts on the planet Yadalat. Lapisi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as his sister was safe, that was all that mattered. When Su Luo began to narrate his cosmic encounters, particularly mentioning the turn-space pirates, Jean Lanchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The idea of robbing in the vastness of space seemed infinitely more exhilarating than her earthly exploits. Observing Lanchi's eager demeanor, Lapisi surmised her intentions and cautioned her. Lanchi, I must advise you against entertaining such unrealistic notions. We barely escaped with our lives from the clutches of the demon clan. Had it not been for Brother Su Luo's timely arrival, we might not be here today. I know, Jean Lanchi muttered under her breath. Now, why don't you share your experiences? Su Luo inquired with curiosity. Lapisi glanced at Lanchi before beginning to narrate his tale. After departing from the temple, he had wandered far and wide, during which he encountered the formidable bandit, Jean Lanchi, and decided to teach her a lesson. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept defeat and sought various means to exact her revenge, but all her attempts ended in failure. During the final confrontation, an unexpected twist occurred. They were engulfed by a sudden portal to the demon realm, and upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in this perilous land of demons. In this treacherous alternate world, the two forged an alliance, embarking on an adventurous quest across the demon continent in search of an escape route. Chapter 81. The eternal source in this realm teeming with monsters. Given Lapisi's then current strength, he was merely a weakling, let alone Jean Lanchi, an ordinary individual of modest power. Thus, the explorations of the two individuals were conducted with utmost caution, fearing that a single misstep could attract the formidable demon race, rendering them mere prey. During this period, their bond deepened, and in a bid to thrive within the demon realm, Lapith guided Jean Lanchi in her cultivation, bestowing upon her a semblance of self-defense abilities. In contrast, Lan Lanky, possessing an overly gentle disposition, harbored little interest in cultivation. Hence, most of the time, it was Jean Lanchi who commandeered their shared body. After extensive exploration, Lapith and Lanchi eventually discovered a means of escape, traversing through the gate of the demon realm to the outside world. In an ironic twist of fate, on their quest for the gate, they inadvertently stumbled into a forbidden zone of the demon realm, where the Dark Demon King and another demon lord were embroiled in a fierce battle over a peculiar luminous orb. The clash between the two demon lords was nothing short of brutal, their fury blinding them to the presence of the two humans. Ultimately, the Dark Demon King, at great cost, unleashed his trump card, vanquishing the rival demon lord while sustaining grievous injuries himself, just as he intended to claim his prize. A subsequent explosion caused the luminous orb to split in two, hurtling towards Lapith and Lanchi, who were closest, and entering their mouths. Enveloped in the essence of the orb, Lapith and Lanchi felt as though they had undergone a profound transformation, their powers surging significantly, their bodies brimming with newfound strength. Later, they would learn that this extraordinary entity was known as the Source of Eternity. Infuriated by the turn of events, the Dark Demon King charged at the two with murderous intent. Aware of the demon lord's terrifying prowess, Lapith and Lanchi wisely chose to flee rather than engage him. Had the Dark Demon King been at the peak of his strength, capturing the two would have been effortless. However, weakened by the fierce battle and grievously injured, he soon found himself unable to keep pace. Before long, Lapith and Lanchi successfully eluded his pursuit. Fearing that the two humans might escape the demon realm, the Dark Demon King sealed the gate and retreated to his palace to recuperate, dispatching his demon warriors to hunt the pair down. Under the relentless pursuit of the demon race, Lapith and Lanchi found themselves in perilous situations numerous times, yet each time they managed to avert disaster. What followed was akin to their previous encounters, as they were besieged by thousands of demons. Upon hearing Lapise's narration, Su Luo was taken aback. The eternal source? An energy that is nearly infinite? The existence of such a miraculous entity in the demon realm, capable of transforming one's physical constitution and bestowing boundless energy, seemed utterly incredible. It felt akin to possessing a cheat. In the original tale, it appeared that only a select few, such as the androids 17 and 18, along with the primordial mage and Bu, possessed infinite energy. Perhaps there were others, but they lay beyond Su Luo's realm of understanding. Gazing at Lapise and Lanchi, Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim, these two were nothing short of replicas of androids 17 and 18. Aside from their energy signatures, their strength was somewhat lacking. Yet their other characteristics bore striking similarities. Solo speculated quietly that perhaps there existed a connection between the perpetual energy furnace created by Dr. Gallo in the original narrative and the eternal source. However, this could not be substantiated, as Dr. Gallo had already met his demise at his own hands. Lapith, Lanchi. Aside from the benefits the Eternal Source bestows upon you, have there been any adverse effects, such as a physical burden? Su Luo inquired. The two shook their heads in unison. No, we feel no unusual sensations or discomfort whatsoever. Hearing this, Su Luo felt a considerable sense of relief, as long as there were no negative repercussions. That was all that mattered. Su Luo inquired once more, what are your plans next? Of course, we intend to depart from the demon realm, Jean Lanchi replied, curling her lip in disdain. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched place for another moment. It is stifling. And I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. Lapis nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place resembles a prison, suffocating in its oppressive nature. Su Luo smiled lightly. In that case, I shall escort you out of the demon realm. Hearing this, Jean Lanchi's eyes sparkled with hope. Does that mean you have a way to open the gate to the demon realm, Brother Su Luo? Su Luo shook his head. I do not possess the means to open the gate, but I can take you away from the demon realm to wherever you desire. Really? Jean Lanchi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Su Luo replied with a faint smile. His ability to teleport far surpassed any mere gateway to the demon realm. He could go wherever he wished. That's wonderful. Jean Lanchi joyfully leaped in delight. Lapis, however, was not overly surprised by Su Luo's capability to transport others from the demon realm. Long ago, he had learned of Su Luo's power of teleportation, though it had not been fully refined at that time. After years of cultivation, it was evident that Su Luo had mastered the art of teleportation flawlessly. Let us leave this place swiftly, Jean Lanchi urged, eager to escape this dreadful location. At that moment, Su Luo furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to the distance. A terrifying aura was approaching with immense force. The pressure emanating from it was far more formidable than that of Frisia. It could only belong to the ruler of this continent, the Dark Demon King. Brother Su Luo, what troubles you? Jean Lanchi inquired, noticing Su Luo's unease. A dreadful presence is drawing near, hissing. Its master is the Dark Demon King. Lapis gasped, sensing the overwhelming aura. Why would the Dark Demon King come here? Jean Lanchi's complexion paled slightly. Do not be alarmed. The Dark Demon King cannot reach us in a short time. We must hasten our departure, Su Luo stated firmly. Yes, yes. The two nodded vigorously. Place your hands upon my shoulders. Without hesitation, Lapis rested his hand on Su Luo's shoulder. Jean Lanchi, though puzzled by the necessity, obediently followed suit. Suddenly, Su Luo executed a teleportation spell, whisking away Lapis and Jean Lanchi from their location. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from the demon realm. Shortly after their departure, the space they had just occupied erupted with fervor. The air became searingly hot, and an endless inferno of demonic flames surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a colossal shadow of malevolence, standing ominously in the sky. The Dark Lord Hellrose surveyed the desolate landscape. His gaze fixed upon the corpses of fallen demon warriors strewn across the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotion. A pack of useless fools. Not only did they fail to capture two mere humans, but they were also slain in the process. What a disgrace to my name. Nevertheless, these two insignificant creatures have shown remarkable tenacity. However, this time, there is no escape for them. A smirk of amusement graced the lips of the Dark Lord Hellro. Now that he had taken matters into his own hands, capturing two humans would be a trivial task. If only he knew that the two humans he despised most had already fled the demon realm, he would be left in a state of disbelief. Chapter 82, Destination. Journey through the universe. Having departed from the demon realm, the trio arrived at a remote planet. Indeed, we have left the demon realm. Jean Lanchi's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings. Verdant trees, lush grass, blooming flowers, and fluttering butterflies filled the air with vitality. A stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the demon realm. The fresh air was utterly delightful. Lapis inhaled the fragrant air greedily. Who knows how long it had been since he had breathed such air? Ha ha ha, Lapis, we have truly escaped the demon realm. Jean Lanchi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, gripping Lapis's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Easy now, easy. You're going to shake me to pieces. Lapis felt disoriented from her exuberance. Oh, I apologize. I'm just so happy. Jean Lanchi quickly released him and burst into laughter. Observing the two in their moment of glee, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed their time in the demon realm had indeed been arduous. After a brief period of shared laughter, the two finally settled down. Su Luo inquired whether they should return to Earth or embark on a journey to the planet Yadarat to hone their mystical arts. Lapith pondered for a moment before shaking his head, indicating his reluctance for either option. Brother Su Luo, I yearn to traverse the cosmos for a while. To behold the splendor of other worlds, Lapith earnestly declared, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of longing and determination. Su Luo's previous tales of the wonders he encountered in the universe had resonated deeply within the young man's heart. Upon hearing the words, Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. It was no surprise to him that Lapus had always harbored a penchant for exploring the world. Lan Qi, what about you? Where do you intend to go? Lapus inquired, turning his gaze towards Jean Lan Qi. Well, I suppose I shall accompany you on a journey through the cosmos, Jean Lan Qi replied without hesitation. In truth, she harbored ambitions of becoming a cosmic pirate, seizing the wealth of extraterrestrial beings. As she contemplated her grand endeavor, a spark of excitement occasionally danced across her face. Lapus cast a skeptical glance at her, sensing that she might be concocting some dubious scheme. What is with that look? Jean Lan Qi retorted, displeased by Lapus's suspicion. Nothing. Since you wish to join, let us go together, Lapus responded. That's more like it, Jean Lan Qi said, crossing her arms with a huff. Seeing the determination in both Lapus and Lan Qi, Su Luo chose to remain silent. After all, given their current prowess, they were unlikely to encounter formidable foes in the universe, provided they steered clear of Frisia and his ilk, as well as other ancient monstrosities, thereby minimizing any threats to their lives. By the way, if we are to traverse the cosmos, we shall need a spacecraft, Jean Lan Qi suddenly interjected. A spacecraft? Lapus was taken aback. The two turned in unison to look at Su Luo, their eager expressions speaking volumes. Su Luo shrugged and said, All right then. Another spaceship must be delivered. In the boundless expanse of Su Luo, there exists a spacecraft, albeit one that can only be navigated using the language of Namek, rendering it unsuitable for others. Contemplating this, Su Luo employed instantaneous movement, transporting the two companions to a trading planet in search of a suitable spaceship. Upon arriving at the bustling streets of the trading world, Laplace and Jinlanqi were akin to country bumpkins in the city, filled with curiosity about everything around them. They gazed at this and that, with Jinlanqi occasionally exclaiming in wonder, drawing curious glances from the surrounding extraterrestrial beings. However, Su Luo and his companions remained indifferent to the stares of these onlookers. An hour later, Su Luo acquired an enormous spacecraft along with a substantial supply of provisions and an assortment of miscellaneous items. The total expenditure amounted to less than 30 Heiken. While this sum might seem considerable to other inhabitants of the cosmos, for Su Luo, it was merely a trifling amount, as his space was still filled with several small mountains of gold. Having achieved the purpose of their journey, the three bid farewell to one another. Su Luo extracted 1,000 celestial beans, encapsulated them in a versatile capsule, and tossed it to Lapith. You mustn't let your strength falter, he cautioned. Lapith, unperturbed, received the capsule with a grin. Brother Su Luo, when we meet again, I shall astonish you. I shall eagerly anticipate it, Su Luo replied with a smile before departing. With his back turned to the two, he waved goodbye. By the way, Brother Su Luo, please convey my regards to Laziri, Lapith added. Ha, certainly. Su Luo's voice resonated as he vanished from their sight. Jean Lan Qi stared blankly at the spot where Su Luo had disappeared, then exclaimed, That teleportation technique is so cool. Lapith, why can't you do that? Lapith remained silent, striding directly towards the spaceship. Jean Lan Qi, with a mischievous glint in her eye, followed closely behind. Lapith, let us embark on an adventure as cosmic pirates. Not a chance, Lapith firmly rejected. TCH. Meanwhile, Su Luo returned once more to the demon realm, where the sky was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, resembling a blood-soaked canvas. Su Luo continues to challenge the formidable demon clans on the continent of the demon realm, enhancing his strength. Furthermore, Su Luo has acquired an additional objective, the Eternal Source. Su Luo was filled with curiosity about how such a wondrous entity could manifest in the demon realm. To unveil these mysteries, one must delve into the depths of the Dark Luo Demon King. This chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. However, the Dark Luo Demon King possesses strength far surpassing that of Frisia, making the endeavor to acquire anything from him an undeniably arduous task. Given Su Luo's current capabilities, it remains beyond his reach. As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, a span of 1 year and 3 months elapsed. In a desolate expanse, boom, accompanied by a tremendous explosion, a formidable demon warrior with a battle power reaching 60 million met his demise. Su Luo sat upon a rocky outcrop, taking a moment to catch his breath. He opened his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 24 years, dimension, level 5-7 of the Realm King, innate talent, martial heart. Temporal power bloodline, Huaxia, Yanhuang bloodline, skills, celestial meditation technique, time stasis, 0, 5 seconds, instantaneous movement, dimensional slash, Luo immortal fist, 12-fold, void transfer technique, chi manipulation, internal breath technique, thunder cannon, combat power, 14 million evaluation. Among the myriad of cosmic dominators, you have firmly established yourself at the forefront. As Su Luo gazed at the information displayed on the panel, a faint smile graced his lips. His base combat power had reached an impressive 14 million. And with the application of the 12-fold Loxian fist, his battle prowess soared to approximately 168 million. This figure surpassed Frisia's ultimate form, which boasted a combat power of 120 million by a significant margin. Should he engage Frisia in battle once more, Su Luo felt confident that he could effortlessly dominate him. However, he did not allow himself to become overly proud. Such a combat power might serve to impress in the early stages of Dragon Ball, but as the story progressed, it would appear rather trivial. There were many warriors with combat powers in the tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even over 1,000 billion. The likes of gods of destruction and angels had transcended the mere measurement of battle strength. Their abilities were extraordinarily formidable, capable of obliterating entire universes with ease. Chapter 83, The Dark Demon King, Fierce Battle. To illustrate the point, one need look no further than Goku and Vegeta, those Saiyan warriors. Although their base combat powers increased at a sluggish pace, they possessed the ability to transform. Once they achieved the Super Saiyan form, their battle power experienced exponential growth. In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Namek saga, Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan was rapid. Within a mere decade, his combat prowess reached the level of a god of destruction. Vegeta, the perennial second-in-command, experienced a similar trajectory. The exceptionally talented Gohan, despite neglecting his training and experiencing a decline in strength, often humorously referred to as Gohan the Slacker, was nonetheless a formidable opponent. At the onset of the Majin Buu saga, after unlocking his potential with the Elder Kai, Gohan in his mysterious state was capable of overpowering Majin Buu. Had Gohan devoted himself solely to training, surpassing the gods of destruction would have been a trivial feat. Unfortunately, Gohan's passion lay in academia, as he aspired to become a great scholar, showing little inclination towards combat. Of course, this reflects the original storyline. Presently, under Su Luo's influence, the trajectory of Dragon Ball has diverged from its original course, and the future remains uncertain. Perhaps the main characters in the original tale will grow stronger, or perhaps weaker. It is also unknown how far Nancy, the female Saiyan, will progress. This young lady's potential is not inferior to that of Vegeta, and her exceptional character leaves Su Luo eagerly anticipating her future performance. After all, she is a Saiyan he has nurtured, and the stronger she becomes, the better, ideally, surpassing Goku and his companions. With a hint of mischief, Su Luo contemplated this. Returning to the main topic, with Su Luo's current strength, he should be ready to challenge the ruler of this continent, the Dark Demon King. Su Luo did not forget the other purpose of this journey, to obtain information about the eternal source from the Dark Lord. With my current strength, if I exert myself fully, I should be able to contend with the Dark Lord. Although the Dark Lord's power surpasses that of Frisia by a considerable margin, it is not insurmountable. His combat prowess is estimated to be around 170 million. This assessment is based on Su Luo's previous experience sensing the Dark Lord's aura. Of course, one cannot entirely rule out the possibility of the Dark Lord possessing hidden cards, yet Su Luo remains confident in his ability to engage in battle. After a brief respite, the next objective is the Dark Lord. After a brief respite to restore his strength to its optimal state, Su Luo set forth. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Dark Lord, an ominous aura enveloped the surrounding area for miles, exerting a pressure akin to that of a looming volcano, causing numerous demonic beings to tremble in fear, utterly powerless to resist. "My lord, spare us. Grant us just a little more time." Before the plea could be completed, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Within the grand hall, thick clouds of smoke dissipated, transforming into mere powder that scattered across the floor. The air was laden with a charred and acrid scent. In the now desolate hall, only the Dark Lord remained, his violet black eyes ablaze with fury. Previously, he had assumed that capturing those two detestable humans would be a trivial task, yet after an exhaustive search, he had found not a trace of them. How could he not be enraged? Returning to his palace after a fruitless pursuit, his anger intensified with each passing moment. His useless subordinates became the targets of his wrath. Suddenly, a calm voice broke through the tension. The Dark Lord turned to see, unexpectedly, a young man clad in white battle attire standing at the entrance of the hall, remarkably. A human. Though the human exuded no formidable aura, he instilled within the Dark Lord a sense of imminent danger. "Who are you?" the Dark Lord inquired in a low, menacing tone. Su Luo squinted his eyes, surveying the imposing figure of the Black Luo Demon King, towering in stature, with purple skin adorned by black scales. The creature possessed 4 eyes, 2 of which were tightly shut, evoking an eerie sensation as if the opening of those eyes would unleash some unfathomable terror. "Who am I?" "It matters not," Su Luo chuckled softly. "Do you recall the 2 humans you pursued earlier?" "Oh, you are their companion?" The tone of the Black Luo Demon King turned icy. Su Luo nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Are you here to court death?" To this, I retorted, "You are mistaken. I have come in search of the eternal source." Upon hearing the words eternal source, the Dark Lord erupted like a powder keg, his fury igniting within him. "You wretched human dare to mention the eternal source to me? Truly, you seek your own demise." With a thunderous roar, terrifying power erupted from the Dark Lord's being. In an instant, the entire hall collapsed, transforming into an endless expanse of ruins, akin to the onset of a cataclysmic disaster. A flicker of astonishment passed through Su Luo's eyes as he realized that the battle power had astonishingly reached a staggering 180 million, exceeding his expectations. In the next moment, Su Luo's expression shifted subtly, and he instantly teleported away from his original position. Boom! A purplish-black energy orb struck the ground, utterly obliterating the grand hall and creating a massive crater. The ant had evaded quite swiftly. The Dark Demon King cast a cold gaze towards Su Luo, who hovered in midair not far away. With a light chuckle, Su Luo refrained from excessive words and directly unleashed his ultimate technique. Confronted by the formidable Demon King, he dared not act recklessly. 12-fold Luosian Fist. A brilliant blue flame surged instantaneously, its overwhelming momentum stirring the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The Demon King, He Luo, wore a grim expression. This human possessed a level of power he had not anticipated, revealing that the earlier sense of crisis stemmed from this very strength. Merely a slightly more powerful ant, all show and no substance. If it's merely all show, why not test it and find out? Su Luo crossed his arms defiantly, provoking him. Faced with such human audacity, He Luo's expression darkened, and he immediately retaliated. Hundreds of phantom fists hurtled towards Su Luo with blinding speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Yet, undeterred by the overwhelming assault, Su Luo calmly raised his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp explosions echoed as the phantom fist shattered into oblivion. He Luo narrowed his eyes. "Ant, you actually managed to withstand this king's attack. It seems you possess some skill after all." Su Luo paid no heed to his astonishment. "Such a trivial attack could never inflict harm upon me." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. It seems this king has been underestimated." The Black Luo Demon King, consumed by rage, laughed derisively. No sooner had the words left his lips than he moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before Su Luo in the blink of an eye, delivering a ferocious kick aimed squarely at Su Luo's head. Su Luo leaned backward, bending down to evade the strike. The Dark Lord of Demons, seeing his attack miss, delivered another punch. In an instant, Su Luo unleashed a surge of energy, accelerating to his utmost limit, and fiercely struck back with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The force of their fists collided, generating a series of explosive sounds. Chapter 84, Hidden Cards, Four-Eyed Demon Eyes. The battle commenced with fervor as the two engaged in an intense clash. Bang, bang, bang. Their punches collided repeatedly, neutralizing each other's force. The tremendous pressure from their blows ignited sparks in the air. Numerous demon warriors trembled nearby, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the duel above. Good heavens, is this human a monster? How can he contend so evenly with the Lord of Demons? The mere aftershocks of their conflict are terrifying enough. If we were to be caught in this turmoil, we would surely be reduced to mere bones. The ferocity of their battle reached a pinnacle, leaving the demon warriors unable to trace their movements, only perceiving 2 indistinct shadows clashing in the sky, producing violent sparks. A green-skinned demon stammered. "The human our Lord commanded us to find, could he possibly be one of them?" Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed. It must be so. No wonder no demon warriors returned alive. They were likely slain by this human. The more the demons contemplated, the more fear gripped them. Even if they encountered such a formidable human, their chances of survival appeared non-existent. The once evenly matched battle began to undergo a transformation. Su Luo swiftly grasped the rhythm of battle, seizing the initiative in his hands. His assaults grew increasingly fierce, leaving the Dark Demon King to adopt a nearly entirely defensive stance. Ha ha ha. Is this truly all you are capable of, Demon King? How utterly disappointing. The Dark Demon King's face turned a shade of deep anger as he bellowed. Who on earth are you? Internally, he was astounded. He had never anticipated that a mere human could match him in strength, let alone gain a slight advantage, an unprecedented occurrence. Su Luo grinned, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply divulge all that you know about the eternal source. The Dark Lord of Hell snorted disdainfully and replied, The eternal source is the most enigmatic entity of the demon realm. To think you could extract such information from me is nothing short of a fantasy. Is that so? As Su Luo's smile faded, he took a step forward, and his body abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before the Demon King in the next instant. This speed, what on earth is happening? The Dark Luo Demon King was taken aback, as he had not perceived any trace of Su Luo's movement. It was as though he had teleported into his presence. There was no time to react. Bang! A powerful punch from Su Luo struck the Demon King's chest with a resounding thud, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, blood splattering forth. In the void of Su Luo, a sudden step brought forth a reappearance above the Black Luo Demon King. His feet relentlessly trampled upon the demon's form, causing immense fissures to rapidly spread in all directions. The Demon King's chest caved in. The bones within his ribcage shattered beyond repair. He let out a wretched howl of agony, yet remained utterly helpless. In the distance, the demon warriors, witnessing their lord being ruthlessly toppled by a mere human and trampled upon with impunity, cried out in terror and fled in disarray, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to their own demise. If a being as formidable as the Black Luo Demon King could not withstand this human, then what hope did they, the feeble ones, possess? Su Luo ceased his assault, standing there as he gazed upon the incapacitated demon lord. The taste of suffering was rather exquisite, wasn't it? The Dark Demon Lord, with great difficulty, lifted his head to look at Su Luo, his eyes betraying a glimmer of resentment. Ignoring the malevolent gaze of the Dark Lord, Su Luo continued, Now, divulge the specifics of the eternal source, and I shall grant you a swifter demise. Ha! You pitiful human insect, do you believe you have triumphed? The Dark Lord cackled menacingly. In Su Luo's astonished gaze, a surge of purplish-black flames erupted from the body of the Dark Lord. A profound sense of impending danger washed over Su Luo, prompting him to instantaneously teleport away from the Dark Lord's side. Initially, he presumed this was the Dark Lord's ultimate trump card. However, he was left dumbfounded moments later. The purplish-black flames did not assail him, but instead enveloped the Dark Lord's form, cocooning him entirely. As Su Luo sensed the ominous energy brewing within, a terrifying aura began to coalesce. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. During his previous confrontation with Frisia, he had witnessed a transformation reminiscent of the Dark Lord's current predicament. By the heavens, could this Dark Lord also be capable of transformation? Su Luo couldn't help but mutter an expletive. Transformation in battle had become a trend in the Dragon Ball realm. When faced with defeat, one merely assumed a different form and resumed the fight. With no time to ponder further, Su Luo concentrated and unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards the fiery cocoon. Alas, they proved ineffective. As the purplish-black flames devoured the energy waves effortlessly, silence enveloped the arena in eerie stillness. Then, with a sharp crack, the fiery cocoon shattered, revealing the Dark Lord once more. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, his stature had diminished slightly. Yet, his combat power had surged dramatically, escalating from 180 million to 290 million. Su Luo's expression darkened. Ha ha. Mere ants, how do you feel? Are you intimidated by my power? The Dark Demon King laughed maniacally. Humph, not much has changed since before, Su Luo retorted coldly. Although he spoke with bravado, an acute sense of caution arose within him. The Demon King's current strength instilled a profound sense of peril, as if a careless moment could lead to his demise. Is that so? A sinister glint flickered across the Dark Demon King's face. Then let me show you the extent of my prowess. With that, he unleashed a punch into the air, a purplish-black energy slicing through the atmosphere, accompanied by a piercing, shrill whistle. So swift. Su Luo was taken aback, his intention to teleport thwarted by an inexplicable paralysis of his body. The surrounding space seemed to solidify, rendering his attempt at instant movement futile. What was happening? His eyes widened in alarm, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Could it be that this demon lord possessed the ability to manipulate the very fabric of space? There was no time to cast any spells. He could only brace himself to withstand this lethal blow. Boom. The violet-black energy surged violently against Su Luo, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force of the shockwave fracturing the ground beneath him. Cough, cough. Su Luo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his vision a haze. The strike from the Dark Lord was truly terrifying, leaving his internal organs nearly shattered. Ha ha, little ant. Did you just entertain the thought of wielding some form of spatial teleportation? The Dark Lord chuckled ominously. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Su Luo attempted to utter a response, blood surged forth from his lips once more. Su Luo fixed his gaze upon the Dark Lord, and unbeknownst to him, another pair of eyes atop the sorcerer's head had opened. The crimson-hued orbs radiated malevolence and foreboding. Witnessing Su Luo's current plight, the Dark Lord felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction wash over him. He gestured towards the ominous eyes, boasting with pride, regardless of your impending demise. I shall ensure you grasp the full extent of your fate before you depart. As the sovereign of this realm, I possess not only formidable power but also these four-eyed demonic pupils. These pupils have the ability to confine space and immobilize foes. Impressive, is it not? Ha ha. At this, the Dark Lord erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. Thus, the truth was unveiled. Su Luo understood that those capable of becoming rulers of the demon realm were far from ordinary. Chapter 85, A Life in the Balance. Upon witnessing Su Luo's revealing expression, the Dark Luo Demon King displayed a mocking demeanor. Human, he sneered. Even if you possess considerable strength and the ability to teleport, what does it matter? You dare to challenge me with such feeble means? You are utterly oblivious to your own mortality. With but a single finger, I could crush you. In this moment, the Dark Luo Demon King was brimming with arrogance, his formidable power after transformation providing him with the audacity to boast. Su Luo disregarded the words of the Demon King. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he strategized. The four-eyed demon, with its bizarre gaze, possessed the unsettling ability to seal space, a rather grotesque trait. It was indeed the first time he encountered such a formidable adversary. In past battles, regardless of the strength of his opponents, he had never succumbed to panic. For even if he were to be outmatched, he could always rely on his ability to teleport away, untroubled by the specter of mortal danger. Now, however, with his teleportation rendered ineffective, Su Luo found himself in a perilous predicament. The current combat prowess of the Demon King had surged to an astonishing 290 million. He was utterly outmatched and, unable to utilize his teleportation to escape, Su Luo was, in essence, ensnared in a dire situation. Su Luo took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions and maintain his composure. Ha ha ha. Human, are you contemplating an escape? Cease your futile struggles. Let me inform you that this space has been sealed by me. There is no chance for your flight. Your fate is already sealed. Resign yourself to becoming the fish on the chopping block, ready for my slaughter. I shall grant you a swift end. The Dark Demon King laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty and cruel light as he gazed at Su Luo. Su Luo let out a cold snort, resolute that he would not sit idly by and await his demise. He thought to himself, now that the situation had reached such a critical juncture, he could only take a bold gamble. Perhaps there still remained a glimmer of hope. With a fleeting thought, Su Luo extracted a celestial bean from the boundless expanse and placed it into her mouth. The Dark Demon King, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with fury. How could this human be so audacious as to indulge in a bean, clearly demonstrating his disdain for him? However, the subsequent event left him utterly astounded. The once gravely injured human was, to his astonishment, restored to health. Su Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, assuming a battle stance, prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Black Demon King. Human, what do you consume that allows you to heal your wounds? The Black Demon King exclaimed in astonishment. The Celestial Bean, Su Luo replied truthfully. Celestial Bean? The Black Demon King repeated, momentarily distracted. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Luo launched his assault. A seasoned warrior, he would not let such a prime chance slip away. 12-fold Celestial Fist. A blue flame erupted from within him. With remarkable swiftness, Su Luo darted behind the Dark Lord, unleashing a powerful punch. Yet, his movements did not escape the keen gaze of the Dark Lord. Mere tricks. The Dark Lord scoffed, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leaning forward, he effortlessly evaded the attack, then delivered a fierce side kick with his right leg, sending Su Luo hurtling away with tremendous force. As he was propelled through the air, Su Luo executed a full 360-degree spin, dissipating the impact and regaining his composure to launch another assault. In an instant, he appeared before the Dark Lord once more, executing a spinning kick that produced a resounding shockwave. Futile resistance. The Dark Lord cast a contemptuous glance at him, choosing not to evade. Allowing the powerful strike to connect with his head, a resounding thud echoed, followed by a sharp crack of bone. The Dark Lord's neck seemed to snap, causing his head to tilt to one side. Su Luo did not exhibit any signs of joy, for the malevolent aura of the Demon King lingered, as terrifying as ever. As anticipated, the Dark Lord twisted his neck with a series of ominous cracks, restoring his head to its original position. With a mocking tone, the Demon King taunted, "Human, is this your most formidable strike? I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed." A shiver coursed through Su Luo's heart as he delivered another kick, only to have the Demon King seize his ankle. A cruel smile spread across the Demon King's face, his four demonic eyes glinting with a chilling light. And he suddenly tightened his grip. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Su Luo, as though his ankle were being crushed. Ignoring the agony, Su Luo spread his hands and pressed them against his forehead. Solar fist. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. Ah, my eyes. The Demon King's four eyes seemed to be blinded by the brilliance, and he released his grip, clutching his eyes in torment. For a being accustomed to the shadows of the demon realm, the impact of the solar fist was even more profound. Seizing the moment, Su Luo swiftly leaped back, creating distance. The Demon King, now blinded, presented an opportune moment to strike. With both hands, Su Luo gathered energy, purple lightning swirling around him, the air quivering as if resonating with the roar of a dragon. Thunder, light, cannon, Su Luo bellowed. He thrust his palms forward, akin to the breath of a thunder dragon. The terrifying energy cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the Demon King, incinerating everything it touched into ash. This move harnessed the majority of Su Luo's inner strength, its power far surpassing anything before. The Demon King, He Luo, remained oblivious to the impending danger, still shielding his eyes and murmuring softly. Boom! A colossal explosion resounded. The devastating energy wreaked havoc, obliterating the lower half of He Luo's body. Dark green blood cascading like water. Ah! The Demon King cried out in agony. Damn it! You wretched insect, daring to inflict such grievous wounds upon me. He Luo's four demonic eyes snapped open, fixating on Su Luo, icy malice glinting within. Swish! The purple-black flames ignited once more, and the Demon King's broken body began to mend at a visible pace. Witnessing this, Su Luo's heart sank. What kind of monster could recover from such devastation? This terrifying regenerative ability, combined with the eerie powers of the four-eyed gaze and transformation, would undoubtedly make him a ruler of the demon realm if he continued to grow. Even the Demon King, Depura, would likely pale in comparison. As the purple-black flames dissipated, He Luo's body reformed completely. The aura of the Demon King had only diminished slightly, yet it remained overwhelmingly formidable. Damn it! Su Luo cursed under his breath. Human, your life ends here. He Luo gazed at Su Luo, his dual purple-red eyes glimmering with a haunting light. Su Luo found himself once more rendered immobile, as if ensnared by an unending torrent of magical power. A wave of dread surged within him. Suddenly, the Dark Demon King waved his hand, conjuring forth a terrifying energy composed of swirling purplish-black flames, which surged towards Su Luo. The searing heat approached, heralding the imminent arrival of death. A flash of golden light flickered in Su Luo's eyes. Time stood still. The gray and white world re-emerged. In this realm, Su Luo was the sovereign. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment. The power of the Dark Demon King surpassed his own, and being able to pause time for a mere 2 seconds was the extent of Su Luo's capabilities. Time waits for no one. Su Luo's azure flames surged with vigor, powerful energy crashing against the shackles that bound him. The binding capacity of the four-eyed demon eye, deprived of magical support, swiftly lost its hold. At that moment, the world of suspended time began to tremble, on the verge of shattering. Chapter 86. The Awakening of Mysterious Powers. In the critical moment between life and death, every second counted. Almost simultaneously, the gray world fractured, and the power restraining Su Luo ceased to function. Su Luo hastily sidestepped, yet he was still a moment too late. The searing breath swept past, instantly incinerating all matter, and Su Luo's right hand was reduced to ashes. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, rendering his complexion pale as death, with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Glancing down and to the side, he found his right hand utterly void. Hiss! Su Luo inhaled sharply, astonished by the sheer terror of the attack. Merely a near miss had reduced his right arm to cinders. Had he been any later, his entire being might have been consumed, leaving not even a trace of bone. Nevertheless, the price he paid was equally monumental. Deprived of his right hand, Su Luo's strength had diminished significantly, and there was no hope for restoration. The celestial beings could not mend a severed limb. If he wished to regain his arm, it would likely require the collection of Dragon Balls and a wish to the dragon. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The crisis had yet to pass. Su Luo clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he cast a vigilant gaze towards the Demon King. Oh, how intriguing. You have managed to break free from the shackles of the Demon Eye and evade this lethal strike. Quite impressive. I am curious to see how many times you can escape. The Dark Demon King grinned menacingly, his four-eyed gaze flickering with a spectral light as boundless dark energy surged forth. Su Luo had long anticipated that the Demon King would employ such a tactic. With a swift motion, he vanished into the blind spot of the four-eyed Demon Eye. Through prior encounters, Su Luo had discerned the inherent weaknesses of the four-eyed Demon Eye. It could only bind objects within its line of sight. As long as he evaded the gaze of the Demon Eye, the Demon King would be unable to exert control over him. Upon witnessing Su Luo's sudden disappearance, the Black Luo Demon King felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that this human had perceived the vulnerability of the four-eyed Demon Eye? If so, the combat instincts of this human were indeed formidable. However, after a moment of astonishment, the Demon King dismissed the notion. After all, what did it matter if a mere human recognized the weakness of the Demon Eye? With such feeble strength, the idea of escaping his grasp was nothing short of a fantasy. The four-eyed Demon Eye emitted a perilous glow, its gaze swiftly shifting to seek out Su Luo's form. As the Demon King predicted, Su Luo's speed was insufficient to elude the Demon King's sight. The disparity between their strengths was undeniable. On several occasions, as the Demon Eye prepared to lock onto him, Su Luo utilized time suspension to evade capture. Yet, this was not a sustainable strategy. Despite the potential of the Luoxian fist to amplify his combat power exponentially, Su Luo's base strength was merely 14 million. And the energy within him was far too limited to maintain such an effort. Su Luo's gaze subtly shifted towards the magical eye adorning the head of the Dark Lord. And as thoughts raced through her mind, a resolute decision took shape. It seemed that she had no choice but to stake everything on this one chance. Time froze. A grayish-white world descended once more. The Dark Lord's body was immobilized in place. Whoosh. Su Luo swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the Demon King. Simultaneously, he employed the technique of chi manipulation to coalesce a remarkably sharp blade of energy within his grasp. Only 0.1 seconds remained. The speed of Su Luo was astonishing, arriving in an instant. With a swift motion, a blade of air sliced through the atmosphere, aimed directly at the Demon King's sinister eye. At that moment, the world where time stood still shattered. Gazing at the imminent blade of air, the Black Luo Demon King was filled with terror. The four-eye gaze ignited with a crimson glow, emanating a chilling aura of dark magic that rippled around the demonic pupil. The air blade in Su Luo's hand appeared to be obstructed, coming to a standstill. Su Luo gritted his teeth, a frenzied expression emerging upon his face as he exerted every ounce of strength, intensifying his grip. With a resounding crack, one of the demon's eyes shattered, blood splattering forth. The Dark Lord let out an anguished howl. Success. A wave of elation surged within Su Luo. With the loss of one of its eyes, the demon's ability to confine the space diminished significantly. In his final struggle, Su Luo fought fervently for this opportunity. He hastily summoned the last vestige of energy within him and executed a technique of instantaneous movement. Whoosh. Su Luo vanished from his location. Yet, in the next moment, he reappeared. What is happening? Why have I not departed from the realm of magic? Su Luo was engulfed in confusion. He had clearly executed a teleportation. Just as he was grappling with his bewilderment, a formidable binding force surged forth once more, rendering his body immobile. Human, having destroyed this king's eyes, do you believe you can escape? The voice of the Dark Demon King resonated with fury. Before Su Luo could utter a word, the Dark Demon King had already swung his fist, striking fiercely towards him. Bang, bang, bang. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. I shall not allow you to die so easily, human. I will methodically tear your body apart, the Dark Demon King declared, his eyes brimming with madness and brutality, intensifying the force of his blows. Su Luo felt as if his entire being were being torn apart, his bones shattering one by one in excruciating agony. An endless stream of blood erupted from his mouth. In this moment of utter impotence, Su Luo resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, completely at the mercy of the Demon King, devoid of any power to resist. His body had reached the precipice of collapse, on the verge of disintegration at any given moment. Bang! Another powerful blow struck down. Su Luo's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, the immense force shattering the earth beneath him into fragments. It is difficult to fathom the degree of devastation he endured from such a strike. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Ha ha ha. The Demon King erupted into maniacal laughter. It ends here. A colossal sphere of purplish-black energy coalesced in his grasp. The terrifying energy distorting the very air around it. Humans, perish. The Demon King's face contorted in a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty exhilaration. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the massive sphere, imbued with a sense of annihilation, hurtled towards Su Luo. At this moment, Su Luo lay quietly in the stone pit. His body riddled with wounds, drenched in blood, rendered incapable of movement. Is this truly the end? Confronted with the looming specter of death, Su Luo felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Sometimes, a desperate situation can also present an opportunity. In this critical moment, a spark of hope flickered. In the inky depths of Su Luo's obsidian eyes, a shadowy semblance of an ancient dragon flickered into view. Suddenly, the specter opened its eyes wide, unleashing a dazzling burst of golden radiance. The divine aura it exuded was nothing short of breathtaking. The blood within Su Luo's body began to boil. Billions of cells surged with frenetic energy, and an inexhaustible wellspring of mysterious power flowed forth. The body, which had been on the brink of disintegration, was visibly reassembling, healing, and ultimately restoring itself to its original state. Roar. With a resounding roar that pierced the heavens, Su Luo unleashed a dragon's cry, reverberating through the skies and shaking the very fabric of the universe, as if the entire world trembled in response. Under the immense and terrifying might of this force, the colossal sphere of purple-black energy was shattered, transforming into scattered sparks that vanished into the ether. What manner of power is this? The Demon King gazed in horror at this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief, pupils constricting sharply, as an inexplicable chill surged through his heart. He could not fathom how a mere human, on the brink of death, could suddenly become so formidable. Su Luo stood upright, his form transformed, his eyes, as pure as golden glass, shimmered with brilliance. The ethereal shadow of a dragon deity manifested around him, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance that commanded the very heavens. Su Luo extended his perfectly intact right hand and gave it a firm shake. He could distinctly sense an immeasurable power coursing through his body, a force that imbued him with an overwhelming sense of superiority over the world. Chapter 87. The Power of the Dragon God. This extraordinary strength was simply magnificent. A confident and alluring smile curved upon Su Luo's lips as he raised his gaze to the heavens. His golden eyes shimmered with an air of dominion, as if they could penetrate the very essence of existence, revealing the illusions of reality and rendering everything a mere backdrop to his grandeur. Demon King, are you prepared to meet your demise? Su Luo spoke in a calm tone, as if recounting a trivial matter, yet it evoked no sense of ease. Damn humanity! Cease your posturing, sneered the Dark Lord Helro, having recovered from the momentary fright. The thought of being intimidated by this human filled him with a sense of humiliation. Was it merely a louder roar? Was it just a slight increase in strength? Was it merely a change in eye color? Was it simply an additional dragon shadow ornament? Who was he trying to intimidate? Helro did not believe that this human possessed the power to slay him. Silently, Su Luo gazed at the Black Demon King, his eyes devoid of emotion, resembling the unfeeling stare of one witnessing death. This expression instilled a sense of suffocation within the Black Demon King, causing his rage to swell uncontrollably. The two faced off in a moment of tense silence. Ultimately, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, the Black Demon King struck first. Explode. A resounding boom echoed as a jet-black energy surged forth, violently erupting in midair and transforming into a barrage of beams, raining down upon Su Luo. The ground trembled as a colossal roar erupted, and energy fireballs ascended, billowing clouds of smoke into the air. Ha ha ha, humanity is doomed now. The Black Demon King cackled. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater emerged, revealing Su Luo standing proudly, the earth beneath him untouched and intact. He is still alive. The Black Demon King's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Su Luo unscathed, his teeth clenched in disbelief. Impossible. This is one of my most prized techniques. Is it really a technique? Aside from stirring up dust, it serves no purpose, Su Luo replied, his tone dripping with disdain. How infuriating. Stop underestimating me. The Black Demon King, in a fit of rage, transformed into a flash of black light, hurtling towards Su Luo with a powerful punch ready to strike. With a swift motion, Su Luo raised his right hand, effortlessly intercepting the punch. What? The Dark Demon King was struck with astonishment. This was indeed his most powerful blow. Just a moment ago, this hand of yours seemed quite formidable, did it not? Su Luo revealed a cruel smile, and upon witnessing this, the Demon King felt an inexplicable surge of panic within him. The grip of Su Luo intensified, the immense force rendering the Black Demon King as if his bones were fracturing. Ah, release me, let me go, you cursed human. The Black Demon King strained to withdraw his hand, attempting to break free. With a sudden rip, his entire arm was torn away by Su Luo, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! The Black Demon King clutched his severed left arm, letting out a pained roar. This is merely the beginning, Su Luo remarked with a chilling smile. The Black Demon King was struck with a profound shock, fear evident upon his countenance. After their earlier clash, he realized the terrifying power of this human before him. He dared not remain, and with a swift motion, he fled into the distance. Su Luo's indifferent gaze briefly flickered over the figure fleeing before him, and with a decisive motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. A roar echoed, resonating through the heavens. Terrifying energy erupted from Su Luo's fist, transforming into a golden dragon. Seemingly capable of piercing the void and obliterating all barriers, swiftly engulfing the Black Luo Demon King. Boom! The Demon King's body trembled. His flesh and blood instantly shattered into dust, leaving only a skeletal frame. Ah, my body, it cannot be. It is impossible. The Black Luo Demon King shrieked in a hoarse voice, disbelief etched across his features, his eyes brimming with fear and resentment as he fixated on Su Luo. Terrifying violet-black flames ignited around him, desperately attempting to mend his shattered form. Originally, these violet-black flames possessed the power to heal any wound, granting him an almost immortal capability. However, now, these flames had lost their potency. Each time he sought to restore his flesh, a destructive force emerged, annihilating everything in its wake. No, it cannot be. The Black Luo Demon King screamed in madness, his eyes filled with terror, as in that moment, he truly comprehended despair. As Su Luo took a deliberate step forward, he approached the Dark Demon King with a chilling smile etched upon his face. Your impossibilities are numerous. Today shall mark the end of your life. The Dark Demon King, filled with terror, watched Su Luo draw nearer. Do not come any closer. Stop right there. The four-eyed demon gaze upon the king's head flickered ominously, repeatedly unleashing its binding powers. Yet, Su Luo remained utterly unaffected, resolutely advancing. With each step he took, the Dark Demon King's spirit crumbled a little more. At last, Su Luo stood before the king, placing his hand upon the demon's head. Please, I implore you, do not kill me. The Dark Demon King's mental defenses shattered completely, leaving only a desperate instinct for survival. You seek the information of the eternal source, do you not? I will divulge everything. I beg you, spare my life. The Dark Demon King, like a defeated hound, whimpered in submission. I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Luo grinned widely as an immense surge of mental energy flooded into the mind of the Black Luo Demon King, extracting his memories. After a brief moment, Su Luo released his grip. So this is how it is, he murmured softly. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. From the Demon King's recollections, he gleaned information regarding the eternal source. The eternal source is merely a legend within the demon realm, recorded only in fragments, appearing once every 1,000,000 years. It is said that whoever obtains the eternal source can acquire boundless power and become the sovereign of the demon realm, a prospect that holds fatal allure for any demon. Previously, when the news of the eternal source's appearance in the forbidden grounds of the demon realm reached the Black Luo Demon King and another demon lord, a fierce battle ensued, ultimately benefiting Lapus and Lanchi. Upon learning this, Su Luo chuckled softly. Those two are indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Su Luo gazed upon the despondent Black Luo Demon King. Very well, you may descend into the abyss. In the depths of the Demon King's eyes, filled with sheer terror, a brilliant golden light swiftly engulfed his form. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the Black Luo Demon King was reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Su Luo clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied with his masterpiece. After the battle concluded, the ethereal visage of the dragon god dissipated, yet those golden eyes remained unchanged, seemingly frozen in that state for eternity. He opened his personal panel. Host, Su Luo, age, 24 years, dimension, level 5, Realm King 7, talent, Martial Dao, time-space. Dragon God bloodline, Han Chinese, Yin Huang bloodline, skills, Dragon God command, Dragon Fist, time stasis 0, 6 seconds, instant teleportation, spatial dimension / Luo Immortal Fist 12 times. Void transfer technique, Chi control technique, internal breath technique, thunder light cannon. Combat power, 360 million evaluation, rarely finds an adversary within the cosmos. The power of the dragon god. Su Luo took a deep breath, striving to suppress the excitement within. Although he had anticipated this moment, he could not escape the thrill it evoked. Su Luo had profoundly experienced the might of the dragon god, which symbolized absolute power. Even a casual strike possessed immense potency. Moreover, it endowed extraordinary healing abilities. For instance, his right hand had been restored under the influence of the dragon god's power. The wonders of the dragon god's strength extend far beyond this, yet it requires Su Luo to explore further. Much like the enigmatic forces of time and space, it is an unfathomable and overwhelmingly dominant power. What Su Luo currently possesses is merely the tip of the iceberg. As Su Luo's gaze descended, he noticed that 2 new skills had been added to his skill bar. Dragon God's Blessing, harnessing the power of the dragon god. It conjures a phantom dragon to envelop him, nullifying enemy attacks and reflecting all damage back upon them. Dragon Fist, concentrating the might of the dragon god into a singular explosive point, it transforms into a spectral dragon that obliterates all in its path, showcasing immense destructive power. Su Luo had previously wielded both of these skills, and they could be summed up in one word: formidable. Time had finally ceased its stagnation, extending beyond 0. 5 seconds to a remarkable 0. 6 seconds. Instantaneous movement now bore no restrictions on distance. Within the vast cosmos, any location could be reached with but a thought. All these transformations stemmed from his combat power surging to an astonishing 360 million. Su Luo himself had not anticipated that after awakening the power of the dragon god, his regular combat strength would surge from 14 million to an astonishing 360 million. This remarkable advancement would have been unattainable through mere years of arduous training. His journey in the demon realm had yielded abundant rewards. With a smirk, he thought it was time to return. He wondered how Laziri and Nancy were faring in their training. As a side note, his time in the demon realm had come to a temporary conclusion. He was preparing to return to Earth, where familiar faces would soon reappear. Fictional characters, it seemed, garnered little interest, as evidenced by the meager comments, which could hardly be considered noteworthy. He humbly requested the esteemed readers to offer complimentary gifts as a little indulgence, such as an extra fried dough stick for breakfast, would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 88. Departure from the demon realm, gazing at his tattered appearance. Su Luo rubbed the tip of his nose and retrieved a house from the infinite space. Stepping into the bathroom, he luxuriated in the bathtub, relishing a soothing soak. With his eyes closed, his mind wandered through countless thoughts. The sudden surge of power required time to consolidate. Only through perfect mastery of this strength could he unleash his utmost combat potential. Su Luo pondered deeply. Furthermore, both the powers of time and space, as well as the might of the dragon god, necessitate a personal investment of time for comprehension and mastery, for these are the very foundations of his essence. Whether he can forge a realm of his own within this Dragon Ball universe hinges upon his ability to harness these profound powers, which constitute his unique advantage. With this realization, Su Luo felt a surge of joy. After a brief cleansing, he donned a fresh set of garments and set forth from the demon realm. With a mere thought, a grand cosmic star map materialized in his mind, pinpointing the coordinates of the planet Adralat. He then executed a technique of instantaneous movement. In a flash, Su Luo vanished from his original position, effortlessly traversing the barrier between the demon realm and the human realm, reappearing on Adralat. He had now mastered the art of traversing the void at will, unbound by distance, akin to a fish gliding through water. On Adralat, a few wispy clouds drifted across the sky, with sunlight filtering through, casting a warm and comforting glow. In the southern part of the planet, far removed from the bustling city, a magnificent villa nestled within a tranquil valley. A few months prior, Laziri and Nancy had relocated here after completing their rigorous training in secret arts. Their spirited sparring often generated considerable noise, disrupting the serene lives of the inhabitants of Adralat, prompting their retreat to this secluded haven. At this moment, as midday approached, the two maidens lay resting on chairs after their training. Laziri, with her eyes closed and a faint smile gracing her lips, seemed to be lost in a beautiful dream. Yet, suddenly her brow furrowed, and her lips pressed tightly together, as if she were caught in a nightmare. In her dream, her beloved Su Luo was being mercilessly beaten by a grotesque monster, left battered and on the brink of death. She struggled fiercely, yearning to rush to his aid, but found herself perpetually unable to approach the dreadful creature even a single step. Su Luo was torn apart by that monstrous creature and met his demise. Allo. Allo. Lazili's voice quivered, awakening her abruptly, her fair cheeks streaked with tears. A formidable aura uncontrollably surged from within her, radiating in all directions and conjuring a violent whirlwind. Ouch, that hurts. Lazuli, what are you doing? Nancy complained while rubbing her posterior. She had been in a deep slumber, only to be blown away by the force emanating from Lazuli, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Upon hearing Nancy's words, Lazuli's dazed expression transformed into clarity, and as she surveyed her familiar surroundings, she sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a nightmare. Yet, it felt astonishingly real. It's nothing, just a bad dream. Lazuli hastily reined in her aura, her face betraying a look of apology. What? A bad dream? Nancy exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that such a commotion was caused by this. Lazuli, you actually cried out of fear, huh? This is the first time I've seen this side of you. I never knew you were so timid. Observing the tear streaks on Lazuli's face, Nancy couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Shut up, stop laughing. Lazuli's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation upon hearing Nancy's unrestrained mirth. Haraha, I can't breathe. Lazuli clenched her delicate fist and playfully struck Nancy on the head. Ouch. Nancy immediately ceased her laughter, clutching her head and exclaiming in pain. After rubbing her head, she gazed at Lazuli with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Is it really necessary to get so upset over a mere joke? Lazuli, what sort of nightmare did you have? Nancy shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued by the dream that had so frightened Lazuli. I dreamt that Aloe died. The recollection of her earlier nightmare still left Lazuli feeling unsettled. TCH, it was just a dream. That wretched Su Luo could never die. Perhaps he is feasting and reveling on another planet right now, Nancy mumbled. Lazuli shot Nancy a glance. Do you think Aloe is like you? Humph, that's debatable. Ignoring her, Lazuli leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. Nancy, feeling a bit bored, picked up a nearby drink and sipped through the straw. Meanwhile, Su Luo arrived at Adrat Star. Following the auras of Lazuli and Nancy to this location, he saw Lazuli resting her chin on her hand, her exquisite beauty still intact. Beside her, Nancy was sipping her drink, and after some time apart, Nancy's features had become even more refined, her body resembling a flourishing sapling, having grown considerably taller. Lazuli, Nancy. I'm back. Aloe. Su Luo. The sudden appearance of Su Luo sent both girls into a frenzy of excitement. You finally returned. Lazuli abruptly leaped into Su Luo's embrace, clinging to him tightly and refusing to let go for quite some time. Ahem, Lazuli, you are holding on too tightly. I can hardly breathe, Su Luo gasped, struggling for air under her grip. Yet, Lazuli continued to hold him with unwavering strength, showing no intention of releasing her grasp. Su Luo embraced the young girl, tenderly stroking her silky hair, his eyes brimming with infinite affection. To be cherished by his beloved filled his heart with joy. Su Luo, you have returned, she exclaimed. Your strength has indeed grown immensely. And your eyes, how have they changed color? Nancy approached, chattering away, playfully patting Su Luo, blissfully unaware of her role as an uninvited guest. These eyes. Lazuli released Su Luo, scrutinizing his golden orbs, which sparkled like stars, exuding a divine nobility, tempered with an air of dominance. Aluo, how did your eyes turn golden? They are stunning. Ah, that is a long story, Su Luo replied, touching his nose, uncertain of how to explain. Later, I shall elaborate. Lazuli pouted slightly, her displeasure evident. I don't care. You must clarify now. If it's a long story, then make it brief. Indeed, Nancy chimed in. Very well, I shall condense the tale. Su Luo acquiesced with a resigned nod, briefly recounting the origin of his awakened dragon god powers to the two women. Naturally, he omitted the part where he almost met his demise at the hands of the Dark Demon King, glossing over it. Upon finishing Su Luo's narrative, the two women were momentarily taken aback, their gazes then fixed upon him with intensity. Although Lazuli and Nancy had never witnessed the power of the dragon god, they could infer from Su Luo's words that it was an exceedingly formidable force. P.S. Another chapter will be updated tonight. Chapter 89. The secret arts of the two maidens, as Su Luo had just acquired his new powers and could not fully control them. He emanated a powerful aura that stood out like a flame in the night. Lazuli and Nancy earnestly sensed Su Luo's strength, realizing that even the energy radiating from him surpassed their comprehension, utterly terrifying. Su Luo, let me see how powerful your dragon god abilities truly are, Nancy insisted, placing her hands on her hips. Do you think I am a performer for your amusement? Su Luo rolled his eyes. Come on, let me see. I want to know just how extraordinary you have become, Nancy retorted, glancing at Lazili. What do you think, Lazili? Lazili cast a curious glance at Su Luo, intrigued by the strength of the dragon god, and nodded. Aluo, I too wish to witness the dragon goddess power. Do demonstrate a little. Seeing Lazili align with her sentiment, Nancy beamed at Su Luo, as if to say, see, Lazili thinks so too. Faced with the expectant gazes of the two young women, Su Luo shrugged. Very well, since you are so eager, I shall indulge your curiosity. With his fist tightly clenched, Su Luo unleashed a torrent of formidable energy that surged forth, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that spiraled gracefully in the air. Dragon Fist. Roar. The golden dragon's ethereal form let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. The ground trembled. Wherever the dragon's shadow passed, the air quaked violently, as if the very fabric of the universe were on the verge of shattering, instilling a profound sense of dread, with even space itself contorting in response to its overwhelming might. Witnessing this spectacle, the two women gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. It was utterly extraordinary. Observing Su Luo, who appeared as if a deity of war had descended, Lazili felt an immense pride swell within her. Indeed, her man was the most exceptional of all. So magnificent. Nancy was beside herself with excitement, her large eyes shimmering like stars, fixated on Su Luo, her face radiating boundless admiration. As a female scion, the instinct to revere the strong seemed ingrained in her very essence. The formidable strength of Su Luo stirred an unusual sensation within Nancy's heart. Su Luo remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions stirring within Lazili and Nancy. Withdrawing his fist, he flashed a grin and said, All right, Nancy, do not gaze at me with such adoration. It may inflate my ego. Humph, Su Luo, spare us your vanity. Who is in awe of you? Nancy retorted, snapping back to reality, seemingly attempting to mask something with her words. A soft chuckle escaped Lazili at their exchange. Her laughter caused a flush to creep over Nancy's cheeks, prompting her to shoot a fierce glare at Lazili. What are you laughing at? Upon hearing this, Lazili could hardly contain her mirth, playfully ruffling Nancy's hair with both hands, leaving it in disarray. Nancy let out a squeal, and the two engaged in a playful tussle. Su Luo smiled, observing the growing camaraderie between the two young ladies, akin to that of sisters. By the way, have you both mastered the secret technique? Su Luo inquired with a grin. The two girls halted their playful banter. Nancy, adjusting her disheveled hair, replied with a hint of pride, We accomplished it several months ago. So did I, Lazili chimed in, her voice laced with joy. What secret technique did you learn? Su Luo asked with curiosity. Lazili extended her delicate, fair finger, playfully waving it before Su Luo, exclaiming, Allo, pay close attention. Suddenly, a dreamlike shimmer danced before Su Luo's eyes, and within his gaze, a figure enveloped in purple light split into two. As the purple glow dissipated, two identical Lazilis stood before him. Both resembled each other perfectly, exuding the same aura. Allo, what do you think? Can you guess which one is my true self? The two Lazilis giggled merrily, each linking an arm with Su Luo, their faces drawing near, exhaling sweet breaths. The warmth emanating from them and the softness against his arm ignited a subtle heat within Su Luo. Clearing his throat, he pretended to maintain composure, masking his embarrassment. Come on, take a guess. There's a reward for the right answer. Lazili teased playfully, her tone almost flirtatious. Su Luo took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within as he gazed at the two Lazili before him. A wry smile crept onto his lips, for this girl was truly cunning, managing to conceal her essence at the same level, rendering distinction nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this challenge was not insurmountable for Su Luo. He extended his hand, exploring the two women to discern the genuine from the false. In an instant, Lazili blushed fiercely, spat in annoyance, and swatted Su Luo's mischievous hand away, subsequently dispelling the illusion of the other Lazili. Well, a wager is a wager. Su Luo chuckled with delight. Allo, you are being unfair. Lazili exclaimed in exasperation. That is of little concern to me. As long as the objective has been achieved, Su Luo replied with a casual shrug. Lazili shot him a disdainful glance. Su Luo leaned closer to Lazili's ear and whispered something, though the words remained a mystery. A flush crept across Lazili's cheeks as she shot a fierce glare at Su Luo. Yet, she refrained from uttering a word and merely nodded, her heart fluttering with anticipation after more than a year without any intimate moments with him. Observing Lazili's tacit approval, Su Luo could not suppress a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Nashi, standing aside, curled her lip in silent disdain. By the way, Lazili, what is this secret technique? It seems somewhat akin to the proliferation technique. yet distinctly different? Su Luo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Previously, Mr. Mond of the Odrat Star had demonstrated the proliferation technique, which could create dozens of replicas, albeit lacking in strength and merely serving to inflate numbers for show. This, however, was unlike what Lazili was currently performing. This is the technique of doppelgangers, capable of conjuring another version of oneself, possessing combat awareness and retaining 70% of my original strength, Lazili elucidated. This technique is remarkably impressive, Su Luo remarked, clearly impressed. Su Luo praised, stating that this secret technique, when executed skillfully, could be regarded as a formidable trump card, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless. Nancy, what about you? Su Luo turned his gaze toward Nancy. She remained silent, stepping forward to stand before Su Luo, and with great force, she unleashed a punch. Bang! Su Luo? Su Luo gazed at Nancy in confusion, uncertain of her meaning. Nancy pouted and remarked, "It truly has no effect on you." Huh. This is the technique of forceful energy separation, which can gradually strip away an opponent's energy from their body. Unfortunately, it proves ineffective against adversaries of vastly superior strength. Nancy feigned regret, yet inwardly, she was brimming with pride. Su Luo suddenly realized that this technique, which he had noticed before, involved gradually separating the opponent's energy. A method that was both terrifying and effective, particularly for those who merged with or absorbed the energy of others. It maximized the effect of energy extraction. Observing Nancy's feigned disappointment, Su Luo playfully tapped her on the head, chiding her with a smile, "Be grateful. This secret technique is quite powerful." With a giggle, Nancy covered her head, her expression one of innocent amusement. Chapter 90. Nancy's thoughts. The following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm rays throughout the room. A gentle warmth enveloped the space, and an indescribable scent lingered in the air. On the soft bed, a slender figure lay languidly, reminiscent of a sweet, serene infant, her long, curled eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing sapphire eyes that held a hint of drowsiness, akin to a small creature awakening from slumber. Pure and unblemished. "Ah, I'm so tired. I finally had enough sleep." Lazily stretching, Lazili yawned, her demeanor a mix of confusion and sleepiness as she gradually sat up from the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She surveyed the disheveled sheets and the mottled traces upon them, recalling the wildness of the previous night, a blush involuntarily creeping across her cheeks, her heart racing. Raising her gaze towards the window, she noted the brilliant sunshine and glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 10 o'clock. She quickly patted her face and leaped off the bed, hastily finding her clothes before heading to the bathroom for a quick freshening up, then dashed downstairs. As she entered the living room, she spotted Nancy languidly draped over the sofa, occasionally indulging in snacks. Lazili approached her naturally, greeting, "Good morning, Nancy." With a roll of her eyes, Nancy retorted, "It's not that early. The sun's already high in the sky. Where's Arrow? He got up early." Spouting some boring nonsense about training insights, and then disappeared, Nancy replied slowly, "Oh, I see. Su Luo mentioned you were too tired last night and asked me not to disturb you. That was rather odd," Nancy huffed. A faint blush crossed Lazili's face, and she coughed awkwardly a few times. "What is the matter? Why is your face so red?" Nancy asked, blinking her large eyes at Lazili. "And nothing? It's just hot, stuffy in here." Lazili quickly offered an excuse. "Please, spare me the lies," Nancy scoffed. Lazili fell silent, taking a seat on the sofa and picking fruit from the platter to replenish her energy after a night of depletion. At that moment, Nancy suddenly seemed to notice something. Glancing around before leaning closer to Lazili, conspiratorially asking, "I heard strange noises coming from your room last night. What were you and Su Luo up to?" Upon hearing this topic, Lazili's expression stiffened, and she shot Nancy a fierce glare. "You mischievous girl, why would you ask that?" "Hee, I am merely curious." Nancy chuckled softly. "Disregarding your presence, I shall take my leave to enjoy breakfast," Lazili declared as she rose and made her way towards the kitchen. Her departing figure appeared somewhat frantic, as though she were fleeing. "Humph, what is so remarkable about that?" Nancy muttered in dissatisfaction. She continued to feed herself with snacks, grumbling to herself, "If she want tea, tell me. I shall discreetly inquire with Su Luo." With that, she bit down forcefully on her snack, adopting a fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, before the towering waterfall, soaring hundreds of meters high, Su Luo sat cross-legged at the base of the waterfall, with torrents of cascading water thundering above him. As time passed, the rush of the water beneath the waterfall intensified, resembling a silver dragon in flight, while piercing sounds echoed through the heavens, relentlessly striking against Su Luo's body. Su Luo stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes gently closed. enveloped in a soft golden aura, resembling a deity, immovable as a mountain. Time passed by, second by second, and soon it was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun casting its warm hues across the land. A refreshing breath echoed throughout this realm, akin to the roar of dragons and the growl of tigers, resonating endlessly. Su Luo slowly opened his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, an unusual brilliance flickered in the depths of his gaze, only to be replaced by a serene calmness. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. A faint smile graced his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Quite commendable, at this pace of cultivation, within 3 years. His combat prowess could surpass 1 billion. Ever since awakening the power of the dragon god, Su Luo had noticed a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation speed, akin to riding a rocket. The results of a single day of intense practice now equated to what previously took dozens, even hundreds, of days to achieve. This realization instilled in Su Luo a greater confidence, leading him to believe he could ultimately surpass those deities of destruction, angels, and even as Su Luo exhaled deeply. He gazed at the setting sun in the sky. The horizon was awash in a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of a blood-stained canvas, a sight of exquisite beauty. The time had come. Lazuli must have prepared the meal by now, and it was time to return. Su Luo murmured softly, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he materialized within the villa. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by an alluring aroma of sumptuous dishes that made one's mouth water. There stood Lazuli, apron tied around her waist, singing merrily as she sought the vegetables, clearly in high spirits. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, and Nancy, the eager girl, had already picked up her chopsticks and begun to eat. "Ah, Su Luo, you're back," Nancy exclaimed, her cheeks puffed out, her words slightly muffled. Su Luo chuckled softly. Nancy's appetite seemed to have grown insatiable. "Allo, you must be hungry. Come, sit down and partake in the meal," Lazuli called out, presenting the final dish. "All right." Su Luo nodded, taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks to begin his feast. After the meal concluded, this chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The trio settled in the living room, engaging in leisurely conversation about their training routines as time slipped by imperceptibly. "Well, you all chat. I shall take a shower." Lazuli stretched and stood up. "Go ahead." Nancy waved her hand dismissively. Once the bathroom door clicked shut, Nancy's eyes sparkled mischievously, a cunning expression adorning her face. She leaned on Su Luo's shoulder, whispering conspiratorially, as if inquiring about something intriguing. Feeling the warm breath against his ear, Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, his expression morphing into one of perplexity. What audacity Nancy possessed, unabashed in her inquiries. Was this the boldness inherent to science? "Hey, Su Luo, why don't you speak up?" Nancy nudged his arm, her vexation evident. "Young ladies should refrain from such idle speculation. It's time for bed." Su Luo shot her an admonishing glance. "Humph, what a miser. If you want to talk, then so be it," Nancy pouted, silently cursing Su Luo for being so dull. Yet, she was far from giving up. If she could not glean answers from their lips, she would explore on her own to uncover the hidden secrets between Su Luo and Lazuli. A cunning smile crept upon her lips as she concocted a clever plan. Her spirits lifted. Bidding Su Luo good night, she darted back to her bedroom. After Nancy departed, the living room was enveloped in silence. The following day, the dawn broke hazily. Tap, tap, tap. Su Luo embraced Razily in a deep slumber, when a sudden knock at the door disturbed his tranquility. Su Luo turned over, stretched out his hand to rub his bleary eyes, and opened the door, only to see Nancy. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, "What brings you here so early? Disturbing my peaceful slumber? Who is disturbing your dreams?" "I have come to find Lazuli for training," Nancy replied, slipping in like an elusive eel. There lay Lazuli, half-clothed and curled up in the sheets, her hair tousled, and a hint of vulnerability exposed at her chest. Embodying the essence of someone just awakened, exuding a languorous charm that provoked the imagination. Nancy's cheeks flushed crimson, despite her innocence. She understood the implications of the scene before her, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. Ahem. Nancy cleared her throat, saying, "I shall proceed with my training now. You may continue to sleep." With that, she swiftly exited, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Su Luo's expression darkened. How could Nancy become increasingly outrageous? "Humph. That mischievous girl. I'll deal with you later." Chapter 91. Time reversal. Nancy dashed out of the courtyard and came to an open space where she finally paused. Taking several deep breaths of fresh air, she sought to calm her agitated spirit. She had initially thought it would be something entertaining, yet it turned out to be an embarrassing affair that had left her in a state of anxiety. Recalling the earlier scene and the peculiar expressions on Su Luo and Lazili's faces yesterday, Nancy's cheeks flushed crimson. It was indeed a great embarrassment. She hastily shook her head, attempting to clear her mind, but the more she tried, the more her thoughts wandered, leading her to envision some rather unsightly images. Ah, Nancy, what are you thinking? How could you entertain such thoughts? She slapped her forehead, exclaiming in a mix of shame and anger. After an indeterminate amount of time, her complexion finally returned to normal. Phew, I have finally regained my composure. It's time to cultivate. Nancy sighed deeply. With that, she immersed herself in her training, adopting a stance, throwing punches, and kicking, her agile figure darting swiftly across the open ground. Not long into her practice, Nancy's movements abruptly ceased. Upon noticing Su Luo suddenly materializing before her, she instinctively took a few steps back, feeling somewhat guilty as she asked, "What brings you here?" With a single stride, Su Luo approached Nancy, grinning as he inquired, "What do you think I am here for?" "Certainly to accompany you in your cultivation." "Not necessary," Nancy replied, shaking her head vehemently, as if her head were a bobblehead doll. It was absurd. She knew that Su Luo harbored ulterior motives and was merely seeking an excuse to confront her. No. She must resolutely oppose this. "Not necessary." Su Luo narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Nancy, you shall not escape this." With gritted teeth and a determined stomp of her foot, Nancy resolved to give it her all. "Humph, who was afraid of whom? Bring it on." With that declaration, Nancy launched herself at Su Luo, fists and feet flying. Hee. Thus commenced a spirited battle. Ouch, that hurts. Clap. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Su Luo delivered a sharp slap, instantly knocking Nancy to the ground. Clutching her stinging dairy, Nancy rose from the floor, rubbing her backside while exclaiming in a torrent of curses, "Su Luo, you scoundrel, how dare you strike my backside?" Ha ha. Upon witnessing Nancy's disheveled appearance, Su Luo could not help but burst into laughter. "Ah, my dear aunt, I shall fight you to the end." Seemingly provoked by Su Luo's mirth, Nancy, in a fit of exasperation, clenched her fists and lunged forward. After a fierce exchange, Nancy lay breathless on the ground, her eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of resentment. "I refuse to accept this." Su Luo, crouching down, playfully tousled Nancy's hair with a vigorous rub. "What will you do about it? I will make you regret this. One day, I will become a super scion, and then, just you wait. I'll have you searching for your teeth." "Very well. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the prowess of this future super scion of yours," Su Luo chuckled, giving Nancy's hair another playful ruffle before standing up. "By the way, remember to come back for breakfast," she said, turning to leave. "Ah, how infuriating. You scoundrel." Nancy glared fiercely at Su Luo's retreating figure. Then, rubbing her sore backside, she thought to herself how inconsiderate Su Luo was, treating her as if she were a child. "Just you wait." With gritted teeth, Nancy silently vowed that once she had trained herself into the legendary Super Scion, she would surely pin Su Luo down and administer 100 spanks. No, 1,000. After this little morning escapade, Nancy became more diligent in her training. Almost every day, she rose early, not forgetting to rouse lazily to train alongside her. The hidden motives behind her newfound determination remained a secret to all. When Lazily inquired curiously and learned the reason, she was both amused and exasperated to discover it stemmed from Su Luo's playful reprimand of 100 spanks, leaving Nancy feeling unsatisfied and eager to reclaim her honor. As time flowed like a gentle stream, 2 years silently slipped away. Every day, apart from his fundamental training, Su Luo would sit in tranquil contemplation beneath the grand waterfall, immersing himself in the essence of time and space, as well as the dual powers of the dragon god. During this period, whenever Nancy made any progress, she would eagerly seek out Su Luo for a sparring match, only to return each time with disappointment, having endured the punishment of a few firm taps on her backside from him. Nevertheless, Nancy remained undeterred, engaging in combat with Su Luo more frequently than with Lazily, which led Su Luo to ponder whether this girl harbored some peculiar inclinations, such as a penchant for masochism. However, Nancy's progress was indeed commendable. Her combat prowess had escalated to a remarkable level of 4 million, and perhaps with just a single opportunity, she could ascend to the status of a super scion. In contrast, Lazily had experienced even greater advancements, her strength soaring to an impressive 15 million. a leap that left Nancy envious. This remarkable progress stemmed from Lotzi Li's dedication to meditative training. The benefits of the divine meditation technique became increasingly pronounced in the later stages of practice, with enhancements in combat power being particularly notable. Lotzi Li was acutely aware that her earthly lineage paled in comparison to that of Su Luo and Nancy, which is why she devoted the majority of her time to honing her meditation skills. Sometimes, she would sit in silent reflection for an entire day, a sight that would evoke a shake of the head from Nancy, who felt a sense of inferiority. Should Nancy be required to meditate for such an extended period? She would find it unbearable. She preferred the training room, where she could sweat and revel in the fulfilling sensation that physical exertion brought. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading and discover even more thrilling developments. Currently, Lotzi Li had attained the 4th dimension realm, reaching 97 of the King of Hell dimension, and it was believed that she would soon break through to the 5th dimension of the King realm. As for Nancy, she had only reached the 3rd dimension, at 76 of the divine level, highlighting her laziness. On this day, Su Luo, as was customary, remained beneath the waterfall, engaged in his training. Time flowed backward. With a low exclamation, Su Luo summoned the forces of time and space within him, sending forth an invisible wave of energy that radiated in all directions. In an instant, vivid images unfolded before his eyes, depicting scenes of time unraveling in reverse. Su Luo could distinctly perceive the trajectory of the waterfall, the flight path of the birds. In the drifting leaves, everything was moving in reverse, retracing its steps until it returned to the position it occupied 3 seconds prior, at which point it came to a halt and resumed its normal state. With a mere thought, Su Luo concentrated the powers of time and space. 3 seconds, quite commendable. A smile of satisfaction graced Su Luo's lips. This time manipulation skill, which he had painstakingly deduced countless times, was now only in its preliminary grasp, albeit successfully executed. The ability to reverse time was a formidable skill, rivaling even the ability to halt time. In certain respects, it was even more fearsome. While there may be a few individuals with abilities akin to stopping time, those capable of reversing it were exceedingly rare. It is crucial to understand that time must flow in one direction. Once reversed, the repercussions on the fabric of future history could be monumental and unpredictable. Thus, within the realm of Dragon Ball, even the gods are strictly prohibited from meddling with time lightly. Manipulating time and altering its course is, in essence, a grave offense. To put it another way, Su Luo has now become a transgressor, and if discovered by the divine beings, it would spell considerable trouble. Nevertheless, given Su Luo's current prowess, he harbored no fear. Apart from the formidable destroyers and angels, there were few who could stand against him. Moreover, the destroyer of the 7th universe, Beerus, remained soundly asleep, and his attendant angel, Whis, would not intervene in such matters lightly. As for other deities, even the Supreme Kai, Su Luo dismissed them entirely. Should they dare to prattle in his presence, meddling unnecessarily, they would find their heads swiftly severed. Chapter 92. Earth. A catastrophe approaches, opening the personal interface. Host, Su Luo, age, 26 years, dimension, level 6, 2 of the Great Kai, talent, martial arts, heart, time and space. Dragon God bloodline, Han Chinese, Yan Huang bloodline, skills, Dragon God command, Dragon fist, time stop, 6 seconds, time reversal, 3 seconds, instantaneous movement, dimensional slash, spatial lock, void transfer, heavenly meditation technique, Luo immortal fist, 15 times, chi manipulation technique, thunder cannon, omitted. Combat power, 950 million evaluation, rarely has an equal in the universe. In terms of spatial manipulation, Su Luo had developed the skill of spatial lockdown, capable of sealing off areas and immobilizing individuals. Furthermore, he had synergized the powers of time and space with the void transfer technique, optimizing the skill to significantly enhance its ability to redirect attacks. When used in conjunction with Dragon God command, his defensive capabilities became impeccable, beyond reproach, unless faced with an adversary whose strength vastly exceeded his own. Breaching his defenses would be nearly impossible, let alone inflicting harm. Su Luo had attained mastery over the Dragon God powers, wielding them at will to amplify any attack, maximizing its destructive potential. As Su Luo pondered these thoughts, Nancy silently approached the scene. Upon witnessing this, Su Luo felt no surprise. After all, Nancy frequently sought out such torment, and this was not the first instance. What's wrong? Are you eager for another spanking? Su Luo teased. raising his hand as if to strike. Humph. It's uncertain who will be doing the hitting, Nancy retorted, rolling her eyes before taking a seat beside Su Luo. Hey, Su Luo, I followed your method and concentrated my power in my back, yet I still haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan. I've tried dozens of times. Are you deceiving me? Nancy pouted, her face etched with disappointment. Is it really impossible? Su Luo pondered, stroking his chin. He had not misled Nancy. It was indeed a legitimate approach to achieving Super Saiyan status. In the original narrative, Caulifla from Universe 6 achieved her transformation in this very manner. Perhaps Nancy's repeated failures were due to an insufficient accumulation of S cells within her, which are crucial for becoming a Super Saiyan. It is known that S cells are the key to this transformation. To expedite their growth, one must maintain a tranquil heart or be provoked by extreme anger to trigger a sudden surge of S cells, breaking through limits to transform into a Super Saiyan. Rather than rely on the crude stimulation of emotions, Su Luo hoped Nancy could achieve her breakthrough organically. Perhaps this would yield greater results. Regardless, I don't care. You must teach me how to become a Super Saiyan, Nancy insisted, playfully clinging to Su Luo's arm and shaking it vigorously. Coughing lightly at the soft sensation on his arm, Su Luo discreetly withdrew his hand. I am not deceiving you. Your failure is due to an inadequate amount of S cells, which have yet to reach a critical threshold. S cells? Nancy inquired, to which Su Luo nodded and proceeded to explain. After hearing Su Luo's elucidation, Nancy's spirits deflated. So, does this mean it will take a considerable amount of time? Upon hearing this, Su Luo smiled gently and advised not to rush, suggesting that they should first accumulate foundational strength before making a breakthrough. Nashi nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the distant Earth, an immense catastrophe was on the verge of descending. It had been nearly 6 years since Su Luo departed from Earth. Presently, the martial arts world was in a state of upheaval, and technological advancements flourished, leading to unprecedented prosperity. One day, above a certain oceanic expanse, ominous clouds obscured the sun, enveloping the entire area in darkness, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded as purple lightning split the sky. The atmosphere began to warp and twist, forming a black vortex. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens had been pierced, evoking a palpable sense of impending doom. With a series of rumbling sounds, malevolent and frigid energies seeped from the distorted vortex of time and space. Shadows of demons emerged from this swirling abyss. 1, 5, 10, 30, 100, and more continuously materializing. Within mere seconds, thousands of these demonic figures floated ominously above the ocean, their terrifying presence sweeping across the expanse like a dark tide. In the divine temple, as per usual, the celestial being and Bobo stood at the temple's edge, gazing down at the mortal realm to observe the situation below. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke upon the celestial being's brow, and a look of horror emerged in his eyes. This is the army of the demon clan. What a terrifying and malevolent aura. Earth is about to face a cataclysmic disaster. The celestial being's complexion turned pale, his dark eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds as they fixated on the demonic figures floating above the ocean. The wicked aura radiating from each demon warrior was profoundly terrifying, surpassing even that of the infamous King Piccolo. They were, in essence, beings of an entirely different realm. Moreover, there were thousands of these emerging demon warriors. It seemed that Earth was doomed. What shall we do? Bobo inquired, sensing the demonic essence as well. The celestial being furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Images of heroes flashed through his thoughts: Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Tianjin, Dumpling, Yamcha, and others. However, even combined, they might only be able to vanquish a single demon, which would be far from sufficient. The Dragon Balls, the dragon, that wouldn't work either. The dragon lacked the power to eliminate these demons. What to do? In that moment, the celestial being felt utterly helpless, a profound sense of despair washing over him. If only Su Luo were here on Earth, he would surely be able to deal with these demons. The celestial being sighed, reminiscing about the young boy who had departed from Earth years ago to hone his skills in the cosmos. Another sigh escaped him. Alas, he could not reach Su Luo, and it seemed hope was dwindling. Bobo, go summon Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Krillin, and the others to the temple to discuss a strategy, the celestial commanded. Understood, my lord. Bobo replied with a nod, producing a flying carpet in preparation to descend to the mortal realm. Wait, Bobo, the celestial suddenly recalled something and called out. Also, bring that girl, Bulma, to the temple. Her connection with Su Luo is quite significant. Perhaps she holds valuable information. Bobo paused, taken aback by the request, but soon nodded and vanished on the carpet. After Bobo's departure, the Celestial continued to observe the world below. In the skies above the ocean, numerous demon warriors sensed the vibrant life force pulsating from the planet, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger. They were eager to act, to plunder, to slaughter, to consume. Yet they restrained themselves, hovering in midair as if awaiting a signal. Suddenly, from a swirling black vortex, a more formidable demon emerged. This creature bore a fearsome visage, with menacing spikes protruding from its back, its body encased in crimson scales, emanating a dark aura that suggested a battle prowess of approximately 400,000. At the moment of its arrival, the surrounding demon warriors regarded it with reverence, collectively exclaiming, "Lord Blood Demon!" Upon hearing the title of Demon King, a proud gleam flickered in Blood Demon's eyes. He raised his head high, as if he stood at the pinnacle of existence, surveying all beneath him. In former times, such a status would have been unimaginable for him. However, since the emergence of that human, the ranks of the demon elite had suffered devastating losses, leaving only a handful of minor subordinates. Among these, Blood Demon reigned supreme, thus earning the mantle of the new Demon King. Now, driven by a desire to restore the demon's honor, Blood Demon led his army through the demon portal into the human realm for the purpose of plunder. Whether by design or happenstance, Blood Demon had chosen the remote planet Earth. Lord Blood Demon, we can hardly contain our eagerness to tear the humans apart. Please, give the command. One warrior pleaded. Indeed, I yearn to witness those humans writhe in agony and despair immediately. Ha! Another chimed in eagerly, surrounded by a multitude of bloodthirsty demons. Their eyes gleamed with a savage hunger as they laughed maniacally, exuding an air of arrogance. A cruel smile flickered across the Blood Demon's face as a cold voice echoed, "Warriors of the demon clan, unleash chaos. Let our essence suffuse this planet, tearing apart the humans and making them tremble beneath our feet. We, the demon race, are the sovereigns, and none shall defy our might." Upon hearing the Blood Demon's words, the horde erupted in a frenzied roar, akin to a swarm of locusts surging forth in all directions. The Blood Demon observed quietly, a mocking grin forming within. He had already devised a plan to transform this planet into a paradise for their kind, relishing in the pleasures this haven would bestow upon him. Humans? He wondered what the taste of flesh might be like. Licking his lips with a glint of avarice in his eyes, he soared towards the coast. The demon horde moved with astounding speed, swiftly crossing the shoreline and arriving at a human city. What is that flying in the sky? Some keen-eyed individuals spotted the demons above and pointed, curiously inquiring among their friends. I don't know. It must be some kind of bird, looking rather fierce. Oh, it certainly resembles one. They engaged in lively discussion.